317. Su Yu goes up to the altar. Clap, clap, clap. Su Wu clapped his hands, and after attracting everyone's attention, he said, "Everyone, please stop arguing. I presume you all didn't come here today to argue, did you? The results aren't out yet, and you're all jumping to conclusions so quickly. What if it succeeds later? Will you still have any face left? Furthermore, even if it fails, the Kaiyuan Empire will bear the consequences, and it has little to do with you all, right? Finally, Su Zai and Su Yu are young geniuses of my Kaiyuan Empire. I am deeply gratified that they have this courage, which is far stronger than some who dare not act. This is the result of their own choice, and my Kaiyuan Empire also has this courage. What do you all think?" Su Wu spoke several sentences in a row. Although his tone wasn't aggressive when he spoke, everyone could hear the sarcasm within it. The sect master of the Gu God sect snorted coldly and stopped speaking. The sect master of the corpse refining sect also closed his eyes. Some of the southern continent sect forces, who were just shouting happily, also closed their mouths. Only a few people looked thoughtful. They were pondering the reason why the southern continent forces were targeting the Kaiyuan Empire at this moment. From the reactions of the Gu God and corpse refining sects, it was not difficult to see that they likely already believed with 70 to 80% certainty that Jiang Xie was the young man who defeated their successors that day. After all, with a little inquiry, one could know that Jiang Xie had a close relationship with the Haoran Sect. So why would other southern continent sects target the Kaiyuan Empire? Many people turned their gaze to Su Yu. As early as 3 years ago, after the St. Yuan assessment ended, Su Yu's identity was exposed. The culprit behind the destruction of the Wandu sect in the southern continent. The son of the Mo family patriarch's daughter. At that time, many southern continent forces were shocked, never expecting him to be the crown prince of the Kaiyuan Empire. One must know that Su Yu had quite a reputation in the southern continent. He alone annihilated the Wandu sect, and to this day, the major forces in the southern continent still don't know what methods he used. And most of the sects who spoke out just now were related to the Wandu sect. Among some of the southern continent sects who had not spoken, there were some who had a good relationship with the Mo family. However, a good relationship does not mean they would refute other sect forces in such a situation. After all, they are also southern continent sects. If they were to help eastern continent forces instead of southern continent forces, they would likely be ostracized in the southern continent, so all they could do was remain silent. Within the various cities of Kaiyuan, the fighting also stopped. Some people had black eyes and swollen faces, some were beaten into paralysis, and some had broken arms and legs. In short, in this conflict, many people from both the southern continent and the Kaiyuan Empire were injured. HMPH, the emperor is right. Things haven't been decided yet and you're already making sarcastic remarks. Who else should we hit but you? Exactly. Coming to our Kaiyuan Empire's territory and being so arrogant, they deserve to be beaten. You people of the Kaiyuan Empire are just a bunch of brutes. If we were in the southern continent, we'd beat you until you were paralyzed. The physical fighting ended, but the verbal battle showed no sign of stopping. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin the heaven offering, Su Wu announced, then looked at Jiang Xie and Su Yu and asked, "Who goes first?" Su Yu immediately stepped forward and said, "Grandfather, I'll go first." He made this decision not to steal Jiang Xie's thunder. Rather, he clearly understood that in terms of talent and strength, he was not as good as Jiang Xie. Therefore, the results of this heaven offering might also be different. Having Jiang Xie as the finale was clearly the best option. Even if he failed, the sense of disappointment among the crowd would be smaller. Jiang Xie nodded slightly to him. Su Wu also nodded. Su Yu took a deep breath and slowly walked to an altar. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. If it were Su Zai, there would be a chance of success, but Su Yu. What do you know? The two who succeeded in the Saint Province were undoubtedly Jiang Xie and Zhen Wudi, and both of them passed the 4th stage in the St. Yuan assessment. Su Yu is also one of them, and he was one of the fastest. How could he not be possible? Exactly, maybe both of them will succeed. To succeed with one person is already an incredible feat. To succeed with two, I don't think it's possible. Stop talking, it's about to begin. Ali. The people in the square still wanted to say something, but they found that Su Yu had already stepped onto the altar, ready to begin. In an instant, the entire square fell silent again. Su Yun's eyes were tense, and his fists were tightly clenched. Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru also looked solemn. Su Wu stood not far from Su Yu. his hands clasped behind his back trembling slightly. Jiang Xie had a smile on his face, showing encouragement. At this moment some worried for him, some were nervous for him, and others felt disdain. Su Yu didn't know what others were thinking. He only knew that he must go all out. Only then could he live up to everyone's expectations. The heaven offering has 3 procedures. The first is ascending the altar. For every stick of incense the person on the altar lights, the altar rises a certain distance. After 3 sticks of incense, if the altar reaches 300 jiang in height, the next step can be performed. If it cannot exceed 300 jiang, one cannot proceed, otherwise at best it will result in disability and at worst, death on the spot. There are recorded instances in the history of the Shengyuan Continent of several people who forcibly proceeded to the next step, when the altar height did not exceed 300 jiang. Several died from the backlash, and dozens were severely injured. The least injured lost an arm and a leg, and they were difficult to heal. Ascending the altar to 300 jiang is the minimum recognized by the heavenly Tao. The second step is the heaven offering. Simply put, it's offering incense. With 9 as the extreme, the closer the number of incense sticks offered is to 9, the higher the success rate of the next step. Some people's altars reach 300 jiang, but they can only offer 2 or 3 sticks of incense. This means that the heavenly Tao only accepts that much from you, and you haven't met the standard to be favored by the heavenly Tao, making the next step almost hopeless. At least 6 sticks or more are required to have a hope of success. The third step is making a declaration. If the heavenly Tao acknowledges your grand declaration and believes you can achieve what you say, it will manifest a phenomenon. The phenomena also vary. They have different strengths. The stronger the phenomenon, the more chi of heavenly Tao reward one receives when the phenomenon ends. The chi of heavenly Tao is extremely rare, separated from the power of the heavenly Tao. Even a thumb-sized amount can boost one's cultivation. It is something that all cultivators covet. If Su Yu succeeds, with his current cultivation in the Yukong realm's 7th stage, as long as he obtains some chi of heavenly Tao, a breakthrough to the divine power realm is possible. Thus, it is highly probable that the 2 in the Saint Province have now entered the divine power realm. This is also the reason for everyone's concern. To reach the divine power realm at the age of 18 or 19 is simply terrifying. If they are given a few more decades, it is simply unimaginable. 318, so smooth. Now Su Yu had already begun the first step, offering incense. He took out a stick of incense. It wasn't long, only about the length of a finger. He lit it and then placed it in the center of the altar. The incense did not extinguish. The altar suddenly shot up from the ground. 10 jiang, 20 jiang, 50 jiang, 100 jiang, and in the blink of an eye, it reached 180 jiang. This scene utterly stunned those who had been watching intently. Everyone's eyes were wide as copper bells. What's happening? What just happened? Is this scene before us real? They just found it unbelievable. Generally speaking, for the first incense, if the altar's height could reach 100 jiang, it would already be extraordinary. But Su Yu directly reached 180 jiang, which was more than half of the total height. This, I'm not dreaming, am I? Someone pinch me. 180 jiang, and this is just the first incense. I must be seeing things. How can it be so high? I never imagined Su Yu would be so high. A series of gasps filled the air, and the atmosphere in the square seemed to cool by several degrees. The powerful cultivators from the major forces stared intently upwards, unable to utter a single word. The southern border forces who had been mocking earlier also withered, not daring to say another word. Anyone with eyes could see that Su Yu had secured this first stage. In the various cities, deafening cheers erupted once more. Long live Lord Su Yu! Long live Lord Su Yu! Besides the cheers, there were also bursts of triumphant mockery mixed in. Ha 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 ha, southern border guys, did you see that? Isn't that a slap in the face? 180 jiang at the start, I ask you. Can anyone from your southern border achieve that? You were shouting so happily just now, why aren't you shouting anymore? The southern border people, provoked beyond endurance, could only retort, what's the hurry? This is just the first stage. There are still several more stages to come. We'll see how triumphant you are when you stumble then. Looking at Su Yu in the air, a hint of excitement flashed in Su Yun's eyes, and his tightly clasped hands relaxed slightly. Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru also let out a small sigh of relief. As family, they naturally hoped Su Yu would succeed. Jiang Xie couldn't help but give Su Yu a big thumbs up. This start was quite good. Su Wu was even more overjoyed. The ministers of the Shengyuan Empire were already incredibly excited. Lord Gu, tell me, how high do you think this kid Su Yu can reach? In a corner of the square, Zhou Tao asked Gu Shengxing excitedly. Gu Shengxing smiled slightly, still not answering, only saying, guess for yourself. Hearing this, Zhou Tao scratched his head. Gu Shengxing was good in every way, except for one thing. That was, he was too fond of riddles. Whenever he was asked, he would either say, heaven's secrets must not be divulged, or something like, cannot say, cannot say. He just knew how to keep things to himself, making others half dead with impatience. The commotion continued. And Su Yu had already begun with the second stick of incense. Lighting it, inserting it, all in a smooth, flowing motion. Ultimately, the incense did not extinguish. The entire altar once again soared, this time directly reaching 320 zhang. It had already met the standard for proceeding to the next stage. In other words, with just 2 sticks of incense, Su Yu had already met the requirements. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. No one spoke again. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Su Yu did not delay, immediately lighting the 3rd stick of incense. He continued to insert it. It did not extinguish. The altar began to rise again. This time was even more outrageous, increasing by nearly 300 zhang. It stopped only at 600 zhang. Everyone felt as if their breathing was about to stop. That was due to the shock from Su Yu. 600 zhang. If there are no accidents, he's 100% going to pass the next stage, right? Could it be that the Shengyuan Empire will truly succeed in one go? The few major forces of the southern border won't actually be humiliated, will they? Fellow Taoists, are you satisfied with this result? Su Wu looked triumphantly at the sect masters of the Gu God Sect, Corpse Refining Sect, and Tanking Sect. His eyes held undisguised pride. HMPH. The sect master of the Gu God Sect snorted coldly, not arguing with him. It's merely the first stage, it doesn't count for much. The sect master of the Corpse Refining Sect's voice was still hoarse. But everyone could tell he was just being stubborn. The sect master of the Tanking Sect said nothing, his gaze fixed on Su Yu, not knowing what he was thinking. Long live Lord Su Yu. The cheers from within the city were about to erupt again. But they were interrupted by a voice. Look, young Master Su Yu has started again. Upon hearing this, the crowd who had been about to cheer began to watch intently once more. Su Yu took out several more sticks of incense. These sticks of incense were different from the previous ones. These were golden in color, and their size and length were significantly larger than the previous ones. He continued to light one of them and steadily inserted it. 3 breaths later, it did not extinguish. Su Yu let out a sigh of relief. Everyone's hearts were filled with trepidation and tension. They were all following Su Yu's every move. There was a simple yet thrilling sensation. The second stick, no problem. The third stick, also no problem. Every time Su Yu lit a stick, everyone's hearts pounded heavily. Some people's faces flushed, not knowing if it was due to excitement or doing something unspeakable. The fourth stick, steadily inserted. The fifth stick, inserted, did not extinguish. Soon it came to the crucial stick. To be honest, at this point, Su Yu himself was starting to get nervous. It should be said that there wasn't a single person in the entire audience who wasn't nervous. Many people's foreheads had even begun to bead with sweat. Su Wu's heart was also incredibly anxious. The sixth stick. Su Yu took a deep breath and slowly inserted it. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. It did not extinguish. Su Yu's face was flushed, and he gently exhaled a breath of turbid qi. Success. The crowd below was stunned. It just succeeded. Just like before, how could it be so surreal? Su Yu's performance even made them feel like, I could do that too. Even the sect masters of the major forces couldn't help but wonder if the requirements for the heaven offering had become lower now. This smoothness was a bit too unreasonable. If it really had become lower, then could we also do it? While everyone was stunned, Su Yu inserted another stick. The number had now reached 7. He went all out, lit another stick and inserted it, but unfortunately, this one did not maintain the formation. It extinguished almost the instant it was inserted. From the moment Su Yu inserted the first stick of incense until the end, it only took a few flickers of a finger. In a short time, he had inserted it 8 times. Among them, there were 7 successful attempts. This achievement was already enough to make people tremble. 319. Vision. Why was he so simple? Could it be that the requirements for the heaven sacrifice have truly been lowered now? Someone couldn't help but ask this question. Yes, it was too simple. Is there a possibility that it wasn't too simple, but rather that Crown Prince Suyu was too strong? Exactly, you've overlooked Crown Prince Suyu's strength, haven't you? He is at the 7th level of the Yukong realm. How many successors of other powers can compare to him? But I have to say, this is truly terrifying. I've witnessed the heaven sacrifice more than once, and never has it been this simple and quick. Ali. In the plaza, chattering sounds began to rise again. At the front of the plaza, Jiang Xie slowly walked to Su Wu's side and said with a smile, "Grandfather, it seems Crown Prince Suyu is secure this time. Congratulations." Su Wu's face was flushed, clearly very excited, yet he humbly said, "We cannot draw a conclusion yet. Only after the declaration can we draw a conclusion." Jiang Xie nodded slightly. As long as the declaration wasn't too outrageous, there shouldn't be any problems. With Suyu's talent, being a bit arrogant shouldn't be a big issue. It's just what will he say? To put it simply, the declaration is a single sentence. To put it more profoundly, it is a future goal or a guiding principle for one's conduct. This step was also the one everyone anticipated the most. From this, they could roughly discern a person's future direction and whether they would pose a threat to them. Suyu stood still for a moment. Many scenes flashed through his mind. There were scenes of him living with his parents, and scenes of him and his father adventuring and fighting together. There were also the sights and sounds he had encountered along the way. Various images continuously flickered in his mind. Finally, it settled on one scene. In the scene, Su Yun's words of admonition echoed again. You are a person of the Kaiyuan Empire. In the future, you must become the pride of the Kaiyuan Empire, letting everyone know that you are my, Su Yun's son. As a prince of the Kaiyuan Empire, I owe the empire too much. I owe the sovereign too much. I have never made any contribution to the empire. This is my regret. Therefore, I hope you can become the pride of the Kaiyuan Empire. These words had always resonated in his ears. One could even say that he was striving for this very purpose now. Suyu's eyes were clear. He already knew what he wanted to say. He bowed towards the void realm and slowly declared, I shall be a war god, protecting the nation and its people. Boom! As his words fell, a sudden clap of thunder appeared in the sky, exploding in everyone's ears. Immediately after, streaks of colorful auspicious clouds appeared out of nowhere. They enveloped the entire Kaiyuan Empire, and a colorful rain began to fall from the sky. Someone wanted to take shelter from the rain but was suddenly shouted at by a loud voice. Don't run! This is the colorful rain, a gift from the heavenly Tao, greatly beneficial for improving comprehension ability. Hearing these words, everyone who wanted to take shelter stopped in their tracks and stood still, letting the rain fall on them. Soon, they discovered that, as the raindrops fell on their bodies, their divine souls seemed to become clearer, and some things they previously couldn't understand suddenly became clear at this moment. Of course, the degree of comprehension ability improvement also varied. Those from the Kaiyuan Empire improved more than people from other places. It's real, my comprehension ability has improved. A gift from the heavenly Tao. Is this a gift from the heavenly Tao? I have never seen such a sight. The heaven sacrifice was successful. Yet, after the colorful auspicious clouds disappeared, a grand Tao aura appeared out of thin air, directly entering Suyu's body. His aura began to climb almost at the same time. Yukong Realm 8th level, Yukong Realm 9th level. Divine Power Realm 1st level, Divine Power Realm 2nd level. His cultivation instantly rose from the 7th level of the Yukong Realm to the 2nd level of the Divine Power Realm. At this moment, everyone recovered from the joy of their comprehension ability improvement. When they looked at Suyu again, they all gasped. It was successful. With the appearance of the anomaly, the heaven sacrifice was successful. Although they had a premonition, when Suyu passed the first 2 stages. When they truly witnessed this scene, they were still unable to recover for a long time. Many people's gazes had even turned into adoration. I never thought Crown Prince Suyu's declaration would be this, and it even brought forth colorful auspicious clouds, allowing everyone in the Kaiyuan Empire to gain different levels of comprehension ability improvement. The Kaiyuan Empire is truly fortunate. Even Crown Prince Suyu is like this, then Crown Prince Suzai must be even more terrifying. Oh, compared to the excitement and shock of some powers in the southern borders were silent. Especially the 3 main sects, Gu God, Corpse Refinement and Heavenly Might. The 3 sect masters were speechless, only feeling a loss of face. They had just been mocking and ridiculing, but they didn't expect the slap in the face to come so quickly. They could even feel many strange gazes, and these gazes made them feel annoyed. Within each city, various sounds had already begun to rise. Ha 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 ha, I knew it, Crown Prince you could succeed. People of the southern borders, you have nothing to say now, do you? Does your face hurt? Next time, remember not to be so stubborn. Long live Lord Suyu. At this moment, the Empire's citizens were happy and excited. Although the people of the southern borders were displeased, they dared not refute. After all, no matter what, they had all received some benefits. To argue further would be a bit too much. The most excited was Su Yun. Tears were already sparkling in his eyes. He almost couldn't resist rushing out to meet Su Yu. You've grown up. Equally excited was Su Wu. He had never expected Su Yu to say those words, and he too felt a little teary-eyed. Jiang Xie's heart also trembled. All along, his goal had been to pursue a higher realm, protecting his family and those he cared about. But now, those 4 words reminded him. For the nation and its people. In this world where the strong reign supreme, where snatching and fighting over cultivation, resources and treasures can happen at will. To truly achieve those 4 words is very, very difficult. But it's also very challenging, isn't it? Woo 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 woo, Lord Crown Prince Suyu is truly the pride of our Kainyuan Empire. As Jiang Xie pondered, he heard a weeping sound. He turned his head to look. It turned out that the Empire's officials and ministers were already wiping tears from the corners of their eyes, seemingly deeply moved. He couldn't help but think, are these people's tear points really that low? Ha ha ha, good, excellent. On the other side, Jai Wushwang burst out laughing and was the first to cup his fists towards Su Wu in congratulation. Congratulations, Sovereign Su. Crown Prince Su Yu's success this time has greatly boosted the aura of our eastern continent. Su Wu returned the bow and said with a smile, thank you, Sect Leader Jai, for your congratulations. 320, Emperor retired. With Jai Wushwang's opening, the sect masters of the other sects also offered their congratulations. Many people's tones also revealed traces of envy. Even if the sects in the southern border were unwilling, they still had to step forward and offer their congratulations. When Su Yu descended from the altar, everyone's expressions changed even more. Feeling the chi on him, their hearts were like mountains and seas overturning. That shock, however, could not be suppressed. Divine Power Realm, second layer. A strong expert from a certain sect said this sentence tremblingly. An 18-year-old Divine Power Realm second layer. This is too outrageous. Outrageous. If you have the ability, go to the altar and offer sacrifices to the heavenly Tao, and if you succeed, your cultivation will also skyrocket. This was all obtained by Prince Su Yu through his own strength. I'm so envious. If only I could have this cultivation at this age. Yet, everyone's gaze towards Su Yu changed again. An 18-year-old Divine Power Realm, second layer expert. It's no exaggeration to say that he is already the highest among the younger generation outside of Saint Province. If nothing unexpected happens, the Sovereign Emperor realm will probably be no problem for him. One must know that the mainstream strong experts on the surface of the Shengyuan Continent are currently only in the domain realm, with a small portion in the law realm. Heavenly King realm experts are almost never seen, and perhaps only the old ancestors slumbering within major powers possess such cultivation. As for the Sovereign Emperor realm, perhaps only some reclusive powers might have them. As for the Saint realm and Great Emperor realm above that, there's even less to say. It's unknown if the Shengyuan Continent even has experts in these 2 realms now. Envy and jealousy instantly surged into the hearts of the strong experts from various sects. What kind of luck did the Kainyuan Empire have? One genius wasn't enough, they had 2. If Su Yu reaches the Sovereign Emperor realm in the future, that would truly be unimaginable, and he might even be able to impact the Saint realm. Not to mention that there seems to be an even more formidable Jiang Xie. A hint of apprehension flashed in the eyes of some powers, and they secretly decided that they must not conflict with the Kainyuan Empire. From Su Yu's declaration, it could be seen that being an enemy of the Kainyuan Empire meant being his enemy. The 2 words God of War cannot be said lightly, but Su Yu not only said them, but they were also recognized by the heavenly Tao. What this represented was self-evident. Therefore, Su Yu's future strength is absolutely immeasurable, and being his enemy is not a good idea. Of course, unless he can be killed before Su Yu has fully matured. With so many powers gathered, there were indeed some with malicious intentions. At least, there were many people from the demon sect who had hidden their identities and blended in. For them, every powerful genius that appeared on the righteous path was a bad thing for them. Among the righteous path powers, there were also those with malicious intentions. Among them were the emperors of the Great Yan Empire and the Red Cloud Empire. What they felt now was more apprehension than jealousy or envy. The two great empires were already mortal enemies of the Shengyuan Empire, and now the Shengyuan Empire had produced such a powerful genius. For them, it was extremely disadvantageous. The two looked at each other from a distance, both understanding the information revealed in the other's eyes. It seems that the plan is due to be implemented. While many people were lost in thought, even more people turned their attention to Jiang Xie. Su Yu was already so formidable, so what about Jiang Xie? To what extent would he reach? Grandfather, I have not failed my mission. Su Yu respectfully bowed to Su Wu, who quickly helped him up and said with a smile, "Good child, you did well." Seeing this scene, everyone became even more jealous. Boom! Just then, another explosion sounded, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This sound did not come from the sky, but from deep within the Shengyuan Imperial Palace. Everyone frowned, not understanding what had happened. Su Wu's expression was solemn, as he looked in the direction of the sound. Not long after, a voice came out. "This child shall be protected by this old ancestor." The voice was ancient, yet it boomed like thunder. Immediately after, everyone saw an ancient figure instantly appear in the void realm deep within the imperial palace, and almost in the next moment, he arrived before everyone. The old man wore a yellow robe with dragon patterns and a golden glowing crown on his head. Although his hair was completely white, he looked incredibly energetic. He exuded an aura of authority without being angry. Upon seeing his face, someone from a power in the Eastern Continent immediately exclaimed, "The Grand Emperor of the Shengyuan Empire. Isn't he dead?" Hiss tilde, it's actually him, the previous emperor of the Shengyuan Empire who had already reached the law realm 100 years ago. Didn't they say he suffered chi deviation during his breakthrough in seclusion and perished? I didn't expect him to still be alive. The chi on him makes me feel a sense of trepidation. Yet, everyone was inexplicably shocked. They could already guess that the cultivation of the old man before them had definitely surpassed the law realm and reached the heavenly king realm. They never expected that the previous emperor of the Shengyuan Empire was still alive. People from other places might not be very familiar with him, but the various powers in the Eastern Continent still knew him. The old man's name was Su Xian, and he was the previous emperor of the Shengyuan Empire. Seeing him, Su Wu hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Imperial Father." He never expected that Su Yu's performance would make his Imperial Father come out, and even become his protector. After the coming-of-age ceremony, each sect would choose a protector for the disciple who had undergone the ceremony. Su Wu had originally planned to find a strong expert to protect Su Yu. One must know that within the Su family ancestral temple, several old ancestors were slumbering. Among them were both direct and collateral branches of the Su family. He hadn't yet decided who to find, but he never expected his imperial father to come out personally. All the ministers, officials, and even the imperial princes of the Shengyuan Empire knelt down in unison, shouting loudly, "Greetings, Grand Emperor Grandfather." In the scenes broadcast in various cities, when Su Xian's figure appeared, the entire populace of the Shengyuan Empire was stunned. They immediately reacted and all knelt on the ground, shouting in unison, "Greetings, Grand Emperor." Their hearts were filled with excitement at this moment. The Grand Emperor was actually not dead. In the square, everyone slightly cupped their hands towards him. This was the necessary respect shown to a strong expert. Su Xian nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over everyone one by one. When he saw Su Jiru and Su Yun, his gaze paused for a moment. Then he scanned over the people from various sects, understanding in his heart. He patted Su Wu's shoulder, and a rare smile appeared on his usually stern face. "You did very well." Su Wu's heart surged with emotion, overjoyed. Subsequently, Su Xian's gaze fell upon Jiang Xie, and he nodded slightly at him, a strange look in his eyes. Jiang Xie didn't understand what that meant. He respectfully bowed. "Junior Su Xie greets Grand Ancestor." To be honest, he was a little uneasy. After all, his surname wasn't really Su. "Very good." Su Xian nodded again, and finally his gaze turned to Su Yu. There was a satisfied look in his eyes. Su Yu also dared not be negligent and quickly bowed. "Junior Su Yu greets Grand Ancestor." "Not bad." Su Xian smiled, then with a wave of his large hand, he and Su Yu disappeared from everyone's sight. 321. People of the Holy State. Su Yu's disappearance caught everyone off guard. Su Xian's appearance also caught everyone off guard. No one expected that the former emperor of the Qianyuan Empire, who was quite famous throughout the eastern continent, had not fallen. Instead, he had become Su Yu's Dao protector. That was a heavenly king realm expert. An expert that most forces didn't even possess, yet he only became the Dao protector of a disciple. This was enough to show the Qianyuan Empire's Chinese letter of Su Yu. This made some people with ill intentions look displeased. With Su Xian present, their plan to assassinate Su Yu would be very difficult. With Su Yu gone, everyone's attention naturally shifted to Jiang Xie. If even Su Yu could trigger such a phenomenon, what about Jiang Xie, who was even more powerful than him? What kind of phenomenon would he trigger? Su Yu could attract a heavenly king realm expert to protect his Dao, but what about Jiang Xie? These questions lingered in the hearts of people from various sect forces. They also lingered in the hearts of the cultivators watching in various cities. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel excited. They were eager to witness that moment. Is it Zier's turn? Zhang Fingliu's expression was solemn. Although he believed in Jiang Xie, he couldn't help but worry. Su Jiru felt the same. Where the East Tower group was, Jai Huayu also asked Gu Shengxing with a worried expression, "Sect Master Gu, can that bad boy succeed?" Gu Shengxing smiled faintly and said, "Please rest assured, Lady Tower Master, there should be no problem." Jai Huayu's face flushed. It was the first time she had heard someone call her Lady Tower Master. This title made her heart flutter. Lady Tower Master, huh? It actually sounds quite nice. Bad man, you can't bully me now, can you? Then I'm relieved. Jai Huayu withdrew her wild thoughts and showed a smile. Then she asked, why should? There should be some minor incidents later, but it should be fine, Gu Shengxing mused for a moment before speaking. Originally, he didn't want to say it, but since it was Jai Huayu, he had no choice. Upon hearing this, Jai Huayu's heart immediately tensed, but hearing Gu Shengxing say it would be fine, she relaxed a little. She didn't continue to ask, but instead fixed her gaze tightly on Jiang Xie. Is he really okay? Old Wu also walked a few steps closer with a worried expression, coming near Gu Shengxing. Gu Shengxing slowly nodded. Only then did Old Wu relax, also placing his gaze on Jiang Xie. Just then, Gu Shengxing felt some strange gazes. He turned his head to look, only to see Zhou Tao and Yan Wufeng looking at him with peculiar expressions. Their expressions seemed to say, "We see through you." Cough cough, Gu Shengxing coughed and said, "That's Lady Tower Master." Oh tilde, the two of them owed in unison. However, their expressions remained unchanged. Gu Shengxing felt his scalp tingle from their stares, and had to shift his gaze. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Grandfather, then I'll go. Jiang Xie clasped his fist slightly towards Su Wu and walked towards the altar. Everyone stared intently at his movements. Jiang Xie's steps were steady, approaching the altar step by step. Just as he was about to step onto the altar, another voice came out. I didn't expect that such a small eastern continent could also produce a genius who successfully ascends the altar to worship the heavens. It's quite interesting. This voice came from among the crowd. Who? Jiang Xie frowned, his gaze fixed on the ground below. The others were no exception. No one expected that someone would provoke them at this moment. They all frowned, searching through the crowd, seemingly wanting to see who was so bold. Someone dares to provoke in my Qianyuan Empire's imperial palace. They are quite bold. Su Wu also snorted coldly. The leaders of the various eastern continent forces also had grim faces. That sentence just now was already a provocation to the entire eastern continent. Soon, there was a commotion within the crowd. A group of three slowly walked out from the crowd. Seeing the figures of the three, everyone was stunned. They had thought that the provocative remarks were made by some expert, but they never expected it to be just three youths. Yes, three youths. The three youths had smiles on their faces, without the slightest hint of fear, and they walked through the crowd to the front of the square. Their composed demeanor did arouse everyone's vigilance. They all searched their minds for the identities of these three. However, not a single person knew their origins. Who do I think it is? Turns out it's three brats. Su Wu's expression was stern, and he instantly released a wave of pressure, enveloping the three. But the three's expressions remained unchanged, and a hint of disdain even appeared on their lips. We won't pretend we didn't hear those remarks just now. Sect Master Zio Li of the 10,000 Sword Sect also snorted coldly. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid you three won't be able to leave the eastern continent. Jai Wushwang also had a cold expression. I wonder which family failed in their discipline to raise such arrogant disciples. Perfect, I was just looking for some fun. The various major forces of the Eastern continent spoke up one after another, aiming their Chinese letter at the three youths. The forces from other places did not speak, merely showing expressions of watching a good show. The coming-of-age ceremony had been going on for a while. It wouldn't hurt to have some fun. Besides, they were also curious about the origins of these three youths, who were so audacious. Jiang Xie's expression was solemn. Not because of the three youths, but because he vaguely sensed something. His gaze involuntarily looked towards where the Saint Province was located. If he was not mistaken, these three were from the Saint Province. Sure enough, in the next moment, the leading male among the three youths sneered, completely ignoring the threats from the crowd, and said with a contemptuous look, "Since you all want to know who I am, I might as well tell you. This young master is a disciple of the Han family from the Saint Province. Thousands of years have passed. I suppose you have forgotten the scene of being taught a lesson by my Saint Province forces." What? At these words, someone immediately cried out in alarm. Everyone present stood up, looking at the three youths before them with horrified expressions. Someone from the Saint Province had come out. Didn't this mean that the Saint Province barrier was broken? But why had they not received any news? The news of the Saint Province barrier breaking instantly unsettled them. Su Wu's face changed drastically, but very quickly. Anger appeared in his eyes. The humiliation and great vendetta from 1,000 years ago still lingered in the heart of every Su family member. So it's people from the Saint Province. No wonder they're so arrogant. Jiang Xie walked to Su Wu's front, looked at the three and showed a smile. It's just that I wonder, if you three die here, will you still be able to be arrogant? It was true that there was a problem with the Saint Province barrier, but it definitely hadn't reached the point of being completely broken. Otherwise, it wouldn't be these three youths who came here, but the experts of the Saint Province. HMPH, do you really dare to kill us? The youth sneered coldly and said, you better think clearly about the consequences of killing us. 322, Li Buku and Li Buki. When the young man said this, everyone fell silent. Even now, they were still somewhat afraid of the Saint Province forces. If the Saint Province barrier truly broke, it would be difficult to say whether they could contend with the Saint Province forces. If they really killed the disciples of the Saint Province forces, that would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Sovereign Su couldn't help but frown. Indeed, they currently had no way to determine the overall strength of Saint Province. If it far surpassed theirs, then they truly couldn't act recklessly against them. Within the various cities, seeing the scene on the screen, all sounds within the cities vanished. Only heavy breathing remained. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. Once the Saint Province barrier shattered, the first to bear the brunt would be these loose cultivators. Many people's ancestors had experienced the plunder and massacre carried out by the Saint Province forces across various regions back then. Has the Saint Province barrier broken? Are they really disciples of the Saint Province forces? Terrifying if it's true, won't there be great chaos again? They appear neither too early nor too late, but precisely at this moment. What exactly are the intentions of the people from Saint Province? The atmosphere in the Shengyuan Imperial Palace Plaza was heavy at this moment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the three young men. Even Jiang Xie was pondering the possibility and consequences of killing them here. From how the three of them showed no fear of Sovereign Su's pressure just now, it was clear that they must possess protective magic treasures. Furthermore, the Shengyuan Empire and East Tower were not yet opponents of the Saint Province forces. Ha, I don't think there's any need for this coming-of-age ceremony to continue. Do you agree, Sovereign Su? The young man looked at Sovereign Su with a playful expression. Sovereign Su remained silent, his eyes showing no ripple. No one knew what he was thinking. Meanwhile, outside the main gate of the Shengyuan Imperial Palace, an old man and a young man appeared. The old man looked spirited. His slightly cloudy gaze swept towards the direction of Saint Province, then looked at the young man beside him. He sighed softly in his heart. The time is almost here. Is this the Shengyuan Imperial Palace? It's so big. Li Buku looked at the grand gate before him with a curious expression. This was his first time seeing such a magnificent building. From the moment they entered the city, he had been captivated by the prosperity of Shengyuan Imperial City. It was bustling with people of all kinds, and they were gathered together, watching the scene in the sky. He and Master were no exception, having watched for a long time within the city. When he saw Su, You successfully performed the heaven-worshipping ritual and summoned the anomaly, he even exclaimed in surprise. Of course, this is the Qianyuan Imperial Palace. A hint of nostalgia flashed in the old man's eyes. He couldn't help but recall a scene from long ago. His name was Li Buki. He lost his parents at a young age, endured countless hardships, and barely survived through repeated torments. He wandered various places, and once arrived at Qianyuan Imperial City. Here he also suffered numerous insults, often being beaten, and being scorned was commonplace. However, in that kind of life, he met someone. That person was dressed in luxurious clothes, but had no airs at all. He didn't even mind his dirty clothes. He often brought him food and took him out to see the world. The two talked cheerfully and became close friends. In the end, they even addressed each other as brothers. That period was the only happy time in his life. But good times didn't last. One day, that person said he was a prince of the Qianyuan Empire and was going to contend for the position of sovereign, fearing that it would implicate him. So he told him to leave Qianyuan Imperial City. Li Buki did as he was told. This departure lasted for decades. During this time, he serendipitously gained the recognition of the Shenku sword. He had also been waiting for news of that person. Finally, the news came that he had successfully contended for the position of sovereign. Li Buki was overjoyed and immediately set off for the Qianyuan Empire. Unfortunately, before he could arrive, the Saint Province forces began a massive massacre in various regions to seize resources. Among them, the Qianyuan Empire suffered heavy losses. It was almost annihilated, and the imperial bloodline was nearly severed. By the time he arrived, that generation's Qianyuan sovereign, his close friend, had already fallen in a pool of blood. At that moment, grief welled up in his heart, and he felt as if the entire world had abandoned him. He cried out loudly, his sobs tearing at his heart. He cried for 3 days and 3 nights in the pool of blood. He hated the people of Saint Province to the bone. He wished he could kill them all. Before his friend's grave, he picked up his sword and resolutely walked towards Saint Province. He knew that he couldn't avenge his friend with his own strength. However, with the power of the Shenku sword, he could seal Saint Province. On that day, he arrived alone in Saint Province, and, using all of his cultivation combined with a special price, sealed the entire Saint Province. In truth, he should have died then. It was just that he clung to a breath, carrying a sense of unwillingness, and stubbornly held on. Subsequently, he made a pact with the Shenku sword. After fulfilling his final wish, he would offer his divine soul. Now that moment was approaching. Master, do we really have to go in? Looking at the majestic gate, Li Buku felt a little uneasy. He had suffered hardship since childhood, and dared not even imagine such a place. He inevitably felt somewhat inferior. His words interrupted Li Buki's thoughts. He smiled, patted Li Buku's head and said, "Zioku, you must remember, you are no longer who you once were. Now you are no weaker than anyone, nor are you inferior to anyone. You must stand tall and be confident." "Disciple understands, master," Li Buku lowered his head and said. Although he said so, only he himself knew whether he truly understood. Li Buki could naturally tell, and he didn't say anything further. When the time was right, he would naturally understand. "Let's go, we'll go in and take a look." Li Buki patted Li Buku's head again, then walked towards the gate. The guards at the entrance, seeing 2 unfamiliar men wanting to enter the imperial palace, intended to stop them. But their eyes blurred, and when they looked again, where were the 2 men? "Strange, I clearly saw an old man and a young one just now. Am I seeing things? I think I saw them too just now." Inside the imperial palace plaza, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Sovereign Su had the thought of slapping the 3 to death, but he hesitated to make up his mind. Although hatred had always been in his mind, he was not a reckless person. He understood that if he made a wrong move, the Qianyuan Empire might fall back into the situation it faced 1,000 years ago. This was absolutely not allowed to happen. The people from various forces also had grave expressions, guessing what Sovereign Su would do. Just as this stalemate continued, another voice came from behind the crowd. "Oh, so many people, why don't you let this old man join the fun?" 323, confuse. Another one. Everyone's expressions were strange. This coming-of-age ceremony could be described as having many twists and turns. Why does the development of events feel increasingly complicated? Su Wu was also stunned. He also hadn't expected that holding a coming-of-age ceremony would be so complicated. One after another coming to cause trouble. However, this time, the voice sounded like an old senior. Who knows which sect has come to join the fun this time? Like everyone else, Jiang Xie also looked towards the entrance again. Even the three youths from Saint Province frowned slightly. Now was their time to show off, yet someone else came to interfere. Are the people outside so rude? All three of them had a hint of anger on their faces, and planned to see who was so bold. Gu Shengxing's eyes lit up when he heard this voice, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The crowd behind him understood from his expression that this newcomer was probably not an enemy. Perhaps it was someone who could resolve the current situation. So who exactly has this ability? Do they dare to attack those three disciples from Saint Province? Countless cultivators within the Shengyuan Empire also frowned, various conjectures rising in their hearts, their gazes fixed on the screen, not moving. Thump thumping. A series of clear footsteps sounded. An old senior and a young figure appeared before everyone. The moment they appeared, everyone frowned. Who are they? This was their first thought. Because they carefully searched all their memories and couldn't find any impression of the two people. Who are they? Why do I feel like I've never seen them before? Which force do these two belong to? How dare they? I think they're here to cause trouble, right? I suggest Sovereign Su just blast them out. Everyone discussed animatedly. Su Wu also frowned. He had no impression of the two either. For a moment, he couldn't figure out if they were here to cause trouble or just to join the fun. The strange thing was that Li Buku today had carefully groomed himself, looking like a frail youth with no strength to bind a chicken. This was completely different from his image during the St. Yuan assessment. Otherwise, he would have probably been recognized long ago. But as time slowly passed, some sharp-eyed individuals still recognized him. That youth looks a bit familiar. I think so too. On second thought, didn't he participate in the St. Yuan assessment? It seems there was a rather shabbily dressed youth among those who passed the fourth stage at that time. I remember now. Isn't that youth Li Buku who passed the fourth stage of the St. Yuan assessment? Li Buku began challenging the St. Yuan assessment several days after it opened and ultimately passed the fourth stage, which left a deep impression on many people at the time. So that old senior is this youth's elder or master. What exactly is their background? Now everyone's gazes changed again. Su Wu also regained his composure and asked with a smile, "May I ask old senior's esteemed name?" This old senior's name hasn't been mentioned for a long time. Li Buki shook his head slightly, but a smile was on his face. Perhaps it was because Su Wu was the emperor of the Shengyuan Empire. HMPH, acting mysterious, just some old geezer who ran out from somewhere, probably unknown even if he spoke his name. The Saint Province youth mocked again. Then he turned around, looking at Su Wu and Jiang Xie with impatience and spat. I said, did you not hear what I just said? Such arrogance and domineering behavior made Su Wu unbearable. He was about to strike him down on the spot. His aura surged, and anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Su Wu was truly enraged. I don't care if you're from Saint Province, this emperor will kill whoever he wants to kill. Su Wu snorted coldly and struck out decisively. He sent a palm strike towards the three. The aura of a law realm expert was revealed without reservation. This stunned many of the faction leaders present for a moment. Not many people in the Eastern Continent knew that Su Wu's cultivation had broken through to the law realm. At this moment, he revealed it to deter the crowd. His cultivation indeed startled many. The three youths seemed not to have expected Su Wu to actually dare to attack. Their faces changed dramatically, although they acted fearlessly. But that was based on the premise that the other party had some reservations. If the other party truly attacked, then it would be hard to say. Not to mention it was Su Wu, a law realm expert. If this palm strike truly landed, all three of them would probably die here. You dare? The three were pale, shouting in unison. The expressions of the onlookers varied. They were happy to see the scene before them. As for these three disciples from Saint Province, they wished they could strike them down and kill them. Yet no one dared to be the first to act. Su Wu's action played right into their hands. Even if the forces behind these three youths came seeking revenge, they would not be the first to bear the brunt. Jiang Xie's expression was solemn, but he was not surprised by Su Wu's move. He had also figured it out. If soldiers came, block them. If water came, cover it with earth. If they were killed, they were killed. At worst, they would have a major battle with the Saint Province forces. If it really came down to it, What if they brought out the Kaiyuan Great Emperor's physical body and suffered mutual destruction? What was needed was that bloodlust. If he didn't have the Kaiyuan Great Emperor as a trump card, Jiang Xie definitely wouldn't have let Su Wu be so impulsive. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Don't think Jiang Xie thought so much. It all happened in an instant. Su Wu's palm had already reached the three, and feeling that powerful force, their faces turned even paler, unable to even speak. They couldn't help but feel some regret. Indeed, the barrier of Saint Province had indeed encountered some problems. The younger generation with lower cultivation could, with the help of their family or backing forces, pass through the barrier. Those with powerful cultivation, however, could not. It was precisely because of this that young geniuses from various major forces in Saint Province had emerged. When they came out from Saint Province, they concealed their names and identities. Because they also knew that if they exposed their identities, while the Saint Province experts could not come out, they would very likely be killed by the experts of various forces outside Saint Province. And these three, having grown up in Saint Province, were indoctrinated daily with the idea that Saint Province was the largest and strongest, and its disciples were the most outstanding. They scoffed at the people of the outside world. After learning that the Kaiyuan Empire was holding a coming-of-age ceremony, they wanted to come and show off. But they hadn't expected to miscalculate. Looking at the attack so close, their hearts were like dead ash. However, Su Wu's attack did not land. In front of him, the figure of an old senior appeared. He extended an aged hand and easily blocked Su Wu's attack. Li Buku was stunned, Su Wu was stunned, everyone was stunned, and all the cultivators currently in the Kaiyuan Empire were also stunned. What exactly is going on? Why did this old senior block Su Wu's attack? Questions lingered in everyone's minds. 324, Senior Sword Master. Old Senior, what is the meaning of this? Su Wu's gaze was cold and sharp, as he stared intently at the old man in front of him. Why did this old man block Sovereign Su's attack? Could it be that he is a lackey of the Saint Province forces? Damn it, we were just about to eliminate those three arrogant Saint Province dogs. That old man was able to easily block Sovereign Su's attack. Even if Sovereign Su wasn't using his full power, it shouldn't have been easy, right? I really don't know what this old man wants to do. Yet, everyone also reacted and began to point and whisper. The sect masters of various sects also turned their gaze back to Li Buki. If he really was a lackey of the Saint Province forces, as everyone said, then they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. When the three youths saw Su Wu's attack blocked, they thought Li Buki was helping them because he knew they were disciples of Saint Province and wanted to form connections. One by one they burst into laughter. The leading youth provocatively said to Su Wu, "Ha ha ha, Sovereign Su, too bad you can't kill me." After speaking, he looked at Li Buki again and said with a smile, "Senior, if you wish to enter our Saint Province, it's not impossible. As long as you can protect the three of us, we can put in a good word for you then." Li Buku frowned. He had heard his master express his dislike for the people of Saint Province more than once. Why was master helping them now? Although he didn't understand, he still chose to trust his master. Perhaps he had his own plans. Facing everyone's questions, Li Buki released his hand and said with a smile, "Sovereign Su, the reason I stopped you is actually very simple. I'll handle these people." As he spoke, he waved his right hand. A huge oppressive force instantly enveloped the three youths. Even the space around them began to shatter. Huge fluctuations swept across the entire scene. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. The next second, the figures of the three youths vanished from everyone's sight. They were truly gone without a trace. Is this real or fake? Am I dreaming? I thought this old man was going to help those three people. Who exactly is he? Yes. Another series of exclamations rang out. Their gazes towards Li Buki changed once more. Su Wu's expression was also solemn. Just from that single move, he knew he was no match for this old senior. He respectfully asked again, "May I ask old senior's esteemed name?" "Haha, Sovereign Su, there's no need to be so formal, just relax. This old man's name is..." Li Buki's eyes showed a hint of recollection. To be honest, he himself had almost forgotten his own name. This old man's name is Li Buki. Li Buki. Everyone softly uttered the name, but still looked puzzled. No impression. Li Buki also knew that not many people knew his name. He smiled and said again, "You may not know this old man's name, but I'm sure you've heard of another title." Another title. Everyone was stunned again. At this moment Jiang Xie's eyes flashed. Could it be? He already had a guess in his heart. Ever since the two of them entered, the Fanchen sword had reacted quite strongly. He had initially thought there was something wrong with the Fanchen sword. Later, he realized that the reason for the Fanchen sword's reaction was the rusty sword held by the youth. Coupled with this old senior's series of actions and his recent words, Jiang Xie already had a guess in his heart. At the same time, a storm raged within him. 1,000 years had passed, and he was still alive. After calming himself down, he became excited. The Lord of Bitter Depth's sword was his idol. One must know that, when he first heard of him sealing Saint Province by himself, Jiang Xie had immense admiration for him. He never expected to see the immortal master in person. Jiang Xie quickly stepped forward, came before Li Buqi, and respectfully bowed with cupped hands, saying, "Junior greets Senior Lord of Bitter Depth Sword." Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. Boom! Jiang Xie's words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Who hadn't heard of the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword? It could be said that without him, there would be no major forces as they are today. And there would be no Eastern Continent, Southern Border, or Northern Desert as they are today. It could be said that he was everyone's savior. And also an object of immense admiration. Su Wu's heart trembled, and he quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands and saying, "Is it really Senior Lord of Bitter Depth Sword?" The surrounding people also stared intently at him, their breathing rapid. It was clear that they desperately wanted to know the truth. Li Buqi's eyes held appreciation as he looked at Jiang Xie. As the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, how could he not know Jiang Xie's identity as the Fanchen Sword Master? However, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Fanchen Sword Master could possess such strength, yet show no signs of suffering a backlash. It was truly a miracle. At the same time, he couldn't help but ponder that if he were to fall, Buku's whereabouts would be a problem. If he were alone, it would inevitably be worrying. Following this young fellow was a good choice. In the blink of an eye, he had made a decision. Regarding Su Wu's question, he slowly nodded. Indeed, this old man's other title is the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. It was this old man who sealed Saint Province 1,000 years ago. Boom! The hall exploded. The entire Shengyuan Empire exploded. No one expected that, after thousands of years, the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword was still alive. In their minds, the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword should have died long ago. To be able to unleash such power, to set up a barrier around the entire Saint Province, and maintain it for over 3,000 years, such a feat could probably only be achieved by a cultivation above that of a saint. Li Buqi clearly had not reached that cultivation. Therefore, everyone believed that he had paid an immense price. Furthermore, Li Buqi had disappeared after sealing Saint Province and had never reappeared. The idea that he had fallen was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds, and they felt a deep sense of regret. After the astonishment and shock came a burst of wild joy. With the Saint Province barrier about to disappear, the appearance of the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword at this moment undoubtedly gave them a strong boost of confidence. I never expected it to be Senior Sword Master. Jai Wushwang instantly moved from the audience to stand before Li Buqi and bowed deeply. Seeing this, the sect masters of the other sects also lowered their heads, cupped their hands and bowed, saying, "Junior greets Senior Sword Master." Their voices shook the sky. Following that, the other people from various forces in the plaza also cupped their hands and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Senior Sword Master." Within the various cities of the Shengyuan Empire, loud voices also rang out, "Greetings, Lord Sword Master." At this moment, anyone who could see the Shengyuan Empire's coming-of-age ceremony broadcast bowed. Li Buqi's actions were worthy of such respect from everyone. Li Buqi, as his disciple, was the most shocked person. He stood there dumbfounded, his emotions complex, his mind a jumbled mess. 325. The heavenly sacrifice begins. So, Master is actually the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. So Master is that amazing. Li Buqi's mind was instantly in a mess. He slightly lowered his head, looking at the sword he was tightly holding. Is this the Shenku sword? He had never imagined that this rusty sword was one of the 6 famous weapons. Of course, what worried him more at the moment was Li Buqi. Recalling what he had said when they left the mountain, Li Buqi's bad premonition was gradually rising. Just as his thoughts were drifting, Li Buqi, however, smiled and said to Su Wu, "I am acquainted with your Su family old ancestor. I came today to hold a coming-of-age ceremony for my disciple. I'll have to borrow your place for it." Su Wu was stunned, then immediately reacted, respectfully saying, "Senior, there's no need for that, it's just a small matter." After speaking, he immediately ordered his servants to build another altar. At the same time, the sect master of the northern desert flowing sand sect asked with a worried expression, "Senior Li, has the Saint Province seal really cracked?" As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. This was also one of their most pressing concerns at the moment. Li Buqi had now completely become their backbone. They also wanted to hear the insights of this expert, who had sealed the Saint Province on the current situation. Li Buqi had long guessed they would ask this question and said, "The Saint Province seal indeed won't last much longer. In the past few days, some people with lower cultivation have already emerged from the Saint Province." Hiss, no wonder those three youths said they were from the Saint Province. So people from the Saint Province have already infiltrated various places. Those who came out are likely geniuses from various major forces in the Saint Province, if we can kill them now. But if they hide, it'll be hard for us to find them. Find as many as you can. As long as one more is eliminated, the Saint Province's emerging power will decrease by a point. Over time, with a lack of new talent, this will be beneficial to us. Everyone began discussing how to kill the genius youths who had emerged from the Saint Province. Jiang Xie, however, asked Li Buqi, "Senior, what if the seal completely shatters? What then?" Everyone's gaze fell upon him once again, their eyes filled with expectation. Li Buqi smiled but did not speak. Seeing this, Jiang Xie already had a conclusion in his heart. Everyone else also seemed to understand something. Li Buqi suddenly came to his senses, his expression somewhat agitated. "Master." As soon as he spoke, he was stopped by Li Buqi. "No need to say more, this is the will of Heavenly Tao." After speaking, he turned his head to Su Wu again and said, "The annoying fellow has been dealt with. Sovereign Su, continue the coming-of-age ceremony. I'll just find a seat and sit down." Su Wu nodded, his gaze turning to Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie also nodded back at him and slowly walked onto the altar. Is it finally starting? Everyone's expressions were excited. If Su Yu was just an appetizer, then Jiang Xie was undoubtedly the main event. Most of the people here had come for Jiang Xie's reputation. As soon as Jiang Xie appeared, everyone's minds were free of other distractions, focusing only on him. Even the discussion about the Saint Province from earlier was thrown to the back of their minds. "What do you think? How well will Crown Prince Su Zai perform?" "I think at least 800 zhang, right? At least 8 sticks of incense or more. The phenomenon might be even more astonishing than Crown Prince Su Yu's." They had completely stopped considering whether Jiang Xie could succeed. Instead, it was about how far Jiang Xie could go. In their eyes, Jiang Xie's success was inevitable. Is Lord of East Tower finally going up? Yan Wufeng's face was filled with excitement. Old Wu's face was also flushed, looking forward with great excitement. "Bad guy, come on." Jai Yu tugged at the corner of her clothes with both hands, her face full of anticipation. "This brat, is he finally going up?" Jiang Fingliu cursed with a smile, his face full of mirth. Sujiru held Jiang Fingliu's hand at his side, looking somewhat nervous. In various cities, everyone's gaze was uniform, tightly fixed on the scene above. Few tilde. Is it finally starting? At this point, Jiang Xie was actually a little nervous. He knew his own talent, although it had improved now. But he didn't know if Heavenly Tao would approve. If he failed, that would be embarrassing. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his mind, Jiang Xie began to light the incense. The first one was lit, and with a whooshing sound, the altar beneath Jiang Xie's feet instantly rose 200 zhang. Shock. One stick was almost enough to reach the passing mark. Jiang Xie was delighted in his heart. It seemed there shouldn't be any problem this time. Heavenly Tao still had good judgment. Heavenly Tao, Japanese letter. Not only was he shocked, but the onlookers were also very shocked. One stick, 200 zhang. Su Yu just now hadn't reached this level. But then thinking about it, he was Jiang Xie, so it seemed quite normal. Su Zaiwu is extraordinary. Li Buqi's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. This way, he would be even more at ease letting Buqi follow him. Before the exclamations of shock from the crowd could even be uttered, Jiang Xie had already lit the second stick. Boom, the altar rose another 300 zhang, directly reaching 500 zhang. His tilde. Everyone, O letter FF9F, de letter FF9F, Japanese letter. This. 2 sticks of incense, 500 zhang. What did I see? Is this the strength of the first place in the St. Yuan assessment? As expected, it's formidable. It's no exaggeration to say that the combined strength of myself and Crown Prince Su Yu could probably enter the top 5 among the younger generation in the entire Shengyuan Continent. Nonsense. How do you think my combined strength with a great Emperor Realm expert would be? Su Wu's face was filled with relief. Jiang Fingliu's face was filled with pride. Jai Yu's eyes were full of little stars. The East Tower crowd's faces were full of admiration. Of course, there were far more than just them, with faces full of admiration. All the officials and common people of the Shengyuan Empire were the same. At this moment, the third stick was also lit. The altar rose another 400 zhang. Directly 900 zhang. 9 is the extreme. This means that Jiang Xie's score for the first stage was directly maxed out. Shock. Jiang Xie himself was shocked. Heavenly Tao was too giving a face. Heavenly Tao, I love you. Heavenly Tao. Everyone. Are you sure there's no cheating? Oh right, how do you cheat in this heaven-ascending altar ritual? Everyone fell silent. It wasn't that they were dissatisfied with Jiang Xie's results, but rather they were too shocked to speak. Many people were already pondering in their minds how many people in recorded history had reached 900 zhang in the first stage of the heaven-ascending altar ritual. The result they came up with was none. Yes, the highest recorded was 880 zhang. Still 20 zhang short of 900 zhang. And who was that person? A great Emperor Realm expert who had awed for a century. And Jiang Xie's score was even higher than his. Doesn't this mean? Everyone no longer dared to think further. 326. The illegitimate son of heaven. The expressions of some sect members from the southern border were quite spectacular. They had originally intended to send people to challenge Jiang Xie after he finished. Now it seemed better to forget about it. Going up would most likely be asking for trouble. At that time, it would be their own embarrassment. The expressions of the Great Yan Empire and Red Cloud Empire people were even uglier, especially the two emperors, who already wanted to leave. They feared their Tao heart would collapse if they continued watching. At the same time, they secretly decided in their hearts, after returning, they would give their unaccomplished disciples a good lesson. The difference between them and others was too great, wasn't it? As expected of Crown Prince Su Zai. Crown Prince Su Zai is the pride of the Shengyuan Empire. Long live Crown Prince Su Zai. Within various cities, numerous different slogans once again rang out, making each city immersed in the slogans. Even in the cities of the other two empires on the border, those high-pitched sounds could be heard. And most of the common people in these two empires did not know that the Shengyuan Empire was holding a coming-of-age ceremony. So for a time, they were somewhat panicked. They even thought that the Shengyuan Empire had launched an attack on them, causing widespread alarm. It was only when officials who knew the inside story came out to explain that their hearts were somewhat appeased, but then they thought, to make the common people in the city emit such an impassioned sound. Combined with the unusual phenomenon that appeared not long ago, they began to worry again. Inside the Shengyuan Empire, Imperial Palace Plaza. Above the altar in the sky. After silently praising Heavenly Tao in his heart, Jiang Xie began the second item. Perhaps taking them one by one was too time-consuming and troublesome. Being fearless, he instantly inserted 3 at once. And all of them remained lit. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was possible. Heavenly Tao didn't react. Are you Heavenly Tao's illegitimate son? They still remembered that decades ago, a sect also held an altar ascension and heaven worship ceremony, and that disciple was also arrogant. In the second stage, he also inserted 3 at once. As a result, not only did he not succeed, but he also attracted Heavenly Tao's punishment. That day, terrifying 9-colored lightning lasted for a day and a night. People from various sects fled from that sect, crawling and kneeling. The next day, that sect disappeared from the world. Since then, no one dared to insert multiple incense sticks at once. Jiang Xie's action was completely beyond their expectations. Su Wu silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Heaven knows how nervous he was just now. If there was a slight mishap, the Shengyuan Empire might be gone. Jiang Fingliu also wiped his sweat, thinking, this kid is too bold, he dares to do this. And above, Jiang Xie's eyes lit up again. Big brother Heavenly Tao, are you enjoying your meal? Little brother will rely on you later. Heavenly Tao, Japanese letter. Jiang Xie had already guessed that his smooth progress might be related to the Heavenly Tao sword. The Heavenly Tao sword could use the power of Heavenly Tao in itself, had a certain connection with Heavenly Tao. It was normal for Heavenly Tao to take care of him a little. Is this the joy of using connections? Bring more of these connections, I don't mind at all. Jiang Xie had a strange smile on his face. The next instant, he actually took all the remaining 6 sticks in his hand, preparing to light them one by one. Below, seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. 3 didn't work, and you're going for 6 at once. Are you sure it won't explode? Many people had already started to retreat. If something really happened, they wouldn't even know how they died. For a time, the entire plaza was filled with spiritual energy fluctuations. If anything went wrong later, they would immediately run. Su Wu's expression also changed drastically, sweat pouring down his face like it was free. Stinky brat, you better be careful. Don't destroy the Qianyuan Empire. Not to mention others, he also silently prepared to escape. Jiang Xie was truly too bold, making people tremble with fear. Jiang Fingliu's face was ashen, almost going up to beat Jiang Xie. Is this something you can mess with casually? Gu Shengxing, on the other hand, had a strange expression. What was strange was not that Jiang Xie wanted to insert 6 at once, but why Heavenly Tao had no reaction at all. In his calculations, he had not felt any sign of Heavenly Tao's anger. This meant that Jiang Xie also succeeded this time. 900 Jiang, 9 incense sticks, this was truly outrageous. This Crown Prince Su Zai is too bold, isn't he? Even with confidence, it's a bit too much. I'm breaking out in a cold sweat. Just now, Crown Prince Su Zai inserting 3 at once scared me badly, and this time he's going for 6. I'm already prepared to run at any moment. The masters of the great powers also spoke up one after another. Gu God Sect Master, this child is too unrestrained. Being overly confident is not a good thing. Corpse Refining Sect Master, he, I wonder if I can pick up some valuable corpses after Heavenly Tao gets angry later. Jai Wushwang, what if he succeeds, wouldn't you be slapped in the face? Tanking Sect Master, Sect Leader Jai, before you say that, please put away your stance of preparing to flee. Lin Yuankui, I think Crown Prince Su Zai should succeed. Not to mention them, even the common people in Qianyuan Imperial City moved a little towards the outer perimeter. It wasn't that they didn't believe Jiang Xie. But Jiang Xie's actions were too exaggerated. This was called taking precautions. They were still shouting slogans like, Crown Prince Su Zai is invincible, and long live Crown Prince Su Zai. It was just that the sound of these slogans was getting softer and softer. At this moment, Jiang Xie had no idea that the people below were already preparing to flee because of his action. All 6 incense sticks had been lit by him. He was about to insert them. The expressions of the crowd below became serious. Here it comes, here it comes. They all focused intently, while also raising their vigilance to face the crisis that might appear at any moment. Many people had already quietly moved to the Imperial Palace gate. Jiang Xie waved his hand casually. The 6 incense sticks were firmly inserted. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The sweat on everyone's faces increased, and their expressions became more solemn. Until 5 breaths passed, none of the 9 incense sticks inserted above extinguished. What's going on? Everyone's sweat seemed to freeze on their faces. Their steps, which were about to flee, also stopped. That's it. No way. Is that it? No reaction at all. Is this a fake heaven worship? Everyone was in disarray. They only felt that this world had become somewhat absurd. Why some people? At this moment, they only wanted to shout loudly at Jiang Xie, are you really Heavenly Tao's illegitimate son? Heavenly Tao expressed, I am not, I don't have one. Jiang Xie expressed, Heavenly Tao, you are the best. Absurd, simply absurd. What kind of altar ascension and heaven worship is this? It's too outrageous. Li Buqi, having watched until now, unusually agreed with this statement. This kid was indeed a bit outrageous. 327, stuck. The sect masters of the major sects in the southern borders all had their expressions stiffen. They had even mocked him earlier. Now look what happened. They were thoroughly slapped in the face. They only felt their faces stinging from the slaps. The sect master of the Gu God sect had already made a decision. Regardless of whether Jiang Xie was the young man who defeated the sect's successor that day, he would no longer bring it up. Bringing it up again would only lead to another slap in the face. No, he couldn't possibly be the young man from that day. What? Jiang Xie admitted it. Sorry, I don't admit it. As long as I don't admit it, you are not the young man from that day. Right, that's it. The Gu God sect master couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. On the other side, the sect master of the corpse refining sect had the same thought. The two sect masters exchanged glances, as if they had found a kindred spirit. If there weren't so many people around, they probably would have given each other a big hug. It's over. Wu Fan's heart tightened. After this incident, the gap between himself and the young lord was growing wider and wider. It's truly you, young lord. Every time you can shock people. Every time you are so astonishing. It seems I can't slack off either. Yin Zio Hua, Madam Chen. Starting today, we are cutting ties. I no longer need you. I want to pursue the Tao. I want to become the young lord's loyal bodyguard. Married women and the profound truth of life, goodbye. Now I'm a rebirth Wu Fan. Wu Fan's eyes radiated infinite light, got it. Omega Arabic wow. An aura of indomitable spirit also appeared on him. Making Lin Maioyan and Zai beside him couldn't help but look over. Jai Yu's attention, however, was entirely on Jiang Xie, and she didn't notice. Lin Maioyan was about to ask him what was wrong. But she saw the aura on Wu Fan instantly wither again. Not. Wu Fan's eyes darted around and he secretly thought, how about I try hard in a couple of days? Just one more indulgence, just one. Lin Maioyan gave him a strange look and didn't speak again, instead placing her gaze on Jiang Xie. She also secretly thought, young master is too strong. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to stay by his side. Coincidentally, I heard a while ago that there seems to be a group of demonic path cultivators entrenched in a mountain range in the northern Shengyuan Empire. I'll go wipe them out another day. I'll use actual combat to improve. Northern Shengyuan Empire. On a certain mountain range, there was a small mountain stronghold. In the stronghold, there were dozens of cultivators of varying cultivation levels. The highest cultivation among them was only the Yukong realm. At this moment, they were gathered around a bonfire, tallying their recent gains. Suddenly, one of them shivered. He weakly said, "B brother, how about we don't go out recently? I always have a bad premonition." Ali. Returning to the altar, Jiang Xie smiled with satisfaction as he watched the 9 incense sticks burn neatly. He completely disregarded the huge commotion his actions had caused below. To be precise, he simply didn't know that inserting all 6 incense sticks together was such a powerful thing. Next is the declaration, right? Jiang Xie stroked his chin, lost in thought. What should he say? Holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, there is no one like me in this world. Or single-handedly battling 3,000 emperors, pushing 13 continents with both palms. Or perhaps 3 million sword immortals in the sky must also bow their heads upon meeting me. These lines are all incredibly domineering. It's just, they don't seem to quite fit him. Jiang Xie was a bit troubled. What to say had become a difficult problem. If he said something too simple, it wouldn't showcase his style. If he said something that didn't suit him, it would definitely have some impact on his future cultivation. Heavenly Tao, big brother, I'm counting on you this time too. Helpless, Jiang Xie had no choice but to greet the Heavenly Tao first. Lest it forget to take care of him, which would be uncomfortable. Heavenly Tao. Below, seeing that Crown Prince Suzai had not made the next move for a long time, everyone became confused. What's going on? Why is Crown Prince Suzai not moving? Could it be Crown Prince Suzai hadn't even thought about what to say for his declaration before going up? I think that must be it, otherwise how could this be? I wonder what Crown Prince Suzai will say. This declaration is not simple. It must both conform to oneself and not be done carelessly. Otherwise, if it's said too humbly, not only will there be no heavenly Tao reward, but it will also affect future cultivation. If it's said too grandly, and the heavenly Tao doesn't approve, then heavenly Tao punishment will befall. Then isn't this declaration very dangerous? Of course. Also, if this declaration isn't spoken before those 9 incense sticks burn out, it's useless. This. Hearing this explanation, many people looked up. This distance for them could be seen by simply injecting a bit of spiritual qi into their eyes. Of course, strong cultivators didn't need to. In their gaze, they only saw that all 9 incense sticks had already burned halfway. The speed was very fast. If Jiang Xie didn't hurry, time would run out. Su Wu slapped his head, his gaze finally becoming nervous. He only now realized that he hadn't told Jiang Xie about this crucial point. Sweat trickled down his forehead. Not far away, Zhang Fingliu was also very nervous, his gaze sweeping over Su Wu. Seeing his nervous appearance, he was momentarily stunned. A bad premonition arose in his heart. He couldn't have failed to tell Zier that there was a time limit, could he? Sweat also trickled down Jiang Fingliu's forehead. Sujiro looked puzzled and said, Fingliu, why are you so nervous? Could it be that you don't believe Zier? No, how could I not believe my own son? Jiang Fingliu forced a relaxed smile, but in his heart he was complaining. I don't have confidence in your father, TT. Yeah. Guluju, is the bad guy really okay? Jai Yu's eyes showed worry. She had also heard her father say that there was a time limit for this. The gradually shortening incense sticks made her feel insecure. Impossible. Gu Shengxing subconsciously wanted to say the 3 words, impossible to say. Immediately realizing that it was Jai Yu who had spoken, he instantly changed his wording. Madame Gu Luju, rest assured, Lord Gu Luju is fine. Asterisk, it's Madame Gu Luju again. Jai Yu's heart fluttered, filled with joy, and she nodded lightly saying, Thank you Gu Luju. Madame Gu Luju, there's no need for that. This is what Gu Shengxing should do. Gu Shengxing smiled slightly. Turning his head, he saw several faces full of disdain. Yan Wufeng and the others looked at him with contempt. They said in a sarcastic tone, this is what I should do. HMPH. A guy who forgets his principles for beauty, a sycophant. 328. Has Prince Suzai always been so fierce? Gu Shengxing ignored their gazes. He continued to look up into the sky. Above the altar. Jiang Xie frowned, many words flashing through his mind. But he rejected them one by one. He always felt something was missing. Turning to look, 8 parts of the 9 incense sticks had already burned down. Jiang Xie's frown deepened. He had a feeling that if he didn't say what he needed to before the incense burned out, he might not get another chance. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered a phrase. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. A smile immediately appeared on his face. This indeed fits my intentions and current state, but will it be too ostentatious? Jiang Xie muttered to himself, looked at the sky, and then tilted his head saying, Heavenly Tao brother, you'll protect me, right? If you don't speak, I'll take that as a yes. Heavenly Tao. Japanese letter FF89 symbol A4AA, Tibetan letter F6B symbol A4AA. Then let's begin. Everyone saw Jiang Xie's expression suddenly turn serious. As if he was prepared, they all immediately sat up straight, their nerves taut, watching the sky without blinking. The common people watching in various cities were the same. They all stood up straight, their expressions solemn. The phenomenon caused by Su Yu had significantly improved their comprehension. So if Jiang Xie were to cause a phenomenon, what kind of blessings would they receive? They didn't know and couldn't guess, but they were very much looking forward to it. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Jiang Xie. At the moment, the 9 incense sticks were about to burn out. Jiang Xie finally spoke. With feet treading yin and yang, I set the universe from ancient times until now. I am supreme. Boom. Boom boom boom. The moment Jiang Xie's voice fell, rumbles continuously emanated from the void realm. This roaring sound seemed to strike everyone's hearts, causing many to turn pale. Heavens, oh my, is that something that can be said? This phrase is simply too shocking. Just the sound from the void realm makes my heart uneasy. What heaven-defying words did Crown Prince Suzai say? Is that even something one dares to say? Everyone was shocked. The first part was fine, but the second part. They couldn't help but be horrified. From ancient times until now, I am supreme. This was truly too arrogant. Even those great emperor realm experts from ancient times, until now wouldn't dare to utter this phrase. Jiang Xie actually said it. Su Wu's face turned pale. He only felt that it was over, that the Kaiyan Yuan Empire might not be able to be preserved. What a sin. He never imagined Jiang Xie would say such words. Words that even emperor realm experts wouldn't dare to say. Sovereign Su, it's over. I'm afraid we'll all die here today. The Gu God Sect Master said with a look of horror towards Su Wu. The Corpse Refining Sect Master also spoke with a tense expression. Sovereign Su, tell me, Crown Prince Suzai can gain the Heavenly Tao's approval, right? The Chanking Sect Master also spoke. Crown Prince Suzai is too arrogant, now it's good, we might all die here. Flowing Sand Sect Leader. Sovereign Su, quickly think of a solution. Yellow Sand Sect Master. We're going to die, we're going to die. Jai Wushwang, this kid, does he have to be so reckless? Jiang Fingliu, oh my, is this brat trying to kill his old father? At this moment, the sect masters of the various sects had completely lost their demeanor as experts. They wanted to run but couldn't. The rumbling in the void realm didn't stop. Under such circumstances, they couldn't use any Saint Yuan at all. They only felt a complete mess within their bodies. In the back mountain of the Yuan Empire Imperial Palace, Su Xian, who had brought Su Yu here to cultivate, was stunned, then looked at Jiang Xie in the distant sky with a horrified expression. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Damn it, just came out and already going to be buried." Su Yu, however, had a look of admiration. As expected of cousin Su Zai, he's simply too domineering. Su Xian couldn't help but glance at him, muttering in his heart, "Is this kid perhaps an idiot? He's so excited even when death is imminent." All the citizens of the Yuan Empire directly knelt to the ground, beginning to beg loudly for the heavenly Tao to spare them. Old Wu's eyes were full of stars. Young Lord is domineering. Zhou Tao, Yan Wufeng, and others suppressed the horror in their hearts. Their gazes couldn't help but turn to Gu Shengxing, who was calm and composed on the side. "Gu Luzhu, tell us whether we live or die today. The young lord's words are too powerful, we can't bear it." Gu Shengxing's lips curled into a mysterious smile, saying, "Cannot be said, cannot be said." Damn it. Seeing this, they all, by prior agreement, used the word they learned from old Wu to express their dissatisfaction. However, despite saying so, Gu Shengxing's composure instead gave them a strong boost of confidence. Little did they know. In fact, Gu Shengxing was also very panicked inside. There's no reason, right? He clearly calculated that there would be no problems at all. This doesn't look like there's no problem at all, does it? How could this be? Could it be that the calculation of the young lord failed again? On the altar, Jiang Xie was still fine up there, although rumbling sounds continuously emanated. He didn't feel anything strange. But soon he widened his eyes. It should be said that everyone widened their eyes. At this moment, streaks of holy light suddenly appeared in the sky. The holy light descended from the sky, and the powerful, profound, and mysterious aura it carried shocked everyone. Their gazes gradually became fearful. And within that holy light, it seemed as if something was about to emerge. Jiang Xie couldn't help but widen his eyes even more to observe what it was exactly. But as the object inside became clearer and clearer, Jiang Xie's expression suddenly changed drastically and he directly cursed, "Holy cow! Heavenly Tao, you tricked me." He roared to the sky, only feeling cold all over. Because the object within that holy light was actually a great emperor's phantom. Although this great emperor's phantom was entirely composed of white light, the emperor's might on it was incredibly dense. Most importantly, there was more than one great emperor's phantom. There were 10 of them. "Heavenly Tao, you said you take care of me. Is this how you take care of me?" Jiang Xie felt like dying. 10 great emperor's phantoms, and each one had an unfriendly gaze. He could feel himself being firmly locked on. That aura made him unable to even move. "Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao, Japanese letter, blame me, it's you who sought death, I can't do anything about it. Good luck to you." In a daze, Jiang Xie seemed to hear the heavenly Tao, wishing him good luck. How am I supposed to fight this? Jiang Xie was on the verge of tears. And below, it was even more miserable. The sect masters of the various sects had ashen faces, alas. This time it's truly over. "Brother, why don't we become sworn brothers today? We don't ask to be born in the same year, same month, same day, but we do ask to die in the same year, same month, same day. Elder brother, third brother. Second brother, third brother. Elder brother, second brother." Between life and death, cultivators from different sects who had only recently met suddenly became sworn brothers, adding a touch of atmosphere called camaraderie. At this moment, except for the Yuan Empire, the entire Eastern Continent, and even the entire Shengyuan Continent, exploded with chaos. P.S. Please give free small gifts, the author bows in gratitude. 329. The Emperor's Mighty Power. The Void Realm figures of 10 great emperors stood in the Void Realm. Not only could the entire Eastern Continent see them, but other regions could as well. And the rich emperor's might was not only felt by the Eastern Continent. At this moment, southern border, many people put down what they were doing, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at the sky in the distance. They gazed at the 10 great Emperor Void Realm figures, feeling only disbelief. Not only that, but they even felt a chill run through their bodies. One must know that the entire Shengyuan Continent had not seen any trace of a great emperor for at least tens of thousands of years. Not even a Void Realm figure had been seen. But now 10 had appeared all at once. Emperor's might, 10 great Emperor Void Realm figures. What on earth happened in the East? That seems to be the direction of the Eastern Continent, right? I remember. The coming-of-age ceremony for Su Zai and Su Yu, the young lords of the Shengyuan Empire in the Eastern Continent, seems to be today. Yes, our sect master from our sect even went over. His tilde could it be? The Shengyuan Empire really held a heaven ascension ceremony. Even if it was a heaven ascension ceremony, to cause such a phenomenon is too outrageous. It's hard to imagine what exactly happened in the Shengyuan Empire. The northern desert, amidst the vast desert. There were quite a few cities standing proudly within it. Many people entered and exited each city. Although it was not as prosperous as the Eastern Continent, it had its own unique charm. At this moment, whether they were people entering the city, or people leaving the city, or people who were already out exploring, without exception, all their gazes were directed towards the east, feeling the waves of emperors might emanating from there, and the 10 great emperor void realm figures in the sky. Everyone's faces showed shock and solemnity. What on earth happened? 10 great emperor void realm figures. What's the situation with the Shengyuan Empire's heaven ascension ceremony? Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The Western Forest. In the boundless forest, for some unknown reason, bursts of Yao beast roars suddenly echoed, full of immense pressure. In an instant, all the forest birds flew away, and the entire forest trembled. Countless Yao beasts were restless and chaotic. Even the cultivators on the outskirts couldn't help but turn pale. The sect master of the Blood Demon Sect, and the sect master of the Heavenly Fiend Sect, both changed their expressions simultaneously upon hearing these roars. What kind of Yao beast's roar is this? With our cultivation, just hearing the roar makes us feel our blood chi starting to become chaotic. What on earth happened? We've never seen such a situation before. Sect master, look outside the forest. Suddenly, this voice caught the attention of the two. Zhu Tian and Hong Xiu both looked outwards. Through the gaps between the trees, they finally saw the sight to the east. Their pupils instantly contracted. This is a great Emperor Void Realm figure. 10 great Emperor Void Realm figures. What on earth happened in the Eastern Continent? Quickly contact the disciples sent to the Eastern Continent to send back news as soon as possible. What on earth happened in the Eastern Continent? Saint Province. Inside the Tianji Tower, many powerhouses from major forces gathered. Each of them was radiant, their faces filled with undisguised smiles. Ha 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 ha, this barrier is estimated to break in a few days. Our reappearance on the Shengyuan Continent is just around the corner. We've been trapped here for so many years, it's about time to go out and see the world. Speaking of which, these 6 famous weapons are indeed 6 famous weapons. Their power is simply terrifying. Exactly. It is said that at that time, the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword's cultivation had just entered the Heavenly King realm, yet he was able to seal our Saint Province for thousands of years with just a Shenku sword. Even if our Saint Province's sovereign Emperor realm powerhouses were mobilized, they couldn't break it. If not for that, we wouldn't have been trapped for so long. That Lord of Bitter Depth Sword is probably long dead by now. Regardless, the days of being restricted here are finally coming to an end. Nearly 1,000 of our Saint Province's geniuses have already gone out, and I believe in 2 more days, the number will be even greater. Everyone discussed the barrier with relaxed expressions. But suddenly, all their expressions changed. With a bang, everyone stood up. Emperor's might. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's gazes immediately turned towards the east. This is a heaven ascension ceremony. Whose heaven ascension ceremony could cause such a phenomenon? Even 10 great Emperor Void Realm figures appeared. Even our Saint Province geniuses are inferior. This is definitely a huge threat to our Saint Province. Thump, 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 a series of hurried footsteps sounded. The white-haired Heavenly Secrets Tower Master appeared before everyone. Before anyone could ask, he spoke. Something terrible has happened. Everyone was stunned. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master spoke again. This anomaly seems to have been caused by that young man named Su Zai last time. Su Zai, the one who was said to be unable to overcome a great calamity last time. What's going on? He's still alive. I thought he wouldn't be able to overcome that hurdle, but I didn't expect him to. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master said with a solemn expression. He added, furthermore, I also feel a sense of unease. I've also tried to deduce it, but there were no results, as if it was shielded by something. It's better to be cautious these few days and avoid any mishaps. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master's words undoubtedly made everyone feel a faint sense of worry. Even he didn't know the source of this unease, so what exactly was it? Was it some change in the Shengyuan Continent, or Some change in the Saint Province. It couldn't be that the Lord of Bitter Depth sword from 3,000 years ago reappeared just as the Saint Province barrier was about to disappear, and sealed the Saint Province again for a few years, could it? That would be too ridiculous. How could that be possible? Everyone shook their heads, casting this absurd idea out of their minds. Could it be that something happened to the batch of young geniuses sent out? They felt that this was the most likely possibility. But Jiang Xie was also a huge threat. They had to keep him in mind. In a small town, a man in black looked at the great Emperor Void Realm figure in the sky, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes, followed by a flash of brilliance. He was heard muttering to himself, Su Zai, huh? He didn't disappoint me. I didn't expect such a genius to exist outside of Saint Province. Recalling how Jiang Xie had surpassed him in the Saint Yuan assessment, the man's brows furrowed. Now, even the anomaly of the Heaven Ascension ceremony was stronger than his. A blazing fire instantly ignited in his heart. Su Zai, just wait, you and I will eventually have a battle. As the place with the most concentrated emperor's might. The people inside the Qianyuan Imperial Palace were under no small amount of pressure. At this moment, they only felt their entire bodies numb, completely unable to raise any thought of resistance under this emperor's might. They dared not imagine what methods Jiang Xie could still have in the face of such a situation. This Heaven Ascension ceremony was probably going to end in failure. They might even perish here. It could be said that their current hope rested on Jiang Xie. Although they knew hope was slim, for the sake of their lives, they still had to silently pray in their hearts, praying that Jiang Xie could safely overcome this crisis. 330. No hope. If one were to say the only person present who wasn't particularly pessimistic, it would be Li Buqi. He didn't have much time left anyway, so he viewed life and death very lightly. Yet he was still inevitably shocked by Jiang Xie. This kid possesses the demeanor of a great emperor. This was not a jest, but his heartfelt words. On Jiang Xie's body, he saw infinite possibilities. Li Buqi behind him also wore a shocked expression, his mouth, which had not closed for a long time, reflecting his current mood. It's time, Li Buqi thought to himself, then turned and softly said to Zioku, Zioku, if I'm not around in the future, just follow Su Zioyu. Master, Li Buqi's heart trembled, already realizing something. Immediately, his eyes became teary, and he looked at him with great sadness. Li Buqi sighed and said, Zioku, this is fate. There's nothing we can do. Li Buqi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He understood that he couldn't change anything. He could only nod gently with reddened eyes. The deepest part of the Qianyuan Imperial Palace. There was a secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, it was pitch black. 3 coffins made of crystal stood upright in 3 different positions. Suddenly, the 3 coffins all vibrated simultaneously. An aged voice emanated from within one of them. After so many years, I've actually sensed Emperor's might again. The other 2 voices also spoke at the same time. Let me see what's happening outside. This is an altar ascension sacrifice to heaven. Good heavens, an altar ascension sacrifice to heaven can actually cause such a phenomenon. What a pity, it's a collateral bloodline. If only it were a direct bloodline of my Su family. Ha ha ha, when did you start caring about such things? Whether it's a collateral or direct bloodline, as long as they have my Su family bloodline, then they are a member of my Su family. Speaking of which, aren't you also a collateral bloodline? Haha, I was indeed foolish. If he can emerge safely this time, then I shall go protect his Tao. It's been a long time since I've appeared in the world. A stroll wouldn't be bad. I have no objection. All right. After the 3 voices chatted for a while, the secret chamber returned to a state of silence. Perhaps, even Su Wu did not know that such a place existed deep within the Qianyuan Empire. Above the altar, Jiang Xie was so overwhelmed by the emperor's might that he couldn't breathe. His mind raced, trying to find a way to resolve the current crisis. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with anything. He started to panic. He couldn't help but curse again. Heavenly Tao, you're not human. Heavenly Tao, I'm not human to begin with. Suddenly, Jiang Xie trembled all over. Before his eyes, the 10 great emperor phantoms began to act. The 10 phantoms all fixed their gaze on Jiang Xie. Their eyes seemed to carry displeasure. Indeed, anyone who uttered the phrase, from ancient times until now, I am supreme, would likely provoke such a reaction. The dignity of a great emperor brooks no challenge. Simply put, if Jiang Xie could not gain their approval, then this altar ascension sacrifice to heaven would end in failure. Once it failed at best, his cultivation would regress and his body would be crippled. At worst, he would perish on the spot. Seeing all the phantoms' gazes converge on Jiang Xie, everyone couldn't help but feel anxious for him. Su Wu's face turned even paler, thinking to himself, "This brat, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, now look what happened. I should have warned him beforehand." Jiang Fingliu's face was also ashen, and he frantically complained in his heart. It must be that unreliable father-in-law who didn't explain clearly to Xie, now look what happened. This wasn't the first time he felt Su Wu was unreliable. Su Wu's forgetfulness was something even he dared not contend with. In the imperial kitchen, Jiang Yu was still sound asleep. He had no idea that his dearest older brother was currently facing the greatest crisis in history. To be honest, Jiang Xie felt that this crisis was no less severe than the one on the last level of the heavenly ladder within the Shengyuan secret realm. It was definitely one of the greatest crises he had encountered in this lifetime. What to do, what to do? He was extremely anxious. He couldn't help but curse the Heavenly Tao again. Heavenly Tao, RNM, pay up. Heavenly Tao, is it my fault? I can't do anything either. At this moment, Jiang Xie suddenly began to tremble all over. The 10 great emperor phantoms all simultaneously extended a finger and pointed it at Jiang Xie out of thin air. A dense emperor's might instantly spread out, and 10 phantom fingers immediately flew forth, heading towards Jiang Xie. Wherever they passed, the void realm shattered, and the sound was like thunder, making the crowd below tremble with fear. Even though it wasn't directed at them, they still felt their chi and blood surging, and their meridians felt as if they were about to burst. Some people with weaker cultivation actually spat out fresh blood. Others directly collapsed. Just by their aura, people could be severely injured. Within the imperial city of the Shengyuan Empire, there were not a few people who were knocked unconscious by this aura. It's over, it's over. Crown Prince Suzai is probably doomed this time. What a pity, what a pity. If only Crown Prince Suzai hadn't said that sentence. Is such an astonishing genius about to fall? I feel like even if we don't die this time, we'll be severely injured. This coming-of-age ceremony is truly full of twists and turns. The danger is simply too high. Next time, I'll never go to a coming-of-age ceremony venue that holds an altar ascension sacrifice to heaven again. Faint voices emanated. Some felt pity for him, some were terrified, some gloated, and some were slightly angry. All sorts of emotions, strange and varied. Su Wu only felt his eyes go dark. It's over, no hope. Sujiru's tears streamed down her cheeks. Looking at Jiang Xie, who might perish, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. Jai Weiyu's expression was sorrowful. She tightly clutched Gu Shengxing's sleeve and loudly asked, "He'll be fine, right? He'll be fine, right?" Gu Shengxing remained silent. To be honest, he was completely confused now. He couldn't deduce anything. He only felt that Jiang Xie's heavenly secrets were shielded by something. Therefore, he couldn't answer whether Jiang Xie was truly in trouble or not. "Alas," he sighed and said, M Chinese letter, I can no longer deduce THE Chinese letter S condition." Jai Weiyu's expression froze, and her hands suddenly dropped. Her eyes were filled with a deathly gray, and she murmured, "Is there really no way? Young lord, don't leave me alone." Beside him, old Wu knelt on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, crying out heartbreakingly. Even though at this moment he was shaken by the great emperor's aura, his chi and blood surging, his face flushed, and he had no strength left in his entire body. Is it really over? Above the altar, this sentence also appeared in Jiang Xie's mind. The attack was getting closer and closer. It seemed there was truly no turning point. Still in that small town, the black-clothed youth looked at the scene in the distance and shook his head slightly. Is this the end? It seems I've lost an interesting opponent. The great emperor's phantom finger, carrying dense emperor's might, quickly arrived before Jiang Xie, intending to directly pierce him to death. The intense light obscured Jiang Xie's figure, making him disappear from everyone's sight. Within the light, in the palace within Jiang Xie's divine soul, the 12 statues simultaneously emitted light. A huge power suddenly erupted from Jiang Xie's forehead, and this power instantly disintegrated the attacks of the 10 great emperor phantoms. The gazes of the 10 great emperor phantoms also changed slightly at this moment, as if they had sensed something. 331, that boy. Their faces all showed an expression that was difficult to decipher. That expression seemed to hold reverence, and also a hint of surprise, even a trace of shock. In short, Jiang Xie could not understand their expressions. But he clearly felt it. The moment the power of the palace within his divine soul surged forth, not only did the attacks of the 10 great emperor phantoms vanish, but even the 10 great emperor phantoms themselves changed. He could feel that the hostility on the 10 great emperor phantoms had disappeared. "What's going on?" he murmured in confusion. But no one answered him. The intense light also made him squint his eyes involuntarily. Out of the corner of his eye, he vaguely saw the great emperor phantoms gently nod at him. Then they dissipated into the air, as if they had never appeared. A few breaths later, the light gradually faded, and Jiang Xie also opened his eyes. Recalling the scene just now, he became even more curious about the 12 statues in the Divine Hall. What kind of powerful beings could make 10 great emperor powerhouses willingly act like this? He also remembered the words of the Black Dragon before its death in the Shengyuan secret realm. There is a dragon god among the statues. Is this just a title, or is it truly a god? If it is a god, then what realm is that? Is it one realm higher than a great emperor, or several realms? And why did this divine hall appear in his divine soul? Everything seemed to be full of mysteries, waiting for him to solve. Speaking of which, ever since he obtained the power of the third statue, the clue for the fourth statue has been slow to appear. Moreover, this thing seems to be perceivable only by him, so sending people to search for it is not very useful. Hopefully, there will be some gains in the yet-to-be-opened St. Yuan's secret realm. During the time he was pondering, as the dazzling light in the air dissipated considerably, everyone was finally able to open their eyes. "How is it? What's the situation? Is Crown Prince Suzai all right?" "I think it's unlikely. That attack just now was from 10 great emperor phantoms. That power, even a heavenly king realm powerhouse couldn't withstand it. If that attack just now had been aimed at us, the entire Shengyuan imperial city would probably have been destroyed. Under such an attack, Crown Prince Suzai's chances of survival are simply too low. Alas, what a pity." Before they could even clearly see the situation in the air, some people had already begun to speculate. And there were few who refuted it. Suwu also looked disheartened, his heart bleeding. He clearly already believed that Jiang Xie would not survive. Even he could not withstand that attack just now. Jiang Fingliu endured his grief and looked upwards. Sujiru was also the same. Gu Shengxing frowned tightly, his right hand rapidly changing. Old Wu's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at the sky. Jai Yu's gaze was firm. She believed that Jiang Xie would absolutely not die so easily. After all, they had just gotten on the right track. Jai Wuxuang, Lin Yuanqui, Su Yun, Zhou Tao, Yan Wufeng, people from various sects, everyone in the Shengyuan Empire, and even many people from other places. At this moment, their gazes were uniformly directed towards the sky. The light dissipated little by little, gradually revealing the outline of the altar. Everyone's concentration became even more focused. Unconsciously, they realized that the 10 great emperor phantoms had disappeared. So is Jiang Xie alive or dead? The light quickly dispersed, and more of the altar's outline became visible. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a figure. This discovery made them all tremble. Is that Crown Prince Suzai? Someone was already excited. Some were both expectant and afraid. Some began to be shocked. And some looked incredulous. Even more were filled with horror. Because as time passed, that figure gradually became clear before everyone's eyes. He was still in his previous appearance. Not a single trace of injury could be seen on his entire body. That handsome and extraordinary young man, like a banished immortal, stood quietly on the altar. They saw it. They saw the smile on the young man's face. They saw that hint of a smile at the corner of the young man's mouth. That hint of a smile was like something incredible, leaving them shocked. Everyone's gaze was frozen. Even their breathing seemed to have paused. Some widened their eyes, some covered their mouths with their hands, some couldn't help but take several steps back. Some also felt their legs weaken, almost falling, and others were in tears, their expressions agitated. Even more were overjoyed, their bodies trembling slightly. Heavens! Isn't that Crown Prince Suzai? What on earth just happened? Can he even withstand that level of attack? What is Crown Prince Suzai's true origin? Could he be a reincarnation powerful being? It's truly incredible. An attack that even a heavenly king realm powerhouse couldn't withstand was actually defended against by Crown Prince Suzai. Is this real? Someone pinch me. Ah, I said pinch me, not pinch me down there. Ali. For a moment, exclamations of surprise rang out everywhere. Their expressions were agitated, their faces filled with undisguised fanaticism and adoration. Inside Qianyuan Plaza, there was a deathly silence. Compared to the cheers from outside, the powerhouses of various sects only felt their scalps tingle. This Suzai is simply a monster. Could he really withstand that kind of attack? Or is it that all the sword masters of the 6 famous weapons are so heaven-defying? How are other factions, geniuses, supposed to compete with this? There's simply no comparison, okay? It seems that after returning, they must strictly discipline their sect's disciples. They absolutely must not provoke this Suzai. He's simply too terrifying. And those young geniuses from various sects who were watching on sight were already filled with dread. At this moment, even if they were to fight the geniuses of Saint Province, they still wouldn't want to encounter Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie is not someone they can defeat. Ali. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Su Wu's face instantly flushed a vibrant red. That was due to excitement. Ha 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 ha, as expected of this emperor's descendant. He laughed excitedly, yet no one found it abrupt. On the contrary, after their initial shock, the sect masters of various sects were filled with envy. Who wouldn't want such an outstanding descendant? Even Su Yu is an extremely formidable genius. Having one would be satisfying enough. But they don't even have one. 332, visions appear, cultivation level increases 4,000. Zhang Fingliu and Su Jiru also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's fine, it's good that he's fine. You scared your dad and mom to death. Gu Shengxing's eyes lit up and he said, as expected of you, young lord. Old Wu's eyes were brimming with tears, which had already burst forth. Wu, young lord, it's a good thing you're alive, otherwise what would old Wu do? Strictly speaking, Jiang Xie was now his spiritual pillar. Old Wu would never admit that he actually had a little bit of selfish motive. That was, he hadn't learned all of Jiang Xie's various sayings yet. Jai Yu withdrew her worried expression and returned to her aloof state. However, the hint of tenderness and joy in the corner of her eyes could not be concealed. As for the other people from East Tower and the various officials of the Qianyuan Empire, their eyes were filled with admiration. Jai Wuxuang was stunned for a moment, a glint flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but think, good heavens. To be safe and sound even after that, he truly didn't disappoint my expectations. It's good that he didn't die, lest you be sad and do something foolish. Now, even if he didn't want to admit that Jiang Xie was his son-in-law, he couldn't help it. He could tell Jai Yu's state at a glance. She had clearly lost her virginity. And who the other party was, went without saying. Thinking of this, a hint of indignation appeared on his face again. You brat. You took down my daughter without a word, it's truly heartbreaking. Forget it. A daughter grown up will not stay, and this brat's talent is also quite good, so it's not bad. Sovereign Su, congratulations. To have such a young genius future rise is not a dream. The master of Brewing Villa was the first to step forward and congratulate him with cupped fists. Sovereign Su, please pay more attention to the matter of killing the Saint Province genius. The Flowing Sand sect leader also cupped his fists and said. Next, the sect masters of various sects congratulated him one by one. Su Wu returned the greetings one by one. The smile on his face never disappeared. On the altar, Jiang Xie carefully checked his body and breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there was no serious injury. He was really afraid of leaving any hidden dangers. Since there was nothing, then it was safe. It's just. Jiang Xie looked at the sky, which showed no change, and a hint of doubt flashed in his heart. Where's my phenomenon? It wouldn't have been swallowed by the Heavenly Tao, would it? Heavenly Tao Big Brother phenomenon. In desperation, he could only call out softly. The Heavenly Tao seemed to have reacted then. You brat, what kind of spell did you use just now? Strangely, although there was no sound, Jiang Xie's mind seemed to have a faint, ethereal voice speaking. He couldn't help but look strange. Could it be that even the Heavenly Tao was shocked by that move just now? He stroked his chin, feeling that this seemed too cool. Phenomenon, Jiang Xie excitedly whispered. Heavenly Tao, coming, Japanese letter. Why haven't we seen any phenomenon? At this moment, the crowd below also realized this problem, and they looked up at the sky in confusion. And it was precisely when they looked up at the sky that the phenomenon appeared. The 10 emperor phantoms that had disappeared earlier reappeared, followed by dragons and phoenixes flying. The sky was golden, filled with rich Tao power. A 5-colored light-flowing heaven-connecting Tao suddenly appeared, extending infinitely. Holy cow, Seeing the 10 Emperor Phantoms, Jiang Xie immediately jumped up. He almost thought he was going to be attacked again. The crowd below was also like this, all startled. However, very quickly, Jiang Xie realized that these 10 Emperor Phantoms were not the same as the Emperor Phantoms from earlier. Aside from feeling the rich emperor's might on them, he couldn't feel that oppressive feeling or hostility. Could this really be a phenomenon? Jiang Xie pondered. And below, the crowd was already stunned. Emperor Phantoms, Heaven Connecting Power, Tao Golden Light, Dragon and Phoenix Dancing. A total of 4 top-tier phenomena actually appeared simultaneously. Su Wu muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. These phenomena were all top-tier phenomena. An ordinary person who could elicit one would already be an extraordinary genius of all ages. But Jiang Xie actually elicited 4 at the same time. This was no longer a genius, this was a monster. Everyone was dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. They felt that all the shock of this lifetime had been used up here. They felt that after this coming-of-age ceremony, even if something big happened again, it would be difficult to shock them. Unless the matter was truly very big. In Jiang Xie's words, this was nonsense literature. However, just when they thought the 4 phenomena had ended, golden clouds appeared above the entire Shengyuan Empire at some unknown time. Then, golden rays of light scattered from the clouds and floated into everyone's bodies. Everyone's bodies trembled, only feeling that their cultivation had increased slightly. They immediately realized that this was also one of the top-tier phenomena, Golden Legend. It was rumored that the Golden Legend could increase cultivation, with good effects for those below the Emperor rank. But this phenomenon had appeared no more than 5 times throughout history. Everyone had not expected that Jiang Xie could even summon this phenomenon this time. It was simply intoxicating. Ah, Crown Prince Suzai, you are a god. This was the inner voice of many people. Soon, some people began to break through. Some cultivators who had been stuck at a realm for decades instantly broke through, and some cultivators who had lost hope of advancement entered a new realm. All who broke through knelt before Jiang Xie without exception. Thank you, Senior Suzai. Thank you, Senior Suzai. As cultivators in Shengyuan Imperial City knelt one by one, the deafening sound rang out again, growing louder and louder. Even inside the Imperial Palace, their voices could be clearly heard. I broke through. In a corner of the square, Old Wu was overjoyed. He had just entered Divine Power Realm 9th rank not long ago, and he didn't expect to break through to Domain Realm so quickly. A rudimentary domain spread out, and Old Wu immediately retracted it, making many people envious. The effect this time was the same as last time. The closer one's relationship with Jiang Xie, the more Dao power one obtained. Therefore, excluding those who had a relatively close relationship with Jiang Xie. The officials and disciples of the Shengyuan Empire, and the elders and disciples of the Jiang family, undoubtedly received the most benefits. Next were the people of Shengyuan Imperial City, and then the people of the entire Shengyuan Empire. The people of Eastern Continent were 1 rank weaker. People from other provinces did not benefit, of course, except for those currently in the Shengyuan Empire. The Jiang family members far away in Jiang City were very puzzled. They clearly had not gone to the Shengyuan Imperial Palace, but they had received a lot of Dao power. Deep within the Shengyuan Imperial Palace, in that secret chamber, the 3 coffins trembled slightly again. It's actually the Golden Legend. This child's talent is simply heaven-defying. He can even withstand the attacks of 10 Emperor Phantoms. My injuries have actually healed quite a bit. Ha ha ha, the cultivation that old man has been stuck at for so long has actually broke through. My lifespan has also increased a bit. Oh. Inside the 3 coffins, bursts of laughter echoed. The powerhouses of various sects looked at Jiang Xie on the altar, speechless for a long time. Li Buqi was also like this. After a long time, he sighed softly. I still underestimated his ability, perhaps. He has the possibility of attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor. This Tao power is quite good, but unfortunately I can no longer absorb it. Zio Ku, absorb it well, it will be of great benefit to you. Yes, master. Li Buqi was still teary-eyed, but he wiped his tears and began to absorb seriously. On the square, it suddenly became quiet. The entire Shengyuan Empire also quieted down. Everyone was quietly absorbing the gift of the heavenly Tao, and even more so, the gift of Jiang Xie. And Jiang Xie. He looked at a ball of Dao Qi floating in front of him, bigger than his head, and was instantly numb. If he hadn't misread The Dao Qi that Su Yu had obtained earlier was only palm-sized. Even that had allowed Su Yu to go from Yukong Realm, 7th rank, to Divine Power Realm 2nd rank. So to what extent could this ball of Dao Qi, much bigger than his head, allow him to improve? Jiang Xie was overjoyed and couldn't help but whisper, "Thank you, Heavenly Dao Big Brother." "Heavenly Dao, you're welcome, it's a small matter, letter FF89 Epsilon. Am I going to step into Divine Power Realm today?" Shy. Turns out my talent isn't bad either. Jiang Xie nodded as a matter of course, then sat down cross-legged and began to absorb this ball of Dao Qi. To his surprise, this Dao Qi was extremely easy to absorb. It could easily fuse with spiritual power. Feeling the Dao Qi enter his body, he immediately noticed the changes in his body. His aura was rising. His comprehension of realm was deepening. His aura was also getting stronger. Soon, his cultivation broke through to Yukong Realm 2nd rank. Then 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, 6th rank. It wasn't until 8th rank that Jiang Xie's expression suddenly changed. The Dao Qi was gone. Yes, gone. This time his body backstabbed him. Jiang Xie was on the verge of tears. He suddenly realized that his previous belief that his talent was good was all an illusion. This body was indeed still a piece of rotten wood that couldn't be carved. Such a huge amount of energy, during the absorption process, most of it actually dissipated from his body. "Heavenly Dao Big Brother, can you spare a little more?" Jiang Xie said shamelessly. "Heavenly Dao, there's none left, not a single drop." Japanese letter, Japanese symbol, Japanese symbol, Japanese letter. After waiting for a while with no response, Jiang Xie could only reluctantly accept this fact. Yukong Realm 8th rank was also good. He had improved by 7 ranks. If he were to cultivate normally, he might not be able to improve this much in 10 years. As a person, sometimes you have to be content with what you have. Thinking this way, he immediately felt much more open-minded. It's fine, he still had another body anyway. This body, he would just do as he pleased. When the yin-yang twin birth art cultivated to the 2nd layer, he would be able to combine his body and divine soul into one. Of course, even if this body was destroyed, it didn't matter. As long as his divine soul was still there, it would be fine. He wasn't too worried about his divine soul. With the divine palace there, it was unlikely that anyone could easily erase his divine soul. Jiang Xie checked carefully and found that although his cultivation hadn't improved much, but under the influence of that Dao Qi, the yin-yang twin birth art had already entered the 2nd layer. This meant he could now start doing as he pleased. He gently waved his right hand, and a purple-black spiritual power condensed on his palm. This must be yin spiritual power. It's just that he didn't know what its function was. It seems I need to find an opportunity to understand this yin-yang power. Jiang Xie stroked his chin with one hand, deep in thought. The entire phenomenon lasted for the duration of an incense stick. When everyone recovered from their cultivation, they were all greatly shocked. This cultivation had allowed many people to break through their cultivation, although not much, mostly only 1 or 2 ranks, but this still shocked them. Because many domain realm powerhouses had actually broke through. And those powerhouses who were already at domain realm peak had also taken another step towards law realm. By the time they reacted, another powerful aura appeared in the entire Shengyuan Imperial Palace. This aura came from deep within the Imperial Palace, exactly like Su Yu's earlier. Which old ancestor of the Shengyuan Empire is this again? This aura seems a little stronger than the previous one, right? It seems it's another Dao protector. Of course, after all, a genius like Crown Prince Su Zai must be protected. It's normal to send out a Dao protector. For a time, everyone was discussing again. Su Wu's expression tightened, not knowing who had come this time. Soon, a man whose appearance was somewhat similar to Su Xian appeared before everyone's eyes. He wore a white robe and seemed even more energetic than Su Xian. Seeing this figure, Su Wu's expression trembled, and he immediately stepped forward and cupped his fists, saying, "Junior Su Wu, greetings to Great Uncle." Great Uncle. Everyone was stunned. Jai Wushwang seemed to have suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "Senior Su Hong." Su Hong, the elder brother of the former sovereign of the Shengyuan Empire. Is that the incredibly warlike man? That's a fierce person. I didn't expect him to appear. It is said that 100 years ago, he single-handedly fought against several powerhouses of the same rank, and his contribution to the Shengyuan Empire's current state is indispensable. Su Hong nodded faintly towards Su Wu. Su Wu silently wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was very afraid of Su Hong. Every time he saw him, he would recall the fear of being dominated in the past. That phrase, Zio Wu, come and practice with great uncle, was simply the shadow of his childhood. For some reason, he already felt pain all over his body. Although it was good for Su Hong to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector, Su Wu could already imagine Jiang Xie's life from now on. Zier, accept your fate, I can't save you anymore. He silently prayed for Jiang Xie in his heart. Jiang Xie didn't feel much, the only feeling was, this man is very strong. Stronger than the old senior who came before. He had thought it impossible for such a strong person to be his Dao protector. After all, he wasn't from the main Su family. This was a surprise to him. 333, second ancestor. If this man is here, he can be more unrestrained, right? Thinking of this, Jiang Xie immediately greeted him respectfully, Junior Su. Before he could finish, he saw the old man turn around and walk back. Lei? Jiang Xie was dumbfounded. Several big question marks appeared on his head. Aren't you here to be my Dao protector? Why did you run away? I get it, this must be a test he's giving me. A thought flashed through Jiang Xie's mind, and he immediately chased after him. Hey, old ancestor, wait for me. Old ancestor, slow down, I can't catch up. What are you going to do? I understand you're taking me to your cultivation place, right? Old ancestor, say something, you're making me nervous. Jiang Xie shouted loudly as he chased. The crowd below was also confused by the sight. They completely failed to understand the current situation. How did this turn into a game of cat and mouse out of nowhere? And, from the looks of it, Su Hong was clearly going back, wasn't he? Could it really be a test for Crown Prince Su Zai? Su Wu was also slightly stunned. He frowned deeply at this scene. What's going on? Why did Senior Su Hong suddenly walk back? He wouldn't be regretting it, would he? Regretting? Can Crown Prince Su Zai's strength and talent still lead to regret? Then what's the situation? Maybe it's a test. Listen to what Crown Prince Su Zai said. But to me it clearly looks like fleeing. Nonsense, does Lord Su Hong need to flee? Everyone was discussing animatedly. The experts from various sects had strange expressions. This clearly looked like he was running away. Could it really be as the others said, that Su Hong reneged and was running away? That's impossible. But why did he start circling as he ran? Zhang Fingliu and Su Jiru looked at each other, puzzled. Lord Gu Luju, what's going on, young Lord He? Looking at Jiang Xie, who was clearly still chasing despite not being able to catch up, old Wu's forehead wrinkled into a Wang character. Everyone else's gaze also turned towards Gu Shengxing. Gu Shengxing immediately broke into a sweat. Regarding Jiang Xie's matters, his divine calculation technique had always been hit or miss, and even when it was good, he could only know a little. He truly didn't know what the current situation was like. Perhaps it really is an assessment. Su Hong was very helpless. He had originally intended to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector, but shortly after coming out, a voice transmission echoed in his mind. The message was simple, just one sentence. Let this young lord's Dao protector be this old ancestor. That was an existence, even he had to call old ancestor. To actually send him a voice transmission. It was simply crazy. The key was, the content of the voice transmission was also very simple, just that he wanted to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector. Upon hearing it, he was immediately stunned. He never expected Jiang Xie's performance to alarm the three old ancestors. With an old ancestor making a move, what business did he have left? So he decisively prepared to go back. He didn't expect Jiang Xie to seemingly misunderstand something and keep following him. He couldn't hit him, so to prevent Jiang Xie from following him back, he could only start circling. In his heart, however, he was muttering, why isn't the old ancestor here yet? He was actually looking forward to seeing which old ancestor would appear. Their chase also made the entire Qianyuan Empire's populace feel bewildered, each one staring in amazement. Old ancestor, don't run, Jiang Xie panted, feeling utterly exhausted. Young lord, stop chasing, I'm not your Dao protector, Su Hong said with a stern face, his voice like thunder. Jiang Xie was stunned, then laughed. How could that be, old ancestor, don't joke, what are you doing out here if you're not my Dao protector? Su Hong was momentarily speechless. The crowd below was confused again. Not a Dao protector. Didn't like him. No way, he didn't even like him. Their expressions began to turn strange. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. He is indeed not your Dao protector, this old ancestor is. The moment the voice fell, a powerful qi emanated from deep within the imperial palace. Inside that mysterious secret chamber, a coffin slowly opened, and from it emerged an old man dressed in gray robes with white hair and beard, and a kind face. The old man stretched slightly and said, "It's been too long since I've been out, it's time to go for a stroll. Second brother, take it easy. Second brother, don't break your old bones from all that tossing." Voices also came from the other two coffins. The old man smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits. All right, it's time to go see this little fellow." After speaking, his figure disappeared from the spot. And outside, this sudden voice again made everyone freeze for a moment. "There's another Dao protector. Who is it this time?" Also, looking at Su Hong's posture just now, he clearly wanted to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector. But why did he suddenly change his mind? Could it be that the owner of this voice is the key? But what kind of person could make Su Hong give up? It wasn't just them thinking about this question. Even Su Wu was thinking about this question. In his impression, it seemed there was no one in the clan who could make his uncle so obedient, right? Jiang Xie's eyes darted around. He couldn't help but think, this person seems to be much more powerful this time. Su Hong's expression was also solemn at this moment. Soon, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. It was also an old man. But there was no qi on his body, as if he were an ordinary person. He slowly walked from deep within the imperial palace. His steps were mysterious, giving people a sense of dizziness. And in just 1 or 2 steps, the old man appeared before them. Looking at the old man in front of him, Su Wu carefully searched the information in his mind, but for a while, he still couldn't recall who it was. It was Su Hong, however, who immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Junior Su Hong greets second old ancestor." What, even Lord Su Hong has to call him old ancestor? What is the origin of this old man? Does the Yuan Empire still have such a foundation? The Yuan Empire truly hides its strength well. The experts from various sects all became solemn. They wouldn't have known if they hadn't come. This trip to the Yuan Empire, they not only experienced several shocks, they also saw things they had never seen before. And they learned a corner of the Yuan Empire's strength. The hidden strength of the Yuan Empire was simply too much. The emperors of the Red Cloud Empire and Great Yan Empire were already trembling. Su Hong's voice also shocked Su Wu, who hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Su Wu greets second old ancestor." All the officials of the Yuan Empire knelt down in unison, their voices loud. "Greetings, second old ancestor." One must know that most of the officials of the Yuan Empire were from the Su family. This was not only the old ancestor of the direct lineage, but also the old ancestor of their collateral branches. "Haha, rise all of you." The Su family's second old ancestor, Su Yuan, smiled without putting on any airs. Instead, he had a kind and amiable face. His main gaze was still fixed on Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie felt as if he were naked before this old man, making him instinctively cover his vital parts. Su Yuan laughed in amusement. However, he was a little puzzled, although Jiang Xie's talent seemed good. It didn't seem very high, so why was he so strange during the altar sacrificial ceremony? And why did he attract so many top-tier anomalies? Was it merely because of the Fanchen sword? He thought it was impossible. He wondered if this young lord was a dragon or a worm. 334 teachers and students, or friends. Jiang Xie didn't know yet that in this short time, his situation had been mostly figured out. At this moment, he was also extremely curious about the old man in front of him. If one only looked at his appearance, this old man didn't have as much aura as the one before. But judging by the reactions of the people around, it was undoubtedly the old man in front of him who seemed to be more powerful. As the two observed each other, the crowd below was also observing Su Yuan. For many, this newly appearing old man was someone they had never seen before. Even the leaders of several major forces in the Eastern continent frowned, meticulously searching the information in their minds. Yet they still couldn't recall who this person was. Not to mention them, even Su Wu and the officials at this moment were bewildered. When did the Su family have this old ancestor? If Su Hong hadn't spoken, they wouldn't have recognized who the old man in front of them was. Second old ancestor. Who exactly was he? Su Wu's eyes showed contemplation, as he constantly searched for the names of various old ancestors in his mind. What was the second old ancestor's name? He didn't know the name of this second old ancestor, so even though he knew the names of many old ancestors, he still didn't know who the other party was. Su Wu didn't dare to ask, so he could only give Su Hong a meaningful look. Unexpectedly, Su Hong kept his eyes down and completely ignored him. Su Wu had no choice but to give up. Should he ask Jiang Xie? But it's not good to ask the old ancestor after he became Zier's Dao protector. Is this a Su family old ancestor? Why have I never seen him before? I can't even tell his depth at all. Does the Kaiyuan Empire still have such a foundation? How much strength have they hidden? Ali, compared to the bewildered crowd. A glint flashed in Li Buki's eyes and he murmured, "It's him." Upon hearing this, Li Buku couldn't help but ask, "Master, who is this senior?" "Him, he's the emperor of the Kaiyuan Empire from 2,000 years ago," Li Buki said with a laugh. Their voices were not concealed. Therefore, many people heard this statement. Everyone's minds went blank. What? 2,000 years ago? Still alive and kicking after 2,000 years? From the old man's current state, it was not difficult to see that he was not someone whose lifespan was nearing its end. One must know that most old ancestors within major forces were already at the end of their lives, with very few opportunities to act. They only appeared when their family or force faced a life-or-death crisis. To be able to survive for over 2,000 years, with such a vibrant life chi, was indeed rare. But what they didn't know was, any force with a legacy of over 10,000 years possessed coffins made of special materials. These could greatly reduce the loss of life chi, achieving the seal of the body, so that they could help the family overcome crises when it was in danger. While forces without a 10,000-year legacy also had treasures with similar effects, their efficacy was much weaker. As a force with a legacy of over 10,000 years, even though the Kaiyuan Empire almost perished 3,000 years ago, it still managed to pass down its legacy. Therefore, it naturally had some hidden depths. Su Wu was also stunned, the emperor from 2,000 years ago. A name gradually appeared in his mind, and his expression suddenly shook. His face immediately turned to one of horror. Su Yuan also discovered Li Buki below, after hearing that voice. His eyes instantly became disbelieving, seemingly not expecting Li Buki to still be alive. He even put the matter of being Jiang Xie's Dao protector to the back of his mind. He immediately descended from the sky, came before Li Buki and cupped his hands, saying, "I never expected Senior Buki to still be alive. I didn't notice just now, please forgive me, Senior." Even he showed a respectful expression. "Haha," Li Buki smiled faintly, reached out to help him up inside. "Thousands of years have passed so quickly. Back then, you were still a little child, and now you've become an old ancestor of a clan. Back then, I was fortunate to receive Senior Buki's care. Otherwise, the Kaiyuan Empire wouldn't have recovered its origin chi so quickly, and I wouldn't have achieved what I have today." Su Yuan also looked emotional. Back then, after the Saint Province seal, only fewer than a few dozen members of the Kaiyuan Empire's imperial family remained. After several centuries of recuperation, they had only slightly recovered some origin chi. If it hadn't been for Li Buki helping to deter others within the Kaiyuan Empire at that time, the weakened Kaiyuan Empire would have long been annexed by other forces. It was precisely because of Li Buki that the Kaiyuan Empire had time to recuperate and was able to pass down its legacy to this day. And he, in his youth, had also sought Li Buki's guidance on some insights into cultivation. Li Buki was also quite caring towards him. Su Yuan also knew that Li Buki helped the Kaiyuan Empire so much because of that old ancestor, who had only recently taken office, but was tragically killed by someone from the Saint Province. The crowd silently listened to this secret history, no one interrupting. Only then did they understand why Li Buki came to the Kaiyuan Empire, and why he had a different feeling towards the people of the Kaiyuan Empire. It turned out, he and the people of the Kaiyuan Empire had known each other thousands of years ago. Jiang Xie also descended from the sky, quietly watching this scene, without disturbing them. This might be the last meeting between two long-acquainted friends, or between a master and his student. "It's a pity I'm old," Li Buki shook his head slightly, his face full of open-minded smiles. Su Yuan's expression suddenly became solemn, saying, "Could it be?" Li Buki nodded faintly. Su Yuan glanced in the direction of the Saint Province, thinking, as expected. 1,000 years ago, Li Buki had told him that he would seal the Saint Province one more time. Although the effect wouldn't be great, it would at least give various places more time to breathe. And after the seal, Li Buki would completely perish. For some reason, Su Yuan suddenly felt as if sand had gotten into his eyes. Even he, after hearing Li Buqi's confirmation, his eyes reddened slightly. Li Buqi patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't think too much. This is fate, it cannot be changed. Having lived for over 3,000 years, I am already content." The meaning of the words that followed was lost on the crowd. They only knew that a sad emotion seemed to linger in their hearts, making them feel uncomfortable. 335. Su Xian's regret. After the two chatted for a while, Su Yuan once again looked at Jiang Xie. He asked with a smile, "Little guy, are you willing for me to be your Dao protector?" Jiang Xie nodded quickly, "Of course I am." From their conversation just now, it was clear that this elder not only had a high seniority, but his strength was also probably extraordinary. Having such a Dao protector by his side would reduce most dangers. This way, the powerhouses from other forces wouldn't act rashly. As for confrontations with the younger generation, Jiang Xie wasn't afraid at all. "Ha ha ha, very good, little guy. I'll be leaving now. If you have any problems, just call old ancestor." With that, Su Yuan's figure disappeared from where he stood. Of course, everyone wouldn't think he had truly left. They probably figured he was hiding somewhere, watching silently. If anyone were to foolishly attack Jiang Xie, they would undoubtedly die a miserable death. "Emperor, the altar has been built." At this moment, another voice came. It was the third altar, which had been completed and was being carried in the air by several people. Everyone withdrew their astonished gazes from Jiang Xie. They all looked at the young master behind Li Buqi. They wondered how Li Buqi Sr.'s disciple would perform. They were very curious. Jiang Xie also returned to the East Tower group. He smiled slightly at everyone. "Your Chinese letter didn't disappoint you, did he?" Gu Shengxing immediately stepped forward and praised, "Big brother is big brother, truly amazing." Looking at Gu Shengxing, who had completely different expressions in front of them and in front of Jiang Xie, Yan Wufeng and the others were speechless. 3 years ago, more than one person had wondered about a question. That was why, with Gu Shengxing's ability, he was willing to follow Jiang Xie. However, now, they could somewhat understand. Young lord is indeed amazing." Old Wu also had a simple smile. Chinese letter is indeed a peerless genius." Chinese letter, didn't you see that everyone was stunned just now, and you still ask such a question?" "That son-in-law is too amazing." "Young master is so amazing, it makes us feel ashamed of ourselves." "That." Jiang Xie smiled slightly at everyone, then patted their shoulders, before turning his gaze to Jai Huayu at his side. He didn't speak, but silently opened his arms. Jai Huayu's face instantly turned red. The surrounding crowd also looked at the two with mischievous smiles. "What are you doing?" Jai Huayu spat. Jiang Xie motioned with his eyes again. Jai Huayu couldn't help it. She stomped her foot, tilted her head and pouted, "Whoever wants a hug can have one." Looking at her like this, Jiang Xie couldn't help but find it a little amusing. That tsundere attitude was still there. Although she seemed fearless, acting spoiled and showing affection in front of everyone was still a bit difficult for her. It's starting. A surprised shout broke the atmosphere among the crowd. Jiang Xie also refocused his gaze on the front of the square. On the new altar, a young man was already standing there. His expression was resolute, as if he had an unyielding determination. Li Buqi watched from below with a smile, greatly relieved. "Zioku, to see you come of age, master has no regrets." On the altar, the resolute young man began to light the incense. "Master, don't worry, I won't disappoint you." "Ali." Kainyuan Imperial Palace, Back Mountain. Su Xian had originally thought that Jiang Xie wouldn't be able to withstand that attack. After all, even if he went up, he would probably die. But with a flash of light, the 10 great emperor illusions and attacks all disappeared. And Jiang Xie stood unharmed on the altar. At that moment he was shocked. To be honest, although he had already retreated behind the scenes, he still knew some of Jiang Xie's deeds. Normally, being Jiang Xie's Dao protector was obviously the best option. But because Jiang Xie was not a true Su family member, he had always been very hesitant. Ultimately, he still hadn't made up his mind, and thus chose Su Yu. In his opinion, Su Yu's talent was not bad, and he was also a direct descendant of the Su family, making him the best choice. But after seeing Jiang Xie on the altar and triggering various phenomena, he wavered a little. But it only lasted for a while. "Let's go, your great-grandfather will guide you in cultivating." Looking at the young master beside him, Su Xian revealed a smile. Su Yu nodded, about to leave with him. However, Su Xian suddenly stopped, looking at a certain spot with surprise and asked in confusion, "Big brother, you're out too. Could it be?" Clearly, he had already guessed something. Su Hong's figure slowly appeared. He nodded and said, "You guessed right, I want to be that kid's Dao protector." "But you want to say he's not a Su family member, right?" Su Hong knew what he was going to say. He continued, "I was actually a bit hesitant too, but after seeing the phenomena he triggered, I couldn't resist." This, Su Xian was stunned and asked, "Then you became that kid's Dao protector?" Su Hong shook his head and said, "I failed." "What, that kid refused?" Su Xian's face showed some surprise and then a slightly angry expression. "This kid, you protecting his Dao, is already a favor to him. Although he has our Su family bloodline, he's still not a Su family member. He actually refused." Su Hong's expression was a bit strange. He thought to himself, "I wasn't rejected by him, but a more powerful old ancestor appeared." Looking at Su Xian, who was still clearly indignant, he suddenly felt like laughing. "We've been bothered by whether he's a Su family member, while the old ancestor has already directly acted. The second old ancestor being able to come out and be Jiang Xie's Dao protector means that the other two old ancestors also agreed. It just made the two of them seem a bit pedantic." Su Yu listened to the discussions of the two elders and couldn't help but recall the scene where Jiang Xie refused a Dao protector. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. "As expected of you, cousin, you can even refuse great-granduncle. It seems I'm still more than a step weaker. So that's it, not relying on a Dao protector, but reaching the peak solely by one's own strength. Cousin Su Zai, I understand. I will follow in your footsteps right now." Thinking of this, he immediately spoke to Su Xian, "Great-grandfather I." Just as he opened his mouth, Su Hong said, "Brother Xian, I wasn't rejected, but the second old ancestor personally came." "What?" Su Xian's voice faltered. Su Yu's unfinished words also got stuck in his throat, and his eyes widened. "You mean, the second old ancestor also wants to be his Dao protector?" Su Xian clearly didn't quite believe it, asking with a solemn tone. Su Hong nodded heavily and sighed, "Otherwise, why do you think I failed?" "I thought Su Xian was speechless. He had been shocked by Su Hong's words. The second old ancestor personally came forward. Doesn't that mean the other two old ancestors also agreed? But why? He clearly isn't a direct descendant of the Su family. Are my views wrong? Does that kid truly have the strength and talent to make the second old ancestor appear?" Su Xian's mind was in a mess, feeling deeply struck. Damn it! If only I had said I wanted to be his Dao protector before that kid performed the heaven-ascending sacrifice. A person recognized by even the three old ancestors is definitely not someone ordinary people can compare to. What a loss. Alas, I'm old, confused. By the way, what were you going to say just now? Su Xian asked abruptly. Su Yu quickly shook his head, "Nothing." "That was close. I almost said it. Cousin Jiang Xie is still so amazing. He can even make an old ancestor more powerful than great-grandfather come forward. Well, with cousin Jiang Xie's strength, this is also normal. Great-grandfather, let's go cultivate." 336, after the ceremony. Despite his regret, Su Xian could only sigh silently. There was nothing he could do. Even the old ancestor had appeared, and there was no longer any chance. Thinking of this, he glanced at his elder brother Su Hong, and then at Su Yu. His mood improved quite a bit. At least, I am luckier than my elder brother. Li. Oh my God, as expected of Senior Li's disciple. This is already comparable to Crown Prince Su Zai. Too strong. Yet, inside the Kaiyuan Imperial Palace Square, exclamations rang out. It was Li Buku who had successfully completed the first step. Strictly speaking, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Xie, but everyone praised him to save Li Buki's face. However, although there was a gap, it was not very large. Jiang Zai's score for the first step was 900 zhang, while Li Buku's was only 720 zhang. Li Buki was not disappointed by this, no matter what Li Buku's score was, or whether he succeeded or not. As long as Shenku's sword was there, even if he couldn't reach the peak, ensuring his safety for a lifetime was not a big problem. Of course, this was under the condition that Li Buku did not do anything foolish. In the second trial, Li Buku did not insert many sticks at once like Jiang Xie. He was very clear about his own talent. Although not bad, it couldn't be called a genius. If it weren't for his master's guidance and his own persistence, he would definitely not be able to compare to those geniuses. Therefore he could only be down to earth, taking one step at a time. His final score was also 7 sticks. When he made his declaration, when Li Buku uttered the line, "If I can protect those I care about, what does it matter if I die?" As soon as this sentence came out, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look at Li Buki. This sentence was so similar to him 3,000 years ago. Li Buki's eyes were slightly moist, and he couldn't help but scold, "This foolish boy." Although he was scolding, a gratified smile appeared on his face. Subsequently, there was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Though not as grand as Jiang Xie's, it was still not bad. At this point, the coming-of-age ceremony held by the Kaiyuan Empire concluded. It wasn't until Su Wu's announcement of the end sounded. Everyone still felt a bit dazed. This time, they witnessed too many things. There was Su Yu's astonishing opening. There was the appearance and provocation of the Saint Province disciple. There was the appearance of the Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, who sealed the Saint Province 3,000 years ago. There was Jiang Xie's prodigy-like performance and the unforgettable phenomenon. And there was the appearance of the Kaiyuan Empire's old ancestor from 2,000 years ago. Every one of them was extraordinary. Each could shock people endlessly. Yet so many were encountered here. For them, this coming-of-age ceremony not only made them realize the gap between the geniuses of their own forces and the geniuses of the Kaiyuan Empire. It also made them realize the deep foundation of the Kaiyuan Empire. This was a huge gain for them. The Gu God sect and corpse refining sect, who had previously spoken arrogantly, now kept silent. Even if there were some conflicts and misunderstandings, they still gave enough face when they left. The geniuses who came with their sects witnessed the successful ascension ceremonies of the 3 individuals and their heroic demeanor. Every one of them deeply felt their own shortcomings. Soon, the various sects successively took their leave. Jiang Xie also told the people of East Tower to go back and continue the renovation of East Tower Town. In a short while, only Jai Wuxuang, Su Wu, Jiang Fingliu, Su Jiru, Su Yun, Li Buki, Li Buku, as well as Jiang Xie, Jai Waiyu, Old Wu, Lin Maya Oyan, Little Xie, and others remained. With so many people present, Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru found it inconvenient to talk with Jiang Xie, so they went to find Jiang Xie. Following Jiang Xie's instructions, the two arrived at the imperial kitchen within the imperial palace. At a glance, they saw the chubby boy lying on the ground fast asleep. Jiang Xie was sprawled out, with a chubby chef serving as a cushion beneath him. The drool from the corner of his mouth even flowed into the chubby chef's mouth. This made Jiang Fingliu frown. Looking at the obviously cleared dining utensils around, Jiang Fingliu gently shook his head and said helplessly, "This kid, he really loves to eat." Putting everything else aside, the dishes Zier made really taste good. No wonder Jiang Xie is so obsessed with them. Su Jiru gently patted Jiang Xie's small face. The chubby boy immediately woke up from his sleep, hastily wiped his mouth, and his eyes were filled with confusion. "Father, mother," he called out uncertainly twice. "How did you end up here?" Jiang Fingliu asked. Jiang Xie scratched his head, suddenly remembered the boy he met on the way, and immediately said, "Father, mother, let me tell you, your son just met someone. He looks so much like elder brother." Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. "Perhaps you were mistaken," Su Jiru said with a smile. Jiang Fingliu also bent down, sighing. "Your elder brother died 3 years ago. He is not your elder brother." "Is that so?" Jiang Xie tilted his head. "But he really looks so much alike. Not only his way of speaking, his temperament, but even the dishes. They are all so similar. Is he really not elder brother?" Despite many questions in his heart, Jiang Xie did not ask again. Instead, he buried them in his heart, planning to test him again if he had the chance later. The Kaiyuan Empire had already become his second home in his heart. For no other reason, there was good food here. "Let's go, we're going home." Su Jiru pulled Jiang Xie's little hand, ready to leave. But Jiang Xie showed no sign of wanting to leave, which made her momentarily stunned. "Father, mother, Jiang Xie, can I not go back?" Jiang Xie asked somewhat nervously, his eyes full of anticipation. "Ah, ah." Both were dumbfounded, letting out exclamations of surprise. "It's just, the food here is too delicious. Jiang Xie doesn't want to go back." Jiang Fingliu's mouth twitched. "It's one thing for Jiang Xie to be here, but even you, little boy, want to stay here. What about your father and mother?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Su Jiru also didn't want Jiang Xie to stay here, although his imperial father and Jiang Xie were here. But she couldn't bear to part with him. If Jiang Xie were a few years older, it would be fine. So, without another word, the two of them picked up Jiang Xie and left. Soon, only a series of childish cries were left behind. Woo woo woo, I don't want to go. My delicious food, my food. 337. Recognition and entrustment. In the plaza, Su Wu's gaze remained fixed on Su Yun. The two exchanged a look and with a tacit understanding, walked towards the distance. Jiang Xie, on the other hand, was somewhat restless. For no other reason than Jai Wushwang's gaze had been locked onto him, making him feel a bit awkward. He felt as if he had a guilty conscience. Jai Wushwang slowly approached, put an arm around Jiang Xie's shoulder, and said with killing intent, "Kid, if you ever make Zio Yuer suffer in the future, don't blame me for being merciless." Jiang Xie quickly nodded, "Don't worry, father-in-law, I won't." Only then did Jai Wushwang regain his smile, pulling Jiang Xie aside, and carefully looking around to confirm that Jai Yu hadn't followed them, before quietly saying, "Zier, do you want father-in-law to teach you some divine techniques for handling women? Back in the day, your father-in-law was quite the ladies' man, making countless women fall for him. Even Yuer's mother was devoted to me. What do you say, want to learn?" Jiang Xie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "As expected of you, father-in-law, you really play it wild. Is it really okay to play like this?" Jiang Xie looked back at Jai Yu and finally shook his head. "Forget it, father-in-law, Yuer is just a bit tsundere. No need for divine techniques for handling women." "Ha ha ha ha, as expected of someone Jai Wushwang has his eyes on." Jai Wushwang patted Jiang Xie's shoulder. That had merely been his test. If Jiang Xie had accepted, he would have definitely beaten him up. However, those divine techniques for handling women were not fake. But ever since he was caught philandering outside, and subsequently got a good beating, Jai Wushwang no longer dared to be a ladies' man. Not far away, Jai Yu noticed the two of them being sneaky and occasionally glancing her way, and she immediately frowned. To be honest, she was genuinely afraid that her father would corrupt Jiang Xie. So feeling a bit uneasy, she walked towards them. Before she even got close, she could already hear their conversation. "Seriously, you really don't want the divine techniques for handling women?" No, I believe in my own charm." "In that case, then I'll teach you some bedroom techniques." "Ah, forget it, father-in-law. Your knowledge probably isn't even as much as mine." "You brat, what do you, a guy who just lost his virginity, know? Am I not more experienced than you?" Actually, Jiang Xie really wanted to say that he had gotten tired of looking at learning materials in the past. The number of positions he knew was probably countless times more than Jai Wushwang's. Perhaps the two of them were too engrossed in their conversation, as they didn't notice Jai Yu had already arrived behind them. Jai Yu was blushing furiously as she listened. She couldn't help but inwardly curse, "Father is really something, secretly teaching this stuff, truly shameless." Wait. Why did he say he knew more than her father? Jai Yu suddenly realized this problem. Could it be? He was philandering behind her back. No wonder he had so many cunning ideas that day. Thinking this, she immediately lost her composure and walked forward with an angry expression. That faint killing intent instantly made Jai Wushwang and Jiang Xie react. When they turned around and saw Jai Yu already close by, both of them froze. Cold sweat streamed down Jai Wushwang's forehead, and before Jai Yu could speak, he had already started running. "Zier, father-in-law is going back first. I'll come see you next time." After he finished speaking, his figure was already gone. Jiang Xie also started to break out in a cold sweat. He signaled to Old Wu in the distance with his eyes. Old Wu chuckled, as if he hadn't seen his plea for help, and said to himself, "Oh dear, it's already this late, Yin Yang must be getting impatient." After saying that, he also slipped away. Lin Maioyan also seemed to remember something and said, "I suddenly remembered I need to cultivate." After saying that, she quickly left. Zio Zai simply lowered her head and looked at the ground, as if there was something captivating on the ground. Zio Yuer listened to my explanation. In his helplessness, Jiang Xie could only say with a forced smile. Jai Yu's eyes blazed with fire, and she gave a faint HMPH. Then she glanced at him indifferently, her tone icy. "Tell me, why do you know so much? Would you believe me if I said I learned it from books?" Ali. On the other side, Su Wu looked at the man in front of him and asked with some uncertainty, "Yuner?" His tone carried a hint of excitement. Su Yun smiled slightly, reached up to remove the disguise from his face, revealing a face that bore some resemblance to Su Wu's. "It really is Yuner." Su Wu's expression brightened. Since Su Yun said he was going to travel the continent decades ago, he had never seen his son again. He had thought it would be difficult to meet again, but he never expected him to appear before him. Yunar, do you know your mistake? Su Wu immediately became serious. But if one listened closely, they would notice a slight tremble in his voice. Su Yun immediately knelt on the ground, his eyes red and his face full of remorse, saying, "This child knows his mistake. Where did you go wrong? This child should not have abandoned the empire, should not have disobeyed Father Emperor's orders, should not have left alone, causing Father Emperor and many others to worry, and even more so, should not have failed to send news to Father Emperor for decades." As he spoke, tears welled up in Su Yun's eyes. Su Wu's eyes were also red and moist. But more than that, there was pride. It could be said that among his several sons, Su Yun was the least promising. His talent was not high, he was timid, had no goals and no grand ambitions. But the one he doted on the most was also Su Yun. When he proposed to travel, Su Wu was filled with worry. Su Yun's disregard and stubbornness made him even more furious. He even said that if he dared to go, he would no longer have this son. But not long after the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Just like when Su Jiru wanted to marry Jiang Fingliu. Although he was incredibly angry as time passed, he couldn't help but soften his heart. He no longer blamed Su Jiru, and the same applied to Su Yun. It's good that you know your mistake. It's good that you know your mistake. Su Wu, with a face full of smiles, helped him up and carefully examined the face he hadn't seen for decades. Yunar, you've changed. You've become mature and bolder. Father Emperor, people always change. I can't always stay in place. Father and son reunited. They naturally had a lot to talk about. Su Yun once again recounted his deeds in the southern border, including the entire story of why Su Yu thought he was dead, and why he didn't reveal himself to Su Yu. After hearing this, Su Wu deeply felt the hardship Su Yun had endured over the years. Although Su Yun spoke of it lightly, the dangers involved were not few at all. Yunar, you've suffered. Another corner of the plaza. Buku, you will follow Su Xiaoyu from now on. I see he has a faction called East Tower. You should enter it to cultivate. Li Buki stroked Li Buku's head, giving him serious instructions. Li Buku felt a pang in his heart. He really wanted to say, I won't go, I want to stay by Master's side. But what came out was, Master, I understand. At this moment, he vaguely understood something. He didn't want to disappoint Master, nor did he want to make him worry. 338. The feeling of anxiety. As Jiang Xie was still pondering how to deflect Jai Yu's questions, the details of the Shengyuan Empire's coming-of-age ceremony had already spread throughout the entire Shengyuan Continent. All cultivators on the Shengyuan Continent were shocked. 3 ascended the altar to offer sacrifices to the heavens, and all 3 succeeded. Furthermore, Jiang Xie ascended the altar and offered sacrifices to the heavens with unprecedented results. Coupled with the appearance of Li Buki and others, it undoubtedly caused a huge stir throughout the entire Shengyuan Continent. A craze for ascending the altar and offering sacrifices to the heavens quickly arose in various places. On this very day, several factions attempting to ascend the altar and offer sacrifices to the heavens all failed. This further amplified everyone's immense admiration for the Shengyuan Empire's coming-of-age ceremony. Su Yu, Li Buku, and Jiang Xie all gained varying numbers of admirers. Among them, Jiang Xie had the most admirers. In various places one could hear the slogan, Crown Prince Su Xie, supremely talented. Once he enters the world, all sacred dogs shall be slaughtered. Even some women, when disciplining disobedient children, would invoke Jiang Xie's name. If you don't behave, you'll never see Crown Prince Su Xie again. There were also elders who said to their grandchildren, Grandson, do you know who Su Xie is? Who is he? Su Xie, he is the #1 genius of our Shengyuan Continent. Those descendants of Saint Province people who used to bully us are no match for him. Wow, I want to become a person like Lord Su Xie in the future too. Such is the world where the strong are respected. If you have strength and talent, you can not only make some people jealous but also make some people worship you. Although Jiang Xie had not yet directly battled the geniuses of Saint Province, his various battle achievements, experiences, and extraordinary feats undoubtedly surpassed those few geniuses of Saint Province. Therefore, in everyone's hearts, Jiang Xie was already the undisputed #1 genius. Although most people had never seen him, it still did not hinder their admiration for him. Hey, have you heard? Crown Prince Su Xie of the Shengyuan Empire in the Eastern Continent is simply a divine being. I've heard. He actually passed the ritual of ascending the altar and offering sacrifices to the heavens in a state of perfection. I'm afraid even those people from Saint Province aren't that powerful, right? Naturally, It is said that those who return from the Shengyuan Empire this time have all greatly increased their strength, summoning 4 top-tier unusual phenomena, and even a golden legendary unusual phenomenon, bathed in that dense power of the Tao. How could their cultivation not skyrocket? What do you think? How does Crown Prince Su Zai compare to those geniuses from Saint Province? Does that even need to be said? Crown Prince Su Zai will definitely win. Exactly. In various aspects, how can they compare to Crown Prince Su Zai? If they truly encountered him, they would probably only be able to flee in disarray. Absolutely, absolutely. Ali. Damn it. Inside the inn, guests resting again ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, chatting about the major events that had recently occurred as they drank. Their words, besides praising Jiang Xie, also contained disparagement of the geniuses from Saint Province. In a corner, 3 or 4 men in black robes, whose faces were obscured, sat together. Listening to the voices around them, one of the black-clad men couldn't help but curse under his breath. A man next to him also lowered his voice, saying with a murderous expression, "Lord Jan, these people are truly ignorant, daring to disparage us like this. Should I go and kill them all?" Exactly. These barbarians are too arrogant, and that damned Su Zai, what is his status? Is he worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as Lord Jan? Even in Saint Province, Lord Jan is a cut above the rest, yet now in their mouths, he can't even compare to a mere crown prince of an empire. It's truly infuriating. Ali. The few men spoke in low voices, their tones filled with uncontrollable anger. Only one black-clad man remained silent, continuously tapping the table with his fingers. After everyone had finished speaking, he finally spoke calmly. "You should reign in that sense of superiority. Don't think that just because we are geniuses from Saint Province, we can do whatever we want here. If you don't know how to restrain yourselves, you won't even know how you died." They are not wrong. In some aspects, I am indeed inferior to this Su Zai. Lord Jan, a man was about to speak. Jiang Xie raised his hand to stop him, then continued. "I believe you all saw that unusual phenomenon from the east today. That is absolutely not something an ordinary person can achieve. This Su Zai is a formidable opponent. This Shengyuan Empire is also quite extraordinary. Now that we have just come out, the strong cultivators of our clan are still trapped in Saint Province. We also don't have Tao protectors by our side. If we are too ostentatious and attract strong cultivators, our lives will be difficult to guarantee. Therefore, stop causing trouble for me. The most important thing now is to lie low. Only when the Saint Province barrier is completely broken, or when the Saint Yuan secret realm opens, will we be able to act boldly. At that time, I will personally go and meet this Su Zai." A cold light flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes. Although Jiang Zai's various actions truly exceeded his expectations, he still had that confidence. Jiang Xie's words made the surrounding black-robed men close their mouths and silently drink their wine. "Bah, the wine from this barbarian land is too difficult to drink. As Lord Jan said, we should still keep a low profile. HMPH, if it weren't for Lord Jan, I would have slaughtered these people today." Ali. Such scenes were successively playing out in different places. Those geniuses who came out of Saint Province, although indignant, were mostly relatively calm. However, there were also some who were courting death, wanting to challenge Jiang Xie. Yet before they even reached the Shengyuan Empire, they heard the news that 3 geniuses from Saint Province had been annihilated in the Shengyuan Empire. They immediately deflated, all putting away their impulsive actions. Ali. As the central figure of discussion for everyone on the entire Shengyuan Continent, Jiang Xie was currently having a headache over how to coax Jai Huayu. No matter how he explained, Jai Huayu simply didn't believe him, which gave him quite a headache. Little did he know, Jai Huayu was actually no longer angry. She was very clear about Jiang Xie's personality. After all, they had lived together for several years. Moreover, with such a beautiful woman like herself by his side, he had been able to remain unmoved for so long. How could he possibly go out and find other women? She was now simply curious to see Jiang Xie's anxious expression. The more anxious he was, the happier she would be. "It truly is you, Jai Huayu. You are indeed a little genius." Jai Huayu couldn't help but praise herself in her heart. It had always been her who was anxious. It was time for Jiang Xie to experience the taste of anxiety too. 339. I regret it so much. "I really was just reading a book," Jiang Xie said again righteously. HMPH. Jai Huayu snorted coldly, turning her head away from him and said indifferently, "You know in your heart what's real and what's fake." Jiang Xie scratched his head, his brows furrowed. "That's not right." Jai Yu's behavior was too strange. Although she seemed angry, he clearly couldn't feel any hint of anger. Instead, he felt a strong sense of tsundere. Could it be? Thinking of this, Jiang Xie stared at her intently. Jai Yu could clearly feel a burning gaze on her face. She was starting to lose her composure. Her face gradually turned red. She couldn't help but say annoyedly, "Why are you staring at Miss like that?" Seeing this, a smile had already appeared on Jiang Zai's lips. He was almost certain that Jai Yu was faking it. It truly is you, Xiao Yuer. This tsundere flavor is just perfect. Understanding this, Jiang Xie said no more. Instead, he directly stepped forward and picked her up, chuckling sinisterly. Since you are so stubborn, then your husband will have no choice but to teach you a lesson. Ah, Jai Yu exclaimed. Jiang Zai's move caught her off guard, causing her to panic a little. But soon she regained her normal expression, and her tone turned cold. Just you, Miss can suppress you with a flip of her hand. Ali. Little Zai had been watching the ants for a long time, and was already bored. It was wondering why the young miss and the son-in-law's playful bickering hadn't ended after so long, and now there was no sound at all. Could they be sulking? Thinking of this, it couldn't help but sneak a peek. With that one look, it realized that Jiang Xie and Jai Yu were nowhere to be seen. A wave of grievance immediately welled up in its heart. The young miss and the son-in-law are really something. They didn't even call little Zai when they went back. After speaking, it turned its head and walked towards Tianxin Pavilion. On this day, after Su Yun and Su Wu had a long chat for an afternoon, Su Yun rushed back to the Jiang family. As soon as he returned to the Jiang family, he received a bribe from Jiang Xie. The content of it was for Su Yun to take him to the Shengyuan Empire. Su Yun naturally refused without hesitation. If he really took Jiang Xie there, Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru would be looking for him before the next day. He wouldn't be able to explain himself then. No matter how Jiang Xie cried and shouted, Su Yun remained unmoved. Li Buqi and Li Buku also settled down in the imperial palace. Although Li Buqi didn't say anything, Li Buku could always feel the regret in his eyes. It was an expression of reluctance, and Li Buku's gaze would occasionally look into the distance, as if observing something. This made Li Buku feel even more sorrowful in his heart, realizing that his master probably didn't have much time left. Because of this, he stayed by Li Buqi's side every step of the way, just to spend more time with him, to see him one more time. The next day, the matter of the Shengyuan Empire's coming-of-age ceremony continued to ferment. Inside the imperial city of the Shengyuan Empire, a continuous stream of people entered every day. The order within the city gradually deteriorated with the influx of people. Because of this, Su Wu dispatched more people to maintain order within the city. Jiang Xie also once again immersed himself in the cultivation of a talisman master. He could already skillfully use third-tier talismans. Although the power was not yet strong, it gave him strong confidence. At the same time, he was also curious whether the old ancestor from that day was truly protecting him. Because ever since yesterday, not only could he not see the other party, he couldn't even sense their aura. It was as if there was no protector. Unbeknownst to him, in the void realm, Su Yuan looked at the talisman Jiang Xie had just created, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This is actually the long-lost talisman art. Looking at this luster and strength, it has clearly reached the third tier. Su Yuan was very shocked. Although most people nowadays didn't know about talisman art, and although he had never seen talisman art before, that didn't mean he was completely ignorant of talisman art. Legend has it that talisman art disappeared from the Shengyuan Continent because it was too strong. Who would have thought? Su Yuan muttered to himself, his expression also becoming serious. If Jiang Xie could cultivate it to a higher level, then the increase in his combat power would undoubtedly be terrifying. Little fellow, how many more surprises can you give me? To be honest, although Jiang Xie had indeed given him many shocks when he performed the heaven offering ceremony at the altar, but when he truly saw him, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But now, he was starting to become curious about Jiang Xie again. On the other side, Su Yu also entered intense cultivation under Su Xian's guidance. Su Xian was quite satisfied with Su Yu, a divine power realm second-tier expert at only 18 years old. He was a rare existence throughout the entire continent. Although he was very curious about Jiang Xie, he was also very satisfied at this moment. If one were to discuss strength, who was stronger, Su Yu or Su Zai? He felt that Su Yu was stronger. Firstly, both were owners of famous artifacts, and Su Yu's wrathful soul spear ranked higher than Jiang Xie's Fanchen sword. Secondly, although he couldn't see Jiang Xie's specific realm, due to the concealment of the Fanchen sword. By feeling, he could also sense that Jiang Xie's realm seemed not as high as Su Yu's. In this way, who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. It was just that he still didn't quite understand the reason why Jiang Xie could cause those strange phenomena. Who do you think is stronger, you or Zier? Su Xian then asked. Su Yu answered without thinking, that must be cousin Su Zai who is more powerful. Oh, Su Xian was a little surprised and asked, why? It's simple, I can't beat him. Su Yu spread his hands helplessly. This piqued Su Xian's interest, and he continued to press, you fought him. That's right, I fought cousin Su Zai, and the result was, I lost very badly. Even at this moment, Su Yu still trembled when he thought of that battle. Afterward, under Su Xian's persistent questioning, Su Yu described the situation in detail. After listening, Su Xian was stunned for a long time. After a long while he took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down, and then said, you mean? He knows great emperor law, and more than one. And he didn't use the Fanchen sword at all during the whole process. He defeated you without even using his full strength. Su Yu nodded heavily. Su Xian suddenly staggered a few steps, almost blacking out. What a loss. If he had known, he should have become Jiang Xie's protector before he performed the heaven offering ceremony at the altar. One must know that although protectors act as guardians, but if the disciple they protect achieves great fame, or becomes a great emperor, their reputation will also greatly increase, and may even be recorded in history. When people reach a certain point, they want to be recorded in history. For them, this is an honor. 340. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. However, it was too late for regrets now. Su Xian sighed slightly. Since the old ancestor didn't care whether he was a direct descendant of the Su family, why should he be bothered? At this he felt relieved. Regardless of whether they were direct or collateral, they all had the Su family bloodline, didn't they? Forget it, forget it. Having the old ancestor by his side is a blessing for him. Outside the mountain, Su Wu slowly approached, sighing, Father Emperor is truly something. He brought you here without even notifying me. It was rare for Su Xian to come out, and as his descendant, Su Wu naturally wanted to talk more. So Su Wu went to the outside of the ancestral hall, and only then realized that Su Xian had brought Su Yu here. The Qianyuan Imperial Palace was very large. Besides the various palaces in the front, the back was a forest and a large mountain, which was also within the Qianyuan Imperial Palace. Soon, Su Wu saw the figures of Su Xian and Su Yu. At this moment, Su Yu was on a patch of grass, constantly waving his fists, seemingly cultivating some martial skill. Father Emperor. Su Wu stepped forward and cupped his hands before Su Xian. Su Xian smiled and nodded, saying, Law realm not bad. It's good as long as I haven't disappointed Father Emperor. When Su Xian had not yet concerned himself with imperial affairs, his cultivation was only at the domain realm. Looking at Su Yu in the distance, Su Wu showed a hint of a gratified smile and softly said, Father Emperor, is your satisfactory to you? Not bad, Su Xian nodded, saying, this child has a firm will, can cultivate diligently, and his talent is also good. He is a promising young talent. Yuner truly gave birth to a good son. Su Xian stroked his beard, his face full of satisfaction. Su Wu also nodded slightly, then asked again, Father Emperor, why did you directly choose Yuer back then? This was his confusion. One must know, in terms of strength, Jiang Xie was definitely more powerful. As for talent, although Jiang Xie seemed to have average talent, he always managed to exceed his expectations. No matter how he looked at it, Jiang Xie seemed like a better choice. Facing this question, Su Xian remained silent for a while. Then he sighed. The reason I didn't choose that boy back then was naturally because he was a collateral descendant. Su Wu was stunned. Isn't he also your great-grandson? Su Wu hesitantly asked, Father Emperor, why do you say that? HMPH. Su Xian snorted coldly, saying, do you think that just because Father Emperor entered the ancestral hall and stopped concerning himself with imperial affairs, he no longer cares about worldly matters? I have already investigated the identities of Su Yu and Su Zai. Yuer is Yuner's descendant, which is not a problem. As for Su Zai, the identity you gave him was that of Zhan'er's descendant. This matter can fool others, but it's too naive to try to fool me. You placed his identity under Zhan'er's name just to give him a legitimate identity, right? If he weren't a collateral descendant, why would you go to such lengths? Su Wu was shocked. His eyes widened, and he remained speechless for a long time. He had to admire Su Xian's deductive abilities. However, although most of his guesses were correct, why did the final conclusion go wrong? At this moment, he finally understood why he had felt a sense of rejection towards Jiang Xie from Su Xian that day. So that's how it was. It turns out, you didn't know he was your great-grandson. Seeing Su Wu speechless for a long time, Su Xian immediately thought he had guessed correctly, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face. After a few breaths, Su Wu finally reacted, took a deep breath and said, "Father Emperor, your deduction is mostly correct." Oh, Su Xian raised an eyebrow. It wasn't entirely correct. He was curious where he had gone wrong, so he said, "What else is missing?" This, Su Wu frowned, hesitantly saying, "Did you forget that you also have a granddaughter?" Granddaughter, Su Xian's expression shifted and he exclaimed, "Yanner. I merely glimpsed her yesterday, so I didn't pay much attention. But what does this have to do with Yanner?" Su Wu silently wiped his sweat. When he ascended the throne, Su Yan had not yet left the imperial palace. If he let his father know that he had driven Yanner away, wouldn't he be in for a beating? Actually, Zier is Yanner's son. As for why he was given the identity of Yanner's descendant, the reason is difficult to explain. It wasn't that it was difficult to explain. It was just that Su Wu was a little scared. What? Su Xian was visibly stunned, then his eyes widened and he questioned Su Wu, "When did Yanner get married? Why am I not aware of it?" Su Wu instantly broke out in a cold sweat and quickly changed the subject. "Zier is Yanner's son. Although he is not entirely a member of my Su family, he is not entirely a collateral descendant either." Su Xian fell silent. At this moment, his heart was bleeding. Even the look in his eyes towards Su Wu was a little off. If he had known earlier, this was truly a case of the Dragon King's temple being flooded. Sigh, never mind, never mind. Can't think about it too much, or his lifespan might decrease by a few years. Maintaining a good mindset, Su Xian was not angry. Since he was his own great-grandson, wouldn't it be even better to have the old ancestor come? After all, the old ancestor's strength was much greater than his. That was close. Fortunately, he didn't become Jiang Xie's Dao protector back then, otherwise wouldn't it have been a waste? He was still very clever. Su Wu saw that Su Xian was only shocked for a moment before returning to his normal expression, so he continued, "So that's why Father Emperor didn't choose Zier. It's my fault for not informing you of the reason earlier." "Hey, hey, hey." Su Xian waved his hand and said, "War, there's no need to feel guilty. Actually, the reason I just told you was a lie. The real reason is naturally because I knew that Zier's strength and talent are very strong. If I were his Dao protector, it would undoubtedly hinder his development. So I let your uncle be his Dao protector. I never thought that the second old ancestor would also come out. This way, wouldn't it be even better for him?" "Hiss. So that's how it was, as expected of you, Father Emperor. You can even turn black into white." Su Wu's mind was clear, but he dared not refute, so he could only show a surprised expression and say, "So that's it. It was my shallow understanding. I never considered that Father Emperor had thought so much." At this moment, he remembered another reason why he came here to find Su Xian. "Father Emperor, there is one thing I don't understand." "Speak. Where exactly did the second old ancestor come from? Why have I never known that there was a second old ancestor in the clan? I've been to the ancestral hall, and I've never seen the second old ancestor either." This was Su Wu's confusion. Even he, as the emperor of the Shengyuan Empire, didn't know, making it hard to imagine how many other things he didn't know. How much more hidden power did the Su family possess? He only knew that there were 8 people in the ancestral hall, all of them elders of the Su family. Most of their strengths ranged from the peak of the law realm to the 6th level of the heavenly king realm. 341. The barrier will be broken. "So be it." Su Xian sighed, glanced at Su Yu not far away, and with a wave of his hand, a spiritual chi barrier enveloped him and Su Wu. Then his expression turned serious, and he said solemnly, "Originally, this was something you could only know after entering the ancestral temple, but there's no harm in telling you now." Su Wu immediately perked up his ears. This secret would allow him to have a rough understanding of the current strength of the Shengyuan Empire, so that he could better cope with external threats. Actually, it's undisputed that there are only 8 people in the ancestral temple, but besides the ancestral temple, our Shengyuan Empire also has a secret chamber. Inside, 3 old ancestors of our Su family are slumbering. These 3 old ancestors were well known even in their own eras. But later, They willingly gave up all glory and entered crystal coffins to slumber, all for the sake of protecting the Su family. In fact, the few in our ancestral temple only knew that there were still 3 old ancestors alive, but they had no idea which 3 old ancestors they were. It wasn't until yesterday that we learned old ancestor Su Yuan was the 2nd ancestor. Speaking of this, even Su Xian couldn't help but show a look of shock. One must know, Su Yuan was very famous 2,000 years ago. At that time, he already had peak law realm strength, although his cultivation realm progressed slowly while he was in slumber. He could feel that Su Yuan's strength had probably already surpassed the heavenly king realm and reached the venerable emperor realm. Speaking of which, if the Yuan Empire's legacy hadn't been long enough, it would have been impossible to possess 3 crystal coffins. These are existences comparable to peak sacred artifacts. Although they don't play a significant role in a fence, they are extremely effective in preventing life from fading away. Many ancient families or sects consider them as treasures of their sect, serving as the cornerstone for protecting the sect. Without these crystal coffins, perhaps the Yuan Empire's last hidden strength would be the 8 powerhouses in the ancestral temple. After listening to Su Xian's explanation, Su Wu gasped. This was the first time he had learned of this secret. In other words, there might be 3 venerable emperor realm powerhouses in the empire. One must know that above the venerable emperor realm is the saint realm, and above that is the great emperor realm. It could be said that they are already almost the top powerhouses on the current Shengyuan Continent. He had never imagined that the Yuan Empire had such hidden strength. If he had known earlier, wouldn't the great Yan and Hongyuan empires be easily destroyed? Your son understands. Su Wu recovered from his shock, cupped his hands to Su Xian and then said, then your son will return. Go. Su Xian waved his hand and turned his gaze to Su Yu. Ali. On the 3rd day, after the coming-of-age ceremony, the major sects raised the entry requirements for joining them, and the training intensity for their disciples was greatly increased. The disciples of various sects were in misery. The number of sect disciples, visible in various places, greatly decreased. Most of them were restricted from traveling, and only by meeting certain cultivation requirements could they leave the sect for a period of time. This was the sense of urgency and pressure that the Yuan Empire brought to the various sects, resulting in this phenomenon. On the same day, the major sects of the Shengyuan Continent jointly issued a kill order. They called upon cultivators everywhere that if they found anyone suspected of being from Saint Province, they should kill them if they could, and if not, they should report to the nearest sect. The news that Saint Province geniuses had appeared in various places instantly swept across the entire Shengyuan Continent. Everyone was indignant, yet everyone felt insecure. Those Saint Province geniuses hidden among the vast population, upon hearing this news, became even more cautious in concealing their identities. They caused no trouble, did not flaunt themselves as if they had vanished. On the 4th day, after the coming-of-age ceremony ended, the atmosphere across the entire Shengyuan Continent began to become oppressive. There was a strong sense of an impending storm. The powerhouses of various sects all showed worried expressions, and all eyes were focused on the Saint Province barrier. Inside Saint Province, beside the barrier, dense crowds of people gathered. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master was at the forefront, and after some calculations, a smile appeared on his face. The Saint Province barrier will probably be broken today. At that time, we will be able to step out of Saint Province and recreate the glory of our Saint Province. Congratulations, more than 3,000 years is it finally going to disappear, someone said with emotion. Damn it, my father always hoped to go out but unfortunately, 3,000 years have passed and he has long since returned to the heavens, someone said angrily. One must know that most of those present were descendants of the people from 3,000 years ago. They longed to go out, but many of them never got the chance in their entire lives. Now, these younger generations have the opportunity to go out. The seal of over 3,000 years and the influence of their ancestors have made them extremely violent. If they were to go out, it would be hard to imagine what kind of impact they would have on other forces on the continent. Speaking of which, I've been in this realm for many years. I wonder if I can find some rare items after going out. Although Saint Province has more spiritual chi and some resources than the outside world, there are some things that Saint Province doesn't have. This trip out will definitely greatly enhance the strength of our Saint Province. Ali. The people of Saint Province were ecstatic. Today, they would be able to go out. Ever since those low cultivation geniuses could leave, they had already started to get excited. Outside Saint Province, Scouts from various major forces could see the group of dark figures from afar. They were immediately scared pale. One by one, they used all their might to leave. In less than an incense stick's time, many forces received the news that the Saint Province barrier was probably about to break. Shengyuan Imperial City. A rapid sound of galloping horses and hurried footsteps rang out. The residents in the city could see a figure rushing into the imperial palace at an uncatchable speed. This immediately aroused the curiosity of many people. What's going on? Was that a galloping horse just now? What happened? Why the rush? I don't know. Could it be that the Hongyun and Great Yan empires launched an attack on our country's border? HMPH, how dare they? Our Shengyuan empire is strong now. If they dare to do so, we won't mind giving them a good beating. They. Inside the imperial palace, in the Shengyuan hall, Su Wu was holding a court assembly. Before he could even speak, an urgent shout came from outside the hall. Report! Your subordinate has important news to report. Please let the emperor decide. The sudden sound made the ministers pause, and then they frowned. Su Wu was also like this. He immediately waved his hand and said, "This emperor permits it, enter the hall." Soon, a middle-aged man respectfully walked into the hall and knelt on the ground, loudly saying, "Your subordinate was ordered to observe the situation in Saint Province. But several hours ago, I discovered a large number of Saint Province powerhouses gathered within the Saint Province barrier. I fear, the Saint Province barrier won't hold much longer." What? Su Wu stood up directly from his seat, his face full of shock. He hadn't expected the Saint Province barrier to disappear so quickly. What's going on? The Saint Province barrier is going to be gone. What should we do? Can we withstand the attack of the Saint Province forces with our current strength? With the second ancestor here, we should be able to fight them, right? Has 3,000 years passed so quickly? The Shengyuan Continent is going to be in chaos now. The ministers also began to discuss. Everyone was shocked by this news, and the hall immediately became a mess. Su Wu also lost the desire to continue the court assembly, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone. After much thought, he probably had no choice but to go and ask Senior Li Buki. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and immediately left the hall. 342, a figure crossing the sky. When Su Wu arrived outside the hall where Li Buki resided, Li Buku was already waiting there. Upon seeing Su Wu, he bowed and respectfully said, "Master knew you would come and is already waiting inside the hall." Su Wu nodded at him and walked in with him. Upon entering the main hall, he immediately saw Li Buki lying on a recliner. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior. This junior has something to tell you. It's about the Saint Province barrier, isn't it?" A trace of sorrow also appeared on Li Buki's aged face as he sighed. "I didn't expect this day to come so quickly." He had thought it would take 2 or 3 more days for the barrier to disappear. He hadn't expected the time to be today. Li Buki looked at Li Buku, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. But what good was reluctance? He would never allow the events of 3,000 years ago to happen again. This was not only protection for his old friend's family, but also his promise to Shenku Sword. If he could buy them a little more time, things would be very different, wouldn't they? Li Buku's eyes trembled and his nose suddenly stung. He wanted to cry but forcefully held it back. "Master, you." Li Buki shook his head slightly at him, indicating that he didn't need to say more. "This is fate, living this long is enough. Zioku, give me the sword." "No. Obey." "But." "Alas, silly boy, Master has lived until now by seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Don't be sad." Li Buku bit his lip tightly, clutching the rusty sword in his arms, refusing to let go. Listening to the conversation between master and disciple, Su Wu's heart stirred. His gaze towards Li Buki was filled with deep incredulity. "Senior Yu." He had always believed that Li Buki's appearance at this time meant he had a way to prevent the barrier from disappearing. He had never thought that it would come at the cost of his life. He suddenly felt that his coming here might have been a mistake. Frankly, Li Buki's ability to seal the Saint Province for over 3,000 years was already a tremendous feat, worthy of being recorded in history. He had done enough. He didn't owe them anything, so why go to such lengths? Su Wu was puzzled. At this moment, he didn't want Li Buki to sacrifice himself to save them anymore. Even if it meant facing powerful enemies, so what? The Su family had no cowards. "Senior, you don't have to do this. To us, you are already a great benefactor. You don't owe us anything. You don't need to go to such an extent." Su Wu began to persuade him. Li Buqi, however, gave him a meaningful look and laughed heartily. I indeed don't owe many people anything. On the contrary, they should thank me, but I owe him. As he spoke, his eyes also reddened. If he had returned a little faster back then, would the outcome have been different? If he hadn't left the imperial city back then, would the outcome have been different? How beautiful that time was. Alas, there is no regret medicine in the world. If there is a next life, let us be best friends for a lifetime. You I failed to protect, so your family, your clansmen I shall protect. The world did not know. His actions were not to save all living beings, but merely to save his best friend's family. If not for him, the Qianyuan Empire would probably have been destroyed long ago, and the Qianyuan Empire Su family's bloodline would have been cut off long ago. Su Wu did not know who the him in Li Buqi's words was, but he could understand Li Buqi's feelings at this moment. Perhaps that person was very important to Senior. At this point, Su Wu no longer tried to persuade him. In a certain void realm, Su Yuan, the second old ancestor of the Su family, frowned, his gaze also looking towards the Saint Province. His face was filled with deep worry. Even if my Su family has the three of us still, if the Saint Province is unsealed, it will be difficult to protect the Qianyuan Empire. If it truly comes to that, I'm afraid we can only fight to the death. He had already sensed several qi that were not weaker than his own from the direction of the Saint Province. Su Yuan had never considered being able to coexist peacefully with the Saint Province forces. Firstly, the Qianyuan Empire and some forces in the Saint Province already had a deep-seated blood feud. Secondly, the Saint Province forces coveting the Empire's supreme treasure, the Qianyuan secret realm, was not a new development. Although the Qianyuan secret realm was not truly the Su family's property in the strict sense, it could not be taken away by the Saint Province forces. What's that? Suddenly, his expression changed. He noticed a figure flying out of the imperial palace and heading towards the Saint Province. Senior Li Buqi. Su Yuan's expression was grave. He glanced at Jiang Xie, who was still practicing talisman crafting below. After a moment of contemplation, he left the place. Although this was somewhat against his duty, it was unavoidable. Compared to Su Wu, he clearly knew more. He also understood what Li Buqi was going to do. He just wanted to see off this senior who had helped the Qianyuan Empire and the Su family for the last time. What is that? It looks like a person. Why does that person look so familiar? Isn't that Lord Li Buqi who appeared in the Qianyuan Empire a few days ago? It really is. What is he going to do? That sword, could it be Shenku's sword? Looking at the direction he's going, it seems to be the Saint Province. Could it be? The Saint Province's barrier is about to disappear. At the same time, people in many places could see that figure in the sky streaking across like a meteor. They seemed to realize something, and their hearts suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, as well as a wave of panic. Inside Tianxin Pavilion, Jiang Xie, who was practicing talisman crafting, felt something. He stopped what he was doing. He walked out of the room and immediately saw the figure in the sky, like a meteor. Creak! The door next to him also opened. Then another series of footsteps sounded. Jai Weiyu, Old Wu, Lin Maioyan, and several others all appeared in the courtyard. All of them looked at Jiang Xie with grave expressions. Jiang Xie slowly nodded, everything understood without words. At the same time, they also saw many figures leaving the imperial palace and chasing after the figure in front. Not only that, but many people from the imperial city also followed. People from other places also left one after another. The powerhouses of the major forces, as if by prior agreement, all rushed towards the Saint Province. In Jiang City, Jiang family, Jiang Fingliu also sensed something. Su Jiru and several Jiang family elders also rushed towards the Saint Province. The old ancestors sleeping within the major forces also seemed to sense something. They all emitted powerful qi, causing various disciples to tremble, not knowing what had happened to make the old ancestors react like this. 343, one after another. Let's go, we'll go take a look too. Inside Tianxin Pavilion, Jiang Xie immediately made a decision. However, Old Wu asked, but can we catch up at our speed? Jiang Xie smiled. Have you forgotten that I have a royal grade warship? Only then did everyone remember that Jiang Xie indeed had a royal grade warship. It was just rarely used, so they hadn't reacted immediately. Jiang Xie waved his hand, and the warship floated above Tianxin Pavilion, its immense size casting a dark shadow over the entire Tianxin Pavilion. Although it was rarely used, the warship had undergone some changes since its last appearance. Most notably, a large Xi character had been added to the front of the warship. If someone unfamiliar saw it, they might even think it was the warship of some evil path sect. Then Jiang Xie took Jai Yu's hand and leaped aboard. Old Wu took little Xi and flew up, and Lin Maioyan also jumped aboard. Soon, amidst a rumbling sound, the warship instantly vanished from the imperial palace. What was that? It seems to be Crown Prince Su Zai's warship. As expected of Crown Prince Su Zai, I'm so envious. What exactly happened? So many powerful individuals are rushing towards Saint Province, and even Crown Prince Su Zai went. The Saint Province barrier couldn't really have broken, could it? The appearance of the royal grade warship stirred up a discussion inside and outside the imperial palace. Jiang Xie and Jai Yu stood at the bow of the warship, the whistling wind around them making their robes rustle. Both of them were frowning deeply at this moment. From all the reactions, it was clear that the Saint Province barrier was likely about to break. After flying for a while, the warship arrived at East Tower's location. Jiang Xie immediately saw Gu Shengxing and the others below. His expression couldn't help but turn a little strange. It seemed they had been waiting here for a long time. As expected of you, Gu Shengxing. You can even calculate this. Sometime, Jiang Xie couldn't help but envy his divine calculation skills. But if he were to learn it himself, he might not necessarily learn it. After all, such things would sooner or later incur heavenly retribution. Anyway, there were definitely disadvantages. Gu Luzhu, give us a ride. Before landing, a series of shouts could be heard. Jiang Xie smiled and had the warship stop. Gu Shengxing, Zhou Tao, Yan Wufeng, Song Su, and Song Wu all leaped onto the warship. As for the other people of East Tower, they continued to remain in East Tower, overseeing its construction. From above, East Tower town was already approaching the size of a small city. The tall building of East Tower was clearly the tallest structure in the entire town. And it was located in the center of the town, becoming a landmark building. With East Tower as the center, it radiated outwards. East Tower was the core area, the location of East Tower's high-level personnel, as well as the headquarters of various floors and the residences of elders and protectors. It had functions for discussions, coordination, promotions, and issuing tasks. But Jiang Xie felt that this was not enough. In the future, he would also need to build a punishment building, an external affairs building, an assessment building, and so on. Only then would all functions be complete. The circle closest to East Tower was where East Tower disciples cultivated, accepted tasks, and engaged in daily activities. One layer further out was the disciples' residential area. Beyond the disciples' residential area was the disciples' family residential area. East Tower disciples could choose whether or not to bring their family members. Beyond the family residential area was the core commercial land, used to build East Tower's brand and core industries. The outermost area was general-purpose land, where people could live and various workshops, restaurants, and inns could be opened. This was the current plan for East Tower Town. Jiang Xie estimated that it would probably take some more time to complete the construction. As expected of Gu Luzhu, your calculations are flawless. If we went by ourselves, it would be possible, but the speed definitely wouldn't be as fast as this royal-grade warship, and it would consume a lot of stamina. Is this Gu Luzhu's royal-grade warship? This is the first time our brothers have seen it. It truly is magnificent and grand. With this warship, who would dare provoke us? As soon as they came up, several people looked around, and even Gu Shengxing and Zhou Tao, who had seen the warship before, were full of admiration. No matter how they looked at it, they found it amazing. Looking at the bustling scene around him, Jiang Xie's expression suddenly became strange. Won't there be more and more people later? At these words, everyone was stunned. Indeed, there was a real possibility of that. Maybe we'll even run into my father, Jai Yu suddenly said playfully. After speaking, she seemed to realize something, and her face instantly flushed slightly. She then returned to her cold demeanor. Jiang Xie looked at her with a half-smile, thinking, she has a unique charm when she's playful and cute. After the small interlude, the warship continued its flight. However, after flying for several thousand miles, Jiang Xie saw his grandfather, who was Su Wu. There was also a young man, who was Li Buku. Li Buki had not brought him, but Su Wu had. Feeling the sound coming from behind him, Su Wu turned his head in confusion, and upon realizing what it was, the expression on his face instantly became wonderful. Li Buku also looked at this behemoth with surprise in his eyes, though there were still unshed tears in the corners of his eyes. "Xie, give your grandfather a ride," Su Wu shouted excitedly. Soon, the warship hovered in front of the two of them. Su Wu immediately took Li Buku and landed on it, thinking, "I should have thought of this earlier. I walked several thousand miles for nothing." If it were just him alone, it would have been fine and easy. The key was that he was also carrying Li Buku, so it consumed more spiritual qi. Even so, catching up to Li Buki was still a very difficult task. "Xie, grandfather almost forgot, you have a royal-grade warship, hahaha." Su Wu patted Jiang Xie's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Grandfather's speed is really fast. We can only catch up with the help of the warship, otherwise, we probably wouldn't even see your coattails." Jiang Xie also smiled slightly. He noticed that there seemed to be more and more people. Then, everyone continued on their journey. Another 1,000 li later, Jiang Xie's expression instantly became wonderful. Because he saw his parents. Indeed, the Jiang family was originally on the border of Qianyuan Empire, so it was normal for them to be faster than Su Wu. Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru were also exceptionally delighted to see Jiang Xie and Su Wu, and after boarding the warship, they chatted for a long time. Of course, Su Jiru only spoke to Jiang Xie for a while, before leaving him to talk to Jai Weiyu. Subsequently, Lin Yuankui, Jai Wushwang, Chu Kuang, Xia Oran, and many other powerful individuals from various forces boarded Jiang Xie's warship one by one. The first thing they did upon boarding was to carefully observe the warship's magnificent appearance. Then they were all envious. And then they began to chat idly, mostly about the Saint Province barrier. Jiang Xie looked back at the dense figures behind him. He just felt like he had become a carrier of passengers. 344, storm is coming. Outside the Saint Province, quite a few people had already gathered at this time. Inside the Saint Province, it was the same. The crowds on both sides gazed at each other across a barrier. Everyone could clearly see that the barrier already had numerous cracks on it. Under these circumstances, the atmosphere on both sides was completely different. On one side, the atmosphere was incredibly solemn. On the other, there was laughter mixed with disdain. The sky had also darkened, and layers of dark clouds had appeared overhead at some unknown time, adding a touch of oppressive atmosphere. A storm was brewing, nothing more than that. Even the strong wind seemed to wail, cheer, and lament. So many people have gathered within the Saint Province. In the crowd, the Tianqing sect master looked ahead with a solemn expression. Not far from him, the Flowing Sand sect leader nodded heavily, his voice low as he said, "It seems the news was correct. The Saint Province barrier is indeed about to disappear. What should we do? Just standing here, I can feel the powerful qi from those people inside. We originally thought that after 3,000 years, our strength in various regions had greatly increased, and with the Saint Province being sealed for over 3,000 years, we could contend with them. Now it seems, there is still some gap between us and the Saint Province forces. There's no helping it, the Saint Province has unique conditions. Even if it was sealed, their cultivation speed is not something we can compare to. Could it be that a fight to the death is truly inevitable?" For a moment, everyone's mood was exceptionally heavy. Was the Shengyuan Continent, which had been peaceful for so long, about to fall into turmoil again? It was precisely because of the common enemy, the Saint Province, that there had been no major conflicts in various regions until now. They knew that once large-scale conflicts broke out, the gap in strength between them and the Saint Province forces would widen. But once the Saint Province was unsealed, it was inevitable that the Shengyuan Continent would fall into turmoil. Defection, compromise, faction wars, instigation. All sorts of scenes would play out among the various factions. Chaos thus began. Compared to them, the people of the Saint Province were exceptionally excited. Looking at the figures gathered outside, they were already impatient to go out and show off their might. Someone licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Someone stretched his limbs, seemingly ready for battle. And someone else had a smile on his face, looking at the people outside as if they were ants. These naked, undisguised expressions and thoughts made the hearts of those outside the Saint Province tremble. Inside the Saint Province, the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master, however, frowned at this moment. His intuition told him that things were probably not good. He closed his eyes and tried to divine for a while, but he couldn't discern anything. But that feeling lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Strange! His puzzled exclamation did not escape the ears of the crowd. Immediately someone asked, "Heavenly Secrets Tower Master, what's wrong?" The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master shook his head. Nothing, perhaps I'm just a bit tired. That person nodded and said, Sir has been working tirelessly on the Saint Province barrier matter recently, so it's normal to be tired. Why not rest for a bit? Very well. The Heavenly Secrets Tower Master nodded. He truly felt a bit tired. He then walked to an open space, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to rest. Outside the Saint Province, in another direction, another group of people had also gathered. These people were not old, nor were their clothes flashy. One could say they were extremely low-key. Some wore coarse linen robes, while others were dressed like ordinary commoners. And some looked exactly like beggars. When they gathered, they were almost startled. Why do you look like this? An ordinary-looking man suddenly asked. Sai, it's a long story. A while ago, the brother who was with me had his identity discovered by a major faction, and he was directly annihilated. Then I disguised myself. The man in the coarse linen robe sighed. Who isn't? That day, another fellow Taoist and I agreed to go to a brothel for some fun. On the way, I was delayed for a bit. Who knew? By the time I arrived, that fellow Taoist had already been captured. At that time, it scared me stiff, although we are backed by Saint Province forces. But now, the strong cultivators in our forces are still in the Saint Province. If we encounter those strong cultivators, we are nothing but ants. The man who looked like a beggar had a sense of powerlessness in his eyes. If he hadn't been quick-witted at the time, he would have been caught long ago. Even so, his appearance was discovered. In desperation, he had no choice but to pretend to be a beggar, which allowed him to escape. Everyone around him deeply sympathized with this. They originally thought that once they left the Saint Province, the sky would be wide enough for birds to fly, and the sea vast enough for fish to leap. With their talent and strength, wouldn't they easily crush the geniuses of the outside world? It would be a good time to live freely. But less than 2 days after coming out, they heard the news of the joint annihilation of Saint Province disciples issued by the various sects. Initially, they didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until a Saint Province disciple was truly killed right in front of them that they began to feel afraid. For a time, it made these Saint Province disciples feel uneasy. Finally, the Saint Province barrier is finally breaking. We finally don't have to be so stifled. Exactly, these past few days have been worse than a dog's life. When have we, Saint Province disciples, ever suffered such humiliation? Sai, if I hadn't killed a few sect disciples to vent my anger, I'm afraid I would have died of discomfort. HMPH, let them be arrogant for a little longer. Once the sect seniors come out, the world will be ours. Perhaps it was because these past few days had been too oppressive, causing their eyes to turn bloodshot with excitement when they saw the Saint Province barrier about to break. Suddenly, a bright light flashed across everyone's eyes. All gazes immediately followed it. An old figure appeared before everyone's eyes. The Saint Province disciples looked at each other, not understanding what was happening, nor knowing who this old man was. Among the crowd gathered on the other side, many people also did not know Li Buqi's identity. But some people did know his identity. Just like those who had been to the Shengyuan Empire that day, they all recognized him. In an instant, their expressions became incredibly complex. Excitement, joy, disbelief, and various other emotions appeared on their faces. Someone was confused and couldn't help but ask, who is this old man? Why does he look like an ordinary person? Immediately someone spoke up and said, watch your words. This is no ordinary person. He is senior lord of Bitter Depth Sword, who sealed the Saint Province 3,000 years ago. What? Those who didn't know immediately widened their eyes, looking shocked. 345. Evil worship. Looking at the old ancestor before them, they all felt an incredible sensation. The Lord of Bitter Depth Sword from 3,000 years ago was still alive. If it weren't for the fact that the lords of the major forces didn't refute it, they really wouldn't dare to believe it. If it really was him, then why was he here now? Could it be to seal the Saint Province once more? Their guess wasn't wrong, but it was still somewhat unbelievable. Inside the Saint Province, a group of people also saw Li Buqi, but they didn't pay him any mind. Most of the people here were not the same ones from 3,000 years ago. Almost no one recognized Li Buqi. Plus 3,000 years had passed. They also didn't believe Li Buqi was still alive. Li Buqi took a few steps forward, looking at the barrier up close, and suddenly sighed. It's truly about to break. All right, it's time to set off. Gently caressing the Shenku sword in his hand, the Shenku sword seemed to sense his emotions and trembled slightly. Li Buqi smiled faintly, then prepared to step forward. Senior. Someone called out, seemingly with some hesitation. Li Buqi turned his head and immediately smiled. It was the anxious gaze of the powerhouses from various sects. Clearly, while they were very worried about the Saint Province barrier breaking, they were even more worried about Li Buqi's current state. 3,000 years of time gained for them was already more than enough. If Li Buqi were to lose his life because of this, it would undoubtedly fill them with immense regret. In a world where the strong are revered, Li Buqi's heroic feat 3,000 years ago had already won everyone's hearts. Only he could make so many people feel reluctant to part ways. How could Li Buqi not know what they were thinking? It's just, this was no longer something he could decide. Instead, the appointed time had arrived. He should have died long ago. Now, he was merely fulfilling this last promise. Li Buqi smiled at everyone and continued to lift his foot. What is this old man doing? He wouldn't be trying to stop the barrier from breaking, would he? What a joke, is that something he can stop? This old man looks so frail. Are the people outside really that confident? The Saint Province disciples in a certain corner began to mock him. But Jiang Xie, who was in the crowd, frowned. If he was just an ordinary old man, why would those people show such expressions? And why would he feel a sense of clear guidance from those people? To be able to gain the simultaneous approval of so many people from different forces was not a simple matter to begin with. Something was probably amiss. Thinking of this, he quietly moved behind the crowd. Only then did he realize that quite a few people shared his thoughts. It seemed that not a few had noticed the anomaly. The crowd surged, and many only thought it was a normal phenomenon, merely changing positions. Jiang Xie roughly calculated that there were at least nearly 1,000 Saint Province disciples gathered here. If it weren't for the fact that many people from different places were also watching around them, their identities would have been discovered by those from the major forces long ago. And only about 300 people or less had moved just now. This indicated that only this many people had realized the problem. A bunch of fools. Jiang Xie couldn't help but curse in his heart. Such people, if they died, they died. There was no need to feel pity for them. The true genius disciples of the Saint Province were only among these less than 300 people. Li Buqi continued forward. For some reason, he did not speed up. Instead, he gave off a feeling of waiting for someone. In fact, that was exactly the case. He was waiting. He wanted to see his disciple, who was like a son to him, one last time. Master, don't. Finally, he waited. As a roar came, a young, tender voice also emerged. The immense sound forced everyone to look over. Upon seeing it, they all gasped. Looking at the majestic warship, everyone's heart was filled with incomparable shock. The enormous Xi character was imprinted on the front of the warship, making it look very much like something belonging to a villain. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if some demonic path-old ancestor who had been in seclusion for a long time had emerged. What is this thing? Someone stared blankly. A warship, an extremely rare warship. Someone's expression was excited, wishing they could shout it out loud. This warship, it's actually royal grade, which force has such a grand display. Someone's face was filled with shock and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Royal grade warships. It would be difficult to find even 3 in all the forces of the Shengyuan Continent now. This was equivalent to the combat power of a sect-old ancestor, and one from a major force at that. The most shocked, however, had to be the sects of the southern border. Compared to people from other places, they were not entirely ignorant of this warship. After the Gu God sect and corpse refining sect suffered setbacks at the Haoran Sect and retreated, news of the East Tower royal grade warship had already spread throughout the entire southern border. It was just, most people and sects didn't believe it. They only thought it was an excuse the 2 sects made for their loss. But now, this royal grade warship truly appeared before them, forcing them to believe, and to reevaluate the strength of this East Tower. Equally shocked were not just them. Those Saint Province disciples also gaped in astonishment. They really hadn't expected that, besides the Saint Province, there was actually another force with a royal grade warship. After 3,000 years, has this place developed to such an extent? Why does that warship have a Xi character? It wouldn't be that Crown Prince Su's eyes, would it? Ha, brother, don't make jokes. Even the Yuan Empire might not have this thing. How could a mere crown prince have it? Exactly, even we Saint Province disciples don't have royal grade warships. Let alone royal grade warships. Not many people even have treasure artifact level warships. Such treasures have always been owned by major forces. How domineering. If the barrier breaks, I will definitely have my clan elders seize this warship. Behind the crowd, listening to these people's presumptuous voices, Jiang Xie couldn't help but curse, fools again under his breath. Then he walked even further away. He was already prepared to flee at any sign of trouble. Looking around, he had quite a few comrades. Compared to these people, the eyes of those inside the Saint Province barrier were filled with nothing but greed. Such a treasure, of course, had to be snatched. Even Li Buqi was briefly stunned. However, upon seeing the familiar figure emerging from the warship, he regained his composure, and with a comforting smile he softly replied, "Master is here." 346. The figure of the deep bitter sword master. The warship slowly stopped, hovering in the air. The people on it, seeing Li Buqi still safe and sound, all breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately they leaped down from the warship, one after another. There were hundreds of them. Almost all the people from the various sects of the Eastern Continent who came to Saint Province had boarded. Of course, those from the Hangyuan and Great Yan empires did not board. Not to mention whether Jiang Xie and Su Wu would allow them to board. Even if they were allowed to board, they wouldn't dare to go. Seeing one Eastern Continent force after another descend from the warship, the people below were stunned. This couldn't help but give them the feeling that all the forces of the Eastern Continent had merged. What shocked them the most was still Jiang Xie. After everyone else had descended, Jiang Xie, accompanied by a few others, was the last to descend from the warship. Upon landing, he waved his hand, and the warship vanished from everyone's sight. Only then did they realize. It turned out that this warship really belonged to Jiang Xie. At this moment, even they themselves didn't know what their feelings were. Jealousy, envy, covetousness. No, none of that, only suspicion. Suspecting themselves, suspecting life, suspecting this world. How could someone not only be powerful, of extraordinary status, and capable of great feats, but also possess treasures that even major forces didn't own? Compared to Jiang Xie, even the lords of major forces felt that, apart from cultivation, there was nothing comparable. I didn't expect, it really belonged to Crown Prince Su Zai. The Qianyuan Empire doesn't even have this warship, right? But why? I guess this must be an opportunity Crown Prince Su Zai obtained outside. That's the only possibility. Everyone's tone was calm at this time, having grown accustomed to it. After all, since 3 years ago, news of Jiang Xie had begun to spread throughout the Shengyuan Continent. And each piece of news was incredibly shocking. Over time, even if he possessed a royal-grade warship, it no longer seemed like anything unusual. They had developed some immunity. Whenever it concerned Jiang Xie, their first impression was, "Oh, it's him, perfectly normal." The disciples of Saint Province on the other side were stunned once again. Their eyes, besides envy, also held jealousy and greed. A kid from the outside world actually possessed a royal-grade warship that even they didn't have. It was simply a waste of heavenly resources. In the eyes of Jiang Xie and others who had already reached the rear, there was only solemnity. Unlike those thoughtless people in front, they thought much more deeply. If Jiang Xie were to use this warship to fight them, the threat would absolutely be immense. Fortunately, due to its size, the warship also had some limitations in combat. Otherwise, Jiang Xie could probably walk sideways across the Shengyuan Continent with just this royal-grade warship. Under such circumstances, they simply wouldn't dare to try and seize it. Unless they defeated Jiang Xie before he could summon the warship. So many people have come, could it be to celebrate for us? Ha ha ha, perhaps these people know they are no match for us, so they came to greet us in advance before we leave, hoping to beg us to spare their lives. Inside the seal, arrogant voices rang out again. After Li Buqi leaped from the warship, he ran directly towards Li Buqi. His eyes were slightly red, clearly having cried. Li Buqi's eyes trembled. He really wanted to pat Li Buqi's head again, but there wasn't enough time. "Go back, my foolish child." His body had already begun to float upwards. "No, don't." Li Buqi leaped up, wanting to catch up, but a beam of light immediately descended from the Shenku sword, firmly immobilizing his body on the ground. "No!" Li Buqi's eyes were bloodshot as he cried out mournfully, trying to move his body, but he couldn't. Grief and powerlessness spread through his heart, causing tears to stream down his face uncontrollably. Such a scene moved everyone. Jiang Xie stood below, gazing into the distance, seeing the old man's resolute figure, and the scene of the young man not far away, tears streaming down his face. For some reason, His heart seemed to be touched by something. Senior. Senior, no. Senior, please reconsider. The shouts rang out one after another, and a group of people looked up anxiously. Li Buki smiled at everyone, then turned his gaze towards the seal. The aura on his body also instantly changed. Step by step, powerful and firm. Look! A startled cry rang out from somewhere unknown. As everyone watched, Li Buki's figure gradually began to change. With every step he took, his appearance grew younger by a fraction. His full head of white hair gradually turned black. Even his slightly hunched body gradually straightened. The disciples of Saint Province were stunned. They all opened their mouths in confusion. He's not really going to try and stop the seal from breaking by himself, is he? How is that possible? He can't succeed. More cracks appeared on the seal. Who is this person? What is he going to do? Why do I have a bad feeling? This person gives me a sense of déjà vu. Inside the seal, the Saint Province experts' happy smiles slowly vanished from their faces. Looking at Li Buki ascending step by step, they only felt a bad premonition. Just then, the Heavenly Secrets Tower Master also awoke from his meditation. His forehead was covered in sweat. He couldn't detect any heavenly secrets at all. It was as if they were shielded by something. His gaze quickly fixed on the sword in Li Buki's hand, staring intently. As Li Buki himself changed, the sword in his hand was also changing. The rust on the sword's body was constantly flaking off, gradually revealing its original appearance. The scabbard also gradually began to shatter. When Li Buki's figure reached above the seal, his appearance had transformed into that of a middle-aged man, with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes and distinct features. His hair had turned from white to black, and his body was incredibly upright. The sword in his hand also revealed its true appearance. It was a broken sword, with dense nicks along its blade. It was unknown whether it was originally like this or caused by acquired damage. At this moment, everyone seemed to witness the scene from 3,000 years ago. It was the same Li Buki, the same Shenku sword. One man and one sword brought 3,000 years of peace to all regions. Is this the demeanor of the Lord of Bitter Depth sword? One man, one sword, sealing Saint Province for 3,000 years. I feel as if I'm seeing the figure of a great emperor realm expert. 347, disappear. Master, amidst gasps of awe, one voice stood out remarkably. At this moment, everyone present stared blankly at the figure above. Most people did not speak, merely watching in silence. But it was clear their expressions were deeply moved. Honestly, seeing such a scene, Jiang Xie didn't know how to express his feelings. He couldn't help but wonder, what was the meaning of Li Buki doing this? Was it simply to prevent large-scale battles from occurring on Shengyuan Continent? Or was it that he didn't want people outside Saint Province to suffer bullying and death? But weren't these things happening constantly even now? Fortunately, the next second, Li Buki answered this question. He stroked the sword in his hand and said, "The world only thinks that I set up this barrier because I couldn't stand the chaos caused by the Saint Province forces. But they don't know that I did it only for one person, a person who could be called a close friend." Saying this, he glanced at a certain void realm, revealing a profound smile. And in the direction he looked, an old ancestor was hidden. That was Su Yuan. He arrived almost within moments of Li Buki's arrival. During that time, he constantly sent messages to Li Buki, trying to persuade him. But Li Buki seemed not to hear him. Su Yuan did not reveal himself to the world. As a Dao protector and one of the Yuan Empire's trump cards, it was much better to remain hidden than to be in the open. Li Buki's gaze made him tremble slightly. Actually, more than 2,000 years ago, when Li Buki helped the Yuan Empire, he had asked him, "Why do you help the Yuan Empire so much?" At that time, Li Buki did not answer directly, only saying, "There's no particular reason. If you must have one, just consider it me doing good deeds." Despite having many questions, Su Yuan did not press further. He knew that doing good deeds couldn't possibly go to such an extent. Now, with Li Buki's words, he had a conclusion in his heart. Could it be the close friend he spoke of was someone from the Yuan Empire? Li Buki's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone was pondering, who exactly was that person? Why could he make him go to such lengths? When my close friend died, I naturally sought revenge for him, but 3,000 years ago, with my strength, I was not enough to annihilate the other party. The only way was to set up a seal with the Shenku sword. Speaking of this, Li Buki sighed slightly. This was his not. Even now, he couldn't annihilate the Zhan family. On the contrary, it would bring disaster to the Qianyuan Empire. The only way was to buy them time. So, he did this for a close friend. So, there really are people who can go to such lengths for a friend. But everyone's emotions were in turmoil. Rather, such a Li Buki was even more worthy of their respect. It's him, Lord of Bitter Depth Sword. Inside the seal, as Li Buki's face returned to his youthful appearance, someone finally recognized him. These words, once uttered, were like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The entire Saint Province exploded. Impossible, he can't still be alive. 3,000 years have passed. Most of the old ancestors from our era have passed away. How could he still be alive? What is he here for today? He's not going to seal us again, is he? Damn it, just as we're about to get out, how can we let him continue to set up the seal? Now the power of the seal is much weaker. If we attack with all our might, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The crowd fell into a panic. Clearly, they were all shocked and panicked by Li Buki's appearance. They had thought the disappearance of the seal was an inevitable event today. But they never expected a change. At this moment, only by fighting with all their might was there a sliver of hope. Heavenly Secret's Tower Master looked at Li Buki with deep eyes. Only now did he understand where that unsettling feeling came from. As expected of the 6 famous weapons, which have been mysterious since ancient times, they can even conceal heavenly secrets. Even he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Not good, they're going to attack. Are they unwilling to end it like this? The actions of the people within Saint Province were also seen by those outside. They became anxious. Many rushed directly to the seal, as if to say that if they made a move, they would too. Zioku, cultivate well. Soon you will have the qualification to obtain the Shenku sword. This is your dream, isn't it? Li Buki knew he couldn't wait any longer. He cast a comforting smile at Li Buku. Li Buku shook his head like a rattle drum, tears streaming uncontrollably. No, Zioku doesn't want it anymore, master, come back. Li Buki gently shook his head. I can't go back. Jiang Xie silently walked to Li Buku's side, gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Actually, sometimes, we should be happy for Senior, shouldn't we? Li Buku's eyes seemed to lose focus. He didn't react. 3,000 years just to avenge a close friend. This is Senior's wish and his obsession. Now it's even his current goal. To die to fulfill one's wish, to resolve one's obsession, isn't this something worth celebrating? Presumably, Senior is happy about this, so we should also be happy for him. Jiang Xie knew that the protagonist of this world was not just himself. Everyone is their own protagonist, and the protagonist on their own life path. Protection is inherently a belief for becoming stronger. Perhaps, one day, I will also sacrifice myself to protect those around me. At that time, would I be happy for having protected them, or sad for not being able to walk with them on this long cultivation path? He didn't know. He only knew that without strength, without powerful influence, even if one wanted to protect the people they wanted to protect, they would be powerless. A light gradually appeared in Li Buku's eyes. He saw it. He saw the smile on his master's lips. He saw his relaxed expression. Is master really happy? Master has fulfilled his own wish. I should be happy for him. Li Buki raised the sword in his hand, without any fancy movements. As the people of Saint Province bombarded the seal, the sword in his hand danced lightly. Streaks of pure white light scattered, merging into THE Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter Chinese letter SEAL. The seal was seen, recovering at a visible speed. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it returned to its original state. Li Buki gave a bitter smile. This time could it only seal for 3 years. What a pity, he was already powerless. His waving hand gradually stopped. He looked at Li Buku again, and what he saw was not that sad expression. He smiled, and his body continuously transformed into light and dissipated, until it was absorbed by the Shenku sword. This scene was both quick and slow. Most people were merely spectators from beginning to end. They didn't offer much advice, nor did they say superfluous words. They just watched silently. It wasn't until Li Buki's figure dissipated that they all sighed in unison. Alas! A generation's hero thus vanished. 348, Deep Bitter Sword. This must have been his long-cherished wish, Su Wu sighed softly, a complex feeling in his heart. Indeed, I didn't expect us to be rescued by Senior Li Buki for the 2nd time already, Jai Wushwang said with emotion. The others also looked on with respect. Under such circumstances, they were powerless. It wasn't that they didn't want to save Li Buqi, but rather, they simply couldn't save him. They deeply understood how formidable the Shenku sword was. Otherwise, it wouldn't have kept Saint Province sealed for over 3,000 years. If Li Buqi was determined to do that, they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Furthermore, they were truly unprepared to fight the forces of Saint Province, and Li Buqi's action could indeed buy them some time. Although a few years was very short, and might not change anything. But there was still some hope. Therefore, all they could do was hold him in deep reverence. But Li Buqi's actions had indeed saved many people. His great feat was bound to leave a significant mark in the annals of history. Jiang Xie sighed slightly, patted Li Buqi's shoulder, and then returned to the side of the crowd. Jai Weiyu took a step forward, a questioning look in her eyes. Jiang Xie shook his head slightly. Although Li Buqi appeared fine on the surface, anyone with a discerning eye knew. The emptiness in his heart wouldn't recover so quickly. Li Buqi looked at the sky, smiling foolishly. Watching the figure of Li Buqi, whom he respected as both master and father, dissipate before his eyes. And he himself was powerless. Saint Province forces. It was you who killed Master. At this moment, hatred and anger reignited in his heart. This feeling, he hadn't experienced it for a long time. Perhaps he had before meeting Li Buqi. But that had long since faded. At this moment, he had a goal. He wanted to find out who Master's close friend truly was. And who killed him, causing Master to become like this. Li Buqi's unfulfilled last wish would be completed by him. The force that murdered Master's close friend, I will annihilate it. I have nowhere else to go, so I will join Brother Su's East Tower as Master requested. In just a few breaths, he had already thought of many things. Many eyes were fixed on him. They all wanted to see if this young man would be disheartened from then on. If possible, they all wanted to take Li Buqi as their disciple. One must know, how could a young man whom Li Buqi took as a disciple be of ordinary talent? Look quickly. Suddenly, from within the crowd, a man pointed at the top of the barrier with a shocked expression. Everyone was startled, their first thought being whether something had gone wrong with the barrier again. If something went wrong, then it would be over. But when everyone looked at the barrier, they found that there was no problem with it. At this moment, a subtle fluctuation came from above the barrier. Only then did everyone realize that someone was heading towards the Shenku sword floating in the air. The Shenku sword was currently emitting a faint yellow light, quietly suspended in the air. To be honest, although almost everyone present coveted it, most people knew. Such a treasure would choose its own master, and even if one seized it, it would be useless. This was also why no one had tried to seize it from the moment Li Buqi disappeared until now. If it was meant to be, it would be yours without needing to seize it. If not, you couldn't take it even if you tried. They never expected that someone would actually make a move. Seeing the young man in the air heading straight for the Shenku sword. Everyone's expressions were strange. Still too young. If the Shenku sword could be obtained so easily, would it be your turn? So many powerhouses haven't even made a move yet. Don't end up not getting the sword, but instead being severely injured by the backlash from the Shenku sword. That would be a huge loss. Whose disciple is this young man? Doesn't he even understand this basic common sense? The atmosphere is already a bit gloomy. It's not so boring to have someone come and seek amusement. None of the 6 famous weapons are simple. If they could be seized like this, are the surrounding powerhouses just decorations? Everyone showed disdainful smiles, as if looking at a clown. Li Buqi was stunned for a moment, his gaze towards the person in the air also filled with a strange expression. Jiang Xie also watched with interest. As a master of a famous weapon, he was all too clear about the selection process of a famous weapon. The young man rushing up clearly had not gained the favor of the Shenku sword. At this moment, the young man rushing up had bloodshot eyes, and his face was full of excited light. He was from Saint Province, and since childhood, he had heard the story of the Lord of Bitter Depth sword setting up a barrier outside Saint Province, and he had always held a strong curiosity about this mysterious sword. He never expected to see it with his own eyes today. And the previous Lord of Bitter Depth sword had vanished right before him. If he were to obtain such a marvel, wouldn't breaking the Saint Province barrier be effortless? At that time, as the Lord of Bitter Depth sword, he would also gain the favor of more powerhouses. This was killing many birds with one stone. Looking at the Shenku sword so close at hand, he was so excited he could barely contain himself. In the distance, where the Saint Province disciples were gathered, The faces of the hundreds of disciples behind him all changed simultaneously. Without exception, they all cursed this person as an idiot in their hearts. Originally, the barrier being repaired and their own powerhouses being unable to come out had already dealt them a huge blow. This person even dared to try and snatch the Shenku sword. Once his identity was exposed, they might all be in danger. By this point, those with keen instincts had already begun to withdraw, fearing being implicated later. Jiang Xie was among the first group to flee. Instantly, most of the surrounding crowd ran away, with only a small number of Saint Province disciples watching the scene with interest. Perhaps their identity as Saint Province disciples gave them a sense of superiority, making them still believe they were noble until now. They had no sense of crisis whatsoever. Ha ha ha, the Shenku sword is mine. The young man looked excited, standing in the void realm next to the Shenku sword, extending his trembling hand, wanting to take it. At this moment, although everyone was watching as if it were a joke, there was still some tension. What if he actually succeeded? But their slight worry was clearly unnecessary. The next moment a miserable scream was heard. Ah! It was the Shenku sword suddenly emitting a bright light, a sharp chi bursting forth, directly sending the young man flying. The young man was covered in blood, one eye tightly shut, streams of blood flowing down his cheek from it. With just one strike, he was severely wounded. At this moment, his face was filled with terror, and the excitement in his eyes when looking at the Shenku sword was gone, replaced by deep horror. He turned his body and intended to leave. Just then, a loud voice, like thunder in his ears, came from above his head. Do Saint Province disciples still wish to leave? 349. Brother Su, can you kill the enemy with me? The one who acted was none other than Yan Wufeng. Just now, the moment the Shenku sword reacted, the spiritual power on that person's body fluctuated for an instant. Most people wouldn't notice this subtle reaction. But in front of Gu Shengxing, it was still not enough. It was clear that the young man was not particularly foolish. If he had used his spiritual power to resist just now, he wouldn't have been so severely injured. Evidently, he realized that using his spiritual power would reveal his identity. The moment Gu Shengxing recognized his identity, he immediately notified Jiang Xie. Having just witnessed Li Buqi's death, and with historical grievances, Jiang Xie already had no good feelings towards the people of Saint Province. Now that they dared to appear openly, how could he let them go? So he immediately ordered Yan Wufeng to suppress them. The sudden attack not only caught the young man off guard, but also the other people around him. What? This is a disciple from Saint Province. Why didn't we notice? This was their confusion. And this confusion disappeared in the next breath. Because as Yan Wufeng's palm descended, the young man, his face filled with horror, could no longer hold back. If he didn't use all his strength now, he might die a terrible death. Using all his strength might still give him a glimmer of hope. As soon as he used his spiritual chi, everyone immediately recognized it. Indeed, he was from Saint Province. Because the heaven and earth spiritual chi in Saint Province is rich, there is a great difference from the outside world. Therefore, the color and density of the spiritual chi they cultivate are also different from the outside world, making it easy to distinguish. It's just a pity that the young man underestimated the strength of a domain realm expert, and also overestimated his own strength. Seeing his actions, Yan Wufeng merely sneered, and his palm slammed down. Boom! With a loud bang, the young man was already crushed into a meat patty. The huge impact created a massive pit in the ground, and clouds of smoke and dust filled the air, with many cracks appearing on the surrounding ground. The rumbling sound echoed in everyone's ears. Which direction did that person come from just now? An expert immediately began to ask loudly. The first person who discovered him quickly pointed in a direction. Everyone's gaze shifted, and they found that many people there had already begun to flee. Indeed, these Saint Province disciples probably thought the Saint Province barrier was about to disappear, which is why they gathered here to watch. It's just a pity. Your goal will ultimately not be achieved. Kill, leave no one, the Jiang Xie sect master immediately ordered. Everyone immediately prepared to pursue and kill them. Li Buqi, however, spoke at this moment. Seniors, may I go first? Now, his hatred for the people of Saint Province was considerable. His words made everyone stop in their tracks. Even out of respect for Li Buqi's face, they should do so. But what they wanted to know more was, what confidence did Li Buqi have? Or rather, what means did he possess to say such a thing? Speaking of which, these Saint Province disciples had already scattered, and even with many experts present, there was no guarantee that all of them could be killed. Jiang Xie's heart stirred. Could it be? He looked up at the Shenku sword above. Indeed, the Shenku sword had already begun to tremble. Young lord, can he do it? Old Wu asked, a rare question from him. He was already somewhat eager to act. Jiang Xie reached out and stopped him, shaking his head and smiling. Let him do it, don't underestimate him. Just then Li Buku stood up from the ground. Under everyone's gaze he extended his right hand and shouted, Sword, come. The Shenku sword, suspended in the air, flew towards him, quietly hovering beside his hand. Looking at this sword, Li Buku felt a pang in his heart. At Li Buki's request, he had worked hard every day to gain the Shenku sword's recognition. However, the price was indeed too great. If he could start over, he would rather not have this. It's just a pity that there's no medicine for regret in the world. He slowly gripped the hilt. At this moment, he was no longer that weak young man, but the new Lord of Bitter Depth sword. The moment he grasped the sword, it was as if someone gently brushed his forehead. Is that you, master? From now on, Zio-ku will take you across the world and fulfill your unfulfilled wishes. Everyone was shocked, but not overly so. It was as if they had expected it. I knew it, the person recognized by the Lord of Bitter Depth sword is him. Senior Buki's disciple can naturally inherit the Shenku sword. Compared to it falling into the hands of others, this outcome is more acceptable to me. I just don't know where he will go after this. Zier, is there any way to get him into my Kaiyuan Empire? Su Wu, who had appeared beside Jiang Xie at some point, whispered. Now the Kaiyuan Empire already had 2 masters of famous artifacts. If another one came, there would be 3. This was an extremely rare occurrence in any era. Jiang Xie, of course, knew what his grandfather was thinking. His expression was a little strange. What would your reaction be if you knew that the Kaiyuan Empire actually already had 3 famous artifacts now? The thought of this scene occurring in the future made him feel a little amused. Grandfather, I can't do anything about it. Unless he originally has the intention to come to the Kaiyuan Empire, otherwise, it's difficult. Frankly speaking, unless absolutely necessary, no one wants to be bound by a force. Over there, after obtaining the Shenku sword, Li Buku leaped up. The Shenku sword's abilities seemed innate, familiar to him. He waved his right hand, and faint rays of light scattered from the sword body, drifting into the distance. This scene, how similar it was. It left everyone stunned. This is barrier. Only then did they understand why Li Buku had said that. It turned out he was confident. The barrier quickly unfolded, covering an area of thousands of miles. Except for those who had already left, not a single other Saint Province disciple managed to escape. This barrier, compared to the one Li Buki unleashed, was clearly miles apart. But it was enough. With the barrier unfolded, those Saint Province disciples were like turtles in a jar. At this moment, Li Buku looked at Jiang Xie, a rare smile appearing on his face. Su Dage, would you like to slay enemies with your younger brother? Jiang Xie's eyes flashed. He hadn't expected him to say that. Since the other party had invited him, and had already shown sincerity, and Senior Li Buki had done so much for them, why not give it a try? Yes. The crowd, who were about to act, heard this and stopped again, their gazes all turning towards Jiang Xie. Jiang Xie smiled slightly, took a step forward and likewise said, Sword, come. Boom! The sound of space shattering instantly rang out, and an utterly ordinary sword emerged from the shattered space. An unremarkable sword, yet at this moment it attracted everyone's attention. 350, Li Buku was a little scared. Is that the Fanchen sword? Fanchen sword, Shenku sword. I never thought I'd see 2 famous artifacts at once today. This trip was not in vain at all. The simultaneous appearance of the Shenku sword and the Fanchen sword is extremely rare, even in the entire history of the Shengyuan Continent. Since that's the case, let's just watch quietly. It's my first time seeing the Fanchen sword. I wonder what its power is like. The scene was a mess, and the powerhouses of various sects also wavered. Their eyes were burning, all focused on Jiang Xie. One must know that such a scene has only occurred a few times throughout history. Even fewer have seen the Fanchen sword master make a move, let alone them. Moreover, although there have always been rumors that Jiang Xie is the Fanchen sword master, most people had never seen him, so it was inevitable that they would have doubts. Now that Jiang Xie had actively revealed the Fanchen sword, it dispelled the doubts in everyone's hearts. But in doing so, everyone became even more envious of the Kaiyuan Empire. As a result, many sect masters looked at Su Wu with envy. Su Wu also enjoyed a moment in the spotlight, the proud expression on his face almost overflowing. How about it? This is the genius of my Yuan empire. This is my grandson. You people can be envious. Li. Dongzhou and the others looked at Jiang Xie with excitement. After all, even they had never seen Jiang Xie use the Fanchen sword. Jai Yu, Old Wu, and Lin Maioyan were in a trance. They still remembered the first time Jiang Xie used the Fanchen sword in front of them, which was more than 3 years ago. In the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years since they last saw him use it. Jai Yu still remembered what Jiang Xie said to her the first time he used the Fanchen sword. Zio Yuer, this time, you must watch carefully. That sentence still lingered in her heart. That time, Jiang Xie's sword gave her a great shock and left a deep impression on her heart. The second time Jiang Xie used the Fanchen sword was 3 years ago in the Yuan secret realm. That time, when facing Yao beasts that no one could solve, he made a move again, directly disintegrating the massive beast tide, allowing them to overcome the crisis. Every time, he stepped forward at a critical moment. The reason she fell in love with Jiang Xie was gradually due to Jiang Xie's various actions over the past few years. Although, at first he was indeed a bit rough. But actually it was fine. Jiang Xie didn't really do anything too excessive. Speaking of which, Jai Yu now thought about it carefully and felt that she had been a bit too willful before. This time, Jiang Xie used the Fanchen sword again. Although she also wanted to see Jiang Xie's majestic appearance, but she remembered that every time he used the Fanchen sword, he would be weak for a while. If this time was also the case, Jai Yu would rather Jiang Xie not get involved in this messy situation. Anyway, there are so many powerhouses here, and there is a barrier, so solving those Saint Province disciples is simple, isn't it? But she also understood that Jiang Xie's action was difficult to refuse, and could not be refused. The most anticipated person present was Lin Yuanqui. Back then, Jiang Xie saved the Xuanchen sect with the Fanchen sword, but unfortunately, he did not see it. Now that he had the opportunity, he stared at Jiang Xie with burning eyes. Seeing Jiang Xie agree, Li Buku's face showed an expression of excitement and gratitude. Thank you, Sudage. Although he became the sword master of the Shenku sword, he also understood the ability of the Shenku sword at the same time. It leaned more towards restraint, which was strange, a sword, not leaning towards attack but towards restraint. Even Li Buki back then didn't understand this point. If not for this, how could he not kill a group of people from the Zhan family? The barrier set up by the Shenku sword was first-rate. It was precisely because of this that Li Buku asked Jiang Xie for help. As for why he didn't let Jiang Xie help, even though there were powerhouses who could kill those Saint Province disciples, he still wanted Jiang Xie to help. The reason was also very simple. That is, as fellow masters of famous artifacts, and Li Buki even told him to follow Jiang Xie, he wanted to see how big the gap between himself and Jiang Xie was. It's a trivial matter, no need to mention it. Jiang Xie waved his hand, then looked at the Fanchen sword and chuckled. Old friend, it's been a long time since you've made a move, hasn't it? The Fanchen sword trembled slightly, seemingly excited. Jiang Xie held it in his right hand, ready to make a move. Li Buku's voice came again. Sudage, wait. Jiang Xie paused, looking over in confusion. Li Buku closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a yellow light in his eyes, and the Shenku sword in his hand pointed upwards again. Suddenly, the entire barrier shook. Then everyone saw rays of light seeping out from the barrier, flying towards different places. This is, Jiang Xie's eyes moved. All right, Sudage, I've marked them all, you can make your move. The light yellow glow in Li Buku's eyes dissipated, and he himself seemed to be exhausted. He couldn't help but fall from the sky. Gu Shengxing was quick-eyed and quick-handed, appearing below just before his body fell, catching him perfectly. Looking at the young man in his arms, Gu Shengxing's eyes showed an incomparably excited light, and he even couldn't help but lick his lips. What a good seedling. This young man's future achievements are immeasurable, and the most crucial thing is, this is also my East Tower disciple. Can't let others snatch him away. Currently, Gu Shengxing has reached a state of obsession. Whenever he sees something useful for the East Tower outside, he wants to move it back to the East Tower. He didn't know where this habit of his came from. It seemed to have been like this since the creation of the East Tower. He wasn't like this before. But it seems quite interesting. This feeling, it's not annoying. Li Buku already felt weak all over, and when Gu Shengxing looked at him with that gaze, his heart immediately trembled, and for some reason his chrysanthemum couldn't help but contract. "Master, where are you? There's a pervert here. Disciple can't move anymore, save me, master." Looking at Li Buku's pitiful eyes, Gu Shengxing smiled even more happily. He grinned and said, "Little fellow, don't be afraid, I am your Uncle Gu. It's over, what if I get even more scared? Master, save Zioku." Li Buku was on the verge of tears. The others were also startled by Gu Shengxing's speed. Everyone else was still in the sky, and you had already gone over foresight. That's too outrageous, isn't it? Originally, there were still some powerhouses from other sects who were planning to catch Li Buku to leave a good impression on him, so that they could recruit him into their sect later. Now they hadn't even moved, and they were already preempted. Are the people of this East Tower so sharp? 351. Being arrogant is not a good habit. Since there was no longer any opportunity, everyone had no choice but to refocus their attention on Jiang Xie. "Sect Master Mu, what do you think? How will Suzai kill those Saint Province disciples?" Among the crowd, the sect master of Tianqing sect asked Mu Sha, the flowing sand sect leader, who was beside him. Mu Sha pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I can't guess. This is also the first time I've seen Fanchen's sword." "That's true. The 6 famous weapons are too powerful, and there aren't many records of them throughout history. Yes, the Fan Kula Jing Tian knew, these 6 weapons are the lifelong dreams of countless people. It's just a pity." Mu Sha sighed slightly and continued. "It's just a pity that these 6 weapons aren't yours just by obtaining them. Even if you get your hands on one, once it senses a suitable person, you can't stop it. You can only watch it disappear before your eyes." At this point, the sect master of Tianqing sect also fell silent. What Mu Sha said was right. These 6 weapons were almost everyone's lifelong dream. It was just a pity that most of the time, it was a case of unrequited love. If the weapon didn't recognize you, it was useless even if you got your hands on it. At most, it was just a relatively hard weapon. Using it was certainly not a problem. The problem was that one day, after you had used it for a long time, it would suddenly disappear from your side and go into the hands of a stranger. The key was that this person's background, power, or even strength might not be as good as yours. That feeling of having used something for a long time, only for it to benefit someone else, was very uncomfortable. Because of this, if powerful individuals saw the 6 famous weapons appear, at most, they would let their disciples try to see if they could gain its recognition. They wouldn't think of keeping it for themselves. Only some inexperienced youngsters, believing themselves to be extraordinarily talented, would step forward to snatch them. Little did they know, this was an extremely dangerous matter. No one knew if a famous weapon would suddenly erupt. At this moment in their view, 2 of the 6 famous weapons had already appeared. If one day, all 6 famous weapons were gathered, what kind of scene would that be? If they were divided into different factions, that would be even more interesting. The news that Su Yu was also a famous weapon master was not widely known yet. If they were to find out, they would probably be severely shocked. Their conversation lasted only a few breaths. On the other side, Jiang Xie nodded slightly towards Li Buku. This move of his greatly reduced his workload. It was quite good. "Hugh, since that's the case, then let's begin." Jiang Xie took a deep breath. He gave Jai Yu a reassuring smile, and then nodded slightly to the others. Then, he focused his attention on the Fanchen sword in his hand. What move should he use? He couldn't help but wonder. He had used instant and tremor before, this time. How about explosion? Soon, Jiang Xie had made up his mind. Of course, these moves were all thought up by him on the spot. But the Fanchen sword was powerful. "This sword move is called explosion," Jiang Xie softly uttered. His voice wasn't loud, but who were the people around him? Naturally, they heard his words. Explosion. Their first reaction was, how would it explode? Soon they witnessed it. Jiang Xie slowly stepped into the air, the sword in his hand floating above his right hand, its tip pointing upwards, its hilt downwards. Then he slammed his right hand down, hitting the hilt fiercely. A massive energy surged out from the sword's tip. It then exploded in the air, transforming into numerous sword shadows that flew in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone was utterly horrified. They could feel that the power emanating from each of these sword shadows was enough to severely wound a peak divine power realm expert, and this was just the result of them being dispersed. If they hadn't dispersed, even they, the domain realm experts, would be in danger. Jiang Xie knew that the power of the Fanchen sword was far more than this. However, with his current cultivation, he could only unleash it to this extent. and this even caused his body to feel weak and unsteady. It felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter. Indeed, using the power of the Fanchen sword came at a cost. The greater the power, the greater the cost. He now deeply understood why the previous Fanchen sword masters had died of life exhaustion after using the Fanchen sword's power just once. It was probably not even the full power of the Fanchen sword. Only he, relying on his extremely strong recovery ability, was relatively better off. Fortunately, although his ability to rebirth from a drop of blood was weakened last time, it could still be useful. While everyone was stunned, Jiang Xie had already sensed Jiang Xie's current state. Her gaze had always been on Jiang Xie, never leaving him. Jiang Xie slowly descended from the air, stumbling and almost falling to the ground. Fortunately, a soft body embraced him. As expected of Xiao Yuer, are you worried about me? You came just in time. Jiang Xie grinned, completely unconcerned about his current physical condition. Seeing his pale face, yet him acting as if nothing was wrong, Jiang Xie immediately flared up in anger. She cursed, I don't know which fool is showing off like that. What if one day he dies outside and no one even knows? But you're still here, aren't you? HMPH, who wants to bother with a fool like you? Wife, quickly help your husband over to rest Tilda. Jiang Xie's face flushed and she spat. Go away, who's your wife? Xiao Yuer, being tsundere isn't a good habit. What's tsundere? I don't understand. Tsundere is, never mind, you'll understand yourself. Oh, countless sword shadows flew everywhere, and they had only one target. That was the Saint Province disciples, marked by the Shenku sword barrier. Most of their cultivation was in the Yukong realm, making it difficult for them to resist. As soon as their identities were exposed, some people were incredibly regretful, regretting why they hadn't run away sooner. But when they thought that everyone else was the same and hadn't escaped, they felt a little more balanced. It wasn't until the barrier enveloped them, and they completely panicked, that they tried to find their leaders, only to discover that those who were quite famous in Saint Province and those with strong talent and strength had already fled. At this, their faces turned ashen, and they regretted it even more. In desperation, they had no choice but to blend into the crowd, where there were also many people who were not from Saint Province. If they were lucky, they might escape this calamity. Before they could be happy for long, those marks descended upon them. Then they even saw Jiang Xie's figure acting in the air. Their souls were almost scared away. Damn it, why didn't those adults notify us when they left? If only I had left earlier, now it's too late to say anything. Damn Lord of Bitter Depth Sword, I hate him. Ah, no, don't kill me. Hateful, so hateful. I only hope the adults who escaped will avenge us. In just a short moment, countless sword shadows pierced into the chests of the Saint Province disciples. The sword shadows dissipated, the barrier faded, the surrounding wind died down and all sound ceased, leaving only corpses everywhere. P.S. Please click on the free little gifts, woo woo woo. 352. No mercy but no forgetfulness. Hundreds of miles away from this place, a group of young men looked at the scene of countless sword shadows, falling with cold and expressionless eyes. Jiang Xie, I didn't expect you to run faster than me. A man with a handsome face, fair skin and muscular build slowly walked up to Jiang Xie and said with a smile. If one were to only look at his appearance, they would probably only think he was a frail scholar. His face was clearly too different from his body. Jiang Xie, clad in black robes, replied coldly, what's the point of comparing who runs faster? If we didn't run, we'd probably end up like those fools. That's right. Zhen Wudi nodded and said, I thought the disciples of Saint Province would at least be smarter than the young people outside, but I didn't expect there to be so many fools. Perhaps they were overconfident, because they thought they were disciples of a Saint Province force. The cultivation world is inherently a place where the strong prey on the weak. They are so foolish, they deserve to die. Sometimes, you have to be good at judging the situation to get what you want, don't you? Zhen Wudi shook his head slightly and continued. Even I, when the strong experts in my family haven't come out, don't dare to be too ostentatious or arrogant. If there are still such fools, it would truly be a disgrace to us people of Saint Province. As he spoke, his tone suddenly turned a few shades colder. Around the two of them, many people from Saint Province were gathered. They could only listen quietly, not daring to refute Jiang Xie and Zhen Wudi's words at all. Even though some of the words made them feel a bit uncomfortable. Many disciples came out of Saint Province, but if one were to talk about the leaders, there were only 10. Among these 10 people, Zhen Wudi and Jiang Xie were the strongest. Therefore, the words spoken by the two of them also carried a very strong deterrent force. This was not only reflected in their strength, but also in the forces behind them. They had no pity for the dead Saint Province disciples, but they would not just swallow their anger and endure it. What should we do next? Zhen Wudi asked. Jiang Xie pondered for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, now that the Saint Province barrier has been repaired again, it's not that simple for the strong experts of Saint Province to come out. It will take at least several years for this barrier to break again. In this way, we will be at an absolute disadvantage. As he spoke, his eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the crowd behind him, saying, from now on, everyone should quickly adapt to the spiritual chi here, quickly eliminate your suspicions. And then find a local sect to join. Only then can we have a place in this outer world. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't even be able to enter the Saint Yuan secret realm. Calculating the time, the opening of the Saint Yuan secret realm was approaching, and they had to act quickly. Zhen Wudi's eyes lit up. What Jiang Xie said was indeed the best method. If they could enter a sect here and become a chief disciple. That's right, everyone must remember this, Zhen Wudi nodded, emphasizing. The crowd immediately responded, understood. All right, let's leave quickly, lest they discover us. That numerous figures instantly scattered, disappearing into the vast crowd. Outside the Saint Province barrier. The crowd had not yet recovered from Jiang Xie's move. With just one move, he killed so many Saint Province disciples. Such a method, even a domain realm expert might not be able to achieve. So, Su Zai is that strong. Fanchen sword is that strong. Speaking of which, this seemed to be the first time they had seen Jiang Xie make a move. In the past, they had only learned about Jiang Xie's existence and deeds through rumors. It wasn't until the Saint Yuan assessment that Jiang Xie's name officially appeared before many people's eyes. After 3 years of silence, his name was gradually forgotten by many. Yet unexpectedly, 3 years later, as soon as he emerged, he held an unprecedented coming-of-age ceremony. It gave a huge shock to the various sects. But even so, not many people had seen Jiang Xie make a move. Those who had seen him make a move, besides the disciples of Shengyuan Sect, were probably only the people of Yuan Empire. Even during the incident at Haoran Sect, no one dared to confirm that it was Jiang Xie. Only those extremely familiar with him knew it was him. It could be said that this time was Jiang Xie's true public display of power. And as soon as he made a move, it was extraordinary. With this sun in Yuan Empire, it will surely rise in the next few hundred years, the Tianqing sect master said with emotion. Although his tone was a bit unpleasant when Yuan Empire held the coming-of-age ceremony, that was because Yuan Empire immediately said that both disciples would perform the altar ascension ritual. He felt it was too arrogant, so his tone was a bit unpleasant. It was good for a normal force to have one disciple perform the altar ascension ritual. Most didn't even have one. If you suddenly say you want to, anyone would feel a bit unconvinced. Now, he no longer had that kind of tone from that day. Because Su Yu and Jiang Xie both proved themselves, and even more so, they proved the confidence of Yuan Empire. Yes, the Flowing Sand sect leader who was nearby was full of envy. If his own sect also had such a disciple, that would be great. Su Zaiyu, he truly is a young man capable of suppressing Saint Province geniuses. My sect's disciples lost fairly. The corpse refining sect master shook his head, self-deprecatingly. He was now certain that the young man who defeated the successors of his sect, and Gu God sect with one move that day, was Jiang Xie. At this moment, he no longer had any intention of blaming his own disciple. Even if disciples from other sects came, they would suffer the same fate. With the move Jiang Xie just displayed, which sect's disciple could compare? I just don't know if the rumor that the side effects of Fanchen's sword are useless against him is true or false. The Gu God sect master looked at Jiang Xie with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Although Jiang Xie appeared very normal on the surface, in the eyes of some slightly stronger individuals, they could see that his current condition was not very good. However, what made him feel strange was that, although he felt Jiang Xie's condition was not very good, his vitality seemed to have not changed at all. It was truly strange. Could it be that, using Fanchen's sword truly posed no life-threatening danger to him? This was simply too unbelievable, wasn't it? His words were also the question of the crowd. I observe that Su Zai's current condition is not very good, but it seems there is a force rapidly repairing his body, and his vitality doesn't feel like it's decreasing at all. Mu Sha frowned, resting one hand on his chin. Then it seems the rumor is true. However, Even if there's no life-threatening danger looking at his condition, he probably won't be able to use Fanchen's sword to unleash such an attack again in the near future. In fact, his current strength will also decrease somewhat. This is normal, otherwise it would be too abnormal. If he were to cultivate for a few more years, wouldn't he be invincible? 353. I can't bear to watch it. While the sect masters were discussing Jiang Xie, he was surrounded by a group of people. The people from East Tower along with Su Wu, Jai Wushuang, Jiang Fingliu, Su Jiru, Lin Yuanqui and others, all gathered around. The most anxious among them were naturally Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru. Although they were Zier's birth parents, it was their first time seeing him use the Fanchen sword. It was also their first time seeing Zier in such a weak state. A trace of heartache flashed in Su Jiru's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. At this moment, she could only feel anxious internally and could not show any flaws. Silly boy, how much longer until you can come home? Your mother's heart is aching. And I can only watch. Feeling displeased, Su Jiru couldn't help but pinch Jiang Fingliu's waist. Jiang Fingliu's expression, which had been normal, instantly turned liver-colored from the pinch. Just as he was about to get angry, seeing that it was Su Jiru, he could only swallow his anger. Damn it, considering you're a woman and my wife, I'll let you off the hook today. Next time, family rules will be enforced. He gave Su Jiru a look that meant, I'll get you next time, and Su Jiru returned a disdainful look. Come on, this old lady wants to see who will enforce the family rules. Zier, are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? Su Wu looked concerned, reaching out to examine Jiang Xie's body, and his expression immediately turned strange. This recovery ability, it's simply abnormal. Sovereign Su, how is Su Xiaoyu? Is he all right? Lin Yuanqui asked, seeing his strange expression. Su Wu shook his head and said, there's no major problem, he just needs to rest for a while. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xie also smiled and said, I'm fine, it's just. As soon as he said this, his expression changed, and he couldn't help but cough violently. He actually coughed up blood. Jiang Xie's face twitched. Good heavens, this after effect hasn't acted up for at least a few years, has it? He thought he was cured, but he didn't expect it to reappear. And it always appears precisely when he's showing off. Is this intentional? Jiang Xie decided that next time he showed off, he would definitely speak less. He would put on a profound and mysterious appearance. That way he wouldn't cough up blood, right? With this cough, besides the few people from East Tower and Lin Yuanqui, everyone else's expressions turned strange. Gu Shengxing had seen Jiang Xie cough blood before and knew he was fine. When Jiang Xie was in the Jiang family, Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru already knew about this ailment of his. The key was that the cause couldn't be found, and his body was otherwise very healthy. At that time, Jiang Fingliu had even treated him, but it didn't work. As for Old Wu, Jai Weiyu, and Lin Maioyan, the three had been with Jiang Xie for some time and understood this problem of his very well. It was just strange, this coughing up blood always seemed to happen. Could it be that he was under some kind of curse? Su Wu had also seen it before, so he wasn't too surprised. Young lord, what exactly is this problem of yours? Old Wu scratched his head, a bit confused. He had asked this question long ago. But Jiang Xie always just smiled it off. I don't know, maybe I'm possessed. Jiang Xie smiled helplessly. Possessed, Su Jiru exclaimed, then realized her reaction was too strong and lightly coughed, saying, I've never heard of being possessed with no other symptoms, just coughing up blood. Jiang Fingliu rolled his eyes at her. She almost ruined everything. The others didn't pay much attention, and began to inquire one after another. Jiang Xie hadn't expected that a casual remark would cause such trouble, and it took him a long time to explain and calm things down. Afterward, having recovered some strength, he said to everyone, there must be many good things in the spatial rings on the Saint Province disciples on the ground. Everyone, take what you can. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep it all for himself. Rather, those who could be killed so easily likely didn't hold powerful positions in Saint Province, and even if they had resources, they wouldn't be too many. Nor would they be too precious. Instead of leaving a bad impression on the people from other sects for such a small amount, it was better to propose it proactively. Clearly, the powerhouses from the various sects understood this principle, and did not go to scavenge themselves. Most sent their disciples below them. However, on East Tower's side, watching Old Wu cheering excitedly among the piles of dead bodies, Gu Shengxing felt a sense of camaraderie for the first time. Mine, this one's mine too. Young lord, look, I've already got 10. There's one here too, hahaha, I'm rich. Old Wu was like a fish in water among the dead bodies, instantly grabbing dozens of spatial rings. One could even say he was born from a pile of dead bodies, so it would be strange if he wasn't skilled at this. Jiang Xie watched, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but rub his forehead. This was too embarrassing. Just take them, why report to me, social suicide. This way, people will think I ordered you to do it. The surrounding gazes all turned towards him, and Jiang Xie suddenly felt a little dizzy. His gaze shifted, and he saw Jai Yu smiling strangely beside him. An idea immediately struck him, and he pretended to collapse onto her. Oh dear, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. I'm afraid the after effects from earlier are acting up again. Jai Yu gave Jiang Xie a look that said, I see right through you, and rolled her eyes. Yet she didn't expose his lie. Instead, she caught him and held him in her arms, but her words were mercilessly sarcastic. Oh, who is this? Why is his body so frail, just like Xiao Du Ya? Jiang Xie blinked and said, aren't you also a tiny bit? No, it seems you've grown a bit. Jai Yu's face flushed and she spat, you pervert, go lie on the ground. Saying this, she was about to throw him to the ground. Jiang Xie wasn't worried at all. He was sure Jai Yu wouldn't let go. Until a thud sound. Only after his head hit the ground heavily did Jiang Xie realize that Jai Yu had actually thrown him. No love left, boo-hoo-hoo. Jiang Xie, oh. On the other side, Yan Wufeng and Zhou Tao looked at old Wu struggling in the pile of dead bodies and couldn't help but turn their heads away, not daring to look anymore. It was too awkward. But when they saw Gu Shengxing rolling up his sleeves, their hearts suddenly skipped a beat. No way. Is Lord Gu going to join in too? It must be a mistake. As soon as the two thought this, when they looked again, Gu Shengxing was nowhere to be seen. Master Wu, wait for me, I'll help you. In Gu Shengxing's eyes, these were all nutrients to help East Tower grow stronger. How could he let them go? Old Yan, do you think we should step away for a bit? Zhou Tao said to Yan Wufeng with a pained expression. Yan Wufeng nodded deeply and said, I think so too. Just as the two were about to leave, a figure appeared between them. It was Jiang Xie who said with an embarrassed expression, I think I also need to step away. Old Wu alone was one thing, but why did you Gu Shengxing go too? How can anyone stand here now? 354, Weirdness. The actions of Old Wu and Gu Shengxing truly surprised everyone. At least the way those people looked at the two of them changed. They just felt, are these two really powerhouses? Why are they acting like children? The two, completely unaware, still roamed through the pile of corpses with gleaming eyes. The major forces within Saint Province sent out a considerable number of young disciples this time. Just here those killed by Jiang Xie alone numbered several hundred, and adding those who escaped, the total was quite large. Even with Old Wu and Gu Shengxing, plus some disciples from other forces, it took half an incense stick of time to finish looting. During this process, Jiang Xie, Zhou Tao, and Yan Wufeng squatted in a corner, drawing circles the entire time. Draw a circle to curse you. Yan Wufeng excitedly drew a circle on the ground and pointed at Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao immediately shifted his body to the side, dodging his finger, his veins bulging on his face as he cursed with a smile. You fellow, don't mess around. He, Yan Wufeng chuckled, saying, I'm just trying to see if what Lord Dongzhou said is true. Jiang Xie raised an eyebrow. No, do you guys really think it's useful? He had merely been squatting on the ground drawing circles. As a result, the two looked on curiously and asked him, so he casually said it was for cursing. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, filled with eagerness. Helpless, Jiang Xie had no choice but to utter that classic line. And then, the two kept cursing each other. Who knows what deep-seated grudge they had between them. Draw a circle to curse you. Curse you. Curse you. Jiang Xie couldn't help but rub his forehead again. What kind of situation was this? He remembered they weren't like this 3 years ago. They became like this in 3 years. Somewhere in the Void Realm, Su Yuan watched the entire process unfold. Li Buqi's death certainly made him very sad. But Li Buqu inheriting the Shenku sword stirred his desire to nurture talent, and seeing him seemingly getting along with Jiang Xie greatly relieved him. Such a genius, any force would want to bring him under their command. The Kaiyuan Empire was at least at the forefront. Of course, what shocked him even more was Jiang Xie. It truly is the Fanchen sword. I've been out for a while and only just realized it now. It seems I've been in slumber for too long and am a bit muddled. Su Yuan gave a self-deprecating smile. Now he finally understood why Jiang Xie's talent, though not strong, could have such astonishing performance at the altar sacrifice to heaven? It seems, the Fanchen sword's backlash on him was merely internal organ damage. Then, where did his almost abnormal recovery ability come from? Jiang Xie's various peculiarities made him frown in contemplation. Never mind, let's see what other eye-catching performances this kid can show in the future. If some old geezer who doesn't know better makes a move, don't blame me. During Jiang Xie's time in the corner, people from various major forces departed one after another. Only those related to him remained, along with some loose cultivators wandering nearby. Leaving aside the forces from other places for now, the forces from the Eastern Continent were truly incomprehensible to him. After arriving here, they did not utter a single word, mostly just quietly observing the development of events, and then left after watching. Moreover, he also noticed that the gazes of some powerful figures from these forces always intentionally or unintentionally fell upon him. The state was indeed somewhat abnormal. The emperors of the Great Yan and Red Cloud empires had not even appeared. It was unknown whether they feared the Shengyuan Empire, or if there were other reasons. Regardless, there were many peculiarities in this matter. Perhaps, Lin Yuanqui might know something. Looking at Lin Yuanqui not far away, Jiang Xie also noticed the gaze the other party cast towards him. Jiang Xie walked up to everyone and said, "Has everyone noticed that the Eastern Continent's forces behaved a bit strangely today?" Strange, Su Wu frowned. If Jiang Xie hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but once he did, Su Wu immediately realized that something indeed seemed a bit off. Zhang Fingliu and Su Jiru also reacted, both saying, "It does seem off." They just stood there watching. But Jai Wushwang pondered for a moment and said, "There must be some hidden reason, but if there's a hidden reason, why doesn't my Haoran Sect know about it?" Yan Wufeng and Zhou Tao also put away their playful thoughts, and both said, "No one from the Great Yan Empire and Red Cloud Empire came over." The Eastern Continent forces also left quickly. This matter indeed reveals something strange. Gu Shengxing put away a pile of spatial rings and slowly walked over, transmitting to Jiang Xie with a solemn expression. "Big brother, on those few secs, I felt the fluctuation of heavenly mystery power. Shengyuan Sect is no exception." As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Lin Yuanqui. Jiang Xie was thoughtful. It seemed that the true reason could only be known by asking Lin Yuanqui. Thinking of this, he immediately summoned his warship and said to everyone, "Everyone, please come aboard first. This place is crowded and not a good place to talk." Everyone nodded one after another and boarded the warship. Jiang Xie was carried on Jai Huayu's back. Feeling her soft body, Jiang Xie couldn't help but start moving his hands. Jai Huayu's face flushed with shyness. There were quite a few people here. How embarrassing would it be if they were discovered? Thinking of this, she immediately straightened her face and said, "If you keep touching me, I'll throw you off." Jiang Xie awkwardly retracted his hands. After being thrown by Jai Huayu just now, he now had no doubt about Jai Huayu's words. Upon careful thought, he finally understood why Jai Huayu's behavior had been so different recently compared to now. It was entirely because she hadn't seen him for too long. Now that they saw each other every day, she quickly reverted to her old personality. What a sin! He swore that one day, he would definitely change Jai Huayu's tsundere bad habit. But then again, it really seems to have gotten much bigger. Soft bouncy. The silly girl might be sharp-tongued, but her body was still very honest. But within the clouds, aboard the warship. On the deck, everyone gathered together. Jiang Xie looked at Lin Yuanqui and said with a smile, "Sect leader Lin, I can only ask you to explain." "All right," Lin Yuanqui sighed softly and did not refute. In Jiang Xie's view, his relationship with Shengyuan Sect was one of superior and subordinate, so speaking this way was not inappropriate. In Lin Yuanqui's view, it was also the same. But for everyone else, it was quite shocking. Who exactly is the sect master? Oh, Jiang Xie is the Dongzhou Luju, but outsiders don't know that. Even if your daughter is with him, it shouldn't be like this. Don't you have any temper at all? Everyone looked at Lin Yuanqui with strange expressions. Lin Yuanqui acted as if he hadn't heard them. The fact that Shengyuan Sect had already submitted to Jiang Xie was probably known to no one except Jiang Xie and a few others. 355, wait and see. Su Wu couldn't help but want to complain. He even wondered if he was meeting Lin Yuanqui for the first time. Jai Wushwang felt the same, wondering where the irritable man he once knew had gone. Lin Yuanqui was so impolite to himself, so why was he so polite to Jiang Xie? He would absolutely not believe it was because of Lin Maoyan. As for Haoran Sect submitting to Jiang Xie, no one had even considered that. It was simply impossible. It wasn't until Lin Yuanqi's voice sounded that everyone's expressions returned to normal. Actually, I've only heard about it, Lin Yuanqi recalled. 2 days ago, while chatting with Chu Kuang, I inadvertently heard him mention that someone had quietly placed a letter on his desk. And it wasn't just him, other sect masters had also received them. He even asked me at the time. Although I hadn't received one, to avoid arousing his suspicion, I said I had. I suppose this is why they are acting strangely today. Someone can quietly place a letter on their desks. Su Wu's expression was solemn. Such a feat he feared even he, a law realm expert, couldn't achieve. So the reason is all in that letter. What exactly was written on it? Jai Wushwang looked puzzled. Why hadn't he received one? Jiang Fingliu was also a bit strange. His Jiang family was a major force in the eastern continent, yet he hadn't seen any letter either. Jiang Xie, however, seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed now that his father-in-law, Lin Yuanqi, and his own father had not received the letters. And they had one common characteristic, that is, they all had a close relationship with him. Could it be that letter was aimed at him, or was it aimed at the Kaiyuan Empire? He hadn't voiced it yet, but Jai Yu spoke first. Perhaps the content of that letter is aimed at us. Everyone understood that this speculation was not without reason. Gu Shengxing's expression was especially solemn. He stepped forward and said to everyone, I'm afraid that letter was placed by someone proficient in the power of Tianji. The power of Tianji, everyone's expressions changed. Almost everyone present knew Gu Shengxing's identity. If he said so, then it must have been placed by someone with the power of Tianji. But the problem was, those proficient in the power of Tianji were undoubtedly from only a few sects. Tianji Tower, Star-Gazing Pavilion, and 7 Stars Cave. Among them, 7 Stars Cave had long since been destroyed. Although it wasn't ruled out that there were people like Gu Shengxing, who had obtained the legacy of 7 Stars Cave. And Star-Gazing Pavilion had long since stopped participating in Jianghu disputes. As for Tianji Tower, it was within the Saint Province, but it wasn't ruled out that they had sent some disciples out. Whichever of the 3 forces it was, they all held animosity towards Gu Shengxing. It should be said, they all held animosity towards the inheritors of 7 Stars Cave. Gu Shengxing knew that his existence had probably been discovered by them. Had the thing he had always worried about finally happened? He didn't know which specific force the other party belonged to. I think I know why Sect Leader Lin, Sect Leader Jai, and Jiang family head didn't receive the letters. It's probably because of me, Gu Shengxing sighed slightly. Their target might be me. So that's how it is. The 3 nodded slowly, but they had no intention of blaming him. Jai Wushwang laughed. It's no big deal, no harm, no harm. Jiang Fingliu shook his head and said, I thought he looked down on my Jiang family. It's good that he doesn't. Jiang family head's thoughts are consistent with mine. Lin Yuanqi also smiled. His low spirits earlier were also due to this, thinking that Haoran Sect was no longer being taken seriously. Su Wu, needless to say, patted Gu Shengxing's shoulder and said, I've seen fellow Taoist Gu's abilities with my own eyes. Even if they have some schemes, there's nothing to fear. Tower Master, what are you saying? Are we going to abandon you? Yan Wufeng and Zhou Tao also laughed. Jiang Xie also patted Gu Shengxing's shoulder and said, Since you call me big brother, I naturally won't let others bully you. Woo, big brother. Gu Shengxing's eyes welled up with tears as if he had returned to his previous self. Although he was now formidable within the East Tower, in reality, he had been all alone before. Having obtained the legacy of 7 Stars Cave, it was not suitable for him to cultivate in other sects, nor did he dare to be too ostentatious, fearing to invite disaster, and he was also impoverished. He could only wander from place to place, making a living by fortune-telling for others. Even so, he still worried that people from the other 2 sects would come looking for him one day. More importantly, even so, not many people came to him for fortune-telling, the reason being that he was too young and simply didn't look like a master. In desperation, he could only dress shabbily to make himself look like a master. Even so, his face was still too young, others could tell at a glance. If he hadn't met Jiang Xie, he would probably still be on some street, continuing to tell fortunes for others. It could be said that Jiang Xie changed him and was his savior. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to put all his effort into helping Jiang Xie build the East Tower well. Gu Shengxing's realm was actually not very high. When he met Jiang Xie, he was only in the soul-forging realm. Now, with Jiang Xie's increase in strength, his own strength had also improved significantly. However, he had not yet reached the domain realm. After all, he was only a few years older than Jiang Xie. Although he called Jiang Xie Big Brother, others didn't know his specific realm entirely because of his cultivation technique, which allowed him to shield his realm. Being targeted this time, he was indeed a bit flustered. But seeing everyone around him like this, he was suddenly filled with confidence again. Yes, I am no longer alone now. I have the people of the East Tower behind me, and Big Brother. Gu Shengxing immediately cheered up. Seeing the light return to his eyes, Jiang Xie was very pleased. Do you have a way to deduce who the other party is? He asked Gu Shengxing. Everyone's gaze followed. Alas, Gu Shengxing sighed slightly. Big Brother, you don't know, but actually, not only do I not know his identity, he probably isn't sure of my identity either. Our cultivation techniques have a characteristic: we cannot deduce each other. Anyone related to me, they cannot see through their tianji. Similarly, anyone related to him, I cannot deduce using my divine calculation art. So that's how it is, Jiang Xie nodded. This was good, otherwise, it would be troublesome if the other party attacked those around him. If that's the case, we can only wait and see, right? Lin Maoyan suddenly interjected. Everyone nodded. Lin Yuanqui glanced at his daughter and also spoke. Yanner is right. For now, this is all we can do. After I return to the sect, I will interact more with Chu Kuang and see if I can extract more information. Then many thanks, sect leader Lin. Jiang Xie bowed slightly. After the discussion ended, the speed of the warship instantly accelerated, and it quickly disappeared into the clouds. 356, Imperial Library. When they reached the border of Kaiyuan Empire, Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru bid farewell. Before leaving, he specifically sent a message to Jiang Xie, telling him to take care of himself. Jiang Xie quickly agreed. Subsequently, Lin Yuanqui and Jai Wushwang left one after another. Gu Shengxing also took Yan Wufeng and Zhou Tao back to the East Tower. And Li Buku, that guy, was also taken back to the East Tower by Gu Shengxing. In his words it was, "This kid is naturally fated with my East Tower and will sooner or later be a disciple of my East Tower. Since that's the case, why not just take him back myself?" Su Wu was speechless at this explanation. How could he not want Li Buku to join the Kaiyuan Empire? But thinking of Gu Shengxing's ability, he felt that what he said might be true. If that were the case, this kid really belonged to the East Tower. This made him instantly feel a little depressed. However, fortunately, after he remembered that the East Tower belonged to Jiang Xie, that hint of depression disappeared. Since it belonged to his grandson, it was his own. What was the difference? As long as he didn't go to other sects, that was fine. Thinking this way, his mood immediately improved a lot. Soon on the warship, only Su Wu, Jiang Xie, Jai Waiyu, Old Wu, Lin Maoyan and Zio Zai remained. Although Zio Zai usually joked around with Jiang Xie, Jai Waiyu, and the others in other situations, she was generally quiet and didn't speak carelessly. After returning to the Kaiyuan Imperial Palace, it was already dark. Jiang Xie immediately headed straight for the Imperial Library Pavilion. Jai Waiyu was quite puzzled. Even if it was urgent, it shouldn't be that urgent, right? After shaking her head, she also walked out of Tiangxin Pavilion and headed to the cultivation grounds within the Imperial Palace. She didn't want to be left too far behind by Jiang Xie. On the Imperial Palace Plaza, Jiang Xie briefly identified the direction and saw the magnificent and ancient building in the distance. Speaking of which, this seemed to be his first time visiting the library pavilion within the Imperial Palace. The library pavilion of the Kaiyuan Empire was located in the southeast corner of the Imperial Palace Plaza, a vast palace. Unlike the many other palaces in the Imperial Palace, if other palaces were gilded, this library pavilion was matte. It didn't look as majestic, and in fact, it even looked a bit old. The entire library pavilion had 5 floors. When he was almost at the Imperial Palace, he had asked Su Wu about the history of this library pavilion. According to him, the Imperial Library Pavilion had been passed down from the founding of the empire until now. Although the Imperial Palace had undergone dozens of attacks, the Library Pavilion had always been well protected. It wasn't until the near annihilation event 3,000 years ago that the Library Pavilion was almost completely destroyed. Many cultivation techniques and martial skills were lost in that battle, and the collection of cultivation techniques and martial skills was far less than before. Even now, there are still many incomplete martial skills and cultivation techniques in the Library Pavilion. No wonder this Library Pavilion doesn't look very harmonious overall. It must be that some parts were re-repaired. Looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Jiang Xie was thoughtful. At this moment, there were many figures coming and going inside and outside the library pavilion. To avoid causing chaos, Jiang Xie specifically wore a hooded black robe. He pulled down his hood and walked towards the library pavilion. Hey, have you heard? Crown Prince Su Zai is said to have caused a huge stir again near Saint Province. Really? Ah, what a pity I can't witness such a shocking scene. It's true, Crown Prince Su Zai is said to have even used Fanchen's sword. What? Fanchen's sword? Ah, although I know Crown Prince Su Zai is the Fanchen sword master, I've never seen Crown Prince Su Zai use Fanchen's sword even once. I heard that when Crown Prince Su Zai drew Fanchen's sword, the sky was filled with sword shadows, and its power was terrifyingly absolute, instantly killing hundreds of young geniuses from Saint Province. His tilde as expected of Crown Prince Su Zai, I truly envy that strength. Yet, listening to the conversations of the surrounding disciples, Jiang Xie stumbled and almost fell. Then he couldn't help but press down on his hood again, his expression very strange. This news spread so quickly. He had only just arrived at the imperial palace a moment ago, right? Perhaps those who left earlier spread it. Having been in this world for so long, Jiang Xie had a deep understanding of one thing. That is, although there is no internet here. But the speed of information dissemination is also very fast. The speed of those cultivators is much faster than airplanes or anything else. And they are elusive. The mobility of cultivators ensures that news transmission is not slow. Therefore, if one thinks that they can do whatever they want in this Xuanhuan world, then they are greatly mistaken. The more powerful ones can strip you bare, leaving you with no privacy whatsoever. Of course, this does not refer to cultivation. After all, everyone has some unspeakable secrets or methods in their cultivation. The reason Jiang Xie was in such a hurry was simple. He wanted to understand yin-yang power, or more precisely, what effect the yin power he controlled had. Since cultivating the yin-yang twin birth art until now, he had already entered the second stage. His spiritual power could now switch between normal state and yin power state. But he still didn't quite understand what effect it had. Upon reaching the entrance of the library pavilion, the old man guarding the pavilion opened his eyes and glanced at Jiang Xie indifferently, a glint flashing in his eyes. He said nothing and let Jiang Xie enter. The disciples who noticed this scene frowned. They knew that when a disciple entered the library pavilion, the old man guarding it would leave a mark on their arm. This served as the entry time for the library pavilion, and once the mark disappeared, they had to leave, otherwise they would be punished. They had never seen anything like what just happened, where nothing was done. Actually, it wasn't because Jiang Xie was special. Even a prince had a time limit when entering the library pavilion. Not to mention a crown prince. The real reason the old man did this was entirely because Su Yuan had sent him a message. This kid, he can actually make the second ancestor protect his Tao. Interesting. The old man's lips curved, and he continued to close his eyes and rest. After entering the library pavilion, the dazzling array of books almost blinded Jiang Xie. Goodness, this is too much. And this is after many were lost. How many were there before they were lost? Jiang Xie's expression was strange. He had thought that the Jiang family's library pavilion had enough books, but he didn't expect that compared to here. It was simply insignificant. That's true, after all, the Kaiyuan Empire's history is much longer than the Jiang family's history. And there had even been an emperor, the Jiang family, speaking of which, he still didn't know if the Jiang family had ever had an emperor appear. Skipping the first floor, Jiang Xie directly walked upwards. The higher he went, the fewer books there were. He had already learned that the first floor of the library pavilion generally contained low-grade martial skills and cultivation techniques. The second floor contained some classics and historical materials. Even so, knowing which floor it was on was one thing. Finding it was another. Among the many books, finding books related to yin-yang power was not that simple. This made Jiang Xie quite a headache. Where should I start looking, or should I ask that old, senior outside to help me find it? He had meant to say, old man. But the words caught in his throat as he suddenly remembered that, in such situations, the old man of the library pavilion was usually a reclusive, powerful cultivator. He immediately changed his words, otherwise it wouldn't be good if he was punished. 357. 4 special powers. Thinking of this, he walked down again. He went straight to the door and respectfully said to the old senior beside him, Senior, I want to find some books that record yin-yang power, but I don't know how to find them. Please enlighten me. Su Nian's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself, what is this kid looking for books that record yin-yang power for? Could it be that he cultivates yin-yang power? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but size up Jiang Xie a few more times. Then he said, it's fine, I'll help you find it. With that, he led Jiang Xie back into the library pavilion. This scene was seen by many people, and the entire area outside the library pavilion exploded. What's going on? Who is that man? How can he make the old senior personally help him find things? No way, I usually don't see the old senior leave his spot. I remember last time, a young master couldn't find a martial skill and wanted the old senior to help him find it, but he was scolded terribly. That's right, last time my father came and wanted to find some books, but he didn't dare to speak to the old senior. I saw the imperial ancestor treat him with utmost respect last time. The person just now doesn't seem to be very old. Do you think he might be Senior Su Zai? The scene was very noisy, but after this sentence came out, everyone quieted down. If anyone among the younger generation in the Shengyuan Empire could achieve this level, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Xie. Haha, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things I haven't learned. If I go back now, I might be punished by my father, so I'll go back later. Someone immediately found a good spot and sat down cross-legged. I seem to have suddenly gained some insight and must digest it as soon as possible, so I'll go back later. I have some insights here. For the development of the empire, I am willing to exchange insights with everyone again. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. In a blink of an eye, many people were sitting cross-legged near the library pavilion. It should be known that disciples of the Shengyuan Empire are not allowed to loiter around after coming out of the library pavilion, unless there is a legitimate reason. They were originally preparing to leave, but after learning that the young man just now was very likely Jiang Xie, they all found excuses to stay here. There was no other way. This was truly too incredible and too shocking. A person whom even the emperor had to treat with respect was so friendly to a young disciple. Isn't this strange? In the void realm, looking at the appearance of these young ones, Su Yuan smiled faintly. These fellows are just like me when I was young. Then his gaze turned to the library pavilion again and he murmured, this kid, yin-yang power, it's interesting. Let's see how many more surprises you can bring me. Not to mention outside the library pavilion. The library pavilion itself was also in shock at this moment. When the disciples who were flipping through martial skills, cultivation techniques, or books inside saw Jiang Xie entering with the old senior, they all unconsciously averted their gaze. Looking at that black-clothed figure, they only had one thought. Who is this person? How can he make the old senior personally bring him in? Jiang Xie walked behind Su Nian, although he didn't feel any strong oppressive force. However, the feedback from Fanchen's sword made him realize that the old senior in front of him was not to be underestimated. At least stronger than his grandfather. His guess was also correct. Su Nian was not only a direct descendant of the Su family. Although he was not as senior as Su Yuan, he could also be called one of the Su family's old ancestors. His seniority was even higher than Su Hong's. The library pavilion, no matter which force's library pavilion it is one of the foundations of the force, and perhaps even the greatest foundation. Therefore, the cultivation of the library pavilion keeper of each force will not be too low. Su Nian led Jiang Xie directly to a corner on the second floor. Here, there were no other figures besides the two of them. It must have been a place where no one had set foot for a long time. Along the way, Jiang Xie ignored the many gazes directed at him from around, and now, he focused his gaze on a book that Su Nian was holding. The book was quite old, yellowed, and some of the writing on it had begun to blur. There was no book cover, it might have been lost. Su Nian patted the dust off it and said, this book recording yin-yang power has not been read by anyone for a long time. Why? Jiang Xie was a little strange. Is it that no one wants to understand this kind of knowledge? Or is it that? Is this yin-yang power very difficult to cultivate? He continued to ask. Su Nian glanced at him and smiled. Do you think yin-yang power is like a common vegetable? You can cultivate it whenever you want. Jiang Xie was speechless. Su Nian continued. On the path of cultivation, there are several extremely powerful forces, but very few people can successfully cultivate or comprehend them. Without a great opportunity, or a powerful legacy from ancient times, it is almost impossible to cultivate successfully. Jiang Xie's expression moved and he asked, then which of these forces are they? Su Nian looked at him with a strange expression. This kid, he wouldn't really want to cultivate, would he? That's a bit of a pipe dream. Over the years, he had never seen or heard of anyone who succeeded. With the intention of educating the younger generation, Su Nian still spoke. These forces are nothing more than the power of time, the power of space, yin-yang power, and the power of life and death. Time, space, yin and yang, life and death, so it really is these few, Jiang Xie thought to himself. Among them, yin-yang power is the most special, because it has some connection with the power of time and the power of life and death. It can be said that those who comprehend yin-yang power find it easier to comprehend the power of time and the power of life and death than others, but this is only relative. Its difficulty is still as hard as ascending to the heavens. Since he had already said this much, Su Nian simply finished. The power of time, it is rumored that those who comprehend this power can temporarily stop time. Of course, the duration and range of time stoppage are determined by the user's cultivation and comprehension level. Comprehending it to the highest realm can even cross the long river of time, past and future, which is terrifyingly powerful. As for the power of space, those who comprehend this power can move through the void realm as if entering an uninhabited land. Even some secret realms and dangerous places cannot trap them. Cultivators who have comprehended the power of space cannot necessarily be caught by those who are one or two major realms higher. If one comprehends it deeply enough, crossing the universe and starry sky with a single thought is not impossible. As for yin-yang power, all things in the world cannot escape the two characters yin and yang. Those who comprehend it can not only summon yin puppet, but also use the yin-yang power contained within all things in the world for their own use. Greatly enhancing strength, it can also disrupt the yin and yang qi on the opponent's body, making them weak. Comprehending it to a certain realm can even summon the divine soul of deceased people. Finally, there is the power of life and death. One thought brings life, one thought brings death. Cultivators who comprehend the power of life and death can instantly make a person's life force drain away, and can also instantly restore vitality to an old man who is on the verge of death. Comprehending it to an extremely deep realm can even revive a dying person who only has one breath left. When combined with yin-yang power, it can even bring the dead back to life. But these are not just about comprehending, they also require a great price. All right, I've said too much. This is still too far for you. Su Nian shook his head slightly. Just as he turned to give the book in his hand to Jiang Xie, he froze in place. He saw a wisp of yin power flickering in Jiang Xie's hand. 358. The second ancestor reappears. Senior, is this the yin-yang power you were talking about? Jiang Xie looked like an innocent child at this moment, a naive smile on his face. How is that possible? A shriek echoed throughout the library pavilion. Su Nian seemed to realize his gaffe and quickly shut his mouth. But his exclamation attracted the attention of all the disciples in the library pavilion. What's going on? Why did old Senior suddenly make such a loud noise? It looks like he was shocked. What did that black-clothed man do to shock even the old Senior guarding the library pavilion? That man must be Lord Su Zai, right? Besides him, I really can't think of anyone else with such ability. That sound just now made my heart itch. I really want to know what they said inside. Inside the library pavilion, a flurry of chattering discussions instantly broke out. Most people put down what they were doing and quietly moved closer to where Jiang Xie and Su Nian were, trying to hear something. However, they didn't dare to get too close, lest they be reprimanded by old Senior and be unable to enter the library pavilion for some time. At the same time, outside the library pavilion, many people also heard Su Nian's exclamation. As people who frequently entered and exited the library pavilion, how could they not recognize whose voice it was? Instantly, it was like ants crawling on their bodies, their whole bodies itching, including their hearts. Damn it, what exactly did Lord Su Zai and old Senior do inside? Allah, I really want to go in. I still had time, why did I come out so quickly? I regret it so much. Brother, don't even mention it, aren't I the same? Ali. Su Nian was stunned. He scrutinized it carefully many times, and after confirming repeatedly that he hadn't seen wrong, it felt as if something was lodged in his chest, making him unable to speak anymore. Senior, why aren't you speaking? Jiang Xie looked a little confused, continuously calling out softly. Cough, cough. Su Nian coughed twice, unable to resist stroking his non-existent beard on his chin. He forced a smile that was worse than crying and said, it's nothing, you're very good. After he finished speaking, he felt it was wrong again. Why should he feel uncomfortable? Wasn't he one of their own? Why should he feel uncomfortable if one of their own comprehended yin-yang power? He should be happy. Yes, yes, yes. With such a genius appearing, I'm too happy to even be upset. It's just, why does the surrounding air feel a little sour? He forced another difficult smile and asked, this yin-yang power, how long did it take you to cultivate it? Sigh, it's shameful to mention. When asked about this, Jiang Xie shook his head. His physical talent was still too poor. To be honest, it took 3 years. I might have disappointed senior. This was not Jiang Xie pretending, but he genuinely felt it was too slow. After all, the protagonists in those Xuanhuan novels often only took a day or 2 or 3 days. Even those who took a few months were rare. He took 3 years. This was already considered cannon fodder level, right? No, not cannon fodder. Cannon fodder can't comprehend it at all. Then it's an ordinary genius. Jiang Xie didn't know that after he said those words, Su Nian was once again stunned in place. 3 years. Only took 3 years. He. Was he old, unable to keep up with the pace of this generation of young people? Such an extremely special power like yin-yang power only took 3 years. And from Jiang Xie's words, he was even dissatisfied. My little old ancestor. Do you even know what this means? Even other abilities might not be comprehended or cultivated in 3 years. As for things like yin-yang power, let alone 3 years, being able to comprehend or cultivate it within 30 years is considered a genius. But the truth is, even 300 years might not be enough to cultivate it. Unless there's a great opportunity. Su Nian was numb. His gaze towards Jiang Xie also changed. Now, he seemed to somewhat understand why the second old ancestor chose to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector. But what he didn't know was that Su Yuan, who was watching from the void realm, almost couldn't help but exclaim. Good boy. I thought you were just curious about the books on yin-yang power. But I didn't expect you to actually cultivate it. This, my heart can't take it either. Su Yuan was also stunned. Such a junior. Does it matter if he's a direct descendant or not? Even if he's not a direct descendant, he should be treated as one, right? I wonder if big brother and third sister will regret it immensely when they find out. Interesting, interesting. Su Yuan's face, which rarely showed a smile, suddenly revealed a faint smile. Immediately after, he seemed to suddenly remember something and secretly thought, no, I need to show my face more in front of this kid and build up goodwill. Otherwise, if this kid does something earth-shattering again, attracting big brother and third sister to come out, what if he gets abducted? Thinking of this, Su Yuan's figure immediately appeared inside the library pavilion, beside Su Nian and Jiang Xie. And so, the entire library pavilion exploded. Oh my God, who did I just see? A disciple's face was flushed, extremely excited. This looks like the second old ancestor from the portraits. Is the second old ancestor still alive? A disciple looked shocked. I knew it. That black-clothed man is Lord Su Zai. See, the second old ancestor even came out. What did Lord Su Zai do? Not only did he make old senior exclaim, but he also made the second old ancestor personally appear. I'm so curious, I'm going to die of curiosity. Ali. For most disciples of the Kaiyuan Empire, they had seen portraits of the old ancestors within the empire. But most of them thought they were dead. Only a few disciples who attended Jiang Xie's coming-of-age ceremony knew that the second old ancestor was not dead, and had become Jiang Xie's Dao protector. Since the second old ancestor appeared here, the identity of the black-clothed man was obvious. Su Nian was also startled, and upon seeing the old man beside him, he did not dare to neglect, hurriedly bowing and saying, Junior Su Nian, greetings to the second old ancestor. Jiang Xie was also stunned, and then respectfully bowed, saying, Junior Su Zai, greetings to the second old ancestor. For some reason, in front of this old ancestor, he always felt a bit awkward saying the word Su Zai. It was as if he knew the other party had seen through his identity. Su Yuan nodded, looked at Su Nian and said, Little Nian, I'll take him, I'll personally explain the yin-yang power to him. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Jiang Xie. Nodding, he said, Follow me. With that, he waved his hand, and Jiang Xie and he both disappeared from the library pavilion. 359. No sleep. My surname is Jiang 4000. Looking at the two people who disappeared from his sight, Su Nian felt a moment of trance. It seems. Is second old ancestor going to personally teach Jiang Xie? The meaning of this is completely different. If he were to be a protector, it would be more for the development of the family, to help the family disciple grow. but to personally teach. That is treating him like his own disciple. The meaning represented by this is not the same. That's right, given that kid's situation, he's indeed worth second old ancestor's personal teaching. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Su Yuan, Su Nian himself would have wanted to take Jiang Xie under his wing. This book, Su Nian glanced at the book in his hand, silently put it back in its original place and murmured, forget it, forget it. With second old ancestor personally teaching him what's there to read, sleep, sleep. After putting it away, he yawned, staggered to the entrance of the library pavilion, sat down and closed his eyes. After he left in a corner of the second floor of the library pavilion, Su Xuan, the head of the investigation department, was consulting Chinese letter for a certain mission. At this moment, his face was also filled with shock. From the moment Su Nian and Jiang Xie entered together, he had been paying attention to them. He didn't dare to go over and say hello. He just watched quietly. Until Su Yuan appeared, he was even more shocked beyond measure. What on earth did the world sun do to attract second old ancestor to personally make a move? With a heart full of shock and confusion, Su Xuan gradually came to the place where the two had just been. Here, several disciples had already taken advantage of Su Nian and Jiang Xie's departure to come over. Their thoughts were the same as Su Xuan's. But before they could observe much, they discovered a figure in a black robe. The disciples couldn't help but gulp, Lord Su Xuan. They were not unfamiliar with Su Xuan. This person had always been elusive and unsmiling in the empire. Just looking at him, the disciples felt a wave of fear. The cold aura on Su Xuan's body was not something every disciple could endure. What are you doing here? Su Xuan's eyes were devoid of joy or sorrow. His flat tone in the disciples' ears turned into a tone of reprimand, and they were so scared that they couldn't speak clearly. Sir, we're leaving. After speaking, the several people ran away in a hurry. After watching them leave, Su Xuan began to observe the surrounding bookshelves. Logically speaking, this position usually contained books that no one had touched much. It should be easy to find the books they had just read. Soon, his gaze settled on 3 books that clearly showed signs of being moved. Su Xuan picked up the first one, Ancient Sect Customs and Amusing Stories. There's even a book like this. He was full of questions, and quickly put the book back in its original place. This book impossible. Then he looked at the next one, Top 10 Ancient Beauties, Romantic Affairs. Su Xuan's expression was strange. Few people came to read the books here. But these 2 books that someone did read were. Are these younger generation too obsessed with trivial things? After silently putting it back, he looked at the 3rd book. This book had no cover. He flipped through a few pages, his expression suddenly changed, and then became solemn. After a few breaths, Su Xuan took a deep breath and slowly closed the book. This was actually a book introducing yin-yang power. He could be sure that the reason Su Nian exclaimed just now, and the reason second old ancestor appeared, were both because of this. Logically speaking, such a book alone could not make Su Nian exclaim, nor could it make second old ancestor appear. Unless, thinking of this, a huge wave surged in his heart. An unbelievable conclusion appeared in his mind. Jiang Xie comprehended yin-yang power. No, this matter must be reported to the emperor. Thinking of this, he solemnly put the book back, and also made some adjustments to make it look like it hadn't been flipped through. This was also to prevent those disciples from discovering it. This news was too important to be easily known to others. Just after Su Xuan left, Su Nian opened his eyes, a glint flashing in them. It seems this kid hides things quite deeply. The matter of yin-yang power is probably not known to many people yet. As for Su Xuan, he absolutely trusted him. He's probably going to report to that fellow Xiao Wu again. Young people just love to mess around. On the other side, after returning to the imperial palace from the edge of Saint Province, Su Wu went to the Qianyuan Hall to deal with some accumulated government affairs. By the time he finished, it was already completely dark. Su Wu stretched his body slightly for a while, then prepared to go to the back hall to rest. Just then he noticed Su Xuan's figure. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Su Xuan, why are you coming so late? Is there something important? Reporting to the emperor, there is indeed a major matter that has just been discovered and needs to be reported. Su Xuan knelt on one knee and replied respectfully. Su Wu's interest was piqued, and he asked, what on earth is so important that you have to come at this hour? Could it be that there's news about those disciples from Saint Province whom I asked you to investigate? Su Xuan shook his head and said, It's strange to say, ever since Saint Province was sealed again, those Saint Province disciples who escaped seem to have suddenly disappeared. No news of them can be found. So you're saying it's something else? Yes, Shengyuan nodded. Then he spoke about his discovery in the library pavilion. After listening, Su Wu was stunned for a long time. You mean, second old ancestor also appeared? Yes, Shengyuan nodded slowly. You mean, that kid might have comprehended yin-yang power? Yes, Shengyuan nodded again. Su Wu was numb. Zier, how many more things are you hiding from us? This grandson of his was truly too astonishing. To be fair at first, he was indeed only interested in Jiang Xie's identity as Fanchen sword master. But in their later interactions, he found that apart from a slightly poorer cultivation talent, Jiang Xie's performance in all other aspects was even better than that of his own sons. Later, Jiang Xie surprised him again and again, making him dare not easily underestimate him. Now, he no longer knew how to describe his feelings. Is he happy? Naturally he was happy, and very happy. Su Wu's lips curved into a smile and he said, I understand. This matter must not be leaked. Go back. Yes, Emperor, Shengyuan retreated. But Su Wu lost his sleepiness. He suddenly remembered that East Tower seemed to be undergoing drastic reforms. He might as well go and see. He wondered what it had become. Su Wu was rarely in such high spirits. Although he knew that East Tower seemed to be undergoing some changes, he had never gone to see it. This time, Jiang Xie had undoubtedly shocked him again, making him sleepless. Since that was the case, it was good to go and see. He just wondered, to what extent had that kid's East Tower developed? The distance from East Tower to Qianyuan Imperial City was not very far. At Su Wu's speed, he arrived in no time. However, looking at this place, which was comparable in scale to a small city, Su Wu was stunned. What's going on? How many days has it been? I remember this was just a small town, wasn't it? Su Wu's face was full of surprise. Looking at the small town, which was brightly lit at night, and had many people busy. Su Wu only felt like he had come to the wrong place. Soon Gu Shengxing's voice rang out. Ha ha ha, Sovereign Su, you're here so late and didn't even inform us in advance. Su Wu slightly recovered, revealing a smile and looking at the figure approaching from afar, he praised, Gu Luju, what a good method you have. In such a short time the entire East Tower town has changed. Gu Shengxing landed in front of Su Wu, shook his head and said, this isn't all my credit. Big Brother is amazing. This was indeed the case. If Jiang Xie hadn't provided the supplies, even if he had boundless abilities, it would have been difficult to build it to this extent in such a short time. Su Wu also understood that Jiang Xie must have played a crucial role in it. He was becoming more and more fond of this grandson. Sovereign Su, please, let me introduce you to the current East Tower town. Oh no, it should be called East Tower City now. Gu Shengxing showed a smile. It was time to let outsiders experience the current East Tower. Su Wu nodded, which was exactly what he wanted. Next, Gu Shengxing led Su Wu to wander around inside. When they saw the empty houses on the outermost circle, Gu Shengxing explained their purpose. Su Wu immediately realized that there was a huge business opportunity here. The dishes made in East Tower were already unique. When the signboard was put up, countless people would surely flock in and then, some shops would be indispensable. As for spirit stones, which force would dislike having too few. It should be known that spirit stones were formed from condensed spiritual qi, and their cultivation effect was much better than spiritual qi. Therefore, spirit stones were not only a currency, but also a cultivation resource. If some of the royal industries were brought here, Su Wu felt it was highly feasible. He would discuss taking over a few places then. And when the introduction reached the second circle, Su Wu's eyes lit up even more. He originally thought that East Tower's main business would be placed outside, but he didn't expect it to be here. If that was the case, perhaps more could be taken over outside. This circle also needs to take down some. Here is the living area for disciples and their families, Gu Shengxing patiently explained. Su Wu's eyes lit up. This method was quite unique. It should be known that among the disciples of various major forces, there were almost none who brought their families. Is East Tower trying to bring their families into East Tower's sphere of influence to protect them? This way, the disciples' cohesion and sense of belonging to the sect would rapidly increase. As expected of my grandson. Su Wu felt a little proud. At this moment, he noticed that the entire East Tower town was covered by a formation. It was probably because He wasn't an enemy that he only realized it after being there for so long. He carefully felt it, and immediately realized with alarm that the power of this formation was no weaker than the protector formation within the imperial palace. This formation, Su Wu asked with some hesitation. Oh, the formation, Gu Shengxing smiled and said, this is an ancient sect formation that I and the various floor masters of East Tower snatched from some ancient ruins. Seeing him speak so casually and easily, Su Wu suddenly had a sense of unreality. An ancient ruin with such a formation should be quite large, shouldn't it? Why hadn't he received any news at all? Unless this ruin had not fully appeared in the world. Moreover, an ancient ruin of this rank would certainly have considerable dangers within. Indeed, is this the terrifying aspect of those who can tell fortunes? It's a pity. He belongs to Xie, otherwise I would really want to poach him. Recalling his thoughts, Su Wu followed Gu Shengxing and toward the inside as well. The inside was also fully equipped, with everything one could need, and Su Wu couldn't help but nod repeatedly. It seems, this kid's status is going to get higher and higher. East Tower's visible strength, I'm afraid even major forces can't compare. But if those major forces include their sleeping old ancestors, grand elders and the like, then East Tower still can't compare. It can be said that the gap between the current East Tower and major forces lies in their foundation. Every force that starts late has to face this fact. On the other side, in a certain void realm, Jiang Xie stood in front of Su Yuan at a loss. In just a blink of an eye, he had arrived at some unknown place. This was too awesome, wasn't it? Looking at the dark void realm around him and the endless blackness beneath his feet, Jiang Xie's fear of abysses came over him. Old ancestor, this. Don't worry, this is somewhere in the void realm above Qianyuan Imperial Palace. There's no danger. Su Yuan had a smile on his face. Jiang Xie finally felt a little relieved. All right, let's begin. Just as Jiang Xie thought he was about to answer his questions, he didn't expect Su Yuan to ask a question that surprised him. You aren't surnamed Su, are you? Jiang Xie wasn't surprised by this question. Although his identity could deceive most of the Su family members, it couldn't deceive these Su family old ancestors. However, he wasn't nervous either. Because even if he wasn't a Su family member, he still had half of the Su family bloodline. So he was considered half a Su family member. Indeed, I am not surnamed Su, Jiang Xie nodded calmly. Su Yuan didn't speak, just looked at him. Jiang Xie continued, actually my surname is Jiang, but my mother's surname is Su. Oh, who is it? Su Yan. Actually, Jiang Xie knew his mother's real name, and he almost subconsciously blurted out a fake name just now. So that's it, Su Yuan nodded, so it's Xiao Wu's daughter. Although the three of them slept for many years, they still knew who was in the Su family. They would release some divine thought every once in a while to understand the situation of the Qianyuan Empire. Now, let's talk about the function of yin-yang power. Su Yuan no longer had any questions, and began to explain to Jiang Xie. What you just displayed was yin power, right? Su Yuan's expression was a little strange. Normally, if one were to comprehend, they should comprehend yin-yang power together. But he couldn't sense any yang power on Jiang Xie, which was truly strange. 360. You have to accept it even if you don't want to. Yes, it is indeed yin power, Jiang Xie nodded. You haven't comprehended yang power. Su Yuan was a bit surprised. Normally, if one comprehended yin power, then yang power should also be comprehensible, right? However, although he found it a bit strange, he could also understand. Let alone yin and yang power, comprehending even one of them was a sign of a truly unique genius. Jiang Xie's words faltered, unsure how to answer the question. He actually knew yang power too. But his current body couldn't use it. He would only be able to after the fusion. Fortunately, Su Yuan didn't press further and instead began his explanation directly. Yin and yang power are quite special. As is well known, all things in the world are inseparable from the words yin and yang. The harmonization of yin and yang is the Tao of cultivation, and also the Tao of all things in the world. On the Shengyuan Continent, there are some places with rich yin and yang power, either yin or yang. These places often hold great opportunities. But very few people are able to set foot in them. Why? Jiang Xie asked. Could it be that even great emperors couldn't enter? Su Yuan seemed to see through his thoughts and smiled. Some places, even without a great emperor realm expert, I can enter, but that is only where the yin and yang power is not dense. If it's a place where yin and yang power is truly extremely dense, even a great emperor cannot go too deep. Is this yin and yang power very dangerous? Jiang Xie frowned. He really didn't feel that his yin power was very strong anywhere. Su Yuan looked at him with a strange expression and said, for a great emperor realm expert, it's not really dangerous, but if yin and yang power enters the body without special means, it can easily disrupt the body's internal yin and yang balance, leading to chaotic qi, reversed meridians and yin and yang imbalance. These things don't pose a life-threatening danger to great emperor realm experts, but they should not be underestimated. Even if anyone reaches the great emperor realm, they will not stop pursuing higher realms, and the imbalance of yin and yang power, along with various side effects, can greatly affect their Tao of cultivation. Therefore, even great emperor realm experts do not want to delve deep into such places. The longer they stay inside, the greater the damage to themselves. As for experts below the great emperor realm, there's even less to say. Therefore, even now, there are still a few places on the Shengyuan Continent where yin and yang power is incredibly dense that no one has ever deeply explored. Of course, this is just speculation. No one knows whether any great emperor realm experts have secretly entered since ancient times. But as far as currently known, even if someone has entered, they probably haven't reached the deepest part. Otherwise, the secrets of those places would have been deciphered long ago. I see, Jiang Xie pondered. What if he, with his yin and yang power, went there? Su Yuan again saw through his thoughts and said, if someone like you, who has comprehended yin power, goes to a place of yang power, that would also be extremely dangerous. But if you go to a place of yin power, for you, it would indeed be of great benefit. Jiang Xie's eyes lit up. Does this mean he could cultivate in these places? Wouldn't that be twice the result with half the effort? Wouldn't his cultivation increase rapidly? He started to get excited. But Su Yuan poured cold water on him. Are you thinking of cultivating in these places? Yes, old ancestor, Jiang Xie nodded then asked, is that not allowed? Of course not. Su Yuan's tone became unusually serious. You only think about the benefits, but have you considered the drawbacks? Drawbacks? Jiang Xie was stunned. He had been immersed in excitement just now and indeed hadn't thought about it. You think it would be of great benefit to you, but actually. Su Yuan paused, then continued. Going to these places would not only be of little benefit to you, but could also cause harm to your body. Why? It's true that you have yin power, but if you absorb too much yin power, your body will become severely imbalanced. Your current situation is also not optimistic. If you cannot comprehend yang power for a long time, it will also have some impact on your body. Of course, if it were a female, on the contrary, there would be many benefits. Ugh. Jiang Xie fell silent. He had come out of the Qianyuan secret realm, and until now, hadn't felt any discomfort in his body, thinking that this yin power had no effect on him. Now it seems, if it goes on for too long it will still have an effect. Similarly, his other body was the same. The only solution was the simultaneous presence of yin and yang power in one body. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but re-examine the introduction of the yin-yang twin birth art in his divine soul. Must fusion before the 5th level, huh? He had only cultivated to the 2nd level now. There was still plenty of time, so he probably didn't need to worry for now. After understanding, he began to relax. Su Yuan had wanted to see him in a state of panic. Because, according to Jiang Xie's current yin power, it was far from reaching a level that would affect his body. He didn't even know if his yin power would ever reach a level that could affect his body. One must know that, although he had cultivated yin power, it was not that simple to improve it. This not only required a cultivation technique, but also an opportunity, and even more so, talent. Cultivation techniques that could cultivate yin and yang power. There were truly too few. Coincidentally, the Qianyuan Empire happened to have one. Although its grade wasn't very high, it was still something that was hard to come by. He just wanted Jiang Xie to ask him. Jiang Xie's calm reaction, however, made him anxious. This kid, what was he waiting for? Hurry up and beg me. As long as you just open your mouth a little, wouldn't this cultivation technique be yours? Cough, cough. Helpless, he could only lightly cough. Old ancestor, is your throat uncomfortable? Cough, cough, cough. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Cough, 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 cough. Old ancestor, you should still rest. Don't overwork yourself. Su Yuan was defeated. He couldn't help but laugh and scold. I've said so much, haven't you realized the seriousness of the matter? The seriousness of the matter, Jiang Xie was stunned, then smiled, I have. Then you don't have a sense of crisis. Su Yuan puffed out his beard and glared, saying, I have a cultivation technique here suitable for yin and yang power cultivation, you. No need, old ancestor, I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Xie waved his hand, refusing very directly. Su Yuan hadn't even finished speaking. Jiang Xie understood that even if the old ancestor had such a cultivation technique, it would definitely still not compare to the yin-yang twin birth art. What's more, he couldn't possibly switch to another cultivation technique now. Su Yuan felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time, and it was in front of a junior. Nonsense. This is the best cultivation technique for you right now. Although its grade isn't particularly high, there's a long way to go and there might not be a better one. Learn this one first. Old ancestor, I really don't need it. Jiang Xie was a bit helpless. You'll take it even if you don't want to. Su Yuan was angry. He directly took it out and shoved it into Jiang Xie's hand. He had the look of, you'll regret it if you don't accept it. Helpless, Jiang Xie could only accept it. Then, thank you, old ancestor. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, then smiled again. Indeed, no junior dares to refuse my things. 361, Division of Soul. Now, let's talk about the function of yin-yang power. Jiang Xie nodded vigorously, his eyes full of anticipation. Do you feel that your yin power is not very useful? Su Yuan once again saw through Jiang Xie's thoughts. That's right, Jiang Xie nodded. Su Yuan continued, then you're wrong, this yin power is even more useful than you imagine. For example, in battle, you can inject yin power into your opponent's physical body, and then... At this point Su Yuan stopped again. His expression was a bit strange. And Jiang Xie, looking at his expression, suddenly thought of something. No way, no way. Really, no way. Can this yin power turn people into transvestites? He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but it felt too absurd, so he didn't say it. Su Yuan once again saw through his thoughts. That's right, it can cause an imbalance of yin and yang within the opponent's physical body, leading to some abnormal states. For example, males developing some female characteristics. Jiang Xie gasped, silently thinking to himself that he had made an outstanding contribution to global warming. But soon he became excited. This was definitely a great weapon. Next time he saw someone he didn't like, he would just unleash it on them. Wouldn't that be satisfying? Jiang Xie even thought of many ways to prank people. He couldn't help but wonder, who would be the first unlucky person? Su Yuan knew what he was thinking from the expression on his face. He poured a basin of cold water on him without hesitation, saying, don't think too much. With your current yin power, it's still too early to achieve that, and besides. Jiang Xie was immediately deflated, but he keenly noticed the words "and besides," and quickly asked, and besides what? And besides, if the news of you possessing yin power gets out, those who want to become female and those who cannot cultivate certain cultivation techniques because of their male physical body, etc., will all come knocking. Surely not, Jiang Xie shivered. Small factions or ordinary cultivators naturally won't, but some old monsters are different. Cannot expose. Absolutely cannot expose. Jiang Xie made up his mind. Is this something that can be exposed? Only use it secretly. Of course, if he encountered danger, he would still have to use it. Another function. There are still many unsolved mysteries in Shengyuan Continent. Every year, many people are poisoned or injured for various reasons. Among these people, some of the poisons or injuries they suffer happen to require yin or yang power for treatment. This is the second function of yin-yang power healing. Jiang Xie nodded slowly. He wasn't surprised by this function. The third use is to summon yin soul creatures. Yin soul creatures. Simply put, they are things like vengeful spirits, evil ghost souls, undead skeletons. Vengeful spirits are formed from various kinds of resentment. Their strength varies, depending on the intensity of the resentment. Evil ghost souls are formed from the divine soul of evil people or those who died due to hatred, unwillingness, etc. Their strength also varies, depending on the intensity of their hatred or unwillingness before death, as well as their strength during life. Undead skeletons are born from the abnormal transformation of the bones of deceased people. Their strength also varies. These are called yin souls. Of course, there are other types that are not common, so they are not mentioned again. These yin soul creatures can be controlled by cultivating yin power, in conjunction with corresponding cultivation techniques or martial skills. So that's how it is. Su Yuan's explanation opened another door for Jiang Xie. After understanding these things, his strength would naturally undergo certain changes. Then what is the specific method? Jiang Xie continued to ask. The method is not difficult. The cultivation technique I gave you comes with a technique for summoning yin souls. However, these techniques all require powerful divine soul cooperation. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Xie and asked, how many layers is the divine soul Dao platform you forged when you had a breakthrough to the soul forging realm? Most cultivators in Shengyuan Continent know this. Although the soul forging realm is only the fourth realm of cultivation, its importance is self-evident. Forebody, condensing yuan, controlling yuan. Forebody is about strengthening the physique to accept the entry of spiritual power. Condensing yuan is the process of guiding spiritual power to the Danshan Qi. Controlling yuan is a realm where one learns how to control spiritual power. Slight differences in these don't cause major problems. Generally, everyone will become proficient later on. But the soul forging realm is different. Once a breakthrough occurs, it is almost fixed. The divine soul Dao platform forged during the breakthrough plays a crucial role in subsequent cultivation. Divine soul is an important part of breakthroughs in some later realms. Starting from the Heavenly King realm, to achieve a breakthrough, one's divine soul cultivation cannot fall behind. And the number of layers of the divine soul Dao platform is precisely an indicator of one's potential in divine soul and the limit of divine soul power. Divine soul cultivation is generally divided into 5 realms: condensing spirit, shaping, soul emergence, spirit roaming, and manifestation. Condensing spirit, as the name suggests, is the formation of a sea of consciousness in the mind, which is equivalent to materializing the divine soul within the physical body. Shaping is the condensation of a body, identical to one's own image within the sea of consciousness. Soul emergence refers to the divine soul being able to temporarily separate from the physical body. Spirit roaming. The divine soul can leave the physical body and wander in the outside world, but if the physical body is destroyed, it will become a wandering spirit. Manifestation. At this level, the divine soul can separate from the physical body and manifest in the outside world, visible to the naked eye, and even without a physical body, there is no major problem. The cultivation of the divine soul is much more difficult. Most people are in the condensing spirit realm. Most experts above the divine power realm are in the shaping realm. The soul emergence realm is a level that can mostly only be reached by experts above the Heavenly King realm. Most of those who can reach the spirit roaming realm have a cultivation base above the saint realm. Even some great emperors are like this. As for the final manifestation realm, even among great emperors, very few can reach it. And the level one can reach is also related to the number of layers of the divine soul Dao platform. Those with 3 or more layers can mostly reach the shaping realm. Those with 5 or more layers can mostly reach the soul emergence realm. Those with 7 or more layers can mostly reach the spirit roaming realm, and the manifestation realm is also possible. Of course, the greatest chance of reaching the manifestation realm is with a 9-layered divine soul Dao platform. But such people are like finding a needle in a haystack. Su Yuan thought a lot. Jiang Xie's cultivation talent was not too high. His expectation for himself was, as long as Jiang Xie could reach 5 or more layers, it would be considered a success. Thinking of this, he asked again, does your divine soul Dao platform have 5 layers? 5 layers. Hearing this, Jiang Xie looked at him with a strange expression, his face a bit conflicted, with a feeling of wanting to speak but hesitating. Seeing this, Su Yuan secretly thought, oh no. He wouldn't even have 5 layers, would he? 362. Su Xian was confused again. Jiang Xie's hesitation stemmed from whether he should tell Su Yuan that he was at the 9th rank. But wouldn't that be too ostentatious? As far as he knew, the number of people who could reach the 9th rank in the entire Shengyuan Continent was very few. On one hand, he was afraid of being ostentatious. On the other hand, he looked at Su Yuan, who had a full head of white hair and seemed to be in good spirits and physical condition, but he was old after all. Could the old ancestor withstand this news? He couldn't help but ponder this. If, due to a moment of excitement, something were to go wrong with the old ancestor, then wouldn't he become a sinner of the family? This would surely lead to him being criticized. No, Jiang Xie quickly dismissed the idea of speaking out. He always felt that the old ancestor's body was a bit too frail. He didn't really fail to reach the 5th rank, did he? Su Yuan's eyes widened, and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in his tone. Seeing this, Jiang Xie felt a bit uneasy and vaguely said, he should have reached it. Should, Su Yuan felt a bit strange. Isn't it obvious whether one has reached it or not? Why use the word should? The doubt flashed and disappeared. He didn't think about it anymore but instead said to Jiang Xie, since that's the case, then summon it on the spot and see what rank you can summon. Jiang Xie nodded, and immediately began to flip through the cultivation technique in his hand. Sure enough, at the end, he saw a martial skill called Summoning Yin Soul Art. Without hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to comprehend it. Seeing him enter a state, Su Yuan also closed his eyes to rest beside him. About an hour later, Jiang Xie finished comprehending. This speed was not particularly fast nor particularly slow. It was considered average. It was almost similar to Su Yuan's expectation. Have you finished comprehending? Yes, Jiang Xie nodded. Then let's begin, Su Yuan said with a faint smile. Jiang Xie suddenly had a question, right here. Su Yuan was startled, only then realizing that they were in the void realm. If they were summoned, those yin souls probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. The next moment, he waved his hand, and the two of them disappeared from the void realm. When Jiang Xie's eyes lit up, he found that he had already arrived inside a mountain, with a flat area around them and dense forests outside. This is the back mountain of the Imperial Palace, Su Yuan explained. Almost at the moment the two of them descended, on the other side, Su Xian, who was also in this mountain, sensed it. He frowned. Strange, that fluctuation just now, who was it exactly? That fluctuation even made him feel a sense of fear. Could it be that some evildoers had invaded, wanting to lurk in this back mountain of the Imperial Palace, and plot something detrimental to the Kaiyuan Empire? Thinking of this, Su Xian's expression instantly became solemn. If it was really as he guessed, then he couldn't ignore it. So with a serious expression he said to Su Yu, who was cultivating not far away, "Your great-great-grandfather has something to attend to and will be leaving for a while. You cultivate well, and if you encounter any danger, remember to notify me in time." After speaking, he left without waiting for Su Yu's reply. Only Su Yu was left standing there, looking puzzled. How am I supposed to contact you? Su Yu scratched his head, looking helpless, and could only continue to cultivate. On the other side, Su Xian was rushing towards the place where he had sensed the aura. Before he could see anything, he heard a sound. Old ancestor, isn't it a bit inappropriate here? What are you worried about? Some destruction to the surroundings is normal, no need to worry. This place looks pretty good, it would be a pity to destroy it. Don't be afraid, we came here precisely because it's easier to destroy. Jiang Xie thought about it carefully, and it was indeed true. Unless they went outside the city. But being outside the city was ultimately not as good as being inside the city. Su Xian heard this conversation, and vaguely felt that one of the voices was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was for a moment. Upon hearing those words, he immediately became indignant. He only thought that those people wanted to destroy the Empire's back mountain, and immediately prepared for battle. Where did these petty villains come from, daring to cause trouble in my Kaiyuan Empire? Su Yuan and Jiang Xie were just getting ready when they suddenly heard a deep voice, and both couldn't help but turn their heads, looking in the direction from which the voice came. And Su Xian at this moment emerged from the forest, just about to speak again, but his words suddenly got stuck in his throat. His eyes also widened. After a while he stammered, second old ancestor. Great-great-grandfather. Jiang Xie tilted his head a bit puzzled. Su Yuan's expression was calm and he said, petty villains. No. Su Xian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, regretting it in his heart. No wonder he felt that voice was a bit familiar just now. It turned out to be Jiang Xie's voice. Although he had never met the second old ancestor, he recognized his appearance, and at this moment, how could he not guess his identity? Second old ancestor, you misunderstood. That was the sound I made while fighting with others just now. I wasn't talking about you. Su Xian explained, looking a bit awkward. Jiang Xie, however, was stunned. Fighting him, he clearly didn't feel any fluctuations or auras of battle. Could it be? Are battles between powerful individuals really so unpretentious? Not even a trace of battle fluctuations or aura is emitted. Only Su Yuan looked at Su Xian with a half-smile, not exposing him, but instead said to Jiang Xie, continue. Okay, old ancestor. Jiang Xie nodded and began to prepare. First, according to the records in the book, draw a magic array on the ground. During this time, Su Xian also came closer. Seeing this, he couldn't help but frown and say, what is this for? Su Yuan calmly explained, summoning yin souls. Summoning yin souls. Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he thought, what's the point of summoning yin souls? Couldn't you just go and catch them? He had thought that summoning yin souls had some special purpose. Su Yuan remained silent. Actually, as he said, catching them was also possible. But the main purpose now was to test that martial skill, and also to see what rank of yin soul Jiang Xie could summon. Although there were ways to enslave those caught, they were not as easy to enslave as those summoned. You'll know in a moment. Su Yuan didn't explain further. He talked a lot with Jiang Xie, but that didn't mean he talked a lot with others. He still had to maintain the demeanor of an old ancestor. Helpless, Su Xian could only quietly watch. Then the more he watched, the more he felt something was wrong. He suddenly remembered, didn't summoning yin souls require yin-yang power? Otherwise, wouldn't anyone be able to summon yin souls to fight during battle? Looking at Jiang Xie again, after drawing the magic array, he bit his index finger, dripped a drop of blood onto the array and mumbled something. More importantly, as he mumbled, surges of yin power flowed into the magic array from his body. Su Xian was dumbfounded. He was truly dumbfounded. Isn't this damn yin power? Did I see it wrong or have I gone crazy? 363, cute monster. After the shock, a strong sense of regret welled up in Su Xian's heart. Regret. If only he had clarified Jiang Xie's identity earlier. If only he had told me earlier that he was my great-grandson, wouldn't that have been better? Ah, Su Wu is truly infuriating me to death. Su Xian decided he would go beat Su Wu black and blue later. Perfect, he hadn't disciplined his son in a long time. His hands were itching a bit. At this moment Su Wu, who was enjoying good food and drink in East Tower Town, suddenly shivered, feeling a faint ache in his backside. This made him frown, involuntarily. Gu Shengxing, who was beside him, asked curiously, "What's wrong, Sovereign Su?" Su Wu shook his head and said, "Nothing, I just suddenly thought of some childhood memories." "Is that so? How about I tell Sovereign Su's fortune?" Gu Shengxing suddenly said. Su Wu thought about it. It was indeed a good idea to prepare in advance if there was danger. So he nodded, all right. Gu Shengxing immediately began to divine. A few breaths later, Gu Shengxing looked at him with a strange expression. Su Wu's heart tightened and he quickly asked, "Gu Luzhu, how is it?" "To be honest, Sovereign Su, great misfortune is upon you," Gu Shengxing said with a smile. Initially, Su Wu was a bit flustered, but seeing Gu Shengxing's smiling face, he stopped worrying. Instead he teased, "What great misfortune is upon me?" He felt that since Gu Shengxing was smiling like that, there shouldn't be any big problem. Gu Shengxing must just be trying to scare him. How could he, the dignified lord of an empire, be scared? That was impossible. Gu Shengxing's expression became even stranger. "Are you sure you want to hear, Sovereign Su?" Su Wu raised an eyebrow and said, "Just say it, no harm done." "All right." Gu Shengxing nodded, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Sovereign Su, you are about to get a beating." "A beating? Who dares to hit this sovereign?" Su Wu was full of confusion. That person is none other than Sovereign Su's birth father, Senior Su Xian. Ah, Sigma, eh? Su Wu was stunned. He truly wasn't afraid of many people. But Su Xian was clearly not among them. Recalling the sudden pain in his backside just now, Su Wu couldn't smile anymore. "No way. Is it real or fake? Father Emperor wants to hit me. What did I do for him to hit me? I haven't done anything these past few days. How could this be? What on earth is it because of?" Su Wu's heart was already filled with deep confusion. Now he couldn't even sit still. He asked somewhat nervously, "Gu Luzhu, do you know why Father Emperor wants to hit me?" Gu Shengxing shook his head and said, "I don't know." He truly didn't know. He couldn't divine anything related to Jiang Xie. "Gu Luzhu, may I trouble you to stay here for a few more days?" Su Wu was now a bit afraid to return to the imperial palace. Gu Shengxing naturally understood his thoughts and said with a smile, "Sovereign Su can stay as long as he wishes." "Thank you." At the same time, in the back mountain of the imperial palace, as Jiang Xie's speed increased, a faint, special fluctuation subtly emanated from the formation. The formation also gradually began to glow. Su Yuan's gaze narrowed, staring intently at the object about to emerge. Su Xian was the same. Soon, as more and more yin power from Jiang Xie's body surged into it, his face couldn't help but turn pale. He felt as if his entire body had been hollowed out. He never expected that just a bit of yin power could cause such a feeling of almost complete emptiness. After the time it takes for one stick of incense to burn. Jiang Xie really couldn't hold on any longer. He trembled as he asked Su Yuan, old ancestor, how much longer? I'm about to can't hold on anymore. Su Yuan and Su Xian stared intently at the formation. The light on the formation had reached an extremely intense level. It was clearly about to succeed. Su Yuan's eyes rarely lit up, and he muttered to himself, it actually took so long. The thing that comes out must be extraordinary. Su Xian also swallowed his saliva and said, second old ancestor is right, it's definitely not an ordinary item. It's about to appear, just hold on a little longer. Are you sure it's a good thing? If you say that, I'm not sleepy anymore. Jiang Xie found strength from somewhere and nodded heavily, saying, then I'll trust the old ancestors this once. Another half an incense stick of time passed. Jiang Xie's face was deathly pale, his body felt as if it had been hollowed out by wine and women, and he trembled again as he said, old ancestor, how much longer? I feel like I've already seen my great ancestor. Almost. Su Yuan stared intently at the formation. This was the first time he had seen such a situation, and he was a bit bewildered. Su Xian also nodded frantically. It's really almost, just hold on a little longer. Okay. I'll endure it. Holding onto the thought that something good would emerge, Jiang Xie gritted his teeth and went all out. Squeeze me dry, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Another half an incense stick of time later, Jiang Xie was already lying on the ground. His face was deathly pale, and the blood from his hands and the yin qi from his body surged into the formation, as if his life depended on it. He said weakly, old ancestor, how much longer? I can't hold on any more. Almost. Su Yuan couldn't bear to look at him. Almost. Su Xian also turned his head away. At this moment, both of them were filled with confusion. Where exactly did something go wrong? There's no reason. 2 incense sticks of time had already passed. They had felt it was about to appear countless times. How could it still be holding out now? The thing that comes out of this is probably a monster, right? If it's not strong, it wouldn't be worthy of Jiang Xie's blood and effort. Just as Jiang Xie felt he couldn't go on, an anomaly occurred. His blood stopped flowing out, and the yin power also stopped injecting. This allowed Jiang Xie to catch his breath slightly. Immediately after, his eyes lit up and he said, did it succeed? Su Yuan and Su Xian also showed a hint of excitement. They saw the formation flicker with light, and then a figure appeared before everyone. Jiang Xie was still immersed in the imagination of the majestic and powerful thing he had summoned. Su Yuan and Su Xian had confident expressions, as if they had already anticipated some kind of fierce creature. But the result? When the three of them clearly saw this thing, they all turned to stone. Jiang Xie, who was about to get up from the ground, fell back down again. Is there a problem with the cultivation technique? Su Yuan for the first time suspected there was a problem with the cultivation technique. This summoning went wrong, didn't it? Su Xian also had an awkward expression. Before the three of them, there were no fierce vengeful spirits or undead skeletons. There was only one. A cute-looking, tiny, pure white ghost-like thing. It could vaguely be considered a vengeful spirit, but this vengeful spirit was too strange. It floated quietly above the formation, opening its big eyes, staring blankly at its surroundings. Jiang Xie barely stood up. He still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps it just looks cute, but in reality it's very powerful. With this thought, Jiang Xie slowly walked over, just about to say hello. After being confused for a moment, the cute vengeful spirit made a questioning sound. Wawu, where is this? Hearing this cute sound, Jiang Xie was once again struck. It's over. He summoned something completely without combat power. Alright, it's decided. I'll call you cute monster. 364. I am 9th floor. What is this? Jiang Xie asked Su Yuan and Su Xian, pointing at the little creature in front of him. Su Yuan pondered for a while before saying, it should be a vengeful spirit. Su Xian also nodded. It's just, this vengeful spirit seems a bit strange. A vengeful spirit? I think it's a ghost. But how does this not look like a yin-attributed being at all? Jiang Xie had a bit of a headache. The little creature floating in front of him looked like nothing more than a lovable pet. No one would associate it with vengeful spirits or anything of the sort. His first summoning only summoned a vase. If such a huge price only summoned something like this, then it's better not to summon in the future. He swore it wasn't because he was afraid of death. He simply felt that he couldn't summon anything good. That's right, that's it. At this moment, the floating, ghost-like little creature seemed to come back to its senses. It tilted its head and called out to Jiang Xie, Wawu, Who are you? What shocked Jiang Xie was why he seemed to understand what it was saying. He was just about to answer. The thing suddenly seemed to discover something, and its big eyes lit up. Wawu, something good, Japanese letter. Degrees letter FF89 letter FF9E. It instantly flew onto Jiang Xie's shoulder, and vigorously made sniffing motions. Soon after, it contentedly lay down on Jiang Xie's shoulder. This, Jiang Xie scratched his head, unsure of what to do. It should be interested in the yin power on your body, Su Yuan said. It seems this fellow is indeed a yin-attributed being, but it doesn't look very strong, Su Xian also said. All in all, although this summoning had a small accident, it was still considered a success, Su Yuan said righteously. Su Xian also nodded. Immediately, Su Yuan asked the question he cared about most. When you underwent your breakthrough to the soul forging realm, how many layers did your divine soul Dao platform forge? At these words, Su Xian also perked up his ears. This, Jiang Xie hesitated for a moment and said, do you really want to know? Su Yuan and Su Xian both nodded. Are you sure? Jiang Xie was a bit hesitant. Stop talking nonsense, why are you so wishy-washy? Could it be that you're 9 layers? Su Yuan said with a laugh and a scolding tone. Exactly, Xie, stop being so secretive. All right. Since you've sincerely asked. Then I'll mercifully tell you. Wrong channel. Jiang Xie adjusted his expression and said, Old ancestor was right, I am indeed 9 layers. I knew it was 9 layers. As expected. The two immediately said. But the next moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. How many layers did you just say? I think I misheard, Su Yuan asked with a frown somewhat uncertain. I think I was distracted just now, Xie, please say it again. Su Xian also seemed a bit absent-minded. I said, my divine soul Dao platform is 9 layers, Jiang Xie said helplessly, having no choice but to repeat it. Haha, I knew it, how could I have misheard? Xie, 9 layers aren't that easy. Perhaps you made a mistake yourself, why don't you confirm it? That's right, Zio Xian makes sense, perhaps you saw it wrong, confirm it again. The two began to persuade Jiang Xie to confirm it again. It seemed they didn't believe him. Yet in their eyes, there was an expression of immense anticipation. Jiang Xie sighed slightly. You're the ones who told me to say it, and then you don't believe me when I do. Being a human is so hard. Being an honest person is even harder. Helplessly, he could only release his divine soul Dao platform. The 9-layered divine soul Dao platform phantom, emitting a brilliant pure white light, immediately appeared above his head. That pure and rich divine soul, Qi, instantly radiated outwards. Stunned. Completely stunned. Even a strong practitioner like Su Yuan, who had lived for thousands of years, was speechless at this moment. Su Xian, needless to say, was even more so. The little creature sprawled on Jiang Xie's shoulder also suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a thoughtful expression, then secretly snuck to Jiang Xie's right hand, and fiercely bit down on Jiang Xie's index finger. At this instant, Jiang Xie slightly frowned, looked at his bleeding index finger, his eyes filled with incomprehension. At the same time, he actually felt a sense of intimacy with the little creature in front of him. Could it be that it completed the contract on its own just now? Jiang Xie's expression was strange. What in the world was this? Was it meant to be kept as a pet? While the two were in shock. In a special space, an unknown distance from this place. Here it was boundless, and everything within sight was darkness. There was only a faint light, preventing the vision from being completely black. A suffocating atmosphere and an eerie aura permeated everywhere. In the darkness, a voice suddenly rang out. Where is the young lord? Where did the young lord go? This was a male voice, somewhat hoarse but unable to conceal its anger. The male was surrounded by various resentful Qi, his face pale, resembling a malevolent ghost, and his aura was terrifyingly immense. Ray, reporting to Master the young lord suddenly disappeared just now. Who will explain this clearly to me? The male's voice was almost a roar. Just now a flash of light passed and the young lord vanished. Useless, a bunch of useless people, hurry up and investigate for me. After saying this, the owner of the voice seemed to calm down a little. But not long after, his expression changed drastically, and the resentful Qi floating around his body, which was almost substantial, instantly surged out. Human race, how dare you establish a contract with it? Good, very good indeed. His rage also seemed to materialize, and the immense impact almost caused many vengeful spirits nearby to perish directly. At this moment, his fury had reached an indescribable level. But, in the end, he still calmed down, only his face became increasingly terrifying. Ali. On the back mountain of the imperial palace, after a long time, Su Yuan and Su Xian finally recovered from Jiang Xie's words. Now Su Yuan's expression finally became solemn. Xie, from now on, you must never let anyone know how many layers your divine soul Dao platform has. Exactly, you must never reveal it in front of others. Su Xian also instructed him similarly. Jiang Xie nodded. He realized that he had fallen into a misconception. Although he knew before that 9 layers were astonishingly shocking, he hadn't paid too much attention to it. Because he knew that Jai Yu was also at 8 layers. Therefore, he thought that 8 or 9 layers shouldn't be anything strange, at most just a bit rare. From this perspective, Jai Yu's talent, his asterisk tilde. One must know that his ability to have 9 layers was not due to his talent, but rather due to the divine palace in his sea of consciousness. 365, extremely excited. Jiang Xie still remembered the scene of his breakthrough to the soul-forging realm in the Qianyuan secret realm. At that time, his divine soul Dao platform was only at the 4th layer, and he already felt his strength waning. Just as he thought it was over, the divine hall suddenly emitted a burst of light, and then, his divine soul Dao platform began to ascend at a speed visible to the naked eye. 5 layers, 6 layers, it continued like this, only stopping when it reached the 9th layer. This further solidified his reason for creating a new body. He had considered directly modifying his original body to achieve the desired effect. But in the end, he gave up. It was like a pond full of sewage, into which an ocean's worth of pure, flawless water was poured. On the surface, the sewage seemed to have disappeared. The quality had improved. But had it truly disappeared? No, it was merely diluted. Those impurities still existed in every corner of the ocean. Even if he could transform his physique, would those impurities disappear? Perhaps many would indeed disappear. But there would always be a trace of impurities lurking within. This was why he wanted to create a perfect, flawless body. It could be said that without the Fanchen sword, he might only be a cultivator who slowly struggled up from the bottom. Although he might still reach the peak with the divine hall, the process certainly wouldn't be fast. Similarly, without the divine hall, he might only be a fleeting Fanchen sword master. It can only be said that if he lacked either of the two, he would not be where he is today. Nor would he possess such a vast network of connections and various resources. Now, what he lacked most was an exceptionally aptitude body. Speaking of which, Jiang Xie now realized that he actually knew very little about Jai Yu. Although she had followed him for 3 years, in some aspects, he could be said to know her inside out. But in other aspects, he knew nothing. For example, her talent. Why was her cultivation speed so fast, almost as if she had no bottlenecks? In fairness, even the geniuses in Saint Province had less talent than Jai Yu. There was also one biggest question. That was, why could Jai Yu activate the 2nd statue in the Divine Hall? He hadn't figured out this question from 3 years ago until now. At the same time, Jai Yu, who had just emerged from the Imperial Palace's cultivation chamber, stretched languidly, a charming smile on her lips. Her lazy posture was incredibly beautiful, but unfortunately, such a beautiful sight went unseen. This cultivation chamber had become her exclusive place. No one else came there except her. I've finally broken through to the divine power realm. Bad guy, I've surpassed you again. Jai Yu's lips held a mischievous smile. The fleeting aura around her also indicated that she had officially stepped into the divine power realm. However, after a short while, her aura returned to that of the Yukong realm's 7th stage. Only 1 stage lower than Jiang Xie's current cultivation. This kind of cultivation speed was truly incredibly rare. One must know, Su Yu entered the divine power realm with the help of the heavenly Dao's bestowal after the altar ascension ceremony. And Jiang Xie's breakthrough to the Yukong realm 8th stage was also similar. Jai Yu not only did not hold an altar ascension ceremony, nor did she have that vast heavenly Dao bestowal, yet she could still break through to the divine power realm at such an age, which was enough to show her extraordinary nature. Xie, what are you spacing out for? Su Xian called several times before Jiang Xie snapped out of his thoughts. He smiled and affirmed again, old ancestor, great-grandfather, I understand, I won't reveal it. Well, that's very good. Su Yuan rarely stroked his chin and asked another question. What level has your divine soul realm reached now? Su Xian also looked over curiously. Divine soul realm. Jiang Xie's voice faltered. This shouldn't be too shocking, right? Thinking of this, he said with some hesitation, my current divine soul realm should be soul emergence late stage. What soul emergence, late stage? Su Yuan couldn't help but swallow. He, who hadn't been shocked for over 1,000 years, was frequently shocked today. Even Su Yuan himself felt it was absurd. He, who was always serious, had been moved countless times today. Su Xian's eyes widened even more, and he circled Jiang Xie, his gaze seeming as if it wanted to devour him. Jiang Xie couldn't help but feel a little unnerved. Did he say too high? This was still because half of his divine soul had split off. One must know the divine soul realm of that body had already broken through to the soul emergence realm. As for this side, it wasn't bad due to being nourished by the divine hall for a long time. Su Yuan and Su Xian were looking at Jiang Xie as if he were a monster. The soul emergence realm was a realm that could generally only be broken through by cultivators above the divine power realm. Of course, it wasn't that no one had broken through before the divine power realm. But those were mostly in the soul emergence early stage at most. The middle stage was rare, and the late stage was even more so. Monster, truly a monster. Soon Su Yuan started laughing. He felt somewhat fortunate that he had chosen to emerge from his slumber to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector. If Jiang Xie were to become a great Emperor Realm expert in the future. No, not even a great Emperor Realm expert, even if he became a Saint Realm expert. He would still be remembered in history. From anticipation before coming out, to disappointment after coming out, and now to joy. His mood had experienced a huge drop. Su Yuan couldn't help but recall the quarter of an hour before he came out. Second brother, I advise you to be mentally prepared. Although he can cause such a phenomenon, my divine soul investigation revealed that his talent is actually only ordinary. That's right, second brother, our lifespan is not much to begin with. If we leave this coffin, the rate of lifespan loss will inevitably increase greatly. This move is truly inappropriate. You are the Empire's trump card and one of the family's pillars. You must not make decisions lightly. No matter, I said before that if he could remain unharmed under that great Emperor Phantom, I would come out of seclusion to protect him. Didn't you all agree at that time? But, my decision is made. Eldest brother and third sister need not persuade me further. Sigh, since it's like this, then let it be. If it doesn't work out, then come back. Second brother, if he doesn't work out, then cut your losses in time. It's not difficult to arrange another Dao protector for him. Now he just wanted to rush back and tell them, your judgment was wrong. I picked up this bargain. Su Yuan wanted to see what kind of expressions eldest brother and third sister would have after knowing all this. He was already a little impatient. What about Su Xian? His expression at this moment was excited, envious, and also a little regretful. At this moment, the thought of teaching Su Wu a lesson had reached its peak. P.S. Please give free small gifts. 366. My mentality collapsed. Jiang Xie left, feeling somewhat lost and regretful. His mood only slightly improved when he arrived at Su Yu's training area and watched him. Thankfully, he wasn't leaving empty-handed. If his elder brother knew what he had missed, he would probably be even more annoyed, right? He felt that he shouldn't be the only one feeling bad about this. So, Su Xian greeted Su Yu. You cultivate diligently. I'll come back to guide you later. You must work hard to catch up to your cousin, otherwise, the gap will only grow wider. Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he nodded solemnly. I've been cultivating so hard, yet I still can't compare to cousin Jiang Xie. Indeed, cousin is truly too strong. I still need to continue working hard. I'll strive to at least see his back. It's truly a great fortune for the Shengyuan Empire to have the two of us. Continue to cultivate. Su Yu's admiration for Jiang Xie was not feigned in the slightest. At this moment, he was filled with drive. He vowed not to let himself be left too far behind by Jiang Xie. His cultivation goal had changed. Previously, he was supervised by Su Yun while cultivating. Later, he cultivated to fulfill Su Yun's long-cherished wish. But now, his biggest goal was to surpass Jiang Xie. Su Yu instantly immersed himself in the cultivation state. Su Xian looked at him, full of fighting spirit, and couldn't help but nod slightly. This great-grandson isn't bad either. At least his will to cultivate is very strong. And his talent isn't weak. If guided well, he might just have a chance to break through to the great Emperor realm in the future. All right, now it's time to provoke my elder brother. Elder brother should make me feel a lot better, right? Thinking this, a strange smile appeared on his face. The next moment, Su Xian left the back mountain. Coincidentally, after calming his emotions, Su Yuan also left. Jiang Xie only thought he was hiding in the shadows, protecting him again. But he didn't know that his figure was heading straight into the depths of the imperial palace. A strange smile also hung on his face. Su Xian quickly arrived at a palace. This palace was not grand. In fact, it looked somewhat ordinary. Hidden in a corner deep within the imperial palace, surrounded by many buildings, yet no one was seen coming or going. The palace was large and spacious. On the walls around the palace, there were many dark red doors. After discerning the direction, Su Xian walked towards one of the doors and pushed it open, entering directly. He then entered a smaller room. The walls of the room were covered with unknown stones, which emitted special power, filling the entire room. Upon entering here, one immediately felt refreshed. In the center of the room was a prayer mat, and besides that, only a small table. On the prayer mat, an old figure sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed. Sensing Su Xian's arrival, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes and asked in surprise, "Xiandi, aren't you Su Yu's Dao protector? How do you have time to come here? Could something have happened?" Su Xian smiled faintly and casually found a place to sit down. He said, "It's nothing big. I just wanted to hear elder brother's evaluation of the two juniors." Evaluation? Su Hong frowned, not knowing what his younger brother was up to. If he had to evaluate, then of course Su Yu was better. Although the phenomenon Jiang Xie caused was unusual, when he went out earlier, intending to be Jiang Xie's Dao protector, he had already noticed that Jiang Xie's talent was actually not high. In fact, it's a bit ordinary. It's just, would saying this upset the second ancestor's face? With this thought, Su Hong hesitated and said, he feels all right." Su Xian smiled. He knew exactly what his elder brother was thinking. He then said, "Elder brother doesn't need to worry about the second ancestor. Feel free to speak your mind." This wouldn't be good, Su Hong hesitated. He truly couldn't figure out what his younger brother was really planning. Seeing Su Xian's certain gaze, Su Hong still spoke. Actually, his talent isn't very good. This was also why he wasn't annoyed when the second ancestor snatched the role of Jiang Xie's Dao protector, which he had originally intended to take. He was also sure that he hadn't misjudged. Even now, he could imagine the second ancestor's expression. The second ancestor must be regretting it now, right? Anyway, for an old man like him, not being this Dao protector would just be a matter of a single sentence. It's just, he wondered how many days the second ancestor could hold out. As he thought, his mind began to wander. After hearing Su Hong's words, Su Xian's expression became even stranger. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Good, this is how it should be. The effect of what I say later will be even better." What Su Hong didn't notice was that the scene of him evaluating Jiang Xie had already been recorded by Su Xian. Su Xian's hands were behind his back, with a record stone in his right hand. If those other old fellows say he was blind to talent in the future, then I'm sorry, elder brother, you'll have to draw some fire. Thinking this, Su Xian let out a series of strange laughs in his heart. The curve of his lips grew wider and wider, almost making him truly laugh out loud. He quickly reined in his smile, feigning deep thought. "Elder brother, do you know, at first I thought the same." Oh, Su Hong clearly understood his hidden meaning and asked, "And now?" "Now," Su Xian stroked his beard, looking profound. "Now, I can't see clearly, truly can't see clearly." "Can't see clearly?" Su Hong was startled. He pressed, "Why can't you see clearly?" "Elder brother, do you find the four powers of time, space, yin and yang, and life and death difficult to master?" Su Xian did not answer directly, but instead asked such a question. Su Hong frowned, looking puzzled. "They are certainly very difficult to master. Few people throughout history have. It's just, why do you ask this question?" "Does elder brother still not understand?" Su Xian said faintly. Su Hong's voice hitched, his expression becoming somewhat uncertain and surprised. He wasn't a fool. If Su Xian had spoken to this extent and he still couldn't guess anything, then he would have lived all these years in vain. But it was precisely because he had guessed that he felt somewhat incredulous. Could it be, Jiang Xie comprehended one of these four powers? His tilde. If that were truly the case, then poor cultivation talent wouldn't matter much. Could it be, he had actually missed a promising talent? Thinking of this, his voice became a little hoarse. Xiandi, he comprehended one of these four powers. Indeed, the yin-yang power. Su Xian sighed slightly, also appearing quite regretful. Su Hong's face instantly changed. He immediately slammed his fist onto the prayer mat, exclaiming in annoyance, "I knew I should have fought the second ancestor for it." 367. Another chief disciple. I really didn't expect him to be able to control yin-yang power. The more Su Hong thought about it, the more agitated he became, almost grinding his back teeth to dust. However, this was only the beginning. Su Xian secretly smiled, then continued to feign regret, saying, "Back then, I also had a chance to directly choose that kid. What a pity. Alas, I still don't have the foresight of the two old ancestors." Su Hong also sighed. "Big brother, how many layers was your divine soul Dao platform when you had your soul-forging realm breakthrough?" Su Xian suddenly asked. It seemed casual, but it was full of schemes. Su Hong didn't think much of it and said, "6 layers, why? I think mine was also 6 layers." Su Xian sighed again and said, "Big brother, do you know how many layers that little fellow has?" Su Hong was stunned again. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. He tentatively said, "Could it be 7 layers?" Su Xian shook his head. 8 layers. Su Xian still shook his head. 6 layers. Su Xian's expression was strange. Su Hong was at his wit's end and couldn't help but say, "If none of these are it, could it be 9 layers?" Su Xian glanced at him and slowly nodded. Boom! Su Hong felt as if something had exploded in his mind. 9 layers. Are you sure you're not tricking me? He looked at Su Xian many times, back and forth, and finally confirmed that it seemed to be true. Su Hong wanted to cry but had no tears. "Brother Xian, are you sure you're not tricking me? I saw it with my own eyes, how could I trick you? Damn it, I'm so stupid." "Yes, you are quite stupid." Su Xian rarely nodded, then added in his heart, "I'm stupid too. If only I had discussed it with the 2 old ancestors back then, even though I might not have been able to get him. But what if?" Su Hong murmured. Seeing his big brother in this state, Su Xian smiled inwardly. "All right with this, my bad mood suddenly disappeared a lot. This is really good. As expected, it feels good to find someone to vent on. Next, who should I find? That's right, that kid Su Wu also needs a beating." Thinking of this, Su Xian quietly exited the room, leaving Su Hong to regret alone. At the same time, on the other side, in a certain underground secret chamber, Su Yuan had returned here again. As soon as he stepped inside, 2 voices came out. "Second brother, I knew you would come back. Second brother, it seems you still couldn't hold on. I said it back then, you wouldn't be able to hold on. His talent really isn't strong. A few days ago, Big Brother and I even bet on how many days it would take for you to come back. It seems I lost." The 2 voices kept coming out. Su Yuan's expression was indeed strange. He had indeed come back. But he wasn't here to continue sleeping. He was here to strike them down. "Big brother, third sister, you've misunderstood. I'm just here for a walk this time, not to accompany you." Inside the secret chamber, there was a moment of silence. After a while, a voice finally came out. "Are you serious? Second brother, don't be stubborn. It won't do you any good. Our mission is to protect the family. Sacrificing your current lifespan for a junior whose talent isn't that great, the price is a bit too high." "You are wrong." Su Yuan gently shook his head and said, "Our mission is to protect the family, that's correct, but have you forgotten another mission we have? Are you talking about leading the family to rise? That's true, but we are all old and don't have that potential anymore. To lead the family to rise, we still rely on those talented juniors." "Isn't that right then?" Su Yuan said with a smile. "Su Yu's talent is good, but doesn't he have Su Xian to protect his Dao? As for that Su Zai, is it really worth it for you, second brother, to personally take action?" "It's worth it," Su Yuan said decisively. Although Jiang Xie's cultivation talent was indeed not good, he saw infinite possibilities in Jiang Xie. This was an intuition. An intuition he could only feel when Jiang Xie was around. "Reason. Second brother, are you perhaps confused?" Facing their questions, Su Yuan turned and walked outside. But his voice echoed in the secret chamber. Just because he comprehended yin-yang power, just because, his divine soul Dao platform has 9 layers. At this moment, inside the secret chamber, it was silent. No one knew what the 2 old ancestors of the Kaiyuan Empire were thinking at this moment. Su Yuan didn't know either. He only knew that he felt great right now. Slapping faces felt this good. In East Tower Town, on the 10th floor of East Tower, Gu Shengxing and Su Wu were sitting around a small table, quietly sipping tea. Su Wu originally thought that staying here for a few days would make things all right. but the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. This made him feel a bit unnerved. Gu Luju, why do I feel like things are getting worse and worse? It's all right, Sovereign Su, even if the old sovereign wants to hit you, it will only be a symbolic tap. He won't strike heavily. After all, you are his son. That's what you say, but I'm still scared. Su Wu was truly afraid. He wasn't afraid of anyone else. He was only afraid of the old ancestor, and his father was the only one who made him feel even more terrifying than the old ancestor. He had been beaten a lot when he was a child. Perhaps distracting yourself would help a lot, Gu Shengxing said. Su Wu thought about it. It was indeed a good idea. He picked up the tea beside him, took a sip and said, speaking of which, isn't Senior Li Buku's disciple in East Tower? That's right. Gu Shengxing also took a sip of tea, then nodded. Has he joined East Tower? Su Wu asked. Gu Shengxing smiled slightly. Once you're in my East Tower's territory, how can you not enter? After speaking, he pointed through the window to a newly opened shop not far away and said, Sovereign Su, please look, he's right there. Su Wu looked in the direction he was pointing. Indeed, he found a young man inside that shop. The young man's face was indeed Li Buku, but his clothes had changed. He had changed into the East Tower disciple uniform. His current state also made Su Wu laugh. Yep. Senior brother, please give me another serving. Inside the shop named East Tower Eatery, Li Buku shouted indistinctly. In his mouth, he still had a leg of some unknown animal, devouring it heartily. Soon, a man also wearing the East Tower disciple uniform walked out. The man was a bit chubby. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and said, Big brother Li, you are now one of East Tower's chief disciples. Logically, I should be calling you senior brother. Please don't call me senior brother anymore. My little heart can't take it. Also, as Lord Gu Luju said, this place is originally for East Tower disciples to dine. If senior brother still wants to eat, just go to the front and get it. 368, please call me junior brother. From the East Tower, Su Wu watched with amazement. He couldn't help but ask, what is that place? That's where the East Tower disciples eat. The Tower Lord said so, Gu Shengxing explained. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Xie's intellect. These improved foods could not only greatly reduce the disciples' fatigue, but some also had the effect of increasing cultivation speed and healing. Because this place was specifically for the East Tower disciples and elders to dine, it was opened first, even while other areas were still under construction or preparation. The chefs inside were also East Tower disciples, which was essentially a type of task. Once the task was accepted, one had to cook for a month. After a month, the task would be reissued. This ensured that all disciples had a chance. Completing the task also came with a SUBST, a NT, a L Chinese letter points reward, which could be used to exchange for cultivation techniques, weapons, and other items. The East Tower Eatery had 3 floors in total. Its scale was not small. The first floor was for protectors and disciples to dine, the second floor was for those above the elder position, and as for the third floor, it was used to entertain guests from other sects. Inside the eatery, Li Buku quickly finished his food. He casually wiped his mouth, then looked at the chubby chef and said, You can't say that, senior brother. You joined the sect before me, so I should call you senior brother. Cold sweat dripped down the face of the somewhat chubby disciple again. Although the East Tower had just started, the rules within the sect and the atmosphere among the disciples were very strict. Li Buku had legitimately ascended to the position of chief disciple by accepting challenges from various disciples. The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind. He even only used one sword strike against each challenging disciple, just a seemingly ordinary strike, yet no one could block it. It could be said that within the East Tower, apart from the chiefs on the upper floors, no other disciple was his match. Not to mention the sect elders and the like. If other disciples found out that the chief was actually calling him senior brother, he would probably have to accept countless challenges all at once. He would at least be beaten half to death. He didn't want to be beaten. Thinking of this, his cold sweat wouldn't stop. He only hoped that Li Buku would finish eating and leave quickly, while it wasn't yet mealtime. If other disciples arrived, it would be over. Thinking of this, a fawning smile appeared on his face, and he softly explained, Chief senior brother, you are mistaken. The immortal realm has always respected strength. With your strength, how dare we call you junior brother? If others found out, I would be miserable. Is that so? Li Buku was a little confused. Even now, he hadn't fully recovered from the change in his identity. He just felt a sense of unreality. It was all Li Buku's fault for protecting him too well, rarely letting him leave the mountain. This led to Li Buku having limited knowledge of the outside world. Simply put, he was quite naive. Senior brother. Call me junior brother, the chubby disciple's eyes widened. Senior brother. Call me junior brother, the chubby disciple yelled at the top of his lungs. Senior brother, can you call me junior brother? Oh my God, the chubby disciple plopped down on his knees. At this moment, he saw disciples already coming from outside. He checked the time again, and it was almost mealtime. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. Senior brother, Li Buku continued. Call me junior brother, please, chief sir. The chubby disciple's eyes were bloodshot, and he lay on the ground, refusing to get up. After a moment of hesitation, Li Buku finally changed his address. Junior brother, I want to eat more. All right, senior brother. The chubby disciple immediately jumped up from the ground, beaming with joy, and scurried off to prepare. Li Buku, meanwhile, fell into contemplation. He found it somewhat unbelievable that he had joined the East Tower so quickly. Recalling a few days ago, he slowly woke up from his coma. He then found himself at the East Tower's main base. Although his master had told him to join the East Tower, he didn't want to join so quickly. Instead, he wanted to see what was so special about the East Tower, that his master would recommend it so highly. But before he could even look around, Gu Shengxing brought him a plate of food, fragrant, colorful, and delicious. The rich aroma and the enticing colors constantly assaulted his taste buds. As someone who had experienced various hardships since childhood, even resorting to begging for food, he had no resistance to such things. Little fellow, Uncle Gu has something delicious for you. Do you want it? Even now, he still remembered Gu Shengxing's cunning smile at that time. I want it. At that time he said so. Then, after the first bite, he was completely hooked, deeply immersed. When he still wanted more, Gu Shengxing only said one sentence. Join the East Tower. As long as you join the East Tower, you'll have all the food you just ate as much as you want. I'll tell you a secret. Only we in the East Tower have this, okay? Gu Shengxing was like a bad person luring an innocent youth, step by step, ensnaring Li Buku into the East Tower. Actually, he had already planned to join the East Tower. This merely accelerated his process. As for the chief disciple matter, he originally didn't want to be it. He just thought it was a simple spar. Who knew he was tricked again? Later he accepted this fact. Subsequently, in these few days in the East Tower, he became increasingly shocked. Li Buku had never imagined that a young man about his age could achieve such a feat, to create such a large force by himself. Yes, he had originally thought that, although Jiang Xie was the tower lord of this force, it was merely supported by the Shengyuan Empire. But Gu Shengxing told him that it had little to do with the Shengyuan Empire. Of course, Gu Shengxing also didn't think it was entirely his own credit. Although he had played a huge role in creating the East Tower, everything ultimately rested on Jiang Xie. Without Jiang Xie, there would be no him now and no East Tower now. After a few days, Li Buku no longer felt any resistance towards this place, and even admired Jiang Xie. One must know, people like him, when they were young, naturally held a longing and admiration for powerful individuals, especially peers. Thinking of this, Li Buku shook his head and looked back at the inner hall. Speaking of which, the food here is really delicious. Li Buku licked his lips, his gaze fixed on the inner hall, with an irrepressible anticipation in his eyes. Soon, another plate of fragrant, colorful, and delicious food was placed on the table. Li Buku's eyes instantly lit up. He devoured it like a whirlwind, then let out a satisfied burp. He patted his stomach, picked up the sword placed beside him, and walked outside. Although the food was delicious, cultivation could not be neglected. Otherwise, how could he fulfill his master's last wish and avenge his master? 369. It's really beautiful. Greetings, senior brother. Greetings, chief senior brother. As soon as he stepped out, Li Buku heard several voices. He smiled and nodded at them. After Li Buku left, several disciples looked at his retreating figure and couldn't help but discuss. A few days ago, Gu Luzhu said he was adding a new disciple and making him chief. I felt so unbalanced. Who isn't? Why can he be a chief disciple as soon as he comes in, and also on the upper floors? And now he's my respected chief senior brother, of course. I remember that day when he alone almost took on all the disciples in the East Tower. My whole body trembled. Exactly, he only used one sword strike on each person, but that seemingly ordinary strike made so many people unable to resist. Did you notice? This chief's senior brother seemed so kind and very polite, as expected of someone brought by Gu Luzhu. Li Buku was unaware of the other's discussions. He only wanted to grip the sword in his hand and cut out a dao that belonged to him. At the top of the East Tower, looking at Li Buku's departing figure, Su Wu slowly nodded. As expected of Gu Luzhu, it seems he has completely integrated here. Haha, this is related to his original intention of wanting to join the East Tower. Otherwise, even I wouldn't have let him in so easily. Gu Shengxing had long calculated Li Buku's future desire to join the East Tower. This was why, at the edge of the Saint Province barrier, he had already regarded Li Buku as an East Tower disciple. Come, Sovereign Su, let's continue drinking tea. Good. At dusk, in the Qianyuan Empire's imperial palace backyard, Su Xian's figure appeared before Su Yu again. He was supervising him to cultivate. Su Xian had intended to go teach Su Wu a lesson, but found that Su Wu was not in the imperial palace. So he temporarily gave up on that idea. In his heart, the most important thing now was to train Su Yu. On the other side, Jiang Xie was lying on the ground doing nothing. A small, ghost-like creature was flying around his body. It looked here for a moment, then there for a moment. It seemed very curious about everything around it. Jiang Xie, however, was in no mood. To summon this little thing, he had lost too much yin power, which was equivalent to his current spiritual qi, causing his body to be somewhat in the void realm. Until now, he hadn't recovered. Wa Wu, what's that? The small white creature waved its towel-like arms pointing to a river. That's a river, Jiang Xie replied. Wa Wu, what's that? The little creature looked excited, constantly asking questions. Jiang Xie glanced at it and said, that's a spirit beast. A spirit beast. There's actually a spirit beast here. Realizing this, he was instantly startled. Ignoring his physical weakness, he immediately jumped up from the ground. Upon closer inspection, he found that it was indeed a spirit beast. And it was a top-tier spirit beast, equivalent to a divine power realm cultivation. Jiang Xie's face instantly fell, but soon, his expression changed dramatically. Hey, don't go touch it. My goodness, you're even riding on its head. If you die, don't blame me for not saving you. Are you a death-seeking beast? Holy crap, don't lead it over to me. Jiang Xie couldn't even bother to speak anymore. He immediately took off running. He only had a little spiritual qi left in his body now. Coincidentally, the martial skills he knew were all very powerful and required a lot of spiritual qi. In short, with his current physical condition, he couldn't use any of them. Moreover, the side effects of using the Fanchen sword hadn't fully recovered yet. His body was very weak now. If he were hit, wouldn't his bones scatter? Although he wouldn't die, it would hurt. Wa Wu, so fun. The white creature was sitting on top of the ox-like spirit beast's head, waving its hands with an excited expression. Jiang Xie almost cursed out loud, this troublesome thing. Is this the time to play? In the void realm, Su Yuan also saw this scene, but he did not intervene. Instead, he watched with interest. This little thing doesn't seem that simple. Indeed, something summoned after so much time and effort definitely isn't as harmless as it appears on the surface. Yet, after running for a while, Jiang Xie couldn't run anymore. He just collapsed on the ground, not knowing where old ancestor had gone. Forget it, if he really couldn't avoid it, he'd just give it a slash with the Fanchen sword. If he got weaker, then so be it. After making up his mind, he was no longer afraid. He just watched as the spirit beast charged towards him. The void realm had already begun to tremble slightly. But it ultimately fell silent. Because Jiang Xie discovered that the spirit beast actually stopped in front of him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but look at the little creature on the spirit beast's head. Wa Wu, scared you, didn't I? Yes, I'm scared, Jiang Xie sighed helplessly. Only then did he realize that the spirit beast's legs in front of him were trembling slightly. This made him ponder. Could it be? This little guy only looks cute, but is actually fierce. Did he misjudge it? You don't have a name yet, do you? He suddenly asked the little creature. The little creature froze, then nodded. Wa Wu, yes. Then how about I call you Zio Ming? Wa Wu tilde don't like it. You don't like it? Jiang Xie stroked his chin, thought carefully for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Then how about I call you Zio Ling? Wa Wu, okay. Afterward, Zio Ling made the spirit beast obediently go back, which once again proved Jiang Xie's guess. After resting on the mountain for a night, early the next morning, Jiang Xie walked down the mountain. He didn't encounter any more spirit beasts along the way, and quickly returned to the imperial palace. Upon returning to Tangxin Pavilion, he saw Jai Yu's figure in the courtyard. Jiang Xie's steps couldn't help but pause slightly. His expression also became somewhat surprised. Just now, the Fanchen sword's feedback to him was, Jai Yu's cultivation had already reached the divine power realm. Divine power realm? No way. How long had he been out? Not even 3 days, right? 3 days ago, you were still in the Yukong realm, and 3 days later, you're in the divine power realm. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Yuer's cultivation 3 days ago hadn't even reached Yukong realm 9th level, right? This cultivation talent is a bit of a blow. What's wrong? Are you stunned? Seeing Jiang Xie staring straight at her face, Jai Yu's face turned red again. But soon she teased, is it because Miss is too beautiful, so you can't walk anymore? Jiang Xie came back to his senses, looked at her and said with a somewhat serious expression, indeed, you are beautiful. Jai Yu was stunned. Shouldn't he refute her? Why was he acting so out of character today? This, how am I supposed to respond? She was flustered, and at the same time there was a hint of joy in her heart. She had originally thought Jiang Xie would say something irrelevant to avoid the topic as before, but she never expected. He actually affirmed it. 370, award. What did you just say? Jai Yu was rarely shy. It was truly difficult to hear a compliment from Jiang Xie. That's what she thought. But she didn't know that Jiang Xie was never stingy with praising her in front of outsiders. Jiang Xie's lips curved, as if he had discovered something amusing. So, praising her made her shy. This little expression rarely seen. Simply beautiful. If that's the case, then prepare to accept my offensive. Jiang Xie took a few steps forward, reached out to hold up her hair, leaned close to her ear and whispered, I said, you are very beautiful. Ah, Jai Yu was startled. This time she had truly heard it. Even her earlobes turned red. For a moment, she was too shy to look at Jiang Xie's face. Jiang Xie, however, found it quite interesting. It turned out that the proud young Mrs. Tsundere attribute was so easily shed. Seeing Jai Yu lower her head and remain silent, Jiang Xie again felt like teasing her. What's wrong? Are you happy to be praised by me? He felt that he had Jai Yu completely under his control. But the next moment, Jiang Xie felt a heavy stomp on the top of his foot. Looking down, he realized that Jai Yu's foot had somehow already stepped on his. HMPH, who's happy, Miss is already beautiful, all right. Although Jai Yu's face was red, her aura did not diminish. Jiang Xie secretly thought he had miscalculated. This tsundere attribute had already fused with her very being. It wasn't so easily broken. Jiang Xie subtly pulled out his foot and changed the subject. Xiao Yuer, your cultivation. Before he finished speaking, he stopped. Jiang Xie suddenly realized that since Jai Yu had chosen to conceal her cultivation, she definitely didn't want people to know. If he were to reveal it, it might be inappropriate. What about my cultivation? Jai Yu felt a little anxious and her face tensed up. No way. Did he see through my current cultivation? What should I do? She originally wanted Jiang Xie to think that his strength was higher than hers. Just like how Jiang Xie always stepped forward. She also didn't want Jiang Xie to protect her every time. Instead, she wanted to be able to step forward and save him when Jiang Xie was helpless. Jai Yu would never admit that she actually wanted to show off in front of Jiang Xie. Nor did she want to see Jiang Xie's expression of admiration for her. Jiang Xie paused before saying, your cultivation is almost as high as mine. Saying that, he reached out and patted her head. Jai Yu's expression was proud as she said, of course, I am a genius young miss. Your hands are rough, it's not comfortable at all when you touch me. Jiang Xie acted as if he hadn't heard, and continued to vigorously rub her head. For no other reason than, although Jai Yu said it wasn't comfortable, she still closed her eyes and showed an expression of enjoyment. How did your cultivation improve so quickly? Jiang Xie asked again. Of course, it's because Miss has high talent and works hard. Jai Yu said with a proud tone. In reality, she herself didn't know why her cultivation speed was so fast. She just felt that sometimes her memories were a little hazy. How long are you going to keep rubbing? Of course I don't know. Vigorously rubbed her head. As he rubbed, Jiang Xie started to get mischievous. His palm gradually moved downwards, Jai Yu's body trembled slightly, and she continued to complain. Don't let your stinky hands wander. Tsundere's so interesting. Jiang Xie wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. However, just as his hand had climbed up for less than 2 seconds, Jiang Xie had already run away, leaving him alone, Chinese letter ing in place. You scoundrel, that was a reward for praising me just now. Don't be greedy. Jiang Xie was a little helpless. Why did it feel like Jiang Xie's tsundere was getting deeper? Was it his imagination? Forget it, cultivating is more important. Wu, what's wrong? At this moment Xiao Ling came out again. Jiang Xie laughed wryly. Where were you hiding just now? Wu, on your back. Xiao Ling pointed to Jiang Xie's back. Jiang Xie patted its head and smiled. Next time you don't have to hide behind. During this period since the Saint Province was sealed again, there hadn't been much change within the Yuan Empire. However, the outside world was turbulent. At this moment, within the Jiang family, Jiang Fingliu and a group of elders were discussing matters in the Jiang family's main hall. The entire hall was silent, and the atmosphere was quite subdued. Thump thump thump. The sound of fingertips tapping on the table was crystal clear. Jiang Fingliu rested his right hand on the armrest of his chair, his fingers tapping continuously, but the rhythmic sound still failed to calm the elders present. Family head, why don't we go to war? After a long while, someone finally spoke. It was the fourth elder of the Jiang family, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. No, the situation in various regions is unclear right now. A rash attack would only cause chaos among ourselves. The second elder stood up to retort. But if we don't go to war, are we just going to let those scoundrels continue to harass our Jiang city residents and attack our Jiang family disciples? These people don't know what's going on, they're so audacious. All right, everyone quiet down. Jiang Fingliu spoke, his face expressionless, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. He was actually quite troubled by the issues the elders were discussing. In recent days, for some unknown reason, those demon sect forces in the eastern continent that were slightly weaker than the Jiang family had actually united. They continuously attacked the residents of Jiang City, and even some Jiang family disciples were attacked by them. In the past, such a situation would absolutely never have occurred. But now, these forces were acting contrary to their usual behavior. It was hard not to suspect that something had happened internally. Recalling what Lin Yuanqui had said some time ago, Jiang Fingliu couldn't help but suspect whether it was the person who might be a disciple of Tianji Tower or Star-Gazing Pavilion who was behind it. There were dozens of these forces in total, and each individual force was weaker than the Jiang family in terms of strength. But united, the Jiang family truly had no way to deal with them for a while. Furthermore, to gather so many forces together, that was not something an ordinary person could do. Counting the time, it was almost time for the St. Yuan secret realm to open. Jiang Fingliu also didn't want to go to war with them at this time, as it would not benefit the Jiang family in any way. For now, the only option was to wait and see. Elders, there's no need to be anxious. I will likely enter seclusion for a few days to break through to the law realm. At that time, the decision-making power for the family will be handed over to my wife. Do the elders have any objections? Jiang Fingliu said with a faint smile. Ever since he returned from Jiang Xie's ascension ceremony in the Yuan Empire last time, he had vaguely felt that he was about to break through to the law realm. Today this feeling was even stronger. The breakthrough was imminent. His words made the elders' expressions light up with joy. Family head is going to break through to the law realm. In that case, now is indeed not the best time to go to war. I have no objection to Jiru temporarily taking charge. I don't either. Since that's the case, it's decided. Afterward, Jiang Fingliu discussed some other matters with the elders, before returning to the family head's residence. Dad, when are you taking me to the Yuan Imperial Palace? As soon as he stepped into the house, he heard a slightly childish voice. Jiang Fingliu paused, looking at Jiang Yi who was staring at him not far away and shook his head. Not yet. Why not? Mom too, she said she'd only take me when I reached the soul forging realm. Isn't that making things difficult for a child? Jiang Yi really wanted to cry and felt very wronged. It had been several years since he had eaten the delicious food Jiang Xie made. He finally got to eat equally delicious food once, but he couldn't eat it often. To break through to the soul forging realm, how long would that take? Jiang Fingliu's gaze shifted. What Su Jiru said was indeed a good idea. So he also followed suit. Jiang Yi guessed right, Dad's idea is the same as your mother's. I'll take you when you reach the soul forging realm. 371. The treasure is waiting for me. Jiang Fingliu thought. Even though Jiang Yi was only 9 years old and already in the controlling Yuan realm, It wouldn't be easy to break through to the soul-forging realm. To be able to break through before 13 was truly a rare genius. He couldn't even imagine it. Of course, Jiang Xie's current cultivation was already somewhat astonishing. Therefore, he had always avoided letting Jiang Xie leave the family. Such talent, once discovered by others, could easily attract the attention of malicious individuals. What he feared most were people from other forces. Once they discovered Jiang Xie's talent, many would likely think of assassinating him. Especially when the Blood Demon Sect and Heavenly Fiend Sect were nowhere to be found. He couldn't let Jiang Xie take such a risk. Speaking of which, he deeply regretted letting Jiang Xie go to the Shengyuan Empire last time. If Jiang Xie hadn't by chance met Jiang Xie, he would probably have been abducted long ago. That was due to his lack of thorough consideration. It was also because that occasion was Jiang Xie's coming-of-age ceremony, which made him lower his guard. Now, he would not make such a mistake again. As he pondered, Jiang Xie's voice came again. Father is a bad person too. HMPH, just you wait, I will definitely reach the soul-forging realm. After saying this in a huff, he ran off. He didn't know if he was really going to sleep or to play. Zhang Fingliu shook his head slightly. These two sons, one more troublesome than the last. All right, prepare for closed-door cultivation. Entering the room, and after explaining his thoughts to Su Jiru, Zhang Fingliu entered closed-door cultivation. And Jiang Xie sneakily arrived at an empty room. After observing that no one was around, he went to a corner. Here a person-height object stood, covered by a cloth. Jiang Xie reached out and pulled off the long cloth, revealing the object inside. It was a person-height statue, and it was carved from jade. As for its face, it had no face but it had a mask. It was exactly the same as Jiang Xie's appearance more than 3 years ago, before he left the Jiang family. Seeing this statue, a look of nostalgia appeared on Jiang Xie's face. Big brother, it's been almost 4 years. Do you know how I've spent these 4 years? It's been like living a year and a day. Woo, 4 years. You've been dead for 4 years. Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely find the murderer who killed you. Big brother, father and mother said they'd take me to the Shengyuan Empire to eat delicious food only when I reach the soul-forging realm. So, big brother, you must bless me to cultivate to the soul-forging realm soon. As Jiang Xie spoke, he took out 3 incense sticks, lit them and placed them at the foot of the statue. At the base of the statue, there was a small jar already filled with ash. It was clear that he had done this many times before. Jiang Xie. At this moment, Su Jiru's voice came from outside the room, and Jiang Xie's heart tightened. He quickly picked up the long cloth from the ground again, and covered the statue. After making sure everything was in order, he walked towards the room door. At the door, he looked through the crack outside. He found that his mother seemed to be talking to someone else. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the words secret realm. This immediately excited him. He immediately pricked up his ears, listening intently. And he really did hear something. Elder Su, news just came that a small secret realm appeared about 100 miles east of Jiang City. The elder sent people to investigate, and found that there's a high probability there's nothing good inside. There's no need to waste time and effort on it. The elder asked me to inquire about your opinion. Small secret realm, Su Jiru pondered. A small secret realm doesn't necessarily mean there's nothing good. Secret realms are inherently full of uncertainty. If there can be unexpected gains, that's naturally good. But there's no need to invest too much effort into it. How about this? Send a dozen people to investigate. Jiang Xie inside the room heard everything clearly. At this moment, a different thought arose in his heart. Once he had an idea, he quietly left this room. He went to his own room and began to disguise himself. After dressing up, he stealthily went to a wall and moved a large stone. After moving it, a relatively large hole was revealed. This hole was something he had newly created in recent years. The hole he had made with Jiang Xie last time had already been discovered. Jiang Xie had specifically investigated. The other side of the hole was an alley where very few people passed. Then he began to crawl towards the hole. Halfway through, he seemed to feel that something was missing. I must bring Big Brother. After a brief thought, he realized what he was missing. How could he not bring Big Brother's statue at a time like this? That was a protective talisman. So he stealthily returned to that room. He tied the statue to his back with a rope. Of course, the cloth was also there. Outsiders didn't know what it was. After securing it, he returned to the hole and resolutely crawled out. Father, mother, since that's the case, then your son will go out and venture on his own. although going to faraway places might be very dangerous. But 100 miles outside the Jiang family should be fine. I want to break through to the soul-forging realm as quickly as possible. Big brother, please protect Xiaoyi on this journey. Jiang Xie's face showed determination. At this moment, he felt that he had grown up. Didn't Big Brother also move out and live alone back then? If Big Brother can do it, so can I. Thus, he embarked on his journey. At a height of 1 meter 4, carrying a statue taller than himself. It looked like a playful act, no matter how you looked at it. But Sujiru was originally looking for Jiang Xie, but being interrupted by that family member, she forgot. When she remembered again, Jiang Xie was nowhere to be found. For a time, the entire Jiang family was in an uproar, searching thoroughly within the family. Half an incense stick later, all the elders of the Jiang family as well as Sujiru gathered outside that hole. The scene was somewhat silent. Sujiru's face alternated between cloudy and clear. She hadn't even discovered that Jiang Xie had dug another hole behind her back. This little rascal, he's really making me angry. As expected of Jiang Xie, smart. He was able to trick so many disciples within the family, impressive. But what is Jiang Xie going out to do? Ali. Sujiru was stunned. Shouldn't they be looking for Jiang Xie since he was lost? Why were they all praising him? Do you even understand the priorities? Elders, now is not the time for praise. Jiang Xie is lost. The surroundings instantly quieted down. But very quickly an elder hurriedly spoke. Quick, send people out to find Jiang Xie. Quick, Xiaoyi cannot have any mishaps. Wait, don't be too ostentatious, lest someone with ill intentions discovers Jiang Xie is lost. All disciples are strictly forbidden from discussing this matter outside. Quick, let's also hide our identities and go look. In a short while, there was no one around. Sujiru stood in place, anxious. Now that Jiang Fingliu was in closed-door cultivation, she had to remain in charge of the family. Furthermore, if she also went out, it would be easy for others to notice something amiss. She could only wait quietly. Jiang Xie's goal was very clear. It was that small secret realm. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to be like Jiang Xie back then, able to stand on his own, rather than always living within the Jiang family. Always under everyone's protection. Moreover, he felt that the cultivation of the people going to this small secret realm wouldn't be too high. With his current cultivation in the controlling Yuan realm, it shouldn't be a big problem. As for cultivation techniques and martial skills, it wasn't as if he hadn't learned them. Over 100 kilometers wasn't far for him, but it would still take some time, especially with the heavy statue on his back. But throwing it away was impossible. This was a protective talisman. It was the motivation to move forward. I will definitely make you all look at me with new eyes. I, Jiang Xie, am no coward. Charge, the treasure trove awaits me. Ah. Plop, Jiang Xie awkwardly climbed up from the ground. He secretly thought this was an accident. P.S. Please give free small gifts, woo woo woo, even 1 cent is love, thank you everyone. 372, abnormal. Besides the Jiang family, other forces in the eastern continent were also not peaceful. Inside Haoran Sect. In the sect's discussion hall, a group of elders sat upright, and Jai Wushwang sat in the main seat, his expression somewhat solemn. Because of what Lin Yuanqui had said a few days prior, he had already become vigilant. It just so happened that some time ago, various sects had successively begun recruiting new disciples. With his vigilance already aroused, he uncharacteristically went to the sect plaza to observe. Upon seeing it, he immediately discovered some anomalies. Among the disciples the sect was going to recruit this time, there were more than a dozen young geniuses whose cultivation far surpassed that of other disciples. Each of them was a rare genius. Although he also wanted Haoran Sect to recruit more genius disciples. But because his own daughter was a genius, and Jiang Xie, that monster, was also his son-in-law. So while he desired geniuses, he wasn't so desperate. Encountering such a situation, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. He immediately ordered people to thoroughly investigate the identities of these dozen or so young geniuses. The investigation, however, found no flaws. But they overlooked one commonality. That is, their parents were either both deceased or foolish, or they were adopted children. Most importantly, the backgrounds of these genius disciples were all relatively poor. Only 2 people's identities were relatively normal. If there were only a few like this, it would be understandable. But with all of them like this, it inevitably raised suspicions. Thus, Jai Wushwang immediately ordered them all to be apprehended and locked up in the sect's dungeon. After several days of interrogation, it was indeed discovered that they were disciples from Saint Province. As soon as the results were obtained, a sect meeting was immediately convened. However, the atmosphere in the hall was somewhat heavy. Alas, I never thought. We almost caused a great disaster. An old man with white hair and beard was the first to break the silence, sighing heavily. That's right. When I saw so many geniuses joining our Haoran Sect, I was incredibly excited, but I never thought. Another middle-aged man was filled with lingering fear. As the main person in charge of Haoran Sect's recruitment this time, he was startled the moment he learned the results. If those people had truly joined Haoran Sect, he would have been held responsible. If the sect master hadn't happened to glance at the sect plaza this time, who knows what kind of consequences would have occurred. These disciples from Saint Province forces are truly cunning. Knowing that Saint Province has been sealed again, they actually plan to hide their identities and enter various sects. If they truly succeeded, we would be using our own resources to cultivate the enemy's disciples. It's still the sect master's wisdom eye that is sharp. I was wondering how so many genius disciples could suddenly appear. The key is, they used some method to alter their spiritual chi, making it impossible for us to detect any clues for a while. From the looks of it, it must be the same within other forces. It's likely that disciples from Saint Province forces have already infiltrated them. Sect Master, should we notify the other sects, so we can capture all these people in one go? As they chatted, someone suddenly proposed this. This idea also received support from many people. That's right, at this time, we should notify the other sects as soon as possible, so they can be prepared. I think this method is feasible. This way, we will definitely capture many disciples from Saint Province forces. Faced with this suggestion, Jai Wushwang however frowned. He rejected it with a single sentence, no. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned and looked at him with confusion, awaiting his explanation. Jai Wushwang remained silent for a while before saying, the major forces in the Eastern Continent now are no longer the major forces they once were. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was astonished. They looked at each other, not understanding what Jai Wushwang meant. Please enlighten us, Sect Master. Sect Master, why do you say that? Has something happened that we don't know about? The elders looked at him with anxious expressions. Jai Wushwang didn't hide anything and recounted everything Lin Yuanqui had said, word for word. After he finished speaking, the hall fell silent once again. After a long while, an elder finally spoke, so, those sects might know that there are disciples from Saint Province among them, and still let them join. And even, if we notify them, they won't listen, and might even turn on us. This. No wonder new genius disciples have been appearing in various sects recently. I never thought the Eastern Continent's forces have actually become like this. That mysterious person is probably from Tianji Tower, right? It seems certain that among those disciples, there are some who can speak for them, promising them that after the barrier is broken, they won't attack them. Otherwise, they wouldn't act like this. What they said was precisely what Jai Wushwang was most worried about. If those sects truly received a promise from the Saint Province forces not to attack them, it would not be a good thing for the entire Eastern Continent, or even the entire continent. This meant that the forces and strong individual resisting Saint Province would decrease. Indeed, in the immortal realm, there are no eternal enemies. Especially when there is a huge disparity in power, a single word from a strong individual can change the situation. Send someone to secretly notify Shengyuan Sect. Now, throughout the entire Eastern Continent, there are probably only a few forces that can still maintain their stance. Jai Wushwang sighed slightly and added, everyone still cannot let down their guard. No one knows if those seemingly ordinary disciples are also disguised. That's all for now, meeting adjourned. The elders had already heard too much shocking news and urgently needed to sort out their thoughts, so they didn't say anything more. They left one after another. Soon only Jai Wushwang remained. In his opinion, the forces in the southern border should not have major problems. Because the star-gazing pavilion is in the southern border. Even if the star-gazing pavilion has been out of worldly affairs for many years, it would never allow people from Tianji Tower to cause trouble in the southern border. The two forces were not very harmonious to begin with. As for the other places, including some forces within the Eastern Continent, it might not be certain. Just like the Eastern Continent now, perhaps only the Yuan Empire, the Jiang family, Brewing Villa, East Tower, Shengyuan Sect, and his own Haoran Sect could still remain clear-headed. As for others like 10,000 Sword Sect, Beast Taming Sect, Great Yan Empire, Red Cloud Empire, and some small and medium-sized forces, that was uncertain. The situation was a bit dangerous. What exactly is their purpose? Jai Wushwang couldn't help but ponder. Was it just to plunge the eastern continent into chaos? Or to incite some sects to defect? Or even, for the Saint Yuan secret realm that was about to open? 373, Chain. Perhaps these are all their objectives. Jai Wushwang's eyes flashed as if he had understood something. He immediately walked out of the main hall and sent a message to Su Wu and Jiang Fingliu. The content was a discussion of important matters at the Kaiyuan Empire 3 days later. Inside Xuantian Sect, Lin Yuanqui had always been very vigilant, but he still hadn't discovered any problems. In terms of actions, he was always inferior to Jai Wushwang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stumbled back then. Although he also detected an anomaly, after some investigation, he found that there were no major issues with the identities of those genius disciples, so he still lowered his guard. Until the people from Haoran Sect came and told him some things. As soon as the envoy sent by Haoran Sect to deliver the message left, Lin Yuanqui launched a swift and decisive major inspection. He directly arrested more than a dozen newly joined disciples. No one knew what had happened. For a time, everyone in Xuantian Sect was in a state of panic. It wasn't until the identities of those dozen or so disciples as Saint Province faction disciples were exposed in public that the elders and disciples of Xuantian Sect understood what had happened. Inside Brewing Villa, more than a dozen disciples were also caught on the spot. These disciples misunderstood one thing. That is, Brewing Villa never recruits unrelated disciples. It only recruits friends and relatives who are already disciples of the villa. In other words, it implements an internal recommendation system. New disciples are generally related to old disciples. 10,000 Sword Sect. Inside the sect master's mansion. Report. Our sect has recruited more than 20 genius disciples this time. Their quality is much stronger than before, sect master. Is there something amiss here? Zio Li sneered, saying, There's nothing amiss. Cultivate them well. This is the capital for our sect to contend with the younger generation of other forces. Everything proceeds according to normal order. Don't think too much about what you shouldn't think about. Yes, sect master. Beast Taming Sect. In a certain large mountain, many disciples were trying to tame various Yao beasts and spirit beasts in the mountain. Among them, dozens of people actually tamed spirit beasts, which brought joy to many elders of Beast Taming Sect. The geniuses of Saint Province are truly formidable. I didn't expect so many people to be able to tame spirit beasts. This is a huge benefit for our Beast Taming Sect. I have already seen that the talent and strength of 2 new disciples have surpassed our Beast Taming Sect successor. This successor will likely change soon. What Saint Province disciple or not Saint Province disciple, once they enter our Beast Taming Sect, they are disciples of our Beast Taming Sect. Listening to the joyful voices of the elders and looking at the exceptionally talented geniuses below, Chu Kuang's face was filled with an unconcealable smile. Great Yan Empire. Inside a certain main hall. Lord Zhan, our Great Yan Empire will surely follow the Zhan family's lead in the future. Please do speak highly of us in front of the family head in the future. My Great Yan Empire will forever be a loyal partner of the Zhan family. And also, I beg Lord Zhan to protect my Great Yan Empire from being destroyed by the Kaiyuan Empire. The Great Yan Emperor was respectfully making a request to a young man in front of him. Jiang Xie was no longer wearing that black robe at this moment, but had changed into a robe mainly crimson with white accents. This was the attire of the Great Yan Empire's royal family members. He nodded to the Great Yan Emperor behind him and said, As long as your Great Yan Empire is obedient, these are minor matters. Now, arrange a suitable identity for me. As you command, Lord. The Great Yan Emperor bowed respectfully, then coldly shouted towards outside the hall someone. Great Yan Emperor, I am here. Soon, a man with a feminine appearance walked up. The Great Yan Emperor immediately began to give orders. Pass down the order. My Great Yan Empire's 9th prince has been in seclusion since childhood and has now emerged. Within the Great Yan Empire, no one is allowed to disrespect the 9th prince. The Great Yan Emperor was slightly younger than Su Wu. He had a total of 8 children. The eldest was already 50 years old. The youngest was also 20 years old. Arranging a 9th son identity for Jiang Xie was not a problem. The man looked at the young man standing in the hall with a terrified expression, feeling only an extremely strong aura. He quickly agreed and walked out of the main hall quickly. Jiang Xie actually disliked the identity given by the great Yan emperor. He, a dignified candidate for the young lord of the Jiang family, had now become a prince of an empire. It was equivalent to having an extra father in name. This made him very displeased, but for the sake of his plan, he had no choice but to endure it. He merely gave a faint Soon, everyone throughout the great Yan Empire knew that there was indeed a ninth prince within the empire. A similar scene was also happening in the Red Cloud Empire. These days, the disciples of Saint Province had fully mobilized. They continuously infiltrated various sects in order to safely pass this period before the Saint Province barrier opens. And at this moment, 50 li outside the Jiang family, a small figure was still hurrying on his way. Because he had just fallen, Jiang Xie's face was covered in dust at this moment. He looked quite disheveled. Of course, his figure also attracted the attention of others along the way. Where did this child come from? He's actually carrying such a tall object by himself and hurrying. This is too tragic, isn't it? So disheveled, who could be so heartless as to abandon such a child? To be able to endure so much at such a young age, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Passing pedestrians expressed sighs, pity, curiosity and praise. Jiang Xie, however, remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but that he felt there was no need to speak. The strong are all aloof. No matter if this statement is right or wrong, what Big Brother said must be correct. Speaking of which, in order to make Jiang Xie seem less astonishing, Zhang Fingliu had long ago found a cultivation technique that could hide his realm for him to cultivate. Although the grade of this cultivation technique was not very high, but only strong individuals above the divine power realm could see through it. It was precisely because of this cultivation technique that Jiang Xie was able to travel so far safely. Otherwise, he would have been captured by some people on the road long ago. Few, still 50 or 60 li, keep going. Jiang Xie looked ahead, his expression resolute. He deliberately chose a less traveled path. Not to hide his speed, but to fear that the Jiang Xie statue on his back would be stolen. Of course, he wasn't completely foolish. After seeing people from afar, he would slow down his pace, making himself look like an ordinary child. It was also because he was a child that most people didn't pay much attention to him. Just like that, in a few hours, Jiang Xie arrived more than 100 li away. However, he did not see any secret realm. After searching for a while and feeling a battle fluctuation in one direction, he secretly snuck over. 374, hit with a club. After walking for about several hundred meters, Jiang Xie finally saw a cave entrance at the foot of a small mountain. Outside the cave, several cultivators with soul-forging realm cultivation were fighting. Thinking about his current cultivation, Jiang Xie couldn't help but shrink back. He did not act rashly. After the people outside finished their battle and entered the cave, Jiang Xie tiptoed over. He looked around, confirmed that no one was nearby, and quickly ran inside. Inside the cave passage, it was pitch black and somewhat damp, and gusts of cold wind blew, making him shiver. Put down the treasure. HMPH, if you have the ability, come and take it. Faintly, Jiang Xie could still hear the sounds of fighting and talking from inside. Being naturally timid, he began to hesitate for a moment. However, after a brief hesitation, a determined expression appeared on his young face. Jiang Xie, you're a big boy now. How can you be a coward? Do you still want to eat delicious things? Do you still want to avenge your elder brother? After setting his goal, he became full of fighting spirit again. He walked steadily deeper inside. Half an hour later, in a dark corner, Jiang Xie was crouched there, holding his breath, with Jiang Xie's statue placed beside him. He had found this spot with great difficulty. It was an excellent place to conceal his tracks. Yes, he had chickened out. After seeing a cultivator at the peak of the controlling Yuan realm being slapped to death by a cultivator at the soul-forging realm, he gave up the idea of going deeper. But just as he was about to retreat, more voices came from outside. In a panic, he hid in this corner. This corner was incredibly dark, making it difficult to see from outside. But Jiang, you could clearly see the situation inside the cave. There was a soul-forging realm expert to the east. There were 3 controlling Yuan realm cultivators to the northwest. There was a group of cultivators to the southeast. There were also people in several other directions. What should he do? Big brother, save me. Jiang Xie counted the people around him, on the verge of tears. He swore he would never come to such a place alone again. It was too terrifying. He needed to find an opportunity to get out. But as he waited and waited, he fell asleep at some point. As expected, it's a small ruin, there's nothing good. The best item is only a treasure artifact, not even enough to share. Next time don't bother coming to such small ruins. It's thankless work, there isn't even a good medicinal pill, just a bunch of trash. After an unknown amount of time. In a daze, Jiang Xie seemed to hear some complaining voices. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already quiet around him. No one left, I can go. Jiang Xie's heart filled with joy, and he was about to get up and leave. Just then, another set of footsteps sounded. He stopped his movements and watched quietly. Wang Tao, I advise you to give me that thing, or you won't be able to leave here. HMPH, all the good things were snatched by the people ahead. We searched and only found this one thing, and I was the one who got it. Why should I give it to you? You and I don't recognize this thing. I happen to know a well-informed senior. Let me take it to ask him. Impossible, what's your purpose? I don't know. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Another fight. In Jiang Xie's view, two men were arguing over an unknown object, and as they argued, they started fighting. What made his eyes light up was that neither of these two men had reached the soul-forging realm. HMPH, your strength is inferior to mine, and you still want to snatch my item. Ha ha ha, Joe Fan, do you really think my cultivation is still the same? You. The two fought fiercely, but the situation suddenly changed. The man who had initially held a slight advantage was now at a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by his opponent. Perhaps angered by the beating, the man steeled his heart, threw the item far away and angrily said, even if I don't get it, you won't either. Damn it, then I'll kill you first and then go retrieve it. The battle between the two had already reached a fever pitch. Jiang Xie was watching with great interest, wondering when he could give them both a good whack, and then he could leave. He then noticed that the item the man threw was heading directly towards him. Hee, luckily Big Brother's statue is here. Good luck keeps coming. Glancing at Jiang Xie's statue beside him, Jiang Xie's eyes gleamed as he caught the item. Opening his hand, he saw that it was something resembling a fruit. The item in his hand was pure white and emitted a fragrant aroma, making him involuntarily swallow his saliva. He felt an urge to swallow it whole. After swallowing his saliva again, he shook his head vigorously, and Jiang Xie's past teachings appeared in his mind. Zioye, you must remember, don't speak carelessly and don't eat things carelessly. Who knows, what you eat might make you kick the bucket. Don't eat randomly, you'll kick the bucket. Big Brother, Zioye understands. Jiang Xie strongly resisted the urge to eat it, and placed it into the space ring on his finger. As the current young lord of the Jiang family, a space ring was an ordinary item for him. Let's see how those two are doing. Jiang Xie peeked out again and began to observe. Upon looking, he found only one corpse on the ground. The other person was nowhere to be seen. He looked left and right but saw no one. Just then a faint voice reached his ears. Strange, I clearly saw him throw it in this direction just now, so why is it gone? Jiang Xie was startled and quickly moved to Jiang Xie's statue, observing his surroundings motionlessly. Soon, he saw a sneaking figure searching for something not far from him. He knew that the other party must be looking for that fruit. How could something he had obtained be given away? Jiang Xie's eyes rolled, and he had an idea. He walked behind the statue and carefully picked up the statue with both hands. He waited quietly for that person to come over. Soon, the man found his way to Jiang Xie's location. Because the surrounding light was quite dark, his vision was also affected. Coupled with Jiang Xie's motionless state, he didn't notice a figure beside him for a while. A mischievous smile appeared on Jiang Xie's lips. He suddenly slammed the statue in his hand downwards. What the? The man was startled and about to defend himself. But before he could even finish his sentence, his vision went black. In his final moments of consciousness, what he saw was a mischievous-looking child. After knocking him out, Jiang Xie immediately retrieved the statue in his hand back into his space ring. Now was not the time to carry the statue. He had to leave this place as quickly as possible to prevent anyone else from coming in. Hurry, or you won't be able to leave later. HMPH, little punk, a mere controlling Yuan realm is worthy of fighting with Lord Jiang Xie. You're still too green, HMPH. With a victorious smile, Jiang Xie swaggered. No, he left the cave trembling with fear. 375, let's go together. On the way back, Jiang Xie was already hungry. However, he didn't want to eat ordinary food. That fruit-like object, though, kept lingering in his mind. Its unique aroma made him uncontrollably drool. He walked with faltering steps, drooling all the while. His face and clothes were filthy, making him look exactly like a beggar. Occasionally, people who passed by would glance at him and show signs of heartache. Some even gave Jiang Xie some dry rations. Jiang Xie numbly accepted them all. The person who gave him the dry rations shook their head upon seeing his appearance and sighed. Such a good child, yet he's become simple-minded. Just like that, the dry rations in Jiang Xie's hands grew more and more. He didn't even notice it himself. His mind was entirely focused on that fruit now. To eat or not to eat. This was what he was struggling with now. Eating random things can poison you. Jiang Xie muttered to himself. The expression on his face was a mix of fear and anticipation. It's just one fruit, it should be fine, right? Thus, he kept agonizing between eating and not eating. He agonized all the way from 100 miles away, until he was dozens of miles from the Jiang family. From afar, he could already see the faint outlines of Jiang City. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. If he returned home, he would have even less chance to eat it. Besides, it wasn't far from home now, so even if he got poisoned, his parents would be able to save him, right? Jiang Xie thought to himself. Finally, he couldn't resist and immediately made up his mind. After observing his surroundings, he found a hidden patch of grass. He took out the fruit, which emitted a pure white glow from his spatial ring, swallowed his saliva and quickly consumed it. The fruit melted in his mouth, sweet but not cloying, transforming into a warm current that flowed straight down his throat. Jiang Xie licked his lips, his eyes sparkling. This thing is so delicious, too bad there's only one. Feeling a slight sense of fullness, he walked out of the grass patch contentedly. He headed in the direction of the Jiang family. Gradually, he felt that his body seemed to be acting strangely. It was as if a special qi current was circulating throughout his entire body. His head also felt groggy, and a sudden wave of sleepiness spread through him. How am I so sleepy? After Jiang Xie spoke these few words intermittently, he collapsed. Coincidentally, he was not far from Jiang City. There were also people dispatched by the Jiang family nearby, and they discovered him immediately. Young lord. In the last moment before closing his eyes, he heard these two words, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. I'm probably poisoned. But it doesn't matter, my parents will save me. These were his last thoughts before losing consciousness. One incense stick later, inside the Jiang family's patriarch's residence. A group of people gathered around a bed, waiting anxiously. Suzhiru was even more so. Husband, how is Jiang Xie? Zhang Fingliu withdrew his hand from Jiang Xie's body and shook his head slightly. Everyone's expression immediately changed. Suzhiru was even more anxious. What's wrong? Tell me quickly. Exactly, Patriarch, speak quickly. Has something happened? What exactly happened? Zhang Fingliu looked at them with a strange expression and said, he's fine. Besides a special energy in his body, no other problems were found. Jiang Xie is just sleeping right now, it's not a big problem. As he spoke these words, the tension on his face finally dissipated. Even Zhang Fingliu himself hadn't expected it. He had only gone into seclusion, and as soon as he came out, he learned that Jiang Xie was missing. It had made him extremely anxious. If it weren't for this breakthrough being almost natural and effortless, hearing that news would have likely caused him to suffer qi deviation. Phew, Suzhiru finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at Jiang Fingliu with some blame. Since he's fine, why did you shake your head? You scared me to death. Exactly, Patriarch, when you shook your head, you scared us half to death. Next time if it's nothing, don't shake your head, just say it directly. No, there won't be a next time. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. All right, now that Jiang Xie is fine, everyone please go out and let him rest properly. Jiang Fingliu stood up and walked outside. The others also rose and left. No one noticed that after they left, some kind of change seemed to occur in Jiang Xie's body. The Kaiyuan Empire. After teasing Jai Wayu for a while, Jiang Xie entered his cultivation room. After sitting down cross-legged, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Currently, his cultivation was difficult to improve in a short period. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only develop in other areas. For example, Talisman Dao. Or learning new martial skills. But now, he looked down on ordinary martial skills. And he couldn't learn martial skills that were too powerful. The previous times were all luck. He still had the Kaiyuan Great Emperor's Great Emperor Law in his spatial ring that he hadn't learned yet. As for Emperor Hangyun's Great Emperor Law, Great Wilderness Floating Cloud Palm, and Liang Great Emperor's Great Emperor Law, Fierce Flow Crushing Fist, as well as Fanchen Great Emperor's Great Emperor Law, Red Dust Myriad Forms, he had already learned them all. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of the Great Emperor Laws, they were still one of his strongest means of combat at present. Among these 3 Great Emperor Laws, 2 were offensive, and 1 was illusionary. The Kaiyuan Great Emperor's Great Emperor Law, however, was movement-based. If he could learn it, his combat ability would be elevated by another significant level. Therefore, the most urgent task was how to learn this Great Emperor Law as quickly as possible. This body of his certainly couldn't learn it. It was pure luck that he managed to learn those 3 Great Emperor Laws, and he even had the Great Emperor's Phantom personally teaching him. This one didn't have that kind of treatment. What should I do? Jiang Xie couldn't help but ponder. After much thought, he still felt that the most likely method was to let that body learn it. The divine souls on both sides were originally the same person, so if it was learned over there, he should be able to use it here too, right? He felt that this plan had its feasibility. No time to lose, let's start now. After deciding, Jiang Xie closed his eyes and concentrated all his thoughts on the other side. And just as he closed his eyes and immersed himself, the Fanchen sword, for some unknown reason, appeared from the void realm. With a whoosh, it cut a gap in the surrounding space. Then the Fanchen sword prepared to dart towards that void realm. Just then little Ling also flew out from Jiang Xie's body, looked at the Fanchen sword and pointed to his own body, saying, "Wah woo, sword big brother, take me with you." The Fanchen sword instantly stopped, its blade moved, and it circled little Ling once as if considering something. After a short while, it made a decision, signaling little Ling to come onto its blade. Little Ling excitedly leaped onto it, and then they prepared to leave. Suddenly, a light flashed from Jiang Xie's spatial ring. A glowing, swirling egg appeared in the room. Puff 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 puff, big brothers, take me with you. The egg bounced twice on the ground, making dull thudding sounds. Wah woo, let's go together. Whoosh, if you're going, hurry up. Puff puff, coming. P.S. Big shots, please give free small gifts. 376, Jiang Xie's thoughts. The snow Kirin egg skillfully hopped onto it. On the body of the Fanchen sword, an egg and a vengeful spirit sat side by side. The 2 little guys were also extremely excited. Shoo, hold on tight. Wah woo, okay sword brother. Puff puff, I can't hold on. Wah woo, don't be afraid, I'm holding you. Puff puff, thank you. Shoo, be careful, don't crack your shell. Pit, shoo. After a slightly piercing sound, the Fanchen sword rushed into the void realm. At this moment, somewhere in the void realm, above Tangxin Pavilion, Su Yuan was full of shock. Several questions surfaced in his mind. Just now, what kind of egg was that? This was the first question that appeared in his mind. From the moment the snow Kirin egg emerged, his gaze was drawn to it. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't identify what kind of egg it was. The aura on that egg was too mixed, making it impossible for him to judge. But one thing he could be sure of was that the egg was no ordinary item. Where are the Fanchen sword taking them? This was the second question that appeared in his mind. The Fanchen sword actually broke through the void realm and left with a vengeful spirit and an egg. What exactly was going on? Where were they going? Why did Zier's aura suddenly become so weak? This was the third question that appeared in his mind. As soon as this question came out, Su Yuan's expression became solemn. His first reaction was, Jiang Xie was in trouble. Only then would the Fanchen sword make such a move. The next moment, his figure appeared in Jiang Xie's room. Su Yuan released his divine sense and checked Jiang Xie's body. He immediately frowned. Strange, Zier's life aura is still there, but there's always a strange feeling. Is he in a coma? It doesn't quite seem like it. His current state always gives me a vague and ethereal feeling. What exactly is going on? It feels like there's a problem, yet it also feels like there's no problem. It's truly strange. Su Yuan was bewildered. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It left him unable to find any reason. However, what was fortunate was that Jiang Xie's life was temporarily safe. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. It seems, only when he wakes up will I know the reason. Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then sat down cross-legged beside him. If Jiang Xie was willing to speak, that would naturally be good. If he wasn't, he wouldn't delve deeper, as long as there was no danger. The greater Jiang Xie's potential, the more benefits for the Kaiyuan Empire. He actually hoped that Jiang Xie would have more aspects that would make him look at him in a new light. Inside the Kaiyuan secret realm, above the sky platform, Jiang Xie was sitting cross-legged beneath the altar. His eyes were tightly closed, and his aura surged. He had maintained this posture for a long time. So long that the celestial master brush wandered around idly. To be honest, it really wanted to go outside and explore. But whenever it was about to leave the sky platform, the pressure from the heavenly Tao sword would descend upon it, making it unable to move. Over time, it accepted its fate and sat by the side with a bored expression. Fortunately, the aura emanating from Jiang Xie's body was also quite extraordinary. It could absorb it, and it could also improve its quality. And so, during this period, the little boy transformed from the celestial master brush sat by Jiang Xie's body, occasionally opening his mouth to take a big breath, sucking all the special power that emanated from the surroundings into his mouth. Then he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Above the sky platform it was silent. So quiet that only Jiang Xie's faint breathing could be heard. But after an unknown amount of time, Jiang Xie's eyes suddenly moved, then slowly opened. The heavenly Tao sword seemed to sense something. It immediately began to circle around him. The celestial master brush little Tian also opened his eyes, a hint of joy in them. Master, you finally opened your eyes. Sorry, I've been cultivating all this time. Jiang Xie smiled apologetically. He couldn't take them out yet, so he could only let them stay in the Kaiyuan secret realm for a few more days. He patted little Tian's head, then prepared to enter cultivation. His primary task this time was to cultivate Kaiyuan Great Emperor's Great Emperor Law, moving the universe. When he first heard this name, his expression was also extremely strange. If you added another great character to it, wouldn't it become universe shift? However, although the two names were similar, their effects were completely different. The effects of universe shift were much more numerous. And as for moving the universe, Jiang Xie didn't know how to complain about it. Its effect was actually similar to shifting form and changing scenery. Perhaps I can combine moving the universe and Tai Kai. Jiang Xie's eyes lit up. He hadn't forgotten the Tai Kai he used to conceal, his devouring counterattack ability. That Tai Kai was also incredibly profound in this world. In fact, he even felt that even if he didn't have that devouring counterattack ability, he could achieve the same effect with just Tai Kai. If Tai Kai and moving the universe were combined, wouldn't it be similar to universe shift? Tai Kai could be said to be a prime example of overcoming hardness with softness and redirecting force, adding moving the universe. Wouldn't that just take off? This should be within the scope of creating a martial skill, right? And it's creating a martial skill equivalent to a Great Emperor Law, or even surpassing a Great Emperor Law. The difficulty could be said to be hell level, no exaggeration. If it were his past self, he would definitely not have such unrealistic ideas. However, Jiang Xie looked at his current body. This was all refined from top-tier divine items, not to mention the enlightenment tree fused within his body. Creating a martial skill wouldn't be simple. Let's learn moving the universe first. In a short moment, Jiang Xie thought of many things. He felt that if he could learn moving the universe, and then create universe shift, not to mention the divine power realm, he might even be able to contend with domain realm experts, or even stand in an invincible position. Coupled with the Fanchen sword, wouldn't the domain realm be a massacre? However, the Fanchen sword couldn't be used casually. Although the side effects weren't fatal, they were extremely uncomfortable. Master, are we going to stay here forever? Little Tian's big eyes were full of confusion. He had been here for an unknown number of years. He had wanted to go out a long time ago, but unfortunately, there was no way out. Since he recognized Jiang Xie as his master, he naturally hoped that Jiang Xie could take him out. He also believed that Jiang Xie had this ability. The reason? It was also very simple. The heavenly Tao sword could probably break through the space here. Jiang Xie smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, little Tian, we can't go out yet. It will probably be a while longer before I can take you out." "We can go out." Little Tian excitedly jumped up. He didn't care about waiting for a while, as long as he could go out. He had waited for thousands of years, so a little more time wouldn't make a difference. 377. Jealousy. Jiang Xie withdrew his gaze from Xiao Tian and prepared to cultivate. Just then, he raised an eyebrow, keenly sensing that the surrounding void realm seemed to be vibrating. This made his expression turn serious. Within the Shengyuan secret realm, he hadn't encountered danger for a long time. Could it be that some unexpected change is happening today? Jiang Xie temporarily set aside his intention to cultivate and began to be on guard. The heavenly Dao sword also seemed to sense the threat. It floated in front of Jiang Xie, its blade surging with aura. Xiao Tian also stood to the side, his gaze serious. It sensed an aura as powerful as that of the heavenly Dao sword. Seeing them both so serious, Jiang Xie thought to himself, this crisis is probably not small. It seems it will be a fierce battle. But gradually, his expression began to change. Because, as time passed, he found that a growing sense of familiarity came from an unknown source. He couldn't immediately figure out what was emitting this familiar feeling. Until a rift opened in the void realm, and a sword shadow shot out from it. Only then did he see clearly what it was. It was the Fanchen sword. Even more bizarre was that, on the Fanchen sword's blade, there was actually a malevolent spirit and an egg. Jiang Xie's eyes nearly popped out. What's going on? The Fanchen sword can directly come from the outside world, into the Shengyuan secret realm. Alright, you're one of the 6 famous weapons, so you're powerful. But even if the Fanchen sword came over, what are those 2 things on it? It's fine if the malevolent spirit came, but what's the deal with you, kill an egg? Weren't you in the spatial ring? How did you get out? This is a bit too outrageous, isn't it? In a short moment, various thoughts flashed through Jiang Xie's mind. He was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? After a long while, Jiang Xie took a deep breath, calmed himself down and asked. The Fanchen sword flew around in the air for a bit, then joyfully flew towards Jiang Xie. The heavenly Dao sword's massive blade instantly blocked in front of Jiang Xie, trying to prevent the Fanchen sword from approaching. Jiang Xie also didn't expect the heavenly Dao sword's jealousy to be so strong. The Fanchen sword was originally rushing towards Jiang Xie, but seeing the heavenly Dao sword blocking its way, and remembering that it was the same last time, it instantly felt a surge of anger. Whoosh, get out of the way, the Fanchen sword swished in the air emitting a sound. Although Xiao Ling also sensed the heavenly Dao sword's power, it was still on the Fanchen sword's side and immediately bared its fangs and claws. Waha! Get out of the way. The killing egg bounced twice, then fell silent. Xiao Ling slapped the egg, showing its dissatisfaction. Little brother, what do you mean? Big brother's sword brought you here, and you're not showing any appreciation. The killing egg also seemed to realize that it had to show some attitude. So it also pretended to jump a few times, making a series of sounds. Puff, 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 puff. Let's be harmonious. It wasn't that it didn't want to help the Fanchen sword, but the deterrent force emanating from the heavenly Dao sword was too strong. The heavenly Dao sword was equally unwilling to show weakness and scrape the ground. Scratch, scratch. Come if you dare. Xiao Tian definitely helped the heavenly Dao sword. After all, they had known each other for some time. It directly shouted, where did you guys come from? What do you want to do? Jiang Xie had never imagined that one day, his own weapons would actually fight. And right under his nose. Looking at the situation, if he didn't stop them, they would probably really start fighting. Jiang Xie couldn't imagine what it would be like if 2 famous weapons fought. It would probably cause the sky and earth to collapse here, wouldn't it? At that time, even if there was no danger, danger would be created. After all, such powerful combat fluctuations would inevitably draw out some special existences or dangerous places within the Shengyuan secret realm. One must know, no one knows how vast this Shengyuan secret realm truly is. Whoosh, if you don't get out of the way, I won't be polite. Scratch, come if you dare. Strangely, although none of them spoke, Jiang Xie could clearly understand what they wanted to express. Perhaps this was the privilege of being the master. The atmosphere around them changed again. It was already a tense situation. Jiang Xie knew he couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly stepped forward, standing in the middle, his tone slightly reproachful. What are you doing? You're all family, don't be so hostile towards each other. You must live in peace, otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. It must be said that his words had some effect. The Fanchen sword's aura instantly softened. As the earliest weapon to follow, Jiang Xie present, it always obeyed Jiang Xie's words implicitly. Xiao Ling saw the Fanchen sword soften, so it softened too. The killing egg needs no mention. It directly jumped into Jiang Xie's arms, freely enjoying the special qi emanating from Jiang Xie. Scratch tilde, I'm not convinced tilde. The heavenly Tao sword wanted to give in a bit, but its arrogance made it not want to give in so quickly. Jiang Xie could only glare at it. The heavenly Tao sword's aura also instantly softened. It was not easy to find such a master who suited its heart so well. If he ran off, it would be a huge loss. Seeing the heavenly Tao sword give in, Zhao Tian also stopped speaking. A battle that was about to break out was thus resolved. So the scene changed again. Jiang Xie sat cross-legged beneath the altar. To his right were the Fanchen sword and Zhao Ling. To his left were the heavenly Tao sword and Zhao Tian. And the killing egg was held in Jiang Xie's arms. During this time, Zhao Ling continuously scrutinized Jiang Xie's face and body. It was furthest from Jiang Xie. If the Jiang Xie in Tianxin Pavilion gave it a sense of closeness, then this Jiang Xie here gave it a sense of fear. It was originally a malevolent spirit. It loved the yin power of that body immensely, but for the yang power emanating from this body, it wished to avoid it at all costs. Jiang Xie also knew this, so he didn't force it to approach him. All right, from now on, you must live in peace. He emphasized it again. After confirming there were no issues, he prepared to cultivate. Unexpectedly, another situation arose. The killing egg in his arms suddenly began to pulsate. It attracted Jiang Xie's gaze. Immediately after, before his eyes, the killing egg's shell actually turned blood red. Jiang Xie exclaimed in surprise. Unfortunately, the red didn't last long, and the color on the killing egg changed again. It directly turned black. Completely black. Just as Jiang Xie thought it would change again, the change stopped. Then a crack sound rang out. Cracks began to appear on the killing egg. Jiang Xie's expression brightened. The snow killing was about to hatch. It had been over 3 years since he retrieved this egg from Gu Shengxing. During this time, it had even absorbed dragon blood, but it had never hatched. Its hatching now came as a pleasant surprise to Jiang Xie. 378, Dark. Jiang Xie was quite expectant. What would the snow killing hatch from the snow kirin egg look like? Would it be completely white, or would it have ice crystals on its body? Or perhaps entirely blue? Plus, having absorbed dragon blood, this snow killing strength shouldn't be too bad, right? Perhaps it would carry a hint of dragon qi. A little exciting. Jiang Xie rubbed his hands, quietly watching the snow kirin egg crack open. The cracks on it grew more numerous, and the qi inside gradually became thicker. Such a sight made even little Ling, who was far away, unable to resist drawing closer. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Another cracking sound echoed, this one louder than the previous ones. The eggshell also completely split into 2 halves. A black shadow darted out from within, leaving Jiang Xie momentarily stunned. He suspected he had seen wrong. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. He clearly saw a tiny killing rubbing against his pant leg. A dragon head, deer antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, snake scales, horse hooves, ox tail. Distinct killing features. It's just. Why was this killing black? Wasn't it a snow killing? Is a snow killing black? Or was there something wrong with his understanding? Jiang Xie began to doubt life. It wasn't that being black was a problem. But what kind of species was this exactly? Snow killing or black killing? He thought long and hard, and only came up with one reason. That was because of the dragon blood. One must know that was a demonic dragon back then, inherently black. So the killing that absorbed demonic dragon blood also turned black. Black is fine, it looks a bit more intimidating, and its deterrent power will be much stronger when it grows up. Seemingly, this is a good thing. Jiang Xie picked up the little black killing and carefully examined it, finding no abnormalities except for its black color. Roar, master, put me down. A cute milky cry sounded, and Jiang Xie smiled slightly, putting it down. As soon as the little killing landed, it ran straight to its eggshell and began to eat it. Little Tian walked over and asked, puzzled, Master, is this a black killing? But why is it somewhat different from the black killing I've seen before? You've seen a black killing before? Jiang Xie asked in surprise. Little Tian nodded, I have. As a sacred artifact of the Tianqi sect, it had seen too many things. Black killing was naturally among them. It's just, it couldn't quite remember where it had seen it. How is it different? Jiang Xie continued to ask. Little Tian thought carefully for a moment before saying, aside from the color, it seems to be completely different. Jiang Xie nodded slightly. It was normal for it to be different. After all, it wasn't a true black killing, but merely a snow killing. Its turning black was only because it had absorbed demonic dragon blood. He just didn't know if this change was for the better or worse. While he was pondering, the little Kilin had already finished eating the eggshell, wobbled over to Jiang Xie's embrace, curled into a ball and began to sleep. Jiang Xie couldn't help but laugh. He had originally come here to cultivate, but unexpectedly, one thing after another had disrupted his pace in such a short time. But now, he should be able to cultivate properly. After the Fanchen sword and Heavenly Dao sword quieted down, there were no more surprises. Jiang Xie then opened his spatial ring, and quickly found the scroll containing the Great Emperor Law. He remembered that the Great Emperor Law had been lying in Yuan Great Emperor's spatial ring, and in a secluded corner at that. As for why the Great Emperor Law would be in a corner, he didn't understand. He had searched through the spatial ring for a long time before finding it. If you ask why he knew it was the Great Emperor Law. Because the words Great Emperor Law were clearly written on the front of the scroll, and the words moving the universe were also there. Speaking of which, Jiang Xie had never opened it, and one of his concerns was that he felt there was a trick. It just seemed a little off no matter how he looked at it. But now he had no other choice. To rapidly increase his strength, he had to open it and investigate. With a flash of light, the Great Emperor Law scroll appeared in his hand. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Jiang Xie was somewhat hesitant and worried. He tried to open it several times, but never actually did. It wasn't that he was being overly cautious, but Yuan Great Emperor was, after all, a Great Emperor realm expert. If the other party had set up some sort of trap here, with his current strength, it would truly be difficult to resist. Thinking of this, he felt it was better to be cautious. He took the Fanchen sword from beside him and held it in front of himself, then took the Heavenly Dao sword and held it behind him. This time, he opened the scroll in his hand. Whoosh! The moment the scroll opened, a dazzling light appeared in Jiang Xie's eyes, stinging them shut. His tilde, immediately after he cried out in pain. He felt his finger had been cut. Instantly, he understood what Yuan Great Emperor's method was. Just as when he first obtained that spatial ring, he had to verify his identity. Opening this scroll was the same. Upon realizing this, Jiang Xie's expression changed drastically. When he obtained the spatial ring, he used that physical body, so there was definitely no problem. Because that physical body already carried the Su family bloodline. But now it was different. The physical body he was using now did not have the previous bloodline. It's over. This was his thought at that moment. This sudden sense of urgency made him instantly grip the Fanchen sword, looking at the light in front of him with a nervous expression. But the scene he had imagined did not come. After flashing for a while, the light directly shot into his head. Immediately, Jiang Xie's expression became strange. He had actually passed the test. What was going on? Was something wrong, or? Without hesitation, he immediately checked his physical body. He indeed found some differences. This made his expression quite fascinating. The bloodline of this physical body of his was actually not much different from that other physical body. The only difference was probably that this physical body also contained the Dragon Clan bloodline. This left him quite puzzled. Could it be because of the divine soul? After much thought, he could only come up with this reason. But how could bloodline be restored based on the divine soul? Heaven-mending divine lotus. He then thought of it. The only thing that could possibly do this was the heaven-mending divine lotus. One must know, this was originally a legendary divine object. Using this as a physical body, it wouldn't be strange for it to restore bloodline based on the divine soul. It seems, this heaven-mending divine lotus still has many special uses I haven't discovered. This feels a bit like opening a blind box. All in all, it was good that nothing happened. Speaking of this bloodline, it was once a problem he had always worried about. Although this physical body was top-notch in all aspects, the loss of his original physical body's bloodline still made him somewhat uncomfortable. Because in that case, he would only be a Jiang family member and a Su family member in spirit. He did not want to sever this bond. 379. Shifting the universe. This unexpected gain made him very happy. That problem was resolved. There were even fewer concerns then. Even if he only had this physical body in the future, he would still be a Jiang family member, still possess Su family bloodline. He would still be that Jiang Xie. Just a much stronger Jiang Xie. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Xie closed his eyes and found the ball of light in his sea of consciousness. The moment his divine sense intruded, the entire surrounding scene immediately changed. When he came to his senses, he was already in an unknown space. Jiang Xie understood that this was an illusion. Just like when he studied the Great Emperor laws, left by Emperor Hangyun and Liang Great Emperor. He had thought Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor wouldn't be like this, but now it seemed he had been prepared long ago. Perhaps the three great emperors had even done it all around the same time. Putting aside those messy thoughts, Jiang Xie began to observe carefully. Soon, a figure walked out of the shadows. Seeing this figure, Jiang Xie was slightly stunned. He had seen Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's appearance before. In fact, Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's physical body was still in his hands. However, the Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor here was different from the one he had seen outside. The one here gave him a feeling of being unrestrained, full of vigor, and brimming with confidence. Whereas the one he had seen on the heavenly staircase that day was old, declining, and felt like his ambitions were unfulfilled. Although Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor had died, that emotion had lingered on his body, refusing to dissipate. So this is what he looked like when he was young. Jiang Xie couldn't help but be mesmerized. Is this the youthful vigor of a young genius? Is this the demeanor of a great emperor expert? Can I also be so full of vigor? Can I also do as I please, looking down on the world? The answer is yes. He believed he could. Things were different now. He might not have had the capital to say this before. But now he dared to say it. At this moment, a surge of heroic ambition rose in his heart. In his vision, Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor also began to move. He saw him step into the void realm. Ripples spread across the void realm. Immediately after, Jiang Xie found that the scenery around him changed. It was no longer a pitch-black void realm, but a lush green forest. Then Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor stepped again. Faint ripples once again spread across the void realm. The scene in Jiang Xie's eyes changed once more. This time he stood on a vast and magnificent sea, with an endless blue stretching into the distance. The next moment, his figure returned to the pitch-black environment. Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor stopped, looked at him and showed a slight smile. "Keep going, Junior." In a daze, Jiang Xie seemed to hear such a faint voice. When he came back to his senses, Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor's figure had already disappeared. Recalling the scenes from just now, he closed his eyes thoughtfully. He began to comprehend. Who knows how much time passed? Perhaps the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, or half an hour. He moved, like Caiyan Yuan Great Emperor taking a step. The surrounding scene instantly changed. It was no longer pitch black, but a desolate wasteland. With the second step, the wasteland disappeared, and a 10,000-foot plateau appeared. After repeating this several times, Jiang Xie finally opened his eyes. A faint smile also hung on his lips. With the blessing of the Enlightenment Tree, his comprehension of this great emperor law was even faster than he had imagined. The next moment, the surrounding space shattered. Jiang Xie's thoughts also returned to his physical body. He looked around and smiled. A good harvest. Indeed, this trip to the Caiyan Yuan secret realm not only allowed the snow Kirin egg to hatch. He also learned a great emperor law, greatly enhancing his strength. It's just a pity. None of these were sword techniques. One must know, he was a sword cultivator. How could he manage without sword techniques? It seems I need to find a way to learn some sword techniques. Speaking of learning sword techniques, Jiang Xie was troubled again. After tasting the sweetness of the great emperor law, he no longer looked down on martial skills of ordinary ranks. If he were to find a great emperor law-level sword technique, the difficulty was imaginable. Or perhaps create one himself. He had no doubt that he now had this ability. With the bonus from the Enlightenment Tree, creating a great emperor law was not impossible. It would just take some time. Compared to creating a great emperor law-level sword technique, creating universe shift was simpler. At least universe shift had the foundation of moving the universe and Tai Kai. Fusing and sublimating the two was much simpler than creating one from scratch. Moreover, he had no idea what kind of sword technique to create. Let's start with universe shift first. After a brief thought, Jiang Xie made a decision. He looked at the little Qilin, still sleeping in his arms, and reached out to touch it. Although covered in scales, it wasn't rough, but rather very comfortable to touch. He then looked to the side. The Fanchen sword stood still, like a loyal guard. The heavenly Dao sword was the same, standing still. Jiang Xie felt that they were secretly competing. Looking at little Tian again, in just a short while, it was playing with little Ling, chasing each other all over the rooftop. At least, that's how it seemed to Jiang Xie. But in reality, little Ling was avoiding little Tian. Little Tian was the celestial master brush, and the talismans it created were originally meant to deal with yin souls. It was only later that talisman techniques were used in battles between cultivators. Therefore, little Ling was naturally afraid of that thing. In direct contrast, little Tian was extremely excited when it saw yin souls. But it also knew that little Ling was on its side now. So it just kept chasing it, without actually making a move. It was purely for fun. Ali. Recalling his thoughts, Jiang Xie closed his eyes again. He began to try combining the great emperor law with Tai Kai. Outside, inside Tianxin Pavilion. In Jiang Xie's room. Su Yuan frowned deeply, constantly pacing around Jiang Xie. His face was full of confusion. Almost a day had passed. Jiang Xie was still in the same state, with no sign of waking up. This was also the first time he had seen such a phenomenon. This state is somewhat similar to soul emergence, yet there are big differences. Moreover, with Xie's cultivation, his divine soul realm cannot possibly reach the soul emergence realm. How strange, this kid has more secrets than I imagined. Su Yuan checked Jiang Xie's physical body again. Still found no major problems. He had no choice but to sit down cross-legged again and ponder carefully. On the other side, in the largest room of Tianxin Pavilion. On a large bed, Jai Huayu sat cross-legged. Little Zai was dozing off on the side. Jai Huayu frowned, feeling dizzy from the cultivation insights and cultivation techniques and martial skills that occasionally appeared in her mind. She didn't understand what was happening. There were no extra memories, only some cultivation insights that would appear in her mind every so often. It could be said that the reason for her fast cultivation speed was inseparable from this. 380, Shengyuan reappears. Jiang Xie fell into meditation. A new world seemed to open up in his mind. He stood on a massive platform, continuously circulating the moving the universe and Taiji palm martial skills. As he used moving the universe, the scenery around him constantly changed. The Taiji palm method also began to be unleashed. He wondered if he could transfer the effects of moving the universe into the Taiji palm method. His inherent devour encounter ability merely involved swallowing the opponent's attack into his body, and then returning it through his body. However, after incorporating the Taiji palm method, he found that the upper limit of his absorption capacity increased somewhat, and he could better control the timing and direction of his counterattack. If he were to integrate the effects of moving the universe into it, would he then be able to catch people off guard? The transferred attack would no longer simply emanate from his hand, but would be directly shifted, able to strike from any direction within the void realm. If that were truly the case, then this would definitely be a great killing weapon. Thinking of this, he began to try and fuse them. First, he transferred the target of moving the universe to the Taiji palm method. Then he slowly attempted the fusion. And so, he continuously experimented. Relying on the effects of the enlightenment tree, Jiang Xie's comprehension ability was extraordinary. After only 5 or 6 attempts, he had already achieved initial results. After 10 attempts, it already resembled a normal martial skill. After 20 attempts, the two martial skills were completely fused into it. After 30 attempts, it was naturally perfected, and a new great emperor law was born. The moment it was completed, thunder rumbled within the Kaiyuan secret realm. Over the entire platform, dark clouds gathered, and the sky turned black. Flashes of lightning flickered across the clouds, bringing with them a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Jiang Xie suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of solemnity was in his gaze as he looked at the sky. Is it a lightning tribulation? Does a martial skill of the great emperor law level have to undergo the baptism of a lightning tribulation to gain the heavenly Tao's recognition? Only then did Jiang Xie understand. This was probably one of the difficulties in creating one's own great emperor law. After regaining his composure, Jiang Xie prepared for battle. No matter what, he had to endure it. He couldn't let all his hard work go to waste. After all, it was a martial skill he had created after more than 30 attempts. It would be too heartbreaking if it were lost. Casually picking up the Fanchen sword, he prepared to resist the impending lightning tribulation. But just as he picked up the Fanchen sword, the Fanchen sword suddenly trembled, seeming very excited. In contrast, the heavenly Tao sword beside it grew even more imposing in its aura. As if it had been angered. The Fanchen sword's actions at this moment, in the heavenly Tao sword's eyes, were blatant provocation and showing off. How could it tolerate this? The heavenly Tao sword disregarded everything else and flew directly into the sky, heading straight for the tribulation cloud. What's going on? By the time Jiang Xie reacted, the heavenly Tao sword had already disappeared into the tribulation cloud. The next moment, to Jiang Xie's dumbfounded expression, the tribulation cloud continuously shrank. All of it converged towards the center. Upon closer inspection, all those tribulation clouds were actually absorbed by the heavenly Tao sword. Jiang Xie was stunned. Heavenly Tao sword. Just by its name, one could tell it was quite extraordinary. It might even be related to the heavenly Tao, and it could actually absorb tribulation clouds. Then, if he had any lightning tribulations in the future, couldn't he just throw out the heavenly Tao sword and be done with it? After absorbing the tribulation cloud, the heavenly Tao sword flew down, landing not far from the Fanchen sword. The feeling it gave Jiang Xie was, it was showing off, it was mocking. The Fanchen sword was enraged. It trembled continuously in Jiang Xie's hand, seemingly wanting to engage in a great battle with it. No, Jiang Xie held it tightly, not letting it fly out. Unexpectedly, the Fanchen sword's strength grew, making his hand begin to tremble. The heavenly Tao sword also refused to be outdone, its aura on the sword body growing stronger and stronger, seemingly eager for a fight. Jiang Xie's expression changed repeatedly. He couldn't help but complain in his mind. Why do these two swords want to fight at the slightest disagreement? Can't you get along peacefully? I'm very tired, okay? Finally, the Fanchen sword's strength shook Jiang Xie's hand open. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to fall silent for a moment. Fight, I don't care, fight as you please. Jiang Xie gave up, planning to just be a bystander. Soon his eyes widened. The anticipated conflict did not occur. Instead, the Fanchen sword hovered in the air, and the heavenly Tao sword's aura suddenly vanished without a trace. Jiang Xie's expression was strange. Could it be? With a doubtful expression, he stepped forward and grabbed the hilt of the Fanchen sword again. Instantly, the Fanchen sword trembled again. The heavenly Tao sword's aura surged. Jiang Xie loosened his grip. Both swords returned to their original state. He was too exhausted to complain. He only recalled a video he had seen in his previous life. Two dogs with owners, held by their respective owners, barked at each other, giving off an air of wanting to fight. But when one of the owners let go of the leash, they calmed down instead. This is called a dog relying on its master's power. Now it's a sword relying on its master's power. Interesting. Their animosity was real, but their reluctance to fight was also real. He was also happy to be at ease. Since he knew they wouldn't clash, he didn't need to keep an eye on them anymore. That also saved him a troublesome matter. Good harvest. Outside within the Jiang family. With Jiang Xie's coma, the entire family's mood was relatively low. Everyone thought Jiang Xie would wake up soon, but just now they received news. Jiang Xie had fallen into a deep slumber. It would take at least a few months for him to wake up. Although he was safe and sound, it was still a blow to the Jiang family members. Jiang Xie was gone, and now Jiang Xie had fallen into a deep slumber. If anything else happened, the Jiang family would lose two young lords. Moreover, both of them were exceptionally talented. Although Jiang Xie's cultivation talent was lacking, he was incredibly intelligent. Jiang Xie's strength and talent were both very strong, but he was too young and loved to eat. The talents of other family disciples varied. It could be said that they were now relying on Jiang Xie to strengthen the Jiang family. On this day, in that distant void realm, the phantom of the Saint Yuan's secret realm once again appeared before the world. Although the shadow was very faint, it still excited countless people. The moment the news spread, the entire continent vibrated. What? The Saint Yuan's secret realm, which has been dormant for 3 years, finally has movement. Oh my goodness, the Saint Yuan's secret realm has movement. It seems it's not far from opening. We've waited 3 years for this moment. Yes, ever since the last Saint Yuan assessment, the Saint Yuan secret realm phantom disappeared. Now it has reappeared, though it hasn't solidified yet, but this indicates that the opening of the Saint Yuan secret realm is not far off. What a pity, only those who passed at least one stage of the Saint Yuan assessment can enter. No choice, who told us we don't have that talent and strength. Finally, we can see the various geniuses compete. Although the current continent is good, it's too peaceful, there's no passion. Yes, after long periods of chaos, people crave peace. After long periods of peace, people crave chaos. Humans are always so contradictory. Aside from the various voices from the outside world, things were also extraordinary within the various sects. The disciples who had already passed the St. Yuan assessment cheered and were incredibly excited. In sects with many disciples who passed the St. Yuan assessment, the elders and the sect master were also exceptionally delighted. After 3 years, the news that the St. Yuan secret realm was about to appear once again brought a frenzy to the long-dormant continent. The various sects were in an uproar, fully entering a state of preparation for the St. Yuan secret realm. In the eastern continent, among the newly recruited disciples in the major sects, a large portion of them coincidentally revealed playful smiles. Sects without talented and powerful disciples were dejected. Unlike small sects and minor forces. For small sects and minor forces, as long as their disciples gained something in the St. Yuan secret realm, they would be ecstatic. Only those from major forces knew. The truly good things could not be obtained without strength. This, then, depended on the genius disciples within their own sects. Therefore, besides discussing the impending opening of the St. Yuan secret realm, some people also became the subject of discussion among the various cultivators. Among them, naturally, were the geniuses who passed the 4th stage or higher. The most discussed person, without a doubt, was Jiang Xie. P.S. The weather is hot and my back pain has started again. I feel completely spiritless. I've been stuck on this chapter since yesterday and finally got some ideas. This volume ends here, and a new volume will begin tomorrow, so I'm taking a day off today. Zhao Chen needs to organize his thoughts tonight and clarify how the subsequent plot should progress. Speaking of which, the name Jiang Xie hasn't appeared in front of the characters in the text for a long time. You should understand, right? I can't say more, any more would be a spoiler. Please give free small gifts, thank you everyone. 381. The Inevitable Prophecy. Hey, have you heard? The St. Yuan secret realm is about to open. With such a big commotion, who wouldn't know? The St. Yuan secret realm is one of the most talked about events on the continent. Exactly. The geniuses who enter the St. Yuan secret realm and come out always experience a significant increase in strength. It's just a pity we can't get in. It's rumored that within the St. Yuan secret realm, there are legacies of powerful experts everywhere. I'm so envious. If I could get in, wouldn't I soar to greatness? You're thinking too much, brother. To soar to greatness, you'd still need to obtain a powerful legacy, but unfortunately, powerful legacies also choose their inheritors. Nowadays, walk into any inn and you'll hear discussions like these. The anomaly of the St. Yuan secret realm has stirred the hearts of many. Within the great Yan Empire, Zhan Wushwang stood at the pinnacle of the imperial palace, gazing at the faintly visible St. Yuan secret realm in the distant void realm. A look of emotion involuntarily appeared on his face. After waiting for so long, is the St. Yuan secret realm finally opening? He had been waiting for this moment. All the disciples of Saint Province had been waiting for this moment. There were countless disciples from Saint Province, even more excited than him. Early the next morning, within the Kaiyuan Empire, in Kaiyuan Hall, Su Wu, having learned that the St. Yuan secret realm had reappeared, rushed back to the imperial palace without stopping and convened another court assembly. The subject of this discussion was the matter of the St. Yuan secret realm. Su Wu sat at the front of the main hall, his gaze like a torch, his expression majestic. Below, the various ministers stood on either side, silent. Everyone was waiting for Su Wu to speak. Everyone, how many disciples of my Kaiyuan Empire have passed the St. Yuan assessment this time? As soon as he spoke, the ministers in the hall fell silent. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Su Wu's gaze swept over them one by one, and the ministers he looked at all lowered their heads. Anger was already churning within him. Who tilde? Su Wu took a deep breath, fixed his gaze on Su Xuan in front and asked, Su Xuan, you tell me. Su Xuan, clad in a black robe that obscured his face, stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, reporting to Emperor, only 38 people. 38. Such a vast empire, yet only 38 people. With a bang, Su Wu slammed his fist onto the armrest of his chair, causing cracks to appear on the armrest, which was made of special material. One could imagine how furious he was at that moment. In terms of size, the Kaiyuan Empire was larger than the other two empires. Yet he hadn't expected that within the imperial family, including both direct and collateral lines, only 38 people had passed. This number was far from his requirement and could not satisfy him. Emperor, calm down. A minister, startled by Su Wu's voice, shivered and quickly stepped forward to persuade him. Calm down, Only 38 people, how can I calm down? The empire has given you plenty of resources, so why can't you cultivate satisfactory descendants? Or are you all just good for nothings? These words made the ministers lower their heads in silence, feeling their faces flush with shame in their hearts. However, a quick glance at the other ministers, who were all in the same state, immediately lightened their mood considerably. Anyway, everyone was like this. If they were to die, they would die together. Moreover, in their opinion, Su Wu was also not doing much better. If it weren't for Jiang Xie and Su Yu, he would actually be not much different from others. As a result, the most awkward ones present were the three imperial princes. The three of them were now keeping their eyes on their noses, neither daring to speak nor to be too conspicuous, much less daring to persuade Su Wu to calm his anger. They were afraid that if they went up to persuade him, Su Wu would become even angrier. Although the place where the three stood was at the front, they tried their best to lean towards the edge. This showed their current state. Although Su Wu also realized that he was not entirely blameless for his own responsibility, because Jiang Xie and Su Yu were present, he naturally puffed out his chest. Anyway, as long as he didn't admit his mistakes, he had no mistakes. As the emperor, who would dare to criticize him? What a big mouth. But just then an old voice came. Everyone in the entire hall was stunned. Immediately, their expressions changed drastically. Someone actually openly provoked the emperor. Who on earth was it? As the ministers searched for the person who had made the sound, sweat had already begun to bead on Su Wu's forehead. The three imperial princes were also like this, their legs starting to tremble. Sweat flowed like water. Some of the older ministers also realized something, and immediately lowered their heads even further. Su Wu stood up and quickly walked towards the outside of the hall, his face tense. In his heart, he secretly thought, it seems Gu Shengxing's prediction has come true. I didn't know father was coming. Please, father, do not blame me. Su Wu said as he walked. Upon hearing the words father, the expressions of all the ministers changed. Outside the main hall, an old and a young figure appeared before everyone. Although the old man's hair and beard were white, his aura was upright, possessing a sense of unapproachable majesty. Su Xian got angry when he saw Su Wu. He had wanted to teach him a lesson for a long time, but found that he was not in the imperial palace. Now that he had finally caught him today, how could he let him escape? HMPH, Su Xian snorted coldly and said, you have the leisure to teach others a lesson, but you should manage yourself. You're not doing much better. Yes, father is right. Su Wu, who had just been so imposing in front of the ministers, immediately became a son. Su Xian's gaze shifted, looking at his three grandsons in the corner at the front, and continued. Su Mu, Su He, Su Tian, you three also reflect on yourselves properly. Yes, grandfather. The three of them trembled, then respectfully replied, not daring to say another word. Immediately, Su Xian walked towards the back hall, and only then did the ministers feel the pressure on them lessen. Su Wu also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that nothing happened. However, he was clearly happy too soon. Although Su Xian's figure had disappeared within the hall, his voice clearly carried out, "War, come here." Su Wu's body stiffened, feeling a bit like he wanted to cry but had no tears. He dared not disobey Su Xian's command, and obediently walked over. After both of them had left, the ministers in the hall dared to whisper amongst themselves. What do you think Grand Emperor called Emperor over for? I don't know, the Grand Emperor's oppressive aura is too strong. I completely dared not meet his gaze. Indeed, I was so pressured I couldn't breathe. Although I was scolded by Emperor just now, when I thought about it, it seemed like there was nothing wrong with the scolding. Those brats at home are really too disappointing. Aren't mine the same? Ignorant and stubborn to the extreme. I really don't know how I gave birth to these three things. Everyone chatted very enthusiastically, but they quickly stopped. Did you hear something? Ah, father, gently. 382, do you want to go out with me? I was wrong. Ah, Emperor, I won't dare next time. My mistake. Emperor, please calm your anger. The ministers were stunned. They couldn't have misheard the intermittent sounds coming from inside. The three princes' expressions were even stranger, and then, their hearts were filled with immense fear. This was their emperor. Stop hitting him. Soon, everyone's expressions turned strange. The emperor was beaten. His old ancestor is truly formidable, hitting him just like that. Hearing that sound already made me scared. Su Wu's screams lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. During that time, The minister's emotions went from surprise to shock to fear, and then to terror. Many people secretly sweated for Su Wu. After the incense stick burned out, Su Wu came out. Although he tried his best to hide the abnormality in his walk, he still couldn't hide it from the minister's eyes. Su Wu slowly sat down in his seat. His heart was filled with both grievance and regret. Wasn't it just that he didn't tell him Jiang Xie's identity in advance? But you didn't ask me. If you had asked me, could I have not told you? This is too much bullying. I'll accept this loss. But I can't accept it completely, I need to vent. Xie can't be hit. If he were hit, not only would his own father come to teach him a lesson, but even old ancestor would probably step in. At that time, he would probably be bedridden. Since that's the case, Su Wu's sharp gaze turned towards his 3 sons. The 3 princes immediately felt a chill in their hearts. Su Mu couldn't help but transmit a message to his 2 younger brothers. Do you feel a killing intent? Su He also transmitted. I feel it, the 3 of us are probably in danger. Su Tian, it's over, Emperor must have his eyes on us. Su Mu continued to transmit. Emperor was taught a lesson by grandfather, and his heart is already quite displeased. It's normal for us to become the target of his venting. Just accept your fate, who told us that none of our sons are powerful. Yes, just wait obediently to be beaten tonight. I'm already used to it. Su He transmitted again. Next there was a period of silence. After a while a minister finally asked, Emperor just now. Just now, Su Wu's expression was puzzled and he quickly said with a serious face, what happened just now? Nothing, nothing. That minister wisely closed his mouth. But he thought to himself, Emperor, before you say that, you should look in the mirror, the bruises on your face are still there. Cough, cough, all right. Su Wu coughed, his gaze turning to Su Xiuan, and he said, Su Xiuan, besides within the imperial family, how many young geniuses among the empire's citizens passed the assessment? Su Xiuan wanted to laugh in his heart, but his face was extremely serious as he said, excluding the youths who have already joined various forces, a total of 508 young people within our empire have passed at least the first level of the St. Yuan assessment. As soon as these words came out, the ministers began discussing again. I didn't expect there to be over 500. I remember the last time the St. Yuan secret realm appeared, there were only nearly 400, right? I didn't expect the number of our imperial family's disciples, who passed to be so different from the common people. It's normal. Although the cultivation resources for disciples within the empire are not as good as those for imperial family disciples, our empire has many entrances, so it's not strange to have over 500 people. Su Wu's expression also eased quite a bit. Although the imperial family's disciples did not meet expectations, the overall number of people in the empire was quite good. Emperor, there's one more thing. Su Xiuan hesitated slightly. Su Wu raised an eyebrow and said, speak. Among these 500+ disciples, nearly half or more have joined East Tower, Su Xiuan said. He knew that the Lord of East Tower was Jiang Xie. He also knew that those disciples who joined East Tower were essentially their own people. But he still had to report it. The ministers remained silent. They knew that East Tower had a close relationship with their family, so it was not appropriate to say anything, and the specific decision depended on Su Wu. Su Wu just smiled and said, no harm, East Tower and us are allies, and it's good for those disciples to join East Tower. Having said that, he was also a bit tired. He then ordered the minister, whose disciples had passed the St. Yuan assessment to receive their rewards, and then dismissed the court. After the court was dismissed, Su Mu, Su He, and Su Tian left very quickly, disappearing in an instant. It was unknown what urgent matter they had. Jiang City, within the Jiang family. The Jiang family also held a meeting today. Inside the Jiang family's main hall, the atmosphere was low. Patriarch, our Jiang family probably won't gain much benefit from this St. Yuan secret realm. An elder sighed. The other elders also shook their heads. This time, only a dozen or so disciples from our Jiang family passed the St. Yuan assessment, and most of them only passed 1 or 2 levels of the assessment, with only 1 or 2 passing 3 levels. Yes, this St. Yuan secret realm probably won't have the capital to compete with other forces. Young Lord Yi is young and didn't participate in the St. Yuan assessment, alas. The Jiang family elders sighed repeatedly. Jiang Fingliu also had an extreme headache. His face was filled with unresolvable worry. The disciples of this generation in the Jiang family were also a bit disappointing. If young Lord Jiang Xie were still here, that would be great. Suddenly, someone said this. As soon as these words came out, the elders fell silent again, followed by a wave of sadness. If young Lord Jiang Xie were still here, even with just these people, he would surely be able to achieve good results, right? Zhang Fingliu did not speak. Of course, he understood the elders' feelings. It's just, the current situation is that Jiang Xie cannot return yet. So, what should be done about this St. Yuan secret realm? His face was full of worry. Sujiru noticed his fatigue, and silently helped him massage his shoulders from behind him. Within the Yuan secret realm. After completing the tasks of cultivating martial skills and creating his own, Jiang Xie wanted to go back. However, he was hesitating at this moment. The entry of Fanchen's sword gave him a different idea. Previously, he thought that his current body could not leave for the time being. That's why he didn't have any other thoughts. This time, it was different. From various indications, it was not difficult to see that there was a certain relationship between Heavenly Dao sword and Heavenly Dao. So if that's the case, could he perhaps leave the Yuan secret realm by relying on Heavenly Dao sword? As soon as this thought appeared, it grew wildly in his heart. Jiang Xie turned his head and asked Zio Tian, who was still chasing Zio Ling with a smile. Zio Tian, do you want to go out with me? Zio Tian paused, immediately turned his body and came to Jiang Xie, his small head nodding frantically, his face full of anticipation. Yes. 383, just like yesterday. All right, Jiang Xie smiled, patting its head. His gaze swept over his other companions. Little Qilin was still sound asleep in his arms. Fanchen's sword and Heavenly Dao sword stood upright nearby. Zio Ling kept her distance, looking a bit scared. He picked up Fanchen's sword, caressed its blade for a moment, and softly said, "Old friend, I'll trouble you to take Zio Ling back to the Imperial Palace again." Fanchen's sword trembled for a moment, then whooshed out of Jiang Xie's hand. It scooped up Zio Ling, who was still dazed in place, and tore through space, vanishing from Jiang Xie's sight. Then Jiang Xie looked at Heavenly Dao's sword. He stepped forward and gripped the hilt. The heavy sword was easily lifted by him. In 3 years, this was the first time he had so carefully examined the Heavenly Dao sword before him. Its blade was incredibly dark, yet it had 7 stars connected, while its hilt was silver white. It looked quite strange. Heavenly Dao sword was also trembling. This was the first time Jiang Xie had actively held it. Its excitement was very obvious. "Can you tear open the space here?" Jiang Xie asked softly. Heavenly Dao sword sliced through the void realm with its tip. "Rip, I can." Jiang Xie smiled. His gaze once again turned to Zio Tian. Zio Tian understood perfectly, and with an excited heart, it transformed into a brush with a white tip and a black body. It flew gently and hung at Jiang Xie's waist. Jiang Xie held little Qilin in one arm and the heavy sword in the other. He looked back at his surroundings. He looked at the place where he had stayed for 3 years, then walked to the edge of the terrace and saw the vast and boundless land. He couldn't help but utter, "I will be back." The secrets here had not yet been fully explored. He would definitely return again. After a final look at the heavenly ladder, Jiang Xie raised the Heavenly Dao sword in his hand and sliced it through the void realm. The void realm was torn open. Jiang Xie threw the sword forward, then jumped onto it. He stood directly on the Heavenly Dao sword. Heavenly Dao sword carried Jiang Xie, little Qilin, and the Celestial Master brush at his waist, directly into the void realm. After Jiang Xie left, on the heavenly ladder, the figures of those great emperors simultaneously opened their eyes. They gazed into the distance where Jiang Xie had left, their eyes deep, their intentions unknown. In the void realm, Jiang Xie could see countless turbulent currents and various unknown objects. He even saw a corpse. But they all flashed by in an instant. With Heavenly Dao sword present, those void realm turbulences couldn't get close to him at all. He just watched the surrounding objects whistle past. To be honest, he wasn't clear where he would end up after leaving. Now he could only rely on Heavenly Dao sword. Oh right, and a little bit of luck. I hope I can appear not far from the Jiang family. At the very least, getting to the Eastern Continent would be fine. Just don't go anywhere else. Jiang Xie was a little worried. If he was in the Eastern Continent, it would be fine, but appearing elsewhere would be a bit difficult. The time that followed was just waiting. He didn't know how long he waited. Heavenly Dao sword suddenly accelerated. Then, to Jiang Xie's astonished gaze, it sliced through a section of the void realm again. A rift appeared before him. Immediately after, Heavenly Dao sword carried him out. Colors appeared before his eyes. So familiar, so much so that it made him feel a momentary daze. Jiang Xie never expected that he would appear here. Could it be that this heavenly Dao sword also had an automatic navigation function? This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Before his eyes was precisely the small courtyard outside Jiang family city where he had lived back then. He still remembered that the last time he was here was 3 years ago. Returning here again, scenes flooded his mind. When he was young, he and Old Wu left Jiang City, and the two of them settled down here. Later, he traveled around with Old Wu, and although they never left Jiang City too far, for him, who had just transmigrated to a different world, it was an important process of getting to know this world. Even later, he took Jai Wayu, who had been captured by the Blood Demon Sect. At that time, Jai Wayu was still a plain, disguised young girl. After that, scene after scene of ordinary, yet warm daily life continuously played out here. The three of them spent more than 2 years of happy, and not boring life. Has it been over 3 years? Jiang Xie felt a bit emotional. Upon closer thought, he had already been in this world for 18 years. Time flies like a white steed passing a crack. It cannot withstand scrutiny. Scenes from the past were like yesterday. After standing in place for a long time, Jiang Xie finally came back to his senses and began to examine the familiar yet strange courtyard before him. 3 years had passed, but the courtyard was not dilapidated. Instead, it was as it always was, unchanged. He thought it must be, because his father had people regularly come to maintain it. With Heavenly Dao sword on his back and little Qilin in his arms, Jiang Xie walked step by step towards the courtyard. Arriving at the main gate, he pushed it open, and no dust appeared. Everything in sight was clean and tidy. It seems father has maintained it well. Jiang Xie nodded slightly. After looking at the plants in the courtyard and behind the pavilion, he passed through the courtyard and arrived outside his room. Pushing the door open, the sword marks on the wall were still there. Seeing these sword marks, Jiang Xie also froze for a moment. Then he let out a bitter laugh. These were all the hardships he had endured back then. He didn't even know how many times he had died under these sword marks. He only knew that if he hadn't had foresight and stored some blood in advance, he would have probably returned to the outside of heaven long ago. Maybe he could even transmigrate back. But unfortunately now, he couldn't let go of himself. He didn't know what his original world was like. And if the passage of time there was different from here. Perhaps thousands of years had passed there, or even tens of thousands of years. Or perhaps only 1 or 2 years, or 1 or 2 months. He didn't know any of this. He only knew that if he were given a chance to transmigrate back now, he probably wouldn't go back. Certainly he had friends, family, classmates and teachers there. But what about here? Moreover, he had grown accustomed to life here, and had come to like the feeling of cultivating. More importantly, Jai Wayu was here. Recalling how Jai Wayu always opposed him when she was little, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Jiang Xie's face. Even he himself hadn't expected it. He would fall in love with this maid he had captured. Actually, at that time, he had only captured her to activate the second statue. He had planned to let her return to Haoran Sect after activating the statue. He had no intention of harming her. All those threats and intimidations were just to scare her, to prevent her from causing trouble. Leaving his own room, Jiang Xie pushed open another room. This was where Jai Wayu lived. Even now, a faint fragrance still permeated the room. The environment inside was also much better than his room. 384, original appearance. He couldn't help but sigh. A girl's living space really is different. Of course, this isn't absolute. There are also boys whose rooms are neater than girls, and some girls are incredibly messy. However, his room was certainly not very tidy among boys. It was only above average. Leaving Jai Wayu's room, Jiang Xie went to Old Wu's room. Pushing the door open, he found it was even messier than his own room. There were also countless sword marks on the walls. Looking at these sword marks, Jiang Xie showed a hint of recollection. He thought back to those years. Assassins and killers were impossible to guard against. For a period, he and Old Wu swapped rooms. Initially, there were no problems. But later, they were still discovered, which led to sword marks all over the walls of Old Wu's room. Leaving the room, he arrived at the small pond in the courtyard. Jiang Xie saw his own face. It was exactly the same as before, except his hair was white. He looked a bit more cold and mysterious. His clothes, they were a bit shabby. Speaking of which, The clothes he was wearing were the ones he changed out of when he left the Jiang family. 3 years had already passed. They no longer fit. But at the time, he didn't think much of it. His mind was entirely focused on cultivating. Now looking at them. The sleeves were a section too short, only covering 1/3 of his arms. The clothes were almost like tight-fitting garments. The pants were the same, much too short. And some parts were already tattered due to his cultivation. Coupled with the void RE, a LM Chinese letter. There was nothing presentable about them now. He looked worse than a beggar. Looks like I need to change these clothes first. Jiang Xie gave a wry smile. It was easy to say, but where could he find suitable clothes? Just as he was troubled, he suddenly seemed to think of something. He immediately stood up from the pond and walked back into his room. He remembered that when he entered the room earlier, he seemed to have seen something black on the bed. Was that a set of clothes? Entering the room, he skillfully went to the bed, and Jiang Xie indeed saw the black object. Without a doubt, it was indeed a set of clothes. This raised a big question in his mind. Someone put clothes here. Did he put them there before? He didn't know if he had put them there before. Picking up the clothes, he took a look. He immediately dismissed the idea that he had put them there before. Because these clothes fit his current physique very well. Although there were some minor differences. But they were perfectly wearable. Who exactly, father? He thought it was his father. After changing into the clothes, his whole demeanor changed. However, he still felt something was missing. Right mask. Jiang Xie remembered. Since he was returning to the Jiang family, a mask was definitely indispensable. He recalled his previous mask. Then, the pure yang power in his hands began to sketch in the void realm. Soon, the shape of a mask appeared in the air. After drawing it, Jiang Xie pressed his hands down. The mask, formed by the convergence of yang power, took shape. The mask was the same as before, both ugly and vicious. It looked unsettling. Jai Yu had been frightened by this mask countless times in the past. Actually, this was just a Shura mask that Jiang Xie had created based on his own imagination. After putting on the mask and looking at himself by the pond again, Jiang Xie nodded in satisfaction. This was him. Everything was complete. Looking at the familiar scene, he suddenly wanted to rest for a while. It had been 3 years. More than 3 years since he left this courtyard. Anyway, there was no rush. He might as well sleep first. Actually, he wasn't sleepy. He just simply wanted to sleep here. Returning to his room, Jiang Xie placed the Heavenly Dao sword aside and fell asleep peacefully, holding little Qilin. Good night, Heavenly Dao sword. Good night, little Tian. Good night, little Qilin. Jiang Xie slept until the next day. Early the next morning, at the main gate of the Jiang family. Every day, many Jiang family disciples and elders walked in or out here. Jiang Luo, the son of the third elder of the Jiang family, was 17 this year. Among all the Jiang family disciples, his talent was considered to be among the foremost. He was one of the few disciples in the Jiang family who passed the 3rd stage of the St. Yuan assessment. In the Jiang family, he only admired 2 people. One was Jiang Xie, and the other was Jiang Yi. When they were young, the children of the elders who were younger than Jiang Xie always followed him around. Even some who were older than Jiang Xie did the same. One could say they were all Jiang Xie's followers. From then on, Jiang Xie held a different weight in their hearts. Even though they knew Jiang Xie's cultivation talent was lacking, they still willingly called Jiang Xie young lord. This, one must say, was Jiang Xie's strategy when he was young. It was, since he had no cultivation talent, he should find powerful allies early and win people's hearts early. Therefore, from a young age, he used his rich life experience to win over these people. Later, he discovered that his younger brother's talent was stronger than everyone else's, which is when he shifted his attention to Jiang Yi. He used food to win him over, and these efforts yielded some results. So much so that he had won over everyone in the Jiang family. He was excellent at dealing with people, so the elders had no complaints about him. The second person Jiang Luo admired was Jiang Yi. At such a young age, his cultivation was no worse than theirs. His talent was simply heaven-defying. Today, Jiang Luo walked out of the Jiang family gate. He had something to do. That was to clean Jiang Xie's courtyard outside the city. This task had always been handled by Jiang Yi. But now that Jiang Yi was unconscious, he volunteered to go. This was, of course, out of his admiration for Jiang Xie. Young Lord Jiang Xie, if only you were still alive. Walking out of the family gate looking at the sky, Jiang Luo couldn't help but sigh. Even now, he still found it unbelievable. His elder brother, who had always been like a god in his heart, just died. Brother Zai, there's nothing I can do for you now. I want to avenge you, but my strength is insufficient. I can only clean your courtyard for you. May your spirit in heaven bless the Jiang family with smooth sailing. After muttering to himself, Jiang Luo quickly hurried towards the outside of the city. He still needed to cultivate, so he couldn't delay on the way. He had to finish cleaning as quickly as possible, and then return to the family. After all, the St. Yuan secret realm was about to open. The family was not optimistic about this trip to the St. Yuan secret realm. If only Brother Zai were here. He would tell us what to do. On the way, Jiang Luo couldn't help but think this again. One incense stick later, the shadow of the small courtyard appeared in his sight. Inside the room, Jiang Xie had just woken up and sat cross-legged on the bed, practicing breathing for a while. It was also at this moment that his expression changed, and he thought to himself, someone's here. 385, ask you a few questions. Who would come to this place? Jiang Xie's expression shifted. He stealthily concealed himself. With the cultivation of his current body, unless a strong individual above the law realm came, he wouldn't be discovered. Krika. Soon the courtyard gate was opened. This courtyard is really clean. It feels like there's nothing to clean. Jiang Luo stepped into the courtyard, observing the surroundings as he spoke. His eyes constantly scanned the area. It could be said that this was his first time coming here. Before Jiang Xie was still around, the family had issued an order that no disciple should disturb him. Looking at this courtyard, which was vastly different from the family's houses, Jiang Luo truly realized that Jiang Xie's former living environment was so shabby. Let alone compared to them, it couldn't even compare to the ordinary disciples in the family. It couldn't even compare to the ordinary residents living in the city. This made Jiang Luo feel a pang of sadness. He was clearly the young master of the family, yet he lived here alone. Such a spirit was simply too admirable. As expected of big brother Jiang Xie, he's so diligent. Jiang Luo suppressed the tremor in his heart. He looked around and noticed quite a few weeds in the courtyard, and his eyes immediately lit up. Since the courtyard is clean, then I'll pull out these weeds. Saying that, he bent down and began pulling out weeds. Jiang Xie, who was hidden not far away, looked at him and felt a sense of familiarity. But for a moment, he couldn't recall who the other person was. He thought carefully again, and finally got a clue. After repeatedly comparing his appearance, he finally remembered who he was. Jiang Luo. Jiang Xie was thoughtful. Speaking of which, it seemed like he had a bunch of followers back then, didn't he? Those were all people he had tricked when they were young. What a sin, what a sin. Remembering who it was, Jiang Xie quietly walked over. Before he even got close, he heard a murmur. Big brother Jiang Xie, may you, from the heavens, bless us Jiang family disciples with good fortune in this St. Yuan secret realm. Big brother Jiang Xie, I believe you can do it. We're counting on you. When in doubt, quantum mechanics. No, is this world also so superstitious? That's not right. It seems to sometimes have miraculous effects. Damn it, I'm not dead yet. Bless, what the hell? Why are they all like that Zio you kid, mumbling nonsense? Have they all been brainwashed? Jiang Xie complained in his heart. Then he slowly extended his hand, and gently patted Jiang Luo's hand. Soon, Jiang Xie noticed his body visibly stiffen. Jiang Luo panicked. He clearly felt someone pat his shoulder. And here from just now until now, he had been the only one. Could it be a ghost? Big brother Jiang Xie, I came to pull weeds for you, not to offend you, don't mess with me. Jiang Luo started to tremble. Jiang Xie was speechless. Who did he learn all this from? Oh, it seems to be from himself. He suddenly remembered that when he was little, to create a scary atmosphere, he seemed to have told a bunch of kids some terrifying stories from his previous life that were familiar to him. My mistake. Jiang Xie silently repented in his heart. Immediately, he patted Jiang Luo's shoulder again and said, Jiang Luo, look and see who I am. I'm not looking. Slap. Jiang Xie gave Jiang Luo a hand chop on the head, stunning him. Only then did Jiang Luo turn around. But the moment he saw that familiar mask, he froze. He stood rooted to the spot, motionless for a long time. It seemed as if even his breathing had stopped. His pupils constricted, as if he had seen something incredible. What's wrong? Jiang Xie waved his hand in front of him. Stunned. You are. Jiang Luo stretched out his hand, trembling as he pointed at Jiang Xie. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His heart was filled with immense shock. This mask he would not forget. No one in the Jiang family would forget. Even the residents of Jiang City would not forget. This represented that person. The mask of Jiang Xie, the Jiang family's young master, recognized by everyone. It was also his symbol. Jiang Luo's first reaction was that the person in front of him was fake. An imposter. Because the qi on his body was terrifyingly strong, even the elders in the family were probably not much stronger. Although he didn't want to admit it. But Jiang Xie indeed did not have such terrifying cultivation. And Jiang Xie didn't have that conspicuous white hair. And that incredibly obvious greatsword. When did Jiang Xie ever use a greatsword? Jiang Luo calmed down. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Your Excellency, who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating our Jiang family's young master?" On this point, Jiang Xie himself had to admit. Even if he stood in front of his father at this moment, his father might not believe that he was his son, right? Perhaps apart from his appearance, there was nothing that matched. And his appearance was also blocked by the mask. Looking at Jiang Luo, who was full of suspicion, Jiang Xie rarely fell into deep thought. After a while he finally spoke. "Since that's the case, you can ask me a few questions that only Jiang Xie would know. If I can answer them, wouldn't that prove my identity?" Jiang Luo frowned. Thinking about it carefully, that made sense. But it couldn't completely dispel the suspicion. "Okay," he nodded and added, "but even if you answer correctly, you still have to come back with me to see the family head and the elders." "No problem," Jiang Xie readily agreed. Jiang Luo pondered for a moment before saying, "What is Big Brother Jiang Xie's favorite drink?" "Tea," Jiang Xie answered immediately. "What is Big Brother Jiang Xie's most impressive skill?" "Cooking," Jiang Xie answered fluently. "Don't rush, these are just the simplest questions." Jiang Luo pouted and continued. "Once when I was little I was made to cry. What was the reason?" If the man in front of him could answer this question, he would believe that the other party was Jiang Xie. Because this question, besides a few peers in the Jiang family, only Jiang Xie knew the answer. Jiang Xie thought carefully, and his expression immediately turned strained. If he remembered correctly, that time when they were little, a few boys insisted on competing to see who could pee the furthest. Well, actually, he was the one who proposed it. As a result, Jiang Luo undoubtedly came in last. Amidst the teasing, he finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. "Can't say it now, can you?" Jiang Luo looked triumphant. He was certain that the other party couldn't answer this question. If he truly could answer it, then it would undoubtedly be Jiang Xie. To prove his identity, he even exposed his embarrassing past. He couldn't be Big Brother Jiang Xie. Jiang Luo thought so. But there was always a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. If he really was Big Brother Jiang Xie, that would be great. 386. Return to the city. Seeing that the other party had stopped moving, Lord Jiang Luo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had thought that Big Brother Jiang Xie was still alive. But it turned out, was it just a false hope after all? Lord Jiang Luo looked dejected, waved his hand indifferently and said, "You may leave. This is Big Brother Jiang Xie's place, not somewhere you can come. Angering the Jiang family will do you no good." "Xiaoluo, I haven't even answered yet, and you already think I'm fake." Jiang Xie had a faint smile on his lips. Seeing Lord Jiang Luo's body tremble, he continued, "Isn't the answer to that question very simple? You lost a peeing contest and were teased by others, so you cried." Lord Jiang Luo was stunned. He tremblingly turned around. His pupils contracted sharply as he looked at Jiang Xie's eyes. His face was full of disbelief. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward, then 2 steps back. The expression on his face changed constantly. After a long while he finally managed to squeeze out this sentence, "Are you, really, Big Brother Jiang Xie?" As he spoke, his voice was a little hoarse. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Xie's lips, and tears were already shimmering in his eyes. He was afraid that he would say no. Jiang Xie met his gaze, nodded lightly and said, "Yes. Big Brother." Lord Jiang Luo knelt down. Tears streamed down his face, and he was overwhelmed with excitement. He never expected that just coming here to clean, once, would yield such an unexpected gain. Big Brother Jiang Xie isn't dead. The Jiang family is saved. He was very excited and also very shocked. 3 years ago, not only the Jiang family, but also the outside world widely rumored that Jiang Xie had died. During these 3 years, even if he and some Jiang family disciples didn't believe it. But 3 years without any news of Jiang Xie dealt a blow to even those who were staunch believers, leading them to begin to waver in their convictions. 3 years later, even they had to accept the fact that Jiang Xie had died. Until now, Jiang Xie actually reappeared before him. How could Lord Jiang Luo not be excited? Of course, what excited him even more was Jiang Xie's cultivation. Although he couldn't see through Jiang Xie's specific cultivation, however, that unfathomable aura, that prestige he could feel just by standing in front of him, that extremely strong sense of oppression, all indicated that his cultivation and strength were unfathomable. He had only felt such an aura from the family elders, and the aura of some elders was not as strong as Jiang Xie's. So, Big Brother Jiang Xie had been deceiving us all along. How could he have no cultivation talent at all? This is clearly having cultivation talent maxed out. Who can have the same cultivation as an elder in a major power at this age? No one, right? Even in Saint Province, there probably isn't such a genius. In that case, the Jiang family has great potential in the Saint Yuan secret realm this time. It's just, I wonder if Big Brother Jiang Xie participated in the Saint Yuan assessment. It seems his name wasn't on the list. While Lord Jiang Luo was deep in thought, Jiang Xie pulled him up and said, "Perfect, let's go back together." Lord Jiang Luo nodded blankly. Even now, he still hadn't fully recovered from the news that Jiang Xie was not dead. And Jiang Xie had already walked into the room and picked up the little killin from the bed. Then he felt it was too conspicuous, so he put it back into his spatial ring. Anyway, if that guy couldn't hold it in there, he would come out on his own. After there was nothing else to take, he then walked out of the room, pulling Lord Jiang Luo, and headed outside. After walking for some time, until the two could see the city, Lord Jiang Luo finally came back to his senses. He quickly apologized. "Big Brother Jiang Xie, I was distracted just now." "It's fine." Jiang Xie waved his hand casually, a smile on his lips, and continued to walk forward. White hair, a mask, a black robe, and that powerful aura. Jiang Xie undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people along the way. These people included residents of Jiang City and cultivators from other cities. Those unfamiliar with Jiang Xie began to wonder. "Look, that person has white hair, how unusual. Could he be from some demon sect, but why haven't I seen him before? The one next to him seems to be the son of the third elder of the Jiang family. Look at his expression. His tilde Y is the son of the third elder of the Jiang family, so respectful to that young man. What is that person's background?" And those residents of Jiang City, and those who had seen Jiang Xie before, all showed puzzled expressions. "That mask, it seems familiar. I also feel like I've seen it somewhere before. This mask is very familiar, but why can't I remember where I've seen it for a while?" Looking at the mask on Jiang Xie's face, many people frowned. This wasn't because their memory was too poor. Rather, firstly, 3 years had passed. Secondly, the current Jiang Xie was vastly different from 3 years ago. Not only had his physique changed, but his hair was also white. These differences made their minds freeze for a while. It wasn't until Jiang Xie entered the city that the Jiang City residents standing outside seemed to remember something. "Oh my God, I remember. Isn't that young Lord Jiang Xie's mask? Ah, now that you mention it, it really seems to be." "What? That's young Lord Jiang Xie's mask. Then was that person just now young Lord Jiang Xie?" "Impossible. Young Lord Jiang Xie died 3 years ago. If it were any other time, it really wouldn't be very likely. But, didn't you notice who was following him just now? The son of the third elder." "That's right, wearing young Lord Jiang Xie's mask. Even Lord Jiang Luo, the son of the third elder, is so respectful." After some discussion, they reached a startling conclusion. That is, the black-clothed, white-haired man who just passed by very likely was Jiang Xie. Even if his physique had changed, and his hair had turned from black to white. But that familiar mask, it was so real. They were excited. They immediately ran quickly towards the city. While running, they also exclaimed, "Young Lord Jiang Xie is not dead. Young Lord Jiang Xie is back." At this moment, Jiang Xie, who had just entered the city, also attracted the attention of many people. Looking at Jiang Xie's strange, yet somewhat familiar appearance, many people began to discuss quietly. "Did you see that? Could that man have cultivated some demonic technique? His hair is all white. The last person to wear a mask in Jiang City was young Lord Jiang Xie, right? Speaking of which, why does his mask feel so familiar to me? Most people only felt a sense of familiarity. But some also noticed some clues. His mask, it looks a bit like young Lord Jiang's eyes back then. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Then someone interrupted. Impossible, young Lord Jiang Xie has been dead for 3 years, how could he still be alive? That's true, young Lord Jiang Xie didn't have white hair, nor did he carry such a heavy sword on his back. Yet, everyone shook their heads, thinking it was impossible. On the road, Lord Jiang Luo listened to the discussions of the people around him, and couldn't help but think to himself, HMPH, if you knew he was really big brother Jiang Xie, I wonder what kind of expressions you'd have. But thoughts aside, he still asked Jiang Xie softly, Big brother, why don't you say anything? If you reveal your identity publicly, wouldn't no one question it? Jiang Xie smiled and shook his head, saying, No rush. If I reveal my identity now, those who don't believe still won't believe. Once we reach the Jiang family, won't they know who I am? 387, dead or alive? Jiang Luo nodded, seemingly agreeing with the logic. Big brother truly is big brother, he knows so much. His own thoughts were still not thorough enough. It seems he still needs to cultivate more by big brother's side. Jiang Xie was already formidable in his heart. Now with his cultivation realm and strength improved, he admired him even more. Until Jiang Xie disappeared from everyone's sight. People around were still discussing his identity. Lord Jiang Luo is accompanying him, so he's probably a disciple from some major power. That should be it. Maybe he's even a worshipper of young Lord Jiang Xie, even going so far as to get an identical mask. Exactly, it seems young Lord Jiang Xie's reputation is still strong. It's just a pity. Alas, if only young Lord Jiang Xie were still alive. Then, everyone began to sigh again. At this moment those people outside the city also rushed in, running and shouting, Young Lord Jiang Xie is back. Young Lord Jiang Xie is not dead. The people already inside the city heard this and immediately waved their hands, saying, Are you talking about the white-haired man who just entered? That's not young Lord Jiang Xie, it's someone from another demon sect. He's probably a worshipper of young Lord Jiang Xie, that's why he made that mask. Ah, is that so? The newly arrived people stopped in their tracks upon hearing this, their brows tightly furrowed, doubting their previous judgment. Actually, Jiang Zai's mask was indeed a bit different from before. Previously when his strength was low, the masks he made felt crudely crafted. Now that his strength has improved, the texture of the masks he makes is much better. Some parts even have small improvements, aiming for a more handsome and sinister look. Therefore their suspicion was quite normal. While Jiang Xie and Jiang Luo were rushing towards the Jiang family. At this time, the Jiang family was holding its second round of family meetings. The main topic of this meeting was the allocation of cultivation resources for the family disciples. Undoubtedly, the disciples who would enter the Saint Yuan secret realm this time would receive a significant tilt in cultivation resources. Zhang Fingliu sat in the main seat. A powerful aura emanated from his entire body. This was the qi that had not yet fully stabilized and was still escaping after his breakthrough to the law realm. The elders below, upon feeling this aura, were not afraid at all. Instead, they were incredibly delighted. Jiang Fingliu's breakthrough to the law realm meant that their Jiang family had gained another strong practitioner above the law realm. Regarding the allocation of disciple cultivation resources, do the elders have any other opinions? If so, you can bring them up together. Jiang Fingliu slowly spoke as he looked at everyone. The elders looked at each other, then all shook their heads. The Grand Elder stepped forward and said, We have no objection to this allocation. Oh. Jiang Fingliu nodded and said, In that case this family meeting will end here. The elders may leave. Then we shall take our leave. The Grand Elder and the elders bowed and retired. Just then, a disciple suddenly rushed in from outside the door, flustered. Such reckless behavior immediately made the elders frown. Lord Family Head, something terrible has happened. The disciple who came in was covered in sweat and panting. His hands constantly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his tone was very anxious. Upon hearing this, the elders who were about to leave all stopped in their tracks. The Grand Elder directly asked, Why are you so flustered? Grand Elder. The disciple seemed to bow to the Grand Elder, then immediately spoke to Jiang Fingliu. There are rumors in the city that someone resembling. The disciple paused, glanced at everyone, then immediately said, Someone resembling young Lord Jiang Xie has appeared. What? The elders were all surprised. The Grand Elder even walked directly in front of the disciple and said with sharp eyes, "Do you believe such absurd talk? The young lord has fallen 5 years ago." Jiang Fingliu also slowly nodded. Although he knew Jiang Xie was not dead, he also knew that Jiang Xie could not possibly appear in Jiang City now, let alone come to the Jiang family. Perhaps someone is impersonating Xie. Jiang Fingliu also said. The disciple immediately grew anxious and hurriedly said, But what? The Grand Elder's gaze was like a torch, his aura overbearing. But someone saw Lord Jiang Luo also with that person, and he was extremely respectful towards him. The disciple seemed to have used all his strength to say that sentence. Heaven knows what it felt like to speak under the pressure of so many elders staring at him. He only felt his legs go weak, losing all strength. Jiang Luo, the Grand Elder frowned, his gaze shifting to the third elder not far away. The third elder was a middle-aged man. He looked honest and trustworthy. Upon hearing the disciple's words, he frowned slightly and said, "Indeed, Lior told me today that he was going out to prepare Xie's courtyard outside the city. I don't know what happened after that. Could it really be Xie?" Even he himself didn't believe this statement when he said it. But it seemed like this was the only possibility. Otherwise, why would his son be so respectful to an outsider? The hall instantly fell silent. Even Jiang Fingliu was silent. For a moment, he couldn't tell if Jiang Xie had really come. Lord Family Head, I think this matter is still debatable. That's right, for someone to suddenly appear at this critical juncture and claim to be Xie, their intentions may not be good. The matter of Xie's death has already passed for 3 years. This is impossible, unless... Unless what? Unless the one who died back then wasn't Xie. At this point, all the elders' gazes turned to Jiang Fingliu. Jiang Fingliu appeared very calm on the surface. But cold sweat began to break out on his back. He really couldn't answer this question. Because he didn't know what Jiang Xie's current thoughts were. If he said yes, Jiang Xie was not dead. But what if Jiang Xie hadn't come to Jiang City? Then how would he explain Jiang Xie's whereabouts? If he said no, Jiang Xie was already dead. What if the one who came to Jiang City really was him? Then how would he explain himself? This was simply a dilemma. The elders' gazes were sharp. Jiang Fingliu was anxious in his heart. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Xie, what exactly are you thinking? Save your father. At this moment, Jiang Fingliu had already begun to shout in his heart. Perhaps his shouts had some effect. In his line of sight, Jiang Luo's figure appeared outside the door. Got it. Jiang Fingliu's heart stirred and he said, regarding this question, I think it's better for you to ask Jiang Luo, right, Zio Luo. The elders were stunned. Then a voice came from behind. Lord Family Head Father Elder, Lior has something to report. 388, Old Man in the Library. Time rewound to 15 minutes earlier. After enduring the gazes and whispers of the city's inhabitants, Jiang Xie and Jiang Luo arrived at the entrance of the Jiang family. Undoubtedly, Jiang Xie's appearance attracted the attention of many disciples entering and exiting. The guards at the gate evidently recognized Jiang Luo. After respectfully bowing, they allowed the two to enter. Along the way, they couldn't help but repeatedly cast their gazes upon Jiang Xie. That person, the mask he's wearing, looks like young Lord Jiang Xie's from before. It does look very similar, and he was brought by young master Jiang Luo. Seeing this, the disciples who were about to leave also turned back and returned to the family. Entering the Jiang family after a long absence, Jiang Xie's thoughts inevitably grew complex. Although he hadn't lived here for 5 years, he still returned frequently. Moreover, he had spent his youth within the Jiang family. It brings back some memories, Jiang Xie said softly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luo's nose suddenly felt a little sore. More than 3 years, a full 3 years. If big brother Jiang Xie hadn't died, then where had he spent these 5 years? What kind of hardships had he endured to possess his current strength and realm? Why had his hair turned completely white? Was this the price paid for a certain cultivation technique or opportunity? He didn't know any of this. But he thought Jiang Xie must have paid a tremendous price for it. Jiang Xie was originally from the demonic path. Having left the Jiang family, it was not easy to survive outside for 5 years. It was only now that the situation had improved significantly. Jiang family disciples going out would no longer be ambushed by those from the righteous path. At this moment, Jiang Luo's admiration for Jiang Xie ascended to another level. Inside the Jiang family, A disciple who saw Jiang Xie spread the news, saying that someone wearing young Lord Jiang Xie's mask had arrived in the family. Upon hearing this, every disciple within the Jiang family stopped what they were doing. Those cultivating stopped their cultivation, and those comprehending cultivation techniques in the library pavilion also ceased their comprehension. One by one, they left their original locations and rushed towards the Jiang family plaza. Their purpose was to see who this person wearing Jiang Xie's mask truly was. If anyone dared to impersonate Jiang Xie's identity, they wouldn't mind giving that person a severe beating. In the blink of an eye, more and more people gathered. Even the path in front of Jiang Xie and Jiang Luo was completely blocked by disciples. Who exactly is this person? Why is he wearing young Lord Jiang Xie's mask? Young Lord Jiang Xie already fell 5 years ago. Could this person be impersonating young Lord Jiang Xie to deceive our Jiang family for benefits? Looking at his aura, it's quite extraordinary. Could he be from another demon sect? Why is Lord Jiang Luo accompanying him? What is their relationship? The disciples voiced their questions one after another. Jiang Xie and Jiang Luo were forced to stop, because the front was already completely blocked. At this moment there was a stir in the crowd, and a man stepped forward, passing through everyone. From the clothes he was wearing, it was clear he was not an ordinary Jiang family disciple. Jiang family disciples were divided into 3 categories. The first were direct lineage disciples, who wore dark black attire. The second were collateral lineage disciples, who wore light black clothes. The third were servants in the Jiang family or descendants of protectors, recruited from outside who had no family or force affiliation, and they wore gray clothes. The young man before them, approximately 15 or 16 years old, was dressed in dark black attire. Clearly he was a direct lineage disciple, and furthermore, he was the son of the 6th elder. His gaze lingered on Jiang Xie's mask for a moment, then he looked at Jiang Luo and said, "Brother Luo, who is this person? Why is he wearing big brother Jiang Xie's mask?" He extended his hand, pointing at Jiang Xie, his brows tightly furrowed. In his opinion, this white-haired man before him, apart from the mask on his face resembling Jiang Xie's, bore no resemblance to him whatsoever in any other aspect. He even somewhat suspected that Jiang Luo had been deceived. Jiang Luo smiled and said, "Brother Qian, seeing this mask, do you still not know who he is?" Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Qian was stunned, but the surrounding disciples were also stunned. They hadn't expected Jiang Luo to not even explain, but to directly reveal that the white-haired man before them was Jiang Xie. Jiang Qian carefully scrutinized Jiang Xie for a moment, still not quite believing it. "You say he's big brother Jiang Xie. I don't believe it, just based on a mask." Jiang Luo was about to continue speaking, but Jiang Xie's hand had already reached out in front of him. So Jiang Luo closed his mouth. Jiang Xie took a step forward and said with a smile, "Little Qian, isn't it? I remember once when you were little, you made a mistake and were going to be punished by the 6th elder to reflect in the Hall of Reflection. I think I was the one who pleaded for you." Boom! Jiang Qian's mind buzzed. Of course, he remembered this incident. At that time, due to his playfulness and lack of discretion, he accidentally severely injured the descendant of another elder. Because of this, he was punished by his father to reflect in the Hall of Reflection. The Hall of Reflection was in a corner of the Jiang family, surrounded by no one, and it was pitch black inside, with small, narrow rooms. Once inside, it was like being cut off from the world. Not only that, there were also waves of soul-stirring demonic sounds inside, caused by a king-tier weapon, which could disturb the minds of the disciples within. Even if one wanted to sleep or cultivate, it would be difficult to calm down. It was a place of punishment for the young disciples within the family. If he hadn't been the son of an elder, it probably wouldn't have been as simple as just going to the cliff of reflection. That time, when he heard his father wanted him to go to the Hall of Reflection, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Fortunately, it was Jiang Xie who pleaded for him everywhere at that time, which spared him the punishment of going to the Hall of Reflection. No disciple knew how he was spared these punishments, but he knew that it was all thanks to Jiang Xie. Seeing Jiang Qian's expression, the surrounding disciples also seemed to recall something. So, Lord Jiang Qian was spared most of the punishment back then. I thought it was something else. Turns out it was young Lord Jiang Xie pleading. It was young Lord Jiang Xie who pleaded, then it's fine. So there was such an inside story back then. Looking at Lord Jiang Qian's expression, could it be that he spoke correctly? Could he really be young Lord Jiang Xie? It's not that I don't believe it, but the difference is really quite big. The surrounding disciples began to waver in doubt. They both hoped the man before them was Jiang Xie, yet they also found it hard to believe. Until official confirmation was received, they dared not jump to conclusions. But Jiang Qian already believed it 80% in his heart. While the crowd in the plaza surrounded Jiang Xie and Jiang Luo. Inside the Jiang family library pavilion, a slightly plump old man was leisurely lying on a chair, resting with his eyes closed. But suddenly, he seemed to discover something. His eyes instantly opened, his face filled with an expression of disbelief. He said in a voice only he could hear, "Strange, strange, what has this little brat done? It's truly astonishing." 389. Why are you looking at me? The fact that Jiang Xie was not dead might have been hidden from others, but it could not be hidden from him. Speaking of Jiang Xie, Jiang Wei couldn't help but show a hint of nostalgia. The food that boy made was truly delicious. As the Jiang family's open, yet hidden strong practitioner, he actually knew most of the Jiang family's affairs. For example, he knew that the Jiang family was currently undergoing some changes, and these changes were precisely brought about by Jiang Xie. He also knew that Jiang Xie and Jiang Fingliu were working hard to free the Jiang family from the scope of the demon sect. In his opinion, these were all good things. The Jiang family was not a pure demonic path force to begin with, they were forced into it midway. Another example, he also knew that Jiang Xie's death was fake, but he didn't care about these things, as long as there was no harm to the Jiang family. Furthermore, he also knew about Jiang Xie's situation, including his poor cultivation talent, and the sword he carried was the Fanchen sword. Originally, he had no interest in Jiang Xie, nor would he have any interaction with Jiang Xie. It was precisely because he recognized the Fanchen sword that he began to pay attention to Jiang Xie. Because he felt that Jiang Xie, possessing the Fanchen sword, was a major trump card for the Jiang family. But at the same time, this was also Jiang Xie's misfortune. This meant his life would not be long, which made Jiang Wei feel some sympathy for Jiang Xie. Therefore, he began to speak with Jiang Xie, and he did so as an old mischievous elder. The purpose was to make up for it, so that his childhood would be happier. Later during their interactions, he discovered that Jiang Xie was uncommonly intelligent. He possessed a level of composure and wisdom that didn't quite match his age. He hadn't expected Jiang Xie to return this time. Jiang Xie's face might not be seen or recognized by others, but he could see it. That's why he was so shocked. In just 3 short years, such a massive change could occur. Didn't that boy Jiang Xie go to the Qianyuan Empire? Does the Qianyuan Empire have such methods? No, if the Qianyuan Empire had such methods, it would have long dominated the entire Shengyuan Continent. Why would it worry about not having a genius? This was no longer a simple change. It was practically a different person. Oh my goodness, I've never seen such a strong genius in my life. Domain realm peak. Jiang Wei could no longer sit still. He felt that staying for even one more second would be a sin. No, I must see him. Saying that, Jiang Wei left the library pavilion and headed straight for the Jiang family plaza. Inside the plaza, the disciples were still looking at Jiang Xie with surprise and doubt. Jiang Qian walked towards Jiang Xie excitedly. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Xie's eyes narrowed, and he looked up into the sky. He sensed a familiar qi. Indeed, after seeing the figure of that old man appear, Jiang Xie showed a look of understanding. The book truly didn't deceive me. The old man in the library pavilion is indeed a big shot. Isn't that the old grandpa from the library pavilion? Isn't he a sweeper? How is he flying in the sky? Isn't that something only possible at least at the Yukong realm? The old grandpa who sweeps the library pavilion actually has such cultivation. Seeing Jiang Wei's figure, the disciples below were also shocked. What's going on today? Why are there so many unbelievable things? First, someone who seemed to be young Lord Jiang Xie appeared, and then even the old man sweeping the library pavilion could fly. Immediately after, under everyone's gaze, the old man from the library pavilion actually grabbed Jiang Xie and ran off. Yes, in an instant, they vanished from their sight. Everyone was stunned, including Jiang Luo, who was also stunned. After a while, Jiang Luo finally reacted, and his first action was to push through the crowd and rush towards the Jiang family main hall. He had to tell the family head this news as soon as possible. What if that old grandpa from the library pavilion was a spy sent by another sect? Wouldn't big brother Jiang Xie be in danger then? No, he must report it as soon as possible. And so the scene in the main hall unfolded. Zhang Luo appeared calm, but in reality he was extremely flustered. No one told him that besides the family head, other elders and even his own father were also in the main hall. Lior, you've come at just the right time. As soon as the third elder saw Zhang Luo's figure, his eyes lit up and he quickly pulled him behind him. He asked, "Did you really bring back someone who looks very much like young Lord Jiang Xie?" This action seemed unintentional, but it was deliberate. He pulled Zhang Luo behind him to protect him. If his son had brought back a spy from some other force, then he would have to plead with the other elders no matter what. The other elders were well aware of his actions and didn't say anything. They just started asking questions one by one. "Little Luo, are you sure that person is really young Lord Jiang Xie? Where did you see him? Why are you so sure he is young Lord Jiang Xie? And why did you bring him back to the family? Didn't you have any doubts?" The elders' questions came one after another, and their gazes were sharper than the last, making Zhang Luo instinctively shrink back. The elders were simply too terrifying. Zhang Fingliu didn't speak. He had just barely managed to escape the encirclement of the elders and didn't want to stir up more trouble. Besides, all the questions he wanted to ask would be asked by them. He just needed to watch and listen. "Lior, don't be nervous, explain clearly one by one." The third elder also turned his head and said softly to Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo took a deep breath. He looked at the gazes of the surrounding elders, and after calming down slightly, he took a step forward and said, "I am certain that person is young Lord Jiang Xie. I saw him at the place where young Lord Jiang Xie used to live outside the city. I can confirm he is young Lord Jiang Xie, because I asked him some questions that only young Lord Jiang Xie would know, and he answered them all without any deviation, so I brought him back to the family. At first, I was definitely suspicious, but after he wore a mask similar to young Lord Jiang Xie's and could answer those questions, I believed him." Zhang Luo answered all the questions the elders asked. These words made all the elders frown. This sounded like there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. He was seen at the place where Jiang Xie once lived. He answered some questions that only Jiang Xie would know the answers to. He also wore a mask similar to Jiang Xie's. By all appearances, it was Jiang Xie. However, they would not be like Zhang Luo, so easily determining that the other party was truly Jiang Xie. After all, some special methods were not unheard of. Of course, to determine whether the other party was truly Jiang Xie, the most direct and convenient question was to ask Zhang Fingliu. Zhang Fingliu was listening well, and he, too, had a slight suspicion that Jiang Xie had truly returned. And just like that, he immediately felt a sharp gaze fall upon him. His expression changed, and he forced himself to remain calm, saying, "Elders, why are you all looking at me? 390, you are worthy of being me senior." At the same time, in a corner of the Jiang family library pavilion, Jiang Xie looked at the old ancestor with a faint smile. He couldn't help but tease, "I knew the old man sweeping the floor wasn't an ordinary person. I guessed correctly." However, the next moment he cried out in pain, "Ow, why did you hit me? Ow, you little brat, it really is you." Although Jiang Hua had no doubts about his identity, hearing Jiang Zai's familiar tone still made him laugh. Jiang Xie clutched his head, his face filled with pain. This guy didn't hold back at all. His domain realm peak cultivation was actually hurt. One could imagine how high his cultivation was. Indeed, none of the guys guarding the library pavilion were simple. Tusk, amazing, truly amazing. Jiang Hua walked around Jiang Xie a few times, stroking his chin, nodding slightly from time to time, muttering in wonder, his eyes shining. It was as if he had seen some peerless treasure, and something incredible. "Xiao Zai, tell me honestly, what did you do these past 3 years? Your current physique is truly..." Even after seeing it several times, Jiang Hua was still incredibly amazed. Who would have thought that the young man with an ordinary physique and poor cultivation talent 3 years ago would be like a completely different person 3 years later? Not only did his physique change greatly, but his talents in all aspects were ridiculously strong. What shocked him even more was Jiang Zai's cultivation. He was actually at domain realm peak, just one step away from entering the law realm. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Xie was only 18 years old, right? An 18-year-old domain realm peak, and potentially even a law realm expert. Someone of that age with such cultivation. Let alone the Eastern Continent, there might not be anyone like him in the entire Shengyuan Continent. Even looking back tens of thousands of years, such a genius might not have existed. This was why he immediately brought Jiang Xie over as soon as he sensed his qi. This cultivation was simply too outrageous. What level was domain realm peak now? The sect masters of most first-rate sects in the Eastern Continent, and even the entire Shengyuan Continent were only at this cultivation. But now, an 18-year-old junior had caught up. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it. Jiang Xie knew what he wanted to ask but didn't answer. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Old man, you still haven't told me who you are. Also, how high is your cultivation?" "You little fellow," Jiang Xie shook his head and smiled, "my surname is Jiang, which you should know. As for my name, why?" Jiang Xie pondered. He began to search for an impression of this name in his mind. He vaguely felt that he had heard this name somewhere, but couldn't recall who it was for a moment. "As for my cultivation, there's no harm in telling you. My cultivation is in the Heavenly King realm." Indeed, he's an old ancestor level. Jiang Xie's heart tightened. He secretly made a resolution, in the future if there were conflicts with other sects or forces. The first thing to do would be to destroy the opponent's library pavilion and the person guarding it, so they wouldn't jump out and ambush him later. "I've finished speaking, it's your turn, kid." Jiang Xie stared at him intently. "Also, what's with your hair?" Jiang Xie knew that facing someone like the Jiang family old ancestor, he had to reveal some things. After some deliberation, he said, "I've been in the Yuan Empire for the past 5 years. I believe you know this." Jiang Xie had no doubt about this. Even if he and his father were meticulous, a Heavenly King realm expert would see through them. Jiang Xie nodded and said, "Indeed, I know you went to the Yuan Empire, but I don't know why you've changed so much. Could it be the Yuan secret realm?" He frowned. The Yuan secret realm of the Yuan Empire was known throughout the Shengyuan Continent as a place of opportunity. Unfortunately, only members of the Su family could enter, and coupled with the Yuan Empire's considerable strength, otherwise it would have been controlled by others long ago. But, even so, for so many years, he had never heard of anything particularly outrageous appearing within the Yuan secret realm. The current Jiang Xie was undoubtedly something particularly outrageous. Jiang Xie slowly nodded under Jiang Xie's puzzled gaze and said, "It is indeed due to the Yuan secret realm. I ate an unknown fruit inside. And then my physique was cleansed and transformed into its current appearance, and my cultivation speed also increased significantly. So that's it, this explanation. Although somewhat incredible besides this, I can't think of anything else that could cause such a huge change in you. But your cultivation is indeed a bit too outrageous." Jiang Xie was still shocked. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Then what about your hair? Can cleansing and transforming your physique turn your hair white?" Jiang Xie didn't intend to hide this either. He looked around and, seeing that this was indeed a safe place, quietly leaned into Jiang Xie's ear and said, "Actually, wait." Jiang Xie stopped him, set up a barrier around them and then waved his hand. "All right, you can speak now." Jiang Xie's mouth twitched. The old ancestor was truly cautious. He had been careless. "Actually, there's another reason for my hair turning white." "Oh, what reason?" Jiang Xie became curious. "Senior, do you know about those few powers that are the most difficult to comprehend and cultivate?" "Of course I know." Jiang Xie rolled his eyes at him. "This guy, why is he bringing this up? Could it be that you've comprehended one?" But very quickly, Jiang Xie froze. "Wait, why is he talking about this out of nowhere? Could it be?" Thinking of this, Jiang Xie trembled all over and looked at Jiang Xie with an incredulous expression. "Don't tell me you've comprehended one of them." "As expected of you, senior, your guess is spot on." Jiang Xie gave him a big thumbs up. Jiang Xie's eyes immediately widened. Heaven knows how much shock Jiang Xie's words gave him. So much so that his mind was a bit slow to process it. 18-year-old domain realm peak was one thing, but he also comprehended that kind of power. "You, are your words, true?" His voice was a little hoarse as if he was suppressing an emotion. Jiang Xie said nothing. He merely condensed a strong yang power in his hand. The moment Jiang Xie saw this power, all the words on his lips were stuck. His gaze was completely fixed on that power, as if he was immersed in it. Jiang Xie didn't disturb him either. He understood that anyone who saw it would probably react similarly. At this time, it was important to give the other party time to buffer. But he didn't expect this buffer to give him such a fright. Jiang Xie suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Heaven intends to prosper my Jiang family. Such a genius. How can my Jiang family not rise to prominence?" The sound was deafening, and Jiang Xie almost blacked out from the shock. He had no doubt that if it weren't for the barrier around them, the entire Jiang family would probably hear his loud laughter. 391. Kidnapped. The realm written earlier was incorrect. Jiang Xie's cultivation should be domain realm peak, not divine power realm peak. It has been corrected. Senior, stop laughing. Try to compose yourself, Jiang Xie said, covering his ears and reminding him. Oh, all right. I'm just a bit too happy, Jiang Xie said, his face awkward as he stopped. But very quickly, he regained his normal expression and with a serious face said to Xiao Xie, Xiao Xie, you must remember, this cannot be easily shown to others. Naturally, Jiang Xie said non-committal. He had a sense of propriety regarding this. He wouldn't tell just anyone. A teachable disciple indeed, Jiang Xie nodded, a very satisfied expression on his face. Immediately after, his gaze fell upon the heavy sword on Jiang Xie's back, and he asked curiously, when did you change weapons? Didn't I see you using a light sword before? Where is that sword? Where did it go? His first thought was that Jiang Xie's talent was now too strong, and he no longer met the criteria for Fanchen sword's chosen master. Therefore, Fanchen sword had already left. He didn't know that this was also a famous weapon. Heavenly Dao sword, historically, had appeared even fewer times than Fanchen sword. Only a handful of people recognized it. In fact, every famous weapon appeared rarely, and even fewer times did it leave behind a formidable reputation. However, among them, Heavenly Dao sword had the fewest appearances. Jiang Xie didn't explain. Instead, he vaguely said, that sword, I threw it away. I found that a heavy sword seems to suit me better. He believed it was best not to reveal the news that Heavenly Dao sword was also with him for now. He still hadn't fully understood the purpose of this sword. Having one Fanchen sword was already very conspicuous. If he were to have another Heavenly Dao sword, who knew if someone would try to trip him up? After all, monopolizing two famous weapons. Besides him, no one in history had ever achieved it. So that's how it is, Jiang Xie nodded, not pressing the matter. He assumed that Fanchen sword had left, and Jiang Xie, wanting to save face, said so. All right, it's nothing. You can go back now, Jiang Xie said, after understanding the situation, and let Jiang Xie return. Jiang Xie smiled wryly and shook his head, thinking to himself, you brought me here in the blink of an eye, but now you should send me back. Sai, I'll just walk. Anyway, I haven't been back in a long time. It's not bad to look at the surrounding scenery. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Xie called out to him again, wait, Xiao Xie, these past few days, I will discuss with a few others in the family to find a Dao protector for you. What do you think? A Dao protector, Jiang Xie's eyes lit up. Even though he was at domain realm peak, and his combat power far exceeded cultivators of the same realm, he would still struggle if he encountered powerhouses above the Heavenly King realm. Although there were few cultivators of that realm, it didn't mean there were none. What if some unforeseen event occurred, leading to a great change in the world? If he had a Dao protector, it would be much easier. Of course, none of this was the most important thing. The most important thing was that, in cultivation, if he had a Dao protector, he could ask him about things he didn't understand in cultivation. He definitely needed this, although it would expose some of his secrets. But in the long run, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. A genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. If this Dao protector was also a trustworthy person, then there would be no problem at all. I'll follow Senior's decision, Jiang Xie said. Jiang Xie smiled and said, don't worry, we'll find a suitable and trustworthy candidate for you. This, however, made Jiang Xie pause. A suitable and trustworthy candidate. His expression was strange. Could it be that his grandfather would appear then? Speaking of which, he didn't even know if his grandfather was dead or alive. Because he had never seen him since childhood, and he had asked his father before, but never got a definite answer. Never mind, I won't think about it anymore. I'll go see my old father first. Shaking his head and casting away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Jiang Xie walked out of the library pavilion. Ali. At this time, due to him, there were no longer any disciples around the library pavilion. The disciples had all gone to the square. Jiang Xie was happy to have some peace and quiet, and began to wander around. After 5 years, seeing this familiar scene again, he really had a different feeling. It could be said that in the entire Jiang family, besides the family head's residence, the place he visited the most was this library pavilion. He remembered that before the age of 13, he frequently came to the library pavilion to learn cultivation technique and martial skill, but, unfortunately, he hadn't learned many even after studying for so long. Yet, inside the Jiang family's main hall, the matter had not yet been resolved. Looking at the pairs of eyes directed at him, Jiang Fingliu was truly in a dilemma. He cursed Jiang Xie in his heart, that kid, for not informing him in advance of his return. This made him uncertain for a moment whether the person who returned was really Jiang Xie. Never mind, never mind. It's come to this, I can only lay my cards on the table. Jiang Fingliu sighed silently in his heart. There was nothing he could do. Anyway, the Jiang family had basically detached itself from the demon sect's influence, so it should be fine to say it now, right? Actually, he opened his mouth, just about to say something, when he sharply noticed Jiang Luo looking restless. He seemed to have something to say. This made his heart stir. He could only silently apologize to the elders in his heart. I'm sorry, elders, it's not that I don't want to say it, but heaven is helping me. Before he could confirm whether the person who came was truly Jiang Xie, he still didn't want to reveal it. If it was truly Jiang Xie, it meant he already had a countermeasure. At that time, even if the elders knew, it wouldn't matter much. So, with the elders looking on expectantly, Jiang Fingliu changed the subject, saying, Zio Luo, you seem to have something to say. What is the important matter? Swish. All the elders' gazes once again focused on Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo couldn't help but shrink back. Why did it feel like? The elders' gazes were even sharper now. He actually did want to speak. Jiang Xie had been taken away by that old man from the library pavilion for some time and hadn't returned, which made him a little anxious. Jiang Fingliu just gave him an opportunity to speak, so he immediately said, actually, young Lord Jiang Xie was taken away. As soon as these words were spoken, the third elder's brow furrowed first, and he asked, you mean the person who came with you, suspected to be young Lord Jiang Xie, was taken away? Who is so bold? How dare they abduct someone in my Jiang family? The grand elder's temper also flared up. Leaving aside whether that man was Jiang Xie or not, just the act of abducting someone in the Jiang family was enough to infuriate people. Moreover, what if the other party really was Jiang Xie? Their own young lord abducted right under their noses. If this spread, where would the Jiang family put its face? The other elders also looked displeased. Outrageous! How dare someone abduct someone in my Jiang family? Zio Luo, tell me who he is, and I'll go kill him immediately. The second elder also stood up, his face full of killing intent. That's right, tell us who it is so bold. Is it another demon sect or? 392, go home. Even Jiang Fingliu fell into deep thought. Who dared to openly abduct someone in the Jiang family? Watching the elders filled with righteous indignation, Jiang Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead. He timidly said, actually, it was that old man from the library pavilion who abducted him. Outrageous, I'll go teach him a lesson. Ah, who did you say it was? The grand elder had already rushed out of the hall but suddenly reacted. He abruptly tilted his head to look at Jiang Luo. The other elders were all the same, their faces filled with surprise. Some even gasped. Jiang Fingliu was among them. The atmosphere in the entire hall instantly quieted down, becoming terrifyingly still. Jiang Luo couldn't help but shrink back again, not understanding what was going on. He was just an old man who swept the floor. Was there really such a big reaction? What he didn't know was that he wasn't just an ordinary old man who swept the floor. For the elders, this was even more true. The disciples might not know who that old man in the library pavilion was, but they did. He was no simple person. He was one of the Jiang family old ancestors. Why did the old ancestor abduct that person? This became the biggest question in their hearts. As far as they knew, although old ancestor Jiang Wei was in the library pavilion, he rarely interfered with the Jiang family's internal affairs. Overall, he rarely showed his face. He also rarely managed family matters. Unless the family's survival was at stake, he might still take action. But today, he actually went against his usual behavior and personally abducted a young man. Could it be that young man is really a spy? This thought was the first to appear in the grand elder's mind. The other elders thought the same. Family head, should we go and take a look? The third elder suddenly suggested. Jiang Fingliu nodded. He was indeed very confused and also very curious. That person's identity seemed even more mysterious. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Fingliu nodded. He said, since that's the case, let's go and take a look together. After speaking, he had already taken the lead and walked out of the hall. The elders also quickly followed. Only Jiang Luo was left standing there in a daze. He originally wanted to follow, but his father told him to return to his manor. Helplessly, Jiang Luo could only walk towards his own manor. The elder's expressions are a bit strange. Could that old man who sweeps the floor have another identity? Yet, on the other side, Jiang Xie was strolling quite leisurely. He didn't see any people along the way. This gave him a period of peace. As he strolled, Jiang Xie found himself in an incredibly familiar place. The family head's manor. This place also carried many of his youthful memories. Looking at the familiar gate in front of him, he still couldn't resist, stepping forward and gently pushing it open. At the same time, inside the main room, Sujiru instantly opened her eyes. Beside her was Jiang Yi, who was still in a coma. In the past few days, although examinations revealed that Jiang Yi's body was not seriously injured. However, because he had not woken up for a long time, Sujiru was inevitably a little worried, so she had been guarding Jiang Yi's side. Therefore, as soon as there was any movement in the manor, she would sense it. This chi, it's not Fingliu's. Sujiru frowned and slowly stood up. At the same time, in another room, Su Yun, who was cultivating, also opened his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing in them, and he also stood up. The two walked out of their rooms in unison. Jiang Xie had also just stepped into the manor and was looking around the courtyard. It's been over 3 years, it still hasn't changed at all. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Big sister, you're out too. Su Yun had just come out of his room when he saw Sujiru also come out, and he greeted her with a smile. Sujiru, however, extended her hand, signaling him not to speak. Su Yun followed her gaze. He then saw a black-clothed, white-haired figure. A hint of doubt immediately flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, Big sister, who is this person? I don't know. Sujiru gently shook her head. At this moment, Jiang Xie was facing away from them, and his current chi was also different from before. So, even though Sujiru felt familiar with him, she couldn't figure out who he was for a while. Moreover, the person in front of her looked incredibly young, yet possessed the cultivation of a domain realm peak. Jiang Xie's expression shifted, and he also sensed the person behind him. He didn't act rashly, he just stood there. Until Su Yun spoke first. Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of trespassing on someone else's manor? Sujiru also spoke coldly. If you don't speak, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Xie's lips curved into a smile and he laughed. Oh, is there a problem with me returning to my own home? Sujiru's pupils constricted. Su Yun, however, was puzzled and stepped forward, saying, Fellow Taoist, why do you say that? This is the Jiang family, and at least I have never seen your excellency in the Jiang family. If the other party's cultivation was weaker, he would have directly attacked. It was precisely because of Jiang Xie's domain realm peak cultivation at this moment that Su Yun did not act rashly. At least, he had to first figure out the other party's purpose. An incredible thought, however, emerged in Sujiru's mind. But then she felt it was impossible. The man in front of her was too different from her Zier. Except for their voices being somewhat similar. Not a single place matched the Zier in her impression. Her tone, for some reason, softened. May I ask you to turn around and let me see you? Jiang Xie's lips curved, and he didn't refute but instead directly turned around. That familiar mask made Sujiru's heart tremble. Su Yun meanwhile frowned, secretly wondering who this person was. Why did he wear a mask? Sujiru took a step forward, calling out with some uncertainty, Zier. Jiang Xie took off his mask, revealing his face and smiled at Sujiru. Mother, I'm back. It's really you. Sujiru's expression lit up with joy, but she was still a little wary. Although the appearance and figure were undoubtedly Jiang Xie. But it was clearly different from what she had seen a while ago. The difference was too great. Su Yun also trembled, looking at Jiang Xie in front of him with disbelief. Mother doesn't believe it's me. Jiang Xie saw her concerns at a glance. If mother doesn't believe me, you can ask me some questions. Sujiru pondered for a while and thought it was feasible. Then, like Jiang Luo, she asked Jiang Xie some questions. She asked much more detailed questions than Jiang Luo, and the number of questions was also much greater. After seeing Jiang Xie answer all of them accurately, Sujiru had already believed him 8 parts of the way. Immediately after, Jiang Xie asked Sujiru to carefully examine him again. Only then did Sujiru confirm that it was really Jiang Xie. Su Yun, watching from the side, also clicked his tongue in wonder, equally full of shock. A while ago he was still Yukong realm, and now, after only a few days, he's domain realm peak. What kind of terrifying cultivation speed is this? Sujiru's face was already full of smiles. Zier, what's going on with your hair and your cultivation? Jiang Xie knew that these 2 questions were unavoidable. 393. The elder's gaze. It was the same excuse. He said that his changes were due to eating some kind of fruit. And his hair was the result of comprehending yang power. As soon as these two sentences were uttered, Sujiro and Su Yun were stunned. Especially the mention of yang power, which shocked them both immensely. What kind of fruit could have such a great effect? Sujiro asked, her eyes wide with shock and her tone filled with joy. Domain realm peak. Now let's see who dares to say that my Xie's cultivation talent is lacking. Jiang Xie's current cultivation had truly allowed her to raise her head high. It should be known that, although no one in the Jiang family scoffed, there were still mockeries of Jiang Xie among some forces who knew the inside story. This made Sujiro very unhappy, even leading her to destroy several forces. Later, she strictly forbade the spread of Jiang Xie's situation, which significantly improved things. Now, Jiang Xie's cultivation had reached the domain realm peak. With this strength, let alone the younger generation, it was likely that not many people from the older generation could surpass him. This made her, as a mother, incredibly proud. Su Yun was likewise pleased for Sujiro, continuously praising Jiang Xie. At the same time, both of them couldn't help but sigh that Jiang Xie could no longer be described as a genius. He was practically a freak. At such a young age, he already had the capital to stand as an equal with the sect masters of various great sects. If his current cultivation were to appear in the public eye, neither of them could imagine the scene. Perhaps, the entire Shengyuan Continent would be shaken. They no longer dared to think deeper. At this moment, Jiang Fingliu had already led a group of elders into the library pavilion. They also found Jiang Wei, who was dozing off. Jiang Fingliu respectfully stepped forward and asked, Junior Jiang Fingliu greets old ancestor. May I ask if old ancestor just abducted someone? Jiang Wei opened his eyes and glanced at him, seemingly understanding something and smiled. Oh, it's Fingliu. Yes, I did abduct someone. May I ask old ancestor, where is that person now? Jiang Fingliu asked, steeling himself. All the elders of the Jiang family knew that Jiang Wei's temper was the most eccentric. A slight mistake could lead to a severe scolding. This also meant that the other elders simply didn't dare to come and ask. Left with no choice, Jiang Fingliu had to come himself. Even so, he still felt a bit uneasy. But after asking 2 questions, nothing happened, which made him feel a little confused. Had the old ancestor changed his temperament today? Jiang Wei was indeed in a good mood at the moment. It would be strange if he wasn't, with such a genius appearing in the family. Normally, he would have been impatient long ago. How could he answer Jiang Fingliu's questions so kindly? He smiled and said again, that person, of course I let him go. Do you think I'd keep him here for a meal? Jiang Fingliu felt a headache coming on. He just wanted to confirm if the person was Jiang Xie, but now, he didn't know where to look. He simply asked directly, does old ancestor know who that person was? Of course I do. Jiang Wei looked at him with a strange expression and said, who else could it be but that kid, Jiang Xie? It's really Xie. Jiang Fingliu was surprised. How strange Xie had actually returned. With the old ancestor's assurance, he no longer doubted Jiang Xie's identity. With an excited heart, Jiang Fingliu slowly left the library pavilion. As soon as his figure appeared, the elders, who had been waiting outside the library pavilion, immediately couldn't wait any longer. They all swarmed him. Family head, what did the old ancestor say? Family head, was that person really Xiao Xi? Family head, was that person a spy? Did the old ancestor say how he dealt with them? Family head. The elders' questions came one after another. Jiang Fingliu, however, didn't feel annoyed at all. He even felt refreshed and in a great mood. He smiled a triumphant smile. Elders, stop guessing. The person has already left. Left? What happened? The grand elder looked bewildered. The second elder also frowned. Could it be that even the old ancestor couldn't stop him? Who exactly is that mysterious person? What was his purpose in impersonating Xie and coming to our Jiang family? The third elder meanwhile said, could it be that Lior was telling the truth? He really is Xie. It must be said that even at this moment, he still leaned towards what his son had said. Instantly, everyone else's gaze gathered on him. The third elder feigned ignorance and focused his gaze on Jiang Fingliu. Jiang Fingliu smiled and nodded, praising. That's right, the old ancestor said that the person who returned was indeed Xie. What? Xie isn't dead. Can a dead person come back to life? Family head, what exactly is going on? Could it be that Xie really isn't dead? That person back then wasn't Xie. Family head, what are you hiding from us? What exactly is going on? We need an explanation. The elders began to get agitated. Their breathing was erratic, and their voices were also a bit unstable. This truly caused a huge shock in their hearts. After all, they had always believed Jiang Xie was dead. Because of this, they hadn't been in a very good mood during that period. After some thought, they felt that Jiang Fingliu was hiding something from them. Jiang Fingliu looked awkward. But he still chose not to say it, instead planning to let Jiang Xie bear this burden. Since he was so well liked by the elders, it should be fine. Thinking of this, he said, "Elders, you should ask Zier yourselves. He probably knows more than I do." "Then where is Zier now?" The Grand Elder's voice became urgent. Jiang Fingliu thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps, at the family head's residence." As soon as he finished speaking, the elders had already vanished. Jiang Fingliu also quickly left. A few breaths later, the elders had all gathered outside the family head's residence. Jiang Xie and the others inside the residence immediately sensed their qi. Jiang Xie silently put his mask back on. Now was not the time for them to see his true face. Otherwise, if they saw him in the Qianyuan Empire, he would have to explain again. "You go open it. You go. Let the Grand Elder go." Strangely, the elders, who held high positions and authority in the family, did not dare to open the door at this moment. There was nothing they could do. They were too excited and feared the news might be false. It was Jiang Fingliu who arrived and said, "I'll do it." Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly pushed open the main door. At this moment, what greeted them were the three figures, led by Jiang Xie. And their gazes were all focused on Jiang Xie. In their eyes there was shock, incomprehension, doubt, horror, and also relief. 394, who said, "I can't go." Shock, it was shock that Jiang Xie had truly appeared before them, and it wasn't a dream. Confusion, this was confusion at Jiang Xie's current appearance. A slender figure, extraordinary temperament, yet with a head of white hair. The sword Jiang Xie carried on his back made them feel puzzled. If they remembered correctly, Jiang Xie used to use a light sword that didn't seem particularly remarkable, right? As for the horror, it was their disbelief and fear, after sensing Jiang Xie's cultivation. That's right, it was fear. 18 years old, domain realm peak. Many elders present had lower cultivation than him. The only elder whose cultivation could contend with Jiang Xie was the Grand Elder. This made all of them stand frozen in place, not daring to step forward. Let alone them, even Jiang Fingliu almost popped his eyeballs out. A myriad of questions filled his heart. What's going on? It's only been a few days. What happened in these few days? Why is there such a big change? He was still in the Yukong realm when I saw him a while ago, and now, just a few days later, he's jumped to the domain realm. If the old ancestor hadn't confirmed Jiang Xie's identity, Jiang Fingliu would have truly thought Jiang Xie had been possessed. Even now, he still had a bit of that thought. This was simply illogical, absurd to an extreme realm. He could even become the second most important person in the family, besides the old ancestor and himself. "Husband, Zier is back. Why are you still standing there?" Sujiru smiled but was secretly delighted. As someone who had already been shocked, nothing was more exciting than seeing others equally shocked. Cough cough. Jiang Fingliu finally reacted, walked into the courtyard and approached Jiang Xie to examine him closely. Then he said with slight hesitation, "Are you really Zier?" Jiang Xie nodded, "The real deal." But Jiang Fingliu was still confused. The elders also walked in. They looked at Jiang Xie with the same eyes as if he were a stranger. Among them, the Grand Elder even quietly asked Jiang Fingliu, "Family head, has the old ancestor really confirmed his identity?" This was not only his doubt, but also the doubt of the other elders. Jiang Xie not dying and returning to the family was naturally an exciting thing for them. But after seeing the current Jiang Xie, they only felt a burst of fear. The gap was too great, so much so that besides excitement, what they felt more of was suspicion and fear. Jiang Fingliu nodded solemnly and said, "There is indeed no doubt." Then, the third elder stepped forward, stared at Jiang Xie carefully for a long time and then said, "Is it really Zio Xie?" "Yes, third elder." Jiang Xie smiled and nodded, "I am Zio Xie." "But you this. You mean I've changed too much, right?" Jiang Xie smiled, proactively addressing their confusion. "Zier, don't blame the elders, even I can't help but doubt your identity." Jiang Fingliu stepped forward, patted Jiang Xie's shoulder and shook his head slightly. Now, he could only listen to Jiang Xie's explanation. Confusion is normal. Jiang Xie took 2 steps and began to explain, Actually, 3 years ago I didn't die. Instead, I shed my skin like a cicada and left the family. So that's how it is. The Grand Elder nodded, took a step forward and eagerly asked, then these 3 years. Hearing this, Jiang Fingliu seemed to know what Jiang Xie was going to say, so he wasn't too anxious. But he didn't expect Jiang Xie to change the subject, saying, oh, after I left the Jiang family, I wandered around and eventually entered a secret realm. I stayed there for a while, during which I ate some unknown things, then fell into a coma, and when I woke up I was like this. This was completely different from what Jiang Fingliu had thought. He had originally assumed Jiang Xie would talk about his trip to the Shengyuan Empire, but he didn't expect. He directly changed his story. And this story had no flaws. Wandering, it was barely that. Entering a secret realm, that wasn't a lie either. He did indeed enter the Shengyuan secret realm. As for the rest, who knew if it was true? What kind of thing could have such an effect? The Grand Elder was utterly bewildered. This is not impossible. It's not surprising for there to be strange things within a secret realm. Indeed, one must know that many legacies and rare items from ancient times are found within various secret realms. Many things passed down today, and even ancient texts, are not fully recorded. It's just a pity that finding a rare secret realm is truly not easy now. Speaking of which, after this Saint Yuan secret realm, the secret realms of the Shengyuan Continent will likely emerge in a surge again. At that time, it will be a time of dragon-tiger struggle again. Ha 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 ha, what if it's a dragon-tiger struggle? Haven't you seen Xie's current cultivation? I almost forgot. Xie's cultivation is now domain realm peak. He can even rival the sect masters of various major forces. Ali. Mentioning Jiang Xie, everyone was excited again. Since Jiang Xie's identity was confirmed, there were naturally no more concerns. All that remained was excitement. Heaven knows what they felt when they saw the geniuses of various major forces shine brightly in the St. Yuan assessment a while ago, and when they saw various major forces hold coming-of-age ceremonies for their geniuses. It was simply extremely uncomfortable. It was like watching other families make a fortune, while their own family was impoverished. Their eyes were red with envy. Fairly speaking, Jiang Xie's talent was indeed 1 in a billion. However, the key was that Jiang Xie was still too young. He couldn't be too high profile, otherwise, it would easily attract the covetousness of other forces. Now, Jiang Xie had returned, and he returned with a domain realm cultivation. This greatly ignited the flame in their hearts. Xie, how about we hold a coming-of-age ceremony for you in these 2 days? The Grand Elder was already excitedly rubbing his hands together. The other elders' eyes also lit up. Even Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru were the same. Although Jiang Xie had a coming-of-age ceremony in the Shengyuan Empire, at that time he was Su Xie. Now that the Jiang family was holding one, it would be good to establish the Jiang family's reputation. It could also shock the world, so that people wouldn't always say that the Jiang family had no geniuses in this generation. Why not? But what they didn't know was that Jiang Xie hadn't fully separated from the Shengyuan Empire yet. Jiang Xie's mouth twitched. Could this thing be held? Absolutely not. No matter what, holding it twice was a bit excessive. How would the Shengyuan Empire view it then? His 2 bodies haven't fused yet. He immediately shook his head and said, the elder's action is naturally for my and the Jiang family's good, but Xie feels that this action is inappropriate. Why? Jiang Fingliu frowned. Jiang Xie explained, the St. Yuan secret realm is about to open. If a coming-of-age ceremony is held, I'm afraid not many forces will come. Furthermore, what if the St. Yuan secret realm opens during the coming-of-age ceremony? At that time, other forces will seize the initiative, but we will fall behind. To be honest, Xie, the number of people from our Jiang family entering the St. Yuan secret realm this time is not many, and none of them have passed the 4th assessment. The 3rd elder sighed slightly. Jiang Xie, however, asked in confusion, don't you still have me? You haven't passed the St. Yuan assessment. How can you get in? The Grand Elder smiled bitterly and shook his head. The moment they learned of Jiang Xie's return, they were excited. They also thought of the St. Yuan secret realm. But they searched through all the lists of those who passed the St. Yuan assessment and couldn't find Jiang Xie's name. Just then a faint voice came out. Who says I can't go? 395, 3 ancestral teachings. The crowd was stunned. They didn't react for a moment. Only Jiang Fingliu, Su Jiru, and Su Yun seemed to be deep in thought. Could it be? Is Jiang Xie not planning to enter the St. Yuan secret realm as the crown prince of the Shengyuan Empire? That's right, after all, the Shengyuan Empire already has sued you. It doesn't matter. If that's really the case, then for the Jiang family, it would be a huge benefit. Can the Jiang family finally make an appearance on the Shengyuan Continent? Jiang Fingliu was very excited. If there weren't elders here which would damage his image, he would have already shouted it out. In fact, he was mistaken. Jiang Xie did not intend to give up his identity as the crown prince of the Shengyuan Empire. He wanted to enter with both identities. One person searching for treasures would never yield as much as two people searching, right? Moreover, entering with a domain realm peak cultivation, wouldn't it be a massacre? Jiang Xie felt like he had found a bug in the Saint Yuan secret realm. The conditions for entering the Saint Yuan secret realm are being of the younger generation and having passed at least the first level of the Saint Yuan assessment. However, no one would have thought that among the people entering the Saint Yuan secret realm, there would be someone who was already at domain realm peak at 18 years old. If other forces knew about this, they would probably never let him in. Therefore, before entering, it's best not to be too ostentatious. Jiang Xie seemed to already see the exasperated expressions of the powerful figures from those forces. Isn't this like a college student sneaking into a group of elementary school students? A dimensionality reduction strike. The elders were very confused, their eyes wide, their faces full of doubt. What, he can still enter? If this cultivation could enter, putting aside everything else, wouldn't the Jiang family get all the benefits first? The problem is it really possible? Don't even mention it. When they thought about it, it really was possible. After all, although Jiang Xie's cultivation was at domain realm peak, he was actually only 18 years old. If he passed the Saint Yuan assessment, the question is, did he really pass? The elders became a little anxious, eager to know the answer to this question. Xie, can you really enter? Did you pass the Saint Yuan assessment? Why haven't I seen your name? You're stupid. Xie must have hidden his real name. Look at me, I didn't even think of that. Alas, I'm getting old. This was good. He didn't even need to explain himself. Jiang Xie smiled. Looking at the people around him, he felt a sense of warmth. Actually, when he first arrived at the Jiang family, he discovered that, although the Jiang family was called a demonic path force by the outside world, there was very little infighting within the family. Later, he learned that his old ancestor had originally left the family, because he was entangled in infighting within his original family. And then he saved someone along the way, which led to a series of subsequent events. Eventually, he founded the current Jiang family. Jiang Xie still remembered that the old ancestor left 3 ancestral precepts. The first, family members are not allowed to engage in infighting, or they will be expelled from the family. The second, the Jiang family is not a demonic path. Future generations must strive to restore the Jiang family's reputation to the righteous path. The third, never try to find or return to the original family. The current Jiang family has no relation to the former Jiang family. The first precept made the Jiang family incredibly harmonious internally, with almost no one engaging in infighting. The second precept was Jiang Xie's goal, and also why the Jiang family elders did not oppose Jiang Fingliu's contact with righteous path forces. And the third precept. Jiang Xie specifically checked the ancient texts. He found that there indeed seemed to be a Jiang family in history. And this Jiang family was actually a Saint Province force. However, 3,000 years ago, when the Saint Province forces launched a large-scale attack on forces in other regions, the Jiang family's presence was not seen. This point made Jiang Xie quite puzzled. In the Jiang family, the elders had 3 ways of addressing him. They mostly called him Zio, Xie, and Xie. Since they were elders, Jiang Xie didn't feel anything was amiss. And in the outside world, the elders would call him Young Lord. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Xie nodded and said with a smile, "The elders guessed correctly. I did hide my identity." "Excellent, simply excellent," the Grand Elder laughed heartily. "This time, our Jiang family can finally make a big splash. Our Jiang family has been dormant for too long. It's time to release some explosive news." Ali. After a burst of excitement, the elders seemed to remember something. Fifth Elder, who appeared rather honest and simple, always had a smile on his face. He rarely spoke up, but now he said, "Since Xie said there's no need for an coming-of-age ceremony, we should at least hold a welcoming banquet, right?" "That's right, it's been 3 years. Since he's home, a welcoming banquet is necessary." The Grand Elder nodded, agreeing with the suggestion. "Xie, since you're back, you should tell the other people in the family. I'm sure those younger generations are still waiting for news. Yes, if they know you're back and your cultivation has improved a lot, those little rascals will be more motivated to cultivate. Yet, Jiang Fingliu lightly patted Jiang Xie's shoulder and said, since the elders have brought it up, how about we hold a welcoming banquet for you? This time Jiang Xie did not refuse. He simply said, that's fine, but it should be limited to within the family. Some news can be revealed in the city, but my cultivation. We know. How about we say your cultivation is at the divine power realm to the outside? That works. Jiang Xie nodded and said, my cultivation will be exposed sooner or later in the Saint Yuan secret realm. For now, it's not good to be too ostentatious. P.S. Please click on the free little gifts, thank you. 396, Jiangcheng News. Inside the Jiang family plaza, a large group of disciples gathered, and they did not leave. Instead they waited quietly, anticipating exciting news. Even if they felt somewhat disbelieving, they still hoped that the man was young Lord Jiang Xie. In the plaza, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Despite the large crowd, it did not appear chaotic. Instead, everyone stood ramrod straight, with tension and anticipation in their eyes. It was as if they were waiting for someone's arrival. Do you think that person is really young Lord Jiang Xie? Perhaps feeling a bit anxious from waiting, a man couldn't help but ask. Someone nearby immediately echoed, who knows? Young Lord Jiang Xie's death was witnessed by the family head and the elders. Yeah, there's been no news about young Lord Jiang Xie for 3 years. He might really be dead. I think that person just now, besides his mask being somewhat similar to young Lord Jiang Xie's, doesn't seem to have any other similarities. Perhaps Lord Jiang Luo was deceived. To be able to deceive Lord Jiang Luo, that person's identity shouldn't be simple. Go away, you little kids, what do you know? Don't discuss topics about young Lord Jiang Xie randomly, just wait properly. As the disciples were talking, they were lectured by a voice full of vigor. In the plaza now, there were not only disciples but also many Jiang family members, including quite a few adults. Seeing the children discussing these topics, they immediately interrupted their conversation without hesitation. But even if they didn't talk about Jiang Xie, they could talk about other things. Do you think, what is the background of that sweeping old ancestor in the library pavilion? I always thought his strength was very low before. I don't know, looking at his aura, his cultivation is probably not lower than the elders, right? His tilde, I was startled just now. I think I even cursed him before. It's not just you, I've cursed him too. The little kids started discussing Jiang Wei again. Listening to the veins on the foreheads of the surrounding adults throb. Especially after hearing that their own children had cursed the other party, some adults immediately couldn't hold back. They grabbed their sons or daughters and started hitting them. Let you not know your place, let you curse people casually. I was wrong. The adults were practically half dead with anger. It's one thing for the children not to know the old ancestor's identity, but to be so arrogant. It's just that the old ancestor didn't bother with you. If he had, you would have lost your lives long ago. They dared not reveal Jiang Wei's identity casually, so they could only vent their anger on their own offspring. Hopefully, this lesson will make them remember. Many children who weren't hit couldn't help but take a step back, trembling. At the same time, a thought arose in their minds. Absolutely do not provoke the sweeping old ancestor of the library pavilion. That person's identity is not simple. Look, Lord Jiang Luo is back. A voice came from somewhere, causing everyone present to stop what they were doing. Their gazes uniformly looked towards the direction of the Jiang family main hall. There, Jiang Luo's figure appeared before everyone. Instantly, everyone swarmed forward. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Jiang Luo was startled. Lord Jiang Luo, may I ask what the result is? How is it? Is that young man really young Lord Jiang Xie? What did the family head and the elders say? What happened in the main hall? Where did that young man go? One question after another made Jiang Luo's head ache. Stop, stop, stop. Everyone calm down first. I will answer your questions one by one. Jiang Luo had to shout loudly. Only then did the surrounding clamor cease. Facing expectant gazes, Jiang Luo began his speech. First, I don't know what the result is. I just reported this matter to the family head and them. Secondly, whether he is young Lord Jiang Xie or not. We will probably know soon. Everyone doesn't need to worry, just wait patiently. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd around was inevitably a bit disappointed. But it was nothing, they continued to wait. While waiting, someone subtly asked Jiang Luo, Lord Jiang Luo, where did you meet that? person? Jiang Luo glanced at him and replied, outside the city, at young Lord Jiang Xie's residence. Lord Jiang Luo, then how did you determine he was young Lord Jiang Xie? Lord Jiang Luo. Jiang Luo was already very annoyed. One question after another made his head hurt, so he simply closed his mouth and said nothing. Anyway, the result would be out very soon, so there was no need to rush. Seeing that asking questions was fruitless, everyone had no choice but to quiet down. And at this moment, outside Jiang City, everyone entering the city discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, no one was leaving the city. It should be known that ever since the Jiang family's influence and impression in the hearts of cultivators in the eastern continent changed, the number of people entering and exiting Jiang City had multiplied many times over. But today, as far as the eye could see, at the city gate, it was all people entering the city. No one was seen leaving. This made many people entering the city wonder if something major had happened inside Jiang City. Or was it that the Jiang family prohibited people from Jiang City from going out? If not for that, how could there be no one? After walking into the city with a bewildered mind, many people were even more surprised. Because not many people could be seen on the streets either. Chen Mo was one of the many confused people. He was a resident who had lived in Jiang City for decades. He had left the city for some business a while ago and only returned today. Looking at the somewhat empty streets, his heart was full of confusion. Could it be something major happened in the city? Did some force attack the Jiang family? He couldn't help but think so, as he had never seen such a situation before. Even the surrounding inns and taverns had their doors tightly shut. Suddenly, Chen Mo's expression changed, and he grabbed a man in a hurry, unable to help but ask, "Fellow villager, may I ask what major event has happened in the city? Why are there so few people on the streets, and why are the surrounding inns and taverns all closed? Has some other force attacked the Jiang family?" This question made the other people who had entered the city with him perk up their ears and listen. The man looked at him, shook his head slightly, and then said, "None of that. It is said that a man suspected of being young Lord Jiang Xie came in with Lord Jiang Luo not long ago. Now, both of them have entered the Jiang family, and the result is not yet known. Everyone has gone to wait outside the Jiang family." What? Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He was not unfamiliar with the name Jiang Xie. Is what you said true? Naturally, it's true. Now we're just waiting for news from the Jiang family. Oh, hurry up and let me go. I need to rush over. It's fine, I'll go with you. Chen Mo immediately released his hand and rushed with him towards the Jiang family. The others did the same. 397, Mysterious Strong Man. Outside the Jiang family's main gate, countless figures had already gathered, densely packed. Innumerable people surrounded the entire Jiang family, making it impenetrable. Helplessly, the Jiang family had no choice but to dispatch many people to maintain order. Jiang Wengshuan, the city lord of Jiangcheng, was a member of the Jiang family and also of the direct lineage, and at this moment he was quite troubled. But there was also anticipation in his eyes. If not for Jiang Xie, he, as city lord, would not have had such an easy time. One must know that previously within Jiangcheng, it was chaotic, with various demon sect gathering and endless matters to deal with every day. If it wasn't a conflict here, it was a conflict there. It kept him utterly swamped. Later, Jiang Xie implemented a series of reforms in Jiangcheng, which changed the environment within Jiangcheng. Until now, Jiangcheng had become peaceful, making his job as city lord much easier. Continue to increase the manpower around the Jiang family to ensure no unrest occurs later. After Jiang Wengshuan gave the order, he sat down on a stool. The place he was currently in was the city lord's mansion. From here, he could see the entire Jiang family. Looking at the Jiang family, a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. I hope it really is young Lord Jiang Xie. That person who looks like young Lord Jiang Xie has been inside for half an hour. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he was discovered to be a fake and killed on the spot? Impossible, Lord Jiang Luo went in with him. Exactly, what if that really is Lord Jiang Xie? It's been over 3 years. If Lord Jiang Xie is still alive, he would already be 18. Everyone stop arguing, let's wait quietly. Outside the Jiang family, everyone's enthusiasm was high, and inside the Jiang family, Jiang Xie's discussions with the elders had also concluded. When he learned from his parents that his younger brother had eaten an unknown fruit and fallen into a coma, but was otherwise fine, Jiang Xie's first reaction was, protagonist template. Speaking of which, it wasn't just Jiang Xie. Su Yu and Jai Yu, which one wasn't a protagonist template? Jiang Xie wasn't worried about Jiang Xie's safety. In his opinion, that fruit was clearly not an ordinary item. This was his opportunity. What kind of opportunity it was, he didn't know. Of course, he also went to see Jiang Xie and found that he had indeed fallen into a coma, but from his appearance, nothing unusual could be seen. At the same time, the Jiang family elder finally announced the confirmed news. The Grand Elder's voice echoed throughout the entire Jiang family. Young Lord Jiang Xie has returned. In 2 days, the Jiang family and the entire Jiangcheng will celebrate. The voice echoed endlessly. Not only the Jiang family, but the entire Jiangcheng could hear this voice. Even after the voice disappeared in the minds of countless people, the phrase, "Young Lord Jiang Xie has returned," continued to reverberate. In an instant, there was absolute silence. The entire Jiang family was absolutely silent. The entire Jiangcheng was also absolutely silent. All the disciples of the Jiang family raised their heads, their pupils constricted, their faces filled with disbelief. But soon, this disbelief was replaced by shock. Within Jiangcheng, all the common people were also like this. They widened their eyes, staring intently at the Jiang family. Their hearts had already churned with tumultuous waves. After an unknown amount of time, inside the Jiang family, the disciples began to cheer. Young Lord Jiang Xie isn't dead. He really is young Lord Jiang Xie. Long live young Lord Jiang Xie. Long live the return of young Lord Jiang Xie. Waves of shouts spread out from the Jiang family. The 2 guards standing at the Jiang family's main gate also put down their long spears and began to shout together towards the Jiang family's main gate. This sound was infectious. Gradually, the residents of Jiangcheng outside the Jiang family also began to shout, "Long live the Jiang family! Long live the return of young Lord Jiang Xie! Long live the return of young Lord Jiang Xie!" Their faces were beaming with smiles. They began to celebrate, to freely release their emotions. Even some residents who were not originally from Jiangcheng were infected by this emotion. They actually joined in the shouting. Above the city lord's mansion, Jiang Wengshuan stood up, his expression excited, and he couldn't help but raise his right hand and shout, "Long live the return of young Lord Jiang Xie!" After shouting once, he remembered his identity and couldn't help but blush. He looked around and, finding no one nearby, immediately felt relieved and continued to shout though. His voice was much softer. Today, Jiangcheng, and even the Jiang family, were undoubtedly immersed in celebration. The intense atmosphere even made the cultivators passing by outside Jiangcheng stop and watch. They didn't understand what was happening inside Jiangcheng to cause such loud laughter. In the Jiang family's library pavilion, Jiang Wei opened his eyes, feeling the shouts from outside, and chuckled. This kid, his popularity is still so high. Brother Wei, did you just send me a message for something important? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Wei's ear, and he smiled slightly, saying, "Naturally, I've found you a good task." "Oh, tell me about it." "You've been in seclusion for nearly 100 years, haven't you? Have you achieved anything?" Jiang Wei asked. The surroundings were silent for a while, then the voice came again. "I haven't broken through to the Venerable Emperor realm, but I was fortunate enough to break through to the half-step Venerable Emperor realm." "What?" Jiang Wei suddenly jumped up from his chair and asked in disbelief, "Half-step Venerable Emperor realm, is that true?" That person didn't speak, but released a trace of aura. After feeling this aura, Jiang Wei's heart churned like a stormy sea. He was stunned for a long time before sighing. "I thought you were only aiming to break through to Heavenly King Realm's 7th stage, but I never expected." A moment later, a look of relief appeared on his face. "As expected of the strongest genius of my Jiang family in hundreds of years, although it's only half-step Venerable Emperor realm, for my Jiang family, it is a great sharp weapon. With your talent, breaking through to the Sovereign Emperor realm must be just around the corner." That person didn't refute but directly asked, "What is the good task you mentioned?" "How about letting you be a Tao protector for a young fellow?" Jiang Wei said with a smile. "No, you can just find anyone for that kind of thing." "Just finding anyone won't do." Jiang Wei shook his head slightly and said, "Don't be so quick to refuse, this person is not ordinary." "Oh, how extraordinary, even so I'm not interested." "What if that person is your grandson?" As soon as the words fell, a figure appeared in the void realm. His appearance was somewhat similar to Jiang Fingliu, but he didn't look old. Aside from his hair being a bit white and a few wrinkles on his face, he looked like a middle-aged man. He was handsome and dashing, and his whole body was filled with a carefree aura. If one were to look at him for the first time, one would truly not be able to tell that he was a strong cultivator, with half-step venerable emperor realm cultivation. 398, wrong person. Brother Y, what did you just say? My grandson. Jiang Liyan frowned, surprised. Could it be that Feng Liu has already started a family? More than that, Jiang Y chuckled. Not only has he started a family, but he is now also the Jiang family head. Oh, I've been in seclusion for nearly 100 years, so I don't know about these things. Please tell me, Brother Y. Jiang Liyan descended from the air and sat down in front of Jiang Y. He looked at him with a serious expression. Jiang Y also became serious, sitting up straight. Although his seniority was higher than Jiang Liyan's cultivation had already surpassed his. It was not an exaggeration to call him the Jiang family's strongest expert. He had to be serious, both out of courtesy and emotion. 100 years ago when you entered seclusion, Feng Liu was indeed not yet married. 30 years after you entered seclusion, he began to pursue a woman. And then they got married. What I'm asking is, what is the identity of that woman? Jiang Liyan's expression became serious. Since he had missed his son's wedding due to his seclusion, he still had to approve of it, even now. Jiang Y's expression was strange as he said, you'll never guess who she is. Who? Someone from a demon sect, or is she a loose cultivator? Jiang Liyan felt a bit parched as he spoke, so he said, is there no tea? Of course there is. Jiang Y waved his hands and a tea set appeared before them. Inside was high-quality spirit tea. Jiang Liyan poured himself a cup and took a light sip. Jiang Y seemed to have timed it perfectly, speaking as he drank. The other party, she's a princess of the Shengyuan Empire. Jiang Liyan hadn't even swallowed the tea in his mouth before he spat it all out. His previous calm expression instantly vanished, and the teacup in his hand hovered in the air as he looked at Jiang Y with a strange expression, saying, Brother Y, are you perhaps pulling my leg? How could that boy possibly become a Dao companion with a princess of the Shengyuan Empire? Other demon sects might be plausible, but if it were truly a princess of the Shengyuan Empire, would our Jiang family still exist today? Jiang Y gave a bitter smile and said, I know you don't believe it, but that's the truth. Don't even mention you, I couldn't believe it at first either. That boy, I don't know what charm he possesses, but he captivated the Shengyuan Empire's princess. I also took a long time to accept this fact. To be honest, at that time, I didn't dare relax for a single day, fearing that the Shengyuan Empire would send troops to attack our Jiang family. In the end, it turned out that the Shengyuan Empire made no moves. That boy, Feng Liu, truly made me look at him in a new light. After hearing what Jiang Y said, Jiang Liyan's hand, holding the teacup, trembled. He couldn't help but feel a cold sweat for Jiang Feng Liu. He even cursed. This little brat, his guts are too big. Thankfully, nothing happened. If something truly had happened, he would have been the Jiang family's eternal sinner. But then again, he's stronger than I was back then. After speaking, Jiang Liyan finally returned to the main topic. What do you mean by asking me to protect my grandson? Jiang Y stroked his beard, smiling as he said, Liyan, do you know that both of your grandsons are more impressive than the other? Oh, what do you mean by that? Jiang Liyan became serious. Jiang Y also poured himself a cup of tea, drank it down, and then slowly explained. Feng Liu has two sons. Namely, Jiang Xie and Jiang Ye. Among them, Jiang Xie is already 18, and Jiang Ye is 9 years old. Let's talk about Jiang Xie first. His cultivation talent is poor. For several years, he couldn't reach the body tempering realm. He started cultivating at 6, and at 13, he still hadn't broken through to the Ning Yuan realm. As Jiang Y said this, Jiang Liyan's brows furrowed deeply. From the sound of it, this Jiang Xie was a complete good-for-nothing. He didn't interrupt Jiang Y and continued to listen. However, Jiang Xie has been exceptionally intelligent since childhood and is skilled at understanding people's hearts. Even without any cultivation talent, he thrives within the Jiang family, winning the recognition of everyone in the family. He does have some merits. Jiang Liyan nodded slightly, his expression neither sad nor joyful. What if I told you he is also the Fanchen sword master? Jiang Y asked again. Jiang Liyan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and said, Is that true? That can be considered a trump card for the Jiang family. It's just a pity. He didn't say anything more. Jiang Y understood in his heart that he was undoubtedly saying that Jiang Xie wouldn't live much longer. But the truth was exactly the opposite. Thinking of this, he subtly revealed a smile, changing the subject to Jiang Ye. Now, let's talk about Jiang Ye. Jiang Liyan nodded. At this moment, he had already guessed something in his heart. Jiang Xie had no cultivation talent and was also the Fanchen sword master, so he didn't need a protector. The only possibility was with Jiang Xie. He also wanted to see what kind of talent would make him protect him. Jiang Ligun had already decided in his heart that as long as Jiang Xie had a little talent, he would agree. After all, he was his grandson. Jiang Wei had already begun to speak. This Jiang Xie, his talent is much stronger than Jiang Zai's. He is 9 years old now. Do you know what his cultivation is? Ning Yuan realm, Jiang Ligun said with some hesitation. In his opinion, to have Ning Yuan realm cultivation at 9 years old was already a very impressive genius. Jiang Wei shook his head mysteriously. Incorrect. Incorrect. Jiang Liun was stunned. Could it be the controlling Yuan realm? His tilde. If it was the controlling Yuan realm, even if he wasn't his grandson, he would be worth protecting. Controlling Yuan realm, he still couldn't help but ask. It is the controlling Yuan realm. Jiang Wei poured another cup of tea, this time pouring for both of them. Drinking as he spoke, he said, controlling Yuan realm 9th level. Ufda. The tea Jiang Liun had just put in his mouth was sprayed out again. He grabbed Jiang Wei's hand and asked, controlling Yuan realm 9th level at 9 years old, are you sure? Naturally, Jiang Wei subtly pulled his hand away. Jiang Liun's action gave him goosebumps. Controlling Yuan realm 9th level at 9 years old, controlling Yuan realm 9th level. Jiang Wei stood up, repeatedly muttering this phrase. Simply being at the controlling Yuan realm 9th level was not enough to shock him. But if that controlling Yuan realm 9th level was only 9 years old, then it was different. Ha 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 ha, excellent. As expected of my grandson Jiang Liun, I accept this task of being his protector. Jiang Liun had completely lost the disdain and calmness he had when he first appeared. Now, he was in a state of excitement. However, Jiang Wei looked at him with a strange expression, his tone surprised. Liun, did I say I wanted you to protect Jiang Xie? 399. Jiang Liun was excited. Jiang Liun's smile abruptly froze on his face, as he stared at Jiang Wei in shock. All sorts of thoughts swirled in his mind. Not Jiang Xie. Then who is it? Jiang Xie? Impossible. Could it be other disciples? Impossible. He said it was his grandson. Could it be that he has other grandsons? Also impossible. He said he only had 2 grandsons. So what exactly is going on? Jiang Liun was in a mess. This was the first time he couldn't grasp someone's meaning. He remembered that in his impression, Jiang Wei wasn't this slippery. How did he become like this now? Compared to his shock, Jiang Wei's heart was blooming with joy. He found it quite interesting like this. Speaking of which, he learned all these speaking techniques from Jiang Xie. He used to be a man who spoke his mind directly. And because of that, he never found any fun. Ever since he came into contact with Jiang Xie, he found that this kid, Jiang Xie, was mischievous and could play people around in circles, and his way of speaking was quite interesting. He was very good at building suspense. Before Jiang Xie was 13, he often came to the library pavilion, and the two of them became quite familiar. Over time, he also learned to build suspense. And now, Jiang Liun was the biggest victim. Jiang Liun silently sat back down in his seat, his eyes fixed on him, as if trying to discern something from Jiang Wei's face. But besides a faint smile, nothing else could be seen on Jiang Wei's face. Not Jiang Xie, you're not going to tell me to go escort Jiang Xie, are you? After a long silence, Jiang Liun still asked. Jiang Wei did not refute but nodded, precisely. You're crazy. Does Fanchen sword master still need an escort? Even if he's escorted, what good would it do? He can only contribute to the Jiang family once, and cannot bring about any qualitative change to the Jiang family's future development. Alas, such a result is still too, for him. As he spoke, Jiang Liun sighed. After all, he was his own grandson, and he still felt some reluctance regarding Jiang Zai's situation. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. After a while, as if having made up his mind about something, he said with a firm tone, "From now on, with me here, I will not let him use the Fanchen sword. It's good enough for him to just live his life from now on." The expression on Jiang Wei's face grew even more peculiar. "Liun, I think you might have misunderstood some things." Jiang Liun no longer knew how many times he had asked the question. Zier is indeed the Fanchen sword master, and his cultivation talent is indeed not good, but that's all in the past now. What do you mean by that? Jiang Liun didn't understand. Don't tell me that in just a few short years he's become a different person. Precisely. Jiang Xie showed a hint of appreciation and said, "That is indeed true. Even if he's become a different person, how much of a change could there be?" "Very big." "How big is very big? Since he was chosen by the Fanchen sword, that means he's not a genius." "You're wrong." "How am I wrong?" "What if, at only 18 years old, he already possesses the cultivation of the domain realm, and is even at the domain realm peak? Do you think that's a big change?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Jiang Lian's pupils constricted, and he abruptly stood up from his seat. The qi that involuntarily emanated from his body shattered the table and tea set in front of him. A strong gust of wind swept through the surroundings, creating a grand spectacle. If there weren't any disciples around the library pavilion right now, those disciples would probably have been severely injured by this qi. Even Jiang Xie felt an extremely strong sense of oppression, and under this oppression, he actually felt fear. The immense power startled Jiang Xie, and he quickly used his methods to calm it down. This was not intentional on Jiang Lian's part. It was just that what Jiang Xie said made him unable to control his emotions. An 18-year-old domain realm expert, and at the domain realm peak, this already defied common sense. No, it could no longer be described by common sense. This was what made him, who was usually so composed, unable to control his qi. Domain realm, peak, 18 years old. Jiang Lian muttered to himself, and after a long while he finally swallowed his saliva and asked Jiang Xie with a nervous expression, "Brother Xie, are you sure this is true?" "I saw it with my own eyes, so it is naturally true." "Then my Jiang family, isn't it?" "Don't get too excited yet. He also comprehended Yang power, so you don't need to be too surprised when you see him with white hair." What? Jiang Lian stumbled a step, almost falling to the ground. Soon, his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. "Is this what it means to be favored by heaven? To think that I, Jiang Lian, have been in seclusion for 100 years and have not yet had a breakthrough to the venerable emperor realm, yet I never thought that I would have one. No, two such astonishingly talented grandsons. If that's the case, even if I can't break through to the venerable emperor realm from now on, it won't be a regret. Ha 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 ha, good, very good, I will be this escort." Not only would he be it, he would be it willingly. Completely devoid of the impatient look he had at the beginning. Jiang Xie stroked his beard and couldn't help but sigh. This way of speaking truly was a skill. If he had spoken in his usual manner, he probably wouldn't have achieved such a perfect effect. "Little Xie, how many more surprises do you have for us?" This old man is a little excited now. Ali. After meeting Jiang Yi, it was already evening. After telling Jiang Fingliu that he would be going into temporary seclusion, Jiang Xie entered the secret room used for cultivation by the Jiang family. Although it hadn't been many days since he entered the Qianyuan secret realm and returned to the Jiang family, he couldn't make them wait too long. As for this side, he just needed to attend the welcome banquet 2 days later and meet the other members of the Jiang family. Also, since Jiang Xie and Su Zai's two identities appeared simultaneously, then the martial skill he used also had to be differentiated. For the Su Zai identity, no changes would be made. As for this side, he thought carefully, and the only ones he hadn't used in front of others were the two great emperor laws, moving the universe and universe shift. There were still too few he could use. He would have to find some martial skills that could be used with a heavy sword later. Creating his own sword techniques also needed to be put on the agenda. At least he needed a heavy sword technique of the great emperor law level. With the effect of the enlightenment tree, it could be completed as long as he spent some time. After understanding these things, Jiang Xie closed his eyes. The Qianyuan Empire Imperial Palace, inside Tianxin Pavilion. In the room where Jiang Xie was, Su Yuan had been waiting here for 3 days. Yet there was no sign of Jiang Xie waking up, and his intuition told him that something had happened. However, after a thorough check, he found that there were no major problems. Strange, what exactly is his situation, and where would the Fanchen sword go? 400, Old Wu's suspicion. Just as Su Yuan was at his wit's end, the void realm in the room was once again broken, and the Fanchen sword and Xiao Ling flew out from within. Xiao Ling's expression was extremely excited. Speaking of which, because Jiang Xie's body was in a deep sleep, the Fanchen sword wandered in the void realm for a while before finding the correct coordinates. Otherwise, they would have returned much earlier. "Oh, you're back," Su Yuan was startled. Since the Fanchen sword had returned, didn't that mean? Just as he thought this, Jiang Xie, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. Huh, old ancestor, why are you here? Jiang Xie was a little surprised, while Xiao Ling had joyfully flown onto his shoulder and was already sound asleep. The Fanchen sword also re-entered the void realm. Su Yuan tapped him on the head and said, "You brat, you have the nerve to say that. You've been asleep for 3 days straight. If I hadn't checked and found nothing serious, I would have really thought you were attacked by someone's divine soul. What happened to you these past 3 days? Why did your divine soul seem to fall into a deep sleep?" This. Jiang Xie scratched his head, his face a little awkward. He didn't expect Su Yuan to ask this question right away. After thinking for a moment, he had a flash of inspiration and said, "To be honest, I was cultivating a divine soul cultivation technique." Divine soul cultivation technique. Su Yuan frowned, pondering for a while. Jiang Xie stood by, feeling a bit uneasy. Fortunately, after a few breaths, Su Yuan's brows relaxed. "A divine soul cultivation technique, that makes sense. Since you're fine, I'll leave first." After speaking, he prepared to leave, but then suddenly seemed to remember something and specifically reminded him, "Someone outside has been waiting for you for a long time." Someone waiting for me? Jiang Xie was stunned but quickly guessed, could it be Xiao Yue? His guess was not wrong. At this moment outside the room, Jai Yu was quietly waiting. Not only her, but Uncle Wu and Lin Maioyan were also doing the same. Since 3 days ago, when the three of them discovered that Jiang Xie had entered the room and hadn't come out, and the qi inside had become weak, they began to worry. Just as they were about to go in, they felt Su Yuan's qi. Only then did they quietly wait outside. Jai Yu's eyes were filled with worry, and her delicate, beautiful face showed an unshakable sadness. Her fair, rosy face had now turned slightly pale. She stood there quietly, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes. Her gaze never wavered from the door in front of her. Any slight disturbance could trigger her nerves. Uncle Wu, meanwhile, paced back and forth, his face also filled with worry. These past few days, he had thought a lot. Finally, he was shocked to realize that his role as his young lord's guard had, unknowingly, deviated from that of a guard. This was an absolute taboo. After a deep self-reflection, he realized that he had indeed been too carefree lately, having long since thrown his guard identity to the winds. As a guard, he had been derelict in his duties these past few years. It's been 3 days, why hasn't the young lord come out yet? Is he cultivating some martial skill? Uncle Wu began to get anxious. That room isn't suitable for cultivating martial skills, and how could cultivating a martial skill make one's divine soul qi so weak? Could it be that young master has some aftereffects from the Qianyuan secret realm? Lin Maioyan also said, sounding worried. This made Jai Yu, who was already in a bad mood, even more irritable. Senior Su Yuan's qi has disappeared. Suddenly she seemed to notice something, her eyes lit up and her steps quickened. I'll go in and see. 3 days she could finally go in. Jai Yu was very excited. She felt that since Su Yuan had left, it meant Jiang Xie should be fine. Jai Yu quickly stepped forward, bringing with her a waft of fragrance. Just as she reached out to push the door had already been pulled open. She pushed into empty space and was about to fall forward. Just as she was about to steady herself, she suddenly noticed something and let her body fall forward. Puff! With a soft sound, Jai Yu's body fell squarely onto a man's chest. Feeling the familiar aura, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Is this a little fat lamb who delivered herself to my doorstep? Jiang Xie wrapped his arm around her, saying with a mischievous smile. Jai Yu's face flushed, and she tilted her head, saying, "Who delivered themselves to your doorstep? It was just an accident when I pushed the door, don't get cocky." All right, let's just say it was an accident. Jiang Xie didn't argue, just held her like that. Jai Yu, however, seemed to realize something and tried to leave. But Jiang Xie's grip was surprisingly strong, making it impossible for her to get away, so she could only continue to say with a red face, "There are still people outside." Jiang Xie looked closely. Uncle Wu had a doting smile on his face, his gaze drifting, looking left for a moment and then right for a moment, and Lin Maioyan also tactfully turned her back. "Where are the people? Why don't I see anyone?" "Uncle Wu, are you there?" "Young lord, I am." "Maioyan, are you there?" "Young master, Maioyan is not here." "See, they're not here," Jiang Xie said, lowering his head towards Jai Yu. Jai Yu's face turned even redder, like a bright red apple. She just felt so embarrassed. How could there be such a person? They just spoke, how could they not be here? This guy just loves to trick me. It was like this before, and it's like this now. Does he really like to see me blush? Annoying. Thinking of this, Jai Yu steeled her heart and directly bit Jiang Xie on the shoulder. Uncle Wu happened to see this scene and immediately averted his gaze, muttering, see no evil, Amitabha, Amitabha. Lin Maoyan, hearing the strange words Uncle Wu spoke, couldn't help but quietly walk over and ask, Uncle Wu, what does Amitabha mean? Uncle Wu glanced at her, his face smug, and said, this is one of the young lord's sayings. Whenever one feels deeply sinful, saying these 4 words can make one feel at ease and reduce one's sins. Oh, did young master say that too? Why would it have such an effect? Lin Maoyan was puzzled. Uncle Wu patiently explained, I asked young master this question back then. According to young master, this is a Buddhist mantra. By the end, his voice was almost inaudible. Lin Maoyan's pupils contracted, and she said in shock, young master even knows Buddhist mantras. Of course, you don't even know who the young lord is. After Uncle Wu finished speaking, he quietly glanced at Jiang Xie. He found that Jai Yu was still biting Jiang Xie's neck, which was incredibly brutal, and he was completely preoccupied. Only then did he lean his head close to Lin Maoyan's ear and whispered, to tell you the truth, I've always suspected that the young lord is the reincarnation of a powerful old ancestor. 401. Urgent need to supplement knowledge. His tilde, Lin Maoyan gasped, patting her chest to calm herself before softly asking, Uncle Wu, why do you think so? Following the young lord for so long, haven't you noticed anything? Uncle Wu said mysteriously. What? Lin Maoyan was startled, genuinely unable to think of anything for a moment. How are you dumber than me? Of course it's mystery. We've followed the young lord for so long, can we truly comprehend him? His talent and strength are those things ordinary people can achieve. Don't you know how the previous Fanchen sword masters died? Also, how did the young lord acquire those astonishing sayings? Why does he even understand Buddhist incantations? There are too many similar examples. Uncle Wu explained for a while. With his explanation, Lin Maoyan truly felt there was something out of the ordinary. So, young master, it's really possible he's a reincarnation of a great power. She believed it. It wasn't Uncle Wu's words that made her believe, but rather, after hearing Uncle Wu's words, she recalled the various unusual aspects of Jiang Xie and came to that conclusion. Outside the room, Jai Yu bit Jiang Xie's shoulder, but Jiang Xie showed no reaction, a playful smirk still on his lips, which made her unable to resist biting his neck. And not just once. Jiang Xie had completely not anticipated her making such a move. Just like that, he got bitten a few times on the neck. Although it wasn't very painful, it left several red marks. Looking at the fleeing Jai Yu, a strange smile appeared on his face. This girl even left hickeys. What was this? A declaration of ownership. As soon as Jai Yu left, he saw Uncle Wu and Lin Maoyan secretly chatting about something. He quietly crept over. You said, the young lord might be the reincarnation of which great power? I don't know, so many powerful individuals in history, hard to find. This is, they think I'm a reincarnation of a great power. Jiang Xie's expression was strange. What are you two chatting about? That sound startled both of them. Young lord, Uncle Wu looked embarrassed, scratching his head. Lin Maoyan also stood with her head down, saying nothing, like a child caught doing something wrong. Jiang Xie shook his head helplessly, lightly tapping each of their heads. He said impatiently, stop guessing wildly. If I were truly a reincarnation of a great power, would I have been so miserable before? Haha, true, Uncle Wu gave another awkward laugh. Then I'll go cultivate first. Seeing that Jiang Xie wasn't angry, Lin Maoyan wisely left. After Lin Maoyan left for a while, Uncle Wu's expression suddenly turned serious, and then, with a thud, he knelt before Jiang Xie. This left Jiang Xie bewildered. Uncle Wu, what are you doing? I'm not angry. I know. Then why are you still kneeling? Get up quickly. No, Uncle Wu's attitude was firm. Jiang Xie looked helpless and asked, what's the reason for doing this? Young lord, do you still remember how long I've been by your side? Uncle Wu suddenly asked this question. 12 years, Jiang Xie said without hesitation. If he remembered correctly. Since he left the Jiang family and started living outside Jiang City, Uncle Wu had been by his side. Yes, 12 years. Uncle Wu seemed a little emotional. When I first met the young lord, he was just a 6-year-old child. In a blink of an eye, 12 years have passed. For the past few years, I've always been by the young lord's side, but these past few years, I almost forgot my identity as a guard. I've been playing a bit too much. That's it, Jiang Xie raised an eyebrow. To be honest, he didn't think this was a problem. Uncle Wu had been blocking assassinations and helping him solve many problems ever since he started following him. He was also an indispensable factor in Jiang Xie's journey to understand and integrate into this world. He never intended for Uncle Wu to be his guard for life. He always thought that once he became powerful enough to protect himself, he would let Uncle Wu enjoy himself more. This was also why, in recent years, Uncle Wu gradually didn't seem like a guard, and he had no intention of blaming him. But Uncle Wu didn't think that way. His life was saved by Jiang Fingliu, and without Jiang Fingliu, he wouldn't be alive now. Without the Jiang family, he might still be wandering outside. Without Jiang Xie, he wouldn't have his current cultivation and status. Therefore, the only way he could repay Jiang Xie was probably through his identity as a guard. If he even forgot that, then what difference would there be between him and a beast? So he decided, from now on, he would return to his original duty. Young lord, you don't understand. This is my willing choice, and besides, I also feel that being by the young lord's side is much better than being anywhere else. Actually, Uncle Wu still had a bit of selfishness. He wanted to continue learning, to learn Jiang Xie's advanced theories. During this time, he was indeed happy and joyful, but he felt unusually empty. He also found the reason. That was the lack of new knowledge entering his mind. And the only things that could attract his interest were the novel words and things that came out of Jiang Xie's mouth. No one understood Jiang Xie better than him. For this, he had already prepared several more notebooks. He had played for a few years, and he had played enough. Now it was time to continue learning. Whenever he thought of this, Uncle Wu's mind became incredibly excited. Looking at his trembling excitement at the prospect of being his guard, Jiang Xie didn't know what to say. How could someone abandon a good life outside and insist on being a guard? Did he have some special hobby? Eek tilde. Thinking of this, Jiang Xie shivered. Since that's the case, then continue to follow me. He still agreed. Although this might expose some of his secrets. But Uncle Wu had already made a heavenly Dao oath, so he could be trusted. Thank you, young lord. Uncle Wu's face was flushed and beaming. At such an exciting moment, he decided to indulge himself one last time. Inside Tangxin Pavilion sleeping quarters, after a long time, Jai Yu's face was still incredibly flushed. She never would have thought that she would make such a gesture in front of others. She had originally intended to bite Jiang Xie's neck, but for some reason, the moment she touched him, she just couldn't bite down. Instead it was like a kiss. Oh dear, how embarrassing. How could I have made such a move? The more Jai Yu thought about it, the angrier she got. She flopped onto the bed and started rolling around, which left Xiao Xie dumbfounded. Young miss, are you in love? Or did young master do something strange to you? As she said this, Xiao Xie didn't know what she thought of, and her face visibly reddened. Xiao Xie, what are you thinking? Don't think anything strange. Okay, but young miss, what do I do if I can't hold back? Then I'll help you find a man. No, Xiao Xie doesn't want to leave young miss yet. 402, Jiang Fingliu and Jiang Lihan. The Jiang family was decorated with lanterns and streamers, filled with a festive atmosphere. Jiang City also changed its usual ambience, with smiles overflowing everywhere in the city. When cultivators who came to Jiang City for the first time entered, their first reaction was that they had come to the wrong place. Although Jiang City had recently seen an 80% reduction in demonic path individuals, and the city's order was not as chaotic as before. But the atmosphere in the city at this moment still made these first-time visitors to Jiang City feel extremely surprised. What was with this festive atmosphere? What was with this enthusiastic local custom? And what was with the pleasant scenery all around? Even if there were changes, they shouldn't be this drastic, right? For a time, they all thought that their previous impressions of Jiang City were mistaken. Inside the Jiang family's main hall, only Jiang Fingliu was present at this moment. He was very happy. Jiang Xie's return had given him another huge surprise. Should I invite fellow Taoist Jai Wuxuang to the welcoming banquet for Zier? Forget it. It's a turbulent time, so it's better not to invite him. Then, father-in-law's sighed. Forget it too. Zier's return means the Qianyuan Empire has lost a genius. Inviting father-in-law over now would just be asking for trouble. Jiang Fingliu muttered to himself. He had originally thought about inviting some people over. Now, upon reflection, he immediately felt that what Jiang Xie said made sense. It would be sufficient to hold the celebration within the Jiang family and Jiang city itself, without making too much of a fuss. Let's just do that. Who? Where did this petty scoundrel come from, daring to trespass into my Jiang family? Suddenly, Jiang Fingliu seemed to sense something. His expression changed drastically. In his perception, an incredibly powerful aura appeared behind him. This aura was full of pressure, making him unable to move at all. It was a strong individual. A strong individual far more powerful than himself. This was his first reaction at that moment. After he reacted, cold sweat began to continuously flow from his forehead. Senior, what is your purpose in trespassing into my Jiang family? It's better to have more friends than enemies. Why not sit down and discuss it in detail? All right. The person behind him accepted his suggestion, which made Jiang Fingliu feel relieved. At the same time, he had already begun to plan how to notify the strong individuals within the family. However, he vaguely felt that he had heard this voice somewhere before. There was a vague impression. Was it his imagination? Pushing aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Jiang Fingliu wanted to see who the person behind him was. Just as he was about to turn around, the voice from behind him reached his ears again. Don't turn around. I'll ask, you answer. Okay, helpless, Jiang Fingliu could only compromise. He didn't know which force the Jiang family had angered recently, that such a powerful individual was sent. With his law realm cultivation, he was completely defenseless. It was clear that the cultivation of the person behind him was at least at the heavenly king realm. Jiang Fingliu. Jiang Lian looked at his son with a somewhat strange expression. Jiang Fingliu nodded, his expression calm. Indeed, it is this family head. Cultivation, law realm, it's barely acceptable. Jiang Lian began to feel a little surprised. His good-for-nothing son had actually reached the law realm. I can't compare to senior. Jiang Fingliu smiled faintly. By now, he was no longer worried. And you married the Qianyuan Empire's princess. Senior, where did you hear that from? Jiang Fingliu's expression changed drastically, and he feigned composure. If a demonic path family head like me could marry the Qianyuan Empire's princess, that would truly be too fantastical. Is that so, Sujiru, or should I call her Su Yan? Jiang Lian's lips curved into a faint smile. This time, Jiang Fingliu was truly certain that he knew something. This person cannot be allowed to leave. Senior, although I don't know where you heard it from, you seem to know my Jiang family very well. Now that you know this secret, do you think you can still leave the Jiang family? Jiang Fingliu's expression was gloomy, and he had already secretly transmitted a message to Jiang Wei. Jiang Lian had long seen through his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. What? You plan to keep me here, to speak without modesty? Even if Jiang Wei came, he might not be able to keep me. Who exactly are you? Jiang Fingliu could no longer care so much and abruptly turned his head. Then, the main hall fell into a silence. After a long while, Father, Jiang Fingliu's eyes widened, looking incredulously at the man in front of him. That familiar face, that familiar smile. How could he not recognize him? Damn it! He hadn't even recognized his own father's voice. No wonder it sounded a bit familiar just now. He should have thought of it earlier. Jiang Fingliu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, but even more it was surprise. He still remembered that when his father went into seclusion, he was only a teenager. After that seclusion, he never saw him again. At first, Jiang Fingliu still missed him a little. Later, after becoming the family head, managing various family affairs kept him too busy to think about such things. His mood gradually returned to calm. However, not recognizing Jiang Lian immediately still made him feel a little awkward. Jiang Lian once again saw through his thoughts and laughed. Don't mind it. I was in seclusion for 100 years. It's perfectly normal that you didn't recognize my voice for a moment. It's Fingliu who wasn't careful enough. Jiang Fingliu was uncharacteristically submissive. But what surprised him even more was Jiang Lian's cultivation. Father, your cultivation. After 100 years of seclusion, I was fortunate enough to break through to the half-step venerable emperor realm. Half-step, sovereign emperor realm. Jiang Fingliu felt a moment of daze, then gave a wry smile. Compared to his father, he was simply too inferior. No wonder when he was a child, everyone in the family called his father a genius rarely seen in the Jiang family for thousands of years. This talent was indeed very strong. Of course, that's not to say he wasn't strong. Perhaps compared to Jiang Xie and his father, his talent was negligible. However, compared to the heads of other forces, Jiang Fingliu was still confident in himself. He was at least in the top 5. On the path of cultivation, the further one progresses, the more difficult it becomes. Don't look at his cultivation already being at the law realm but his age. He was also over 100 years old. After a cultivator reaches the divine power realm, if there are no special opportunities, the cultivation speed will greatly decrease. Jiang Xie reached the divine power realm when he was only in his 20s. However, it took him decades to go from divine power realm to domain realm, and even more decades to go from domain realm to law realm. This was still under the circumstance of being the head of a major force. People from other forces were not much different. In this era, spiritual qi was scarce, resources were rare, and the ancient strong individuals practiced burying good things with them in their tombs. This was to attract young people to enter and seek a legacy. And some secret realms, untouched for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, were rich in cultivation resources, making them objects of contention for various major forces. Therefore, in this era, only in secret realms and the tombs of strong individuals could one find spirit pills that could rapidly increase cultivation. 403. Don't scare him. It was precisely for this reason that when people saw heirs of major powers who had broken through to the divine power realm at 18 or 19, while shocking, it wasn't enough to make them lose their minds. But Jiang Xie was different. He reached the domain realm peak at 18. What kind of concept is domain realm peak? It's only a hair's breadth away from the law realm. This cultivation was already enough to rival powerhouses from major sects who had cultivated for hundreds of years. Even the Jiang family elders couldn't compare to him. Furthermore, the Jiang family might produce a powerhouse who breaks through to the law realm before the age of 20. Therefore, thinking of Jiang Xie, Jiang Xingliu's shock at his father's cultivation seemed to lessen a bit. Jiang Lihan had been observing Jiang Xingliu's changing expression. He found it amusing to see the shock on his face gradually fade away. Xingliu, I heard you've gotten married. Jiang Lihan walked to the patriarch's seat and sat down. He knew some of the reasons why his son could become the patriarch. Even before he entered seclusion, the clan elders in the family had already wanted him to be the patriarch. Unfortunately, his ambition wasn't there, so he gave up the position of patriarch and chose to enter seclusion instead. But he hadn't expected that those elders would actually let his son become the patriarch. He wondered, after 100 years, have they changed at all? He was afraid some of them had already reached their lifespan limits. Thinking of this, Jiang Lihan suddenly felt a bit dazed. In just 100 years, things had changed, so what about 1,000 or 10,000 years? Father, your son has indeed married. Jiang Xingliu's voice pulled him back to reality. He smiled and said, since that's the case, why not let her come and meet me? Your son was just thinking the same. Jiang Xingliu cupped his hands, and then sent a sound transmission to Sujiru. Sujiru, who was resting with her eyes closed by Jiang Ye's bed, suddenly opened her eyes looking a bit surprised. Xingliu's father. Speaking of which, this was the first time she had heard Jiang Xingliu ask her to meet his father. In the past, Jiang Xingliu had always been tight-lipped, only saying that he was in seclusion. Could it be, he's come out of seclusion? Sujiru's heart trembled. Not daring to delay, she quickly stood up and hurried towards the main hall. She wanted to see what kind of father he was. Jiang Xingliu and Jiang Lihan waited for a while before Sujiru finally arrived late outside the hall. As soon as she entered the main hall, Sujiru saw the figure seated at the very front and felt the terrifying aura emanating from him. This aura made her heart pound. She had only felt such an aura when that third ancestor appeared in the Shengyuan Empire Imperial Palace. Her father, could he be a venerable emperor realm powerhouse? Sujiru dared not think further. Instead, she stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and said in a solemn tone, Junior Su Yang greets father. This time, she did not use a false name but her real name, to show respect. Moreover, during the bowing process, she also removed her disguise. Good, good, as expected of the princess of the Shengyuan Empire, no wonder she could captivate Xingliu. Jiang Lihan laughed heartily, very pleased with her. He then said to Jiang Xingliu, Xingliu, your taste is good. You have the same style as your father back in the day. Can't compare, can't compare. Jiang Xingliu felt a bit embarrassed. One must know that when his father was young, he had many female admirers. Although his actions weren't like those of the demonic path, he acted freely and unrestrainedly, without the gentlemanly pretense of those on the righteous path. This contrast precisely attracted many female cultivators. However, Jiang Lihan also had self-awareness. When he flirted with others, he mostly concealed his identity and never provoked women from the Eastern Continent. It was a form of seeking advantage and avoiding harm, otherwise. Jiang Fingliu couldn't even imagine the scene. The Jiang family would probably be torn apart every few days. Seeing that Jiang Liyan didn't seem to be a serious person, Su Jiru also became interested and asked with some curiosity, "May I ask what kind of demeanor father had when he was young?" That would naturally be. Jiang Liyan subconsciously wanted to speak, but from the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Fingliu constantly winking at him. He immediately understood something and gave him an "I understand" look. Then he continued, "When I was young, I was single-minded and never flirted outside. I never even looked at any woman other than my wife." Few tilde. Jiang Fingliu wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a slight sigh of relief. This was the father he knew. This kind of rhetoric came naturally to him. So that's how it is. Fingliu, you must learn from father. Su Jiru believed him. She felt that a powerhouse with venerable emperor realm cultivation shouldn't lie like this to a junior. Jiang Fingliu felt a bit embarrassed, but he quickly replied, Of course. However, he couldn't help but inwardly complain. If I really learned from father, you'd probably tear me apart. Jiang Liyan also felt a bit awkward. Su Jiru looked at their expressions and just felt like something wasn't quite right, but she couldn't pinpoint it. After some casual chat, Jiang Liyan finally got to the point. I heard I have 2 grandsons. Where are they now? When he said this, his expression was a little excited. He had a feeling of wanting to see the 2 of them impatiently. Jiang Fingliu was startled, then smiled and said, Father is right, there are indeed 2, but Zier is currently in seclusion. If you wish to see him, you might have to wait 2 more days. 2 days, Jiang Liyan nodded and said, No matter, what about Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi he. Jiang Fingliu hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiang Yi accidentally consumed a spirit fruit and fell into a coma. He hasn't woken up yet. Jiang Liyan frowned and said, Take me to him. Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru immediately led the way, but Jiang Liyan had already disappeared from their sight. It wasn't until they both entered the room that Jiang Liyan's voice came from behind them. Is this Jiang Yi? 9 years old, controlling Yuan realm 9th level. Not bad, he's a rare genius. The first moment he saw Jiang Yi, Jiang Liyan's eyes lit up, as if he had seen an unparalleled, unpolished jade. Immediately, he quickly went to Jiang Yi's side and began to examine him. Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru stood to the side, not daring to speak. After a long while, Jiang Liyan frowned. This made their hearts sink, and they had a bad premonition. Father Jiang Yi he. Jiang Fingliu couldn't help but ask. Jiang Liyan saw that their expressions weren't very good, but he smiled. No matter, you don't need to worry. Without seeing the actual spirit fruit, it's hard to know what it is, but it's probably not a bad thing. Who knows, it might even be an opportunity for this kid. That's good then. Jiang Fingliu and the other also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, since Zier won't be out of seclusion for another 2 days, I'll go out and stretch my limbs. Jiang Liyan stood up, stretched his body and yawned slightly. Where is father going? Jiang Fingliu stepped forward and asked. Jiang Liyan looked at him, then at Su Jiru and casually said, Nothing much, just going to the Kaiyuan Empire to have some fun. Since you 2 are married as a father, I should go and greet my in-laws. Having said that, Jiang Liyan prepared to leave. Father, Su Jiru called out to him, somewhat hesitantly. Jiang Liyan turned back and asked, What is it? It's just, Su Jiru hesitated for a moment before saying, Father, please don't scare my imperial father. He's timid and easily frightened. Jiang Fingliu. Jiang Liyan. 404, we are relatives. Jiang Liyan merely hummed softly, and then left the Jiang family. Scary? He wasn't scary at all. The dignified ruler of a country, could he really be that timid? He didn't believe it. In fact, Jiang Liyan never considered himself an elder. In terms of age, he was only a few hundred years older than Jiang Fingliu. But this age, when placed in the context of a cultivator's lifespan, was not worth mentioning. He could be said to be in his prime. Not to mention his cultivation. Freaks like Jiang Xie were extremely rare. On Shengyuan Continent, the average person's lifespan was about 100 years. A body-tempering realm cultivator could live up to 150 years. Ning Yuan realm 200, controlling Yuan realm 250 years. Soul forging 300 years, divine ability 400. Law realm lifespan was also 600 years. Heavenly King realm 800, sovereign emperor realm only 1,000. The increase in cultivation did not add much to lifespan. This was also why there were fewer powerhouses on Shengyuan Continent now. Most people died of old age before they could break through. This was only in the ideal situation of no illness or disaster. Only by breaking through to the Saint Realm would lifespan increase significantly. Sovereign Emperor Realm lifespan was only 1,000, while Saint Realm lifespan could reach over 5,000. As for great emperors, their lifespans were calculated in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, many powerhouses, knowing that breakthrough was hopeless and their lifespan was running out, would choose to enter a deep sleep. This was to protect the sect or family they belonged to. For a powerhouse like Jiang Xie, who was 400 or 500 years old and nearly in the sovereign emperor realm, he still had plenty of time to squander. If he gained some opportunity and broke through to the Saint Realm, then the Jiang family's status would once again climb. Therefore, given his cultivation and age, it was not an exaggeration to call him a middle-aged man. Since he was the father of his daughter-in-law, treating him as a peer was normal, right? Anyway, Jiang Xie felt it was very normal. However, after leaving the Jiang family, he did not immediately go to the Kaiyuan Empire, but wandered around for a while. The next morning, he then headed to the Kaiyuan Empire. The Kaiyuan Imperial Palace, rear hall of Kaiyuan Hall. Jai Wushwang and Su Wu were discussing here again. The topic of discussion was the popular Saint Yuan secret realm in the outside world recently. Brother Jai, how many people from your Haoran Sect can enter the Saint Yuan secret realm this time? Su Wu asked this as soon as he opened his mouth. He wanted to see the gap between his own and other families. Jai Wushwang naturally understood his thoughts. He was quite confident in the number of disciples from his sect who could enter the Saint Yuan secret realm. It's just that, Su Wu's address to him always felt a bit strange. After his daughter followed his grandson, his seniority was indeed lower. But couldn't you call him Brother Wushwang? Did you have to call him Brother Jai? The key was that the tone was still very serious. If Jai Wushwang hadn't seen no hint of anything on Su Wu's face, he would have suspected that Su Wu was doing it on purpose. After thinking for a moment, he still gave Su Wu a hint. The disciples from my Haoran Sect who can enter the Saint Yuan secret realm are probably 108. What? Su Wu was stunned, suspecting he had heard wrong and asked again, how many people? 108. Jai Wushwang's tone was calm, yet he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. Ufda. Su Wu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The Kaiyuan Empire imperial family only had 38 people, and the entire empire had no more than 500 people. And the Haoran Sect, just one sect, had over 100 people. This disparity was shocking. One must know that the Kaiyuan Empire was much larger than the Haoran Sect. The number of people in the empire was also many times more than in the Haoran Sect. This was a sad fact. Su Wu felt a bit depressed. Even when Jai Wushwang asked him back, he kept evading and playing dumb, just not revealing the exact number. This made Jai Wushwang feel depressed as well. He had frankly disclosed his own situation, but you stubbornly refused to say. It was truly heartbreaking. At this moment, outside the imperial palace, a figure moved at extreme speed, streaking across the sky, and instantly arrived within Kaiyuan Imperial City. After briefly identifying the location, Jiang Xie headed towards the imperial palace. At the same time, Su Yuan, in the void realm above the imperial palace, seemed to sense something. He frowned and murmured, the aura of a sovereign emperor realm powerhouse is approaching the imperial palace. Who could it be? He couldn't afford to think too much. Su Yuan's figure flickered and disappeared from his original spot. A few breaths later, in an uninhabited area of the imperial palace, Jiang Xie and Su Yuan stood facing each other. Seeing Jiang Xie's appearance, Su Yuan was somewhat shocked. Such a young half-step venerable emperor realm powerhouse was truly rare. He just didn't know the other party's purpose in coming to the imperial palace. As expected of the Kaiyuan Empire, there are quite a few powerhouses. Jiang Xie was also a bit shocked. He had just entered the imperial palace, and a sovereign emperor realm powerhouse came out to intercept him. Kaiyuan Empire truly lives up to its reputation. Who are you, your excellency, and why have you trespassed into my Kaiyuan imperial palace? Su Yuan's tone was cold, and he was ready to strike at any moment. If he found out the other party was an enemy, he would certainly not show mercy. Jiang Xie clearly understood his actions and knew that if he didn't answer well, it would be a battle. But he was not afraid. Although Su Yuan's cultivation was slightly higher than his, their conditions were entirely different. Su Yuan was old and his qi was declining. He would be fine against others. But against a half-step venerable emperor realm powerhouse like himself, who was in his prime, he wouldn't be able to take him down quickly. And the longer it dragged on, the greater his chances of winning. Therefore Jiang Lian's expression was very relaxed. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Senior, there's no need to be so vigilant. I am not an enemy of your Su family." Calling Su Yuan Senior was a sign of respect, as Su Yuan was older and had a higher cultivation than himself. "Please state your name." Su Yuan would not relax his guard just because the other party said a few pleasant words. On the contrary, he became even more vigilant. Helpless, Jiang Lian could only shake his head and sigh softly. "Since that's the case, then I'll have to offend you." Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and his aura instantly surged out, as if ready for battle. But at this moment, Jiang Lian changed the subject. "To be honest, I am related by marriage to your Su family." Su Yuan's aura paused, unable to immediately recover from this sudden change. The expression on his face was also a bit stunned. He quickly reacted, constantly searching his mind, but after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out who the other party was. Jiang Lian could only give him a hint: Imperial Lord. Related to what? Su Yuan frowned, still unable to figure it out. He simply sent a message to Su Wu, asking him to come over for verification, as he couldn't just let Jiang Lian wander around. Jiang Lian actually had no intention of running. His gaze darted around, full of novelty. He thought to himself, "This is my first time in the Shengyuan Empire, it's quite fresh." Speaking of which, he hardly ever ventured into the Eastern Continent when he was young. The reason for this was naturally the fear of accidentally provoking the saintess of some Eastern Continent sect or something. 405. Su Wu's complaints. Although Jiang Fingliu was called Fingliu, he was not at all dissolute. On the contrary, Jiang Lian himself was very dissolute in his youth. It was precisely because of this that Jiang Lian was not widely known in the Eastern Continent. Many even believed that Jiang Fingliu's father had long since died. Even if he hadn't died, he wasn't a strong cultivator. Otherwise, why had no one ever heard of his name? Inside Shengyuan Hall. "Sovereign Su, this is not fair of you. This sect master has already told you the situation of his own sect, yet you are being secretive with me. Where is your credibility?" Jai Wushwang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Su Wu. Su Wu's expression was indifferent, and he said blandly, "When did this sovereign agree to tell you? Since I didn't agree, how can there be talk of lacking credibility?" The two were still discussing intensely. Neither would yield to the other. "Sovereign Su, this is truly unrighteous of you." Jai Wushwang's face darkened, though he wasn't truly angry, he just felt a sense of imbalance. Su Wu, however, frowned and did not answer him. He seemed to be deep in thought. "Sovereign Su, Su." After Jai Wushwang called out twice, he found that he had no reaction. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. The reason Su Wu ignored him was simple. He had received a voice transmission from the old ancestor. But the content of this transmission left him somewhat bewildered. What did it mean, his own in-law, and a half-step venerable emperor realm in-law? When did he acquire such a formidable in-law? Truly strange. Strange about what? Jai Wushwang asked subconsciously. Su Wu glanced at him, then reacted and said, "Brother Jai, how about we take a break first? There's another major matter that needs to be handled now." "What matter?" Jai Wushwang looked suspicious, always feeling that Su Wu was intentionally changing the subject. "Just now, my Su family's third ancestor transmitted a message to me, saying that a half-step venerable emperor realm expert, claiming to be my in-law, has entered the imperial palace and is currently being intercepted by the old ancestor." In-law half-step venerable emperor realm? Jai Wushwang was stunned. Let alone the half-step venerable emperor realm. Even a heavenly king realm or law realm expert would be a hidden strong cultivator within a major power. This half-step venerable emperor realm, that was truly too formidable. Su Wu had such an in-law. How could he not believe it? Jai Wushwang was skeptical about this, and it seemed that even Su Wu himself was unaware of it. Now there was a good show to watch. After he regained his composure, he laughed and said, "Since that's the case, wouldn't we know if we just want to see for ourselves?" "That's exactly what I intended." Su Wu nodded and said, "Brother Jai, please." He made a gesturing motion for him to proceed, then led the way. Jai Wushwang shook his head and followed. Along the way, Su Wu was still wondering when he had acquired an in-law who was a venerable emperor realm expert. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't come up with a reason. Upon arriving at a secluded area within the imperial palace, he indeed saw two figures. One of them was undoubtedly the third ancestor. And the other? Su Wu's gaze became somewhat uncertain with surprise. Not only him, but Jai Wushuang behind him also seemed to have discovered something. His expression was equally surprised. This person, how does he seem somewhat similar to brother Fingliu? This sovereign feels the same way. Su Wu's expression was solemn as he quickly walked over. Upon sensing the arrival of the two, Su Yuan finally relaxed a bit. What he feared was that the other party would be unable to resist making a move before Su Wu arrived. If not absolutely necessary, he also did not want to fight a half-step venerable Emperor Realm expert who was in his prime. This would greatly deplete his life chi, making it not worth the gain. Of course, if the other party truly made a move, he would not be a coward. The current situation clearly indicated that he had the upper hand. Zhang Liyan, however, was somewhat bored. When he saw Su Wu and Jai Wushuang, his eyes clearly lit up. He spoke, presumably, this one in front is Sovereign Su, right? Indeed, Su Wu nodded in surprise, but his heart was not calm. Because the man in front of him was truly too young. He was probably not much older than himself. Did such a man truly possess the cultivation of a half-step venerable Emperor realm? If he was in the half-step venerable Emperor realm, what did that make him? But, according to the old ancestor's discernment, there couldn't be a mistake. Furthermore, he couldn't see through his cultivation. This only led to two possibilities. Either his cultivation was indeed higher than his own, or he had concealed his cultivation. Su Wu felt for the first time that he had come to the wrong place. He had a premonition that this might be a major blow in his life. Fortunately, Jai Wushuang was also here. He silently glanced at Jai Wushuang, feeling a little more balanced in his heart. Zio Wu, since he says he's an in-law of my Su family, do you know him? Su Yuan spoke, his words still carrying caution. Su Wu shook his head, then nodded. At this moment, he had completely lost the majesty of a sovereign. Before two venerable Emperor realm experts. They were like two children. Su Yuan was very confused by his actions. Shaking his head meant shaking his head, nodding meant nodding. What did shaking his head and nodding mean? I don't know him, but I always feel a bit familiar. Su Wu mused, he also wasn't sure. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Liyan, standing not far opposite, burst into laughter, finding it quite amusing. No need to guess, guessing any further would be a waste of time. He wasn't afraid of Su Yuan making a move, so he just walked towards the group. Then he patted Su Wu's shoulder and said, "My useless son has been taken care of by you, brother Su." As he spoke, an aura of the venerable Emperor realm emanated, instantly converging on Su Wu's body. The immense pressure caused his face to change drastically, and his legs seemed to lose all strength. He immediately knelt on one knee, his face turning extremely pale. "How dare you?" Su Yuan's pupils contracted. He immediately made a move, dispersing the aura Jiang Liyan had applied to Su Wu. When he saw him approaching just now, Su Yuan had been vigilant. He had not detected any killing intent from Jiang Liyan, which was why he hadn't acted. But he never expected. Jiang Liyan quickly moved away from the three, standing back at a distance, looking at them with a smile in his eyes. As if it wasn't him who had just made the move. Su Yuan naturally wouldn't let him off easily and was about to rush forward, but unexpectedly, Su Wu extended his hand to block him. "Old ancestor, wait. He is not an enemy," Su Wu said in a somewhat hoarse voice. When Jiang Liyan spoke those words, he had already confirmed the other party's identity. Jiang Fingliu's father. Cold sweat, drop by drop, streamed down his forehead. Su Wu had never imagined that Jiang Fingliu's father would be so young, and also possess the cultivation of a half-step venerable emperor realm. He also knew why Jiang Liyan had given him a warning just now. Presumably, it was to seek justice for his past difficulties with Jiang Fingliu. Su Wu's expression was very displeased. He had already cursed Jiang Fingliu thoroughly in his heart. If you had told me earlier that you had such a formidable father, would I have opposed you back then? And the Jiang family too, with such a young strong cultivator, yet they kept it so hidden, be bolder. When this strong cultivator emerges, who would dare to offend them? This is not like those old venerable emperor realm strong cultivators. He might even break through to the saint realm. Who would dare to speak ill of the Jiang family? 406. Good vision. Jiang Liyan wasn't idle during the time he was strolling around. Although Jiang Fingliu and Su Jiru spoke lightly, how could he not see the hardships involved? One was the head of a demon sect, and the other was an empire's princess. There was no small amount of resistance to them being together. So he went to find Jiang Xie and asked him about it. Indeed, Zhang Fingliu had suffered many difficulties, and Su Wu had even neglected them for decades. How could he swallow that indignity? Although their relationship was much better now, he was still unhappy. His reason for coming to the Qianyuan Empire, this time, was not without the intention of teaching Su Wu a lesson. If Su Yuan hadn't been there, he definitely would have given Su Wu a good beating. Xiao Wu, who exactly is he? Such behavior is he one of us? Su Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled by Su Wu's actions. Su Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes as he looked at Jiang Liyan. If old ancestor wasn't here, he probably would have been beaten. Damn Zhang Fingliu. Why didn't you say so sooner? Annoying, so annoying. But Su Wu now only dared to complain in his heart. He didn't want to be targeted by Jiang Liyan again. Just the aura alone had made his mind tremble. If he had truly made a move, he probably would have already died. Jai Wushwang, who was standing nearby, was equally terrified. Sweat also seeped from his back. Too strong. That aura wasn't directed at him, yet he still almost knelt. Who exactly is this person? Such an age, such strength. Why are there no rumors of him in the Eastern Continent? Jai Wushwang searched through the strong practitioners in his memory, but couldn't find anyone who matched Jiang Liyan. Su Wu took a deep breath, looking at Jiang Liyan, who was smiling faintly at him, and said hoarsely, "If I'm not mistaken, Senior is Fingliu's father, right?" Brother Fingliu's father. Jai Wushwang was stunned. His eyes were filled with disbelief, but upon closer inspection of his appearance, combined with that familiar feeling, he realized. It really did seem a bit similar to Jiang Fingliu. Su Yuan was also startled, asking in confusion, "Fingliu? He is Yanner's Dao companion, and also Zier's father," Su Wu explained from the side. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Yuan was bewildered. So they really are in-laws. It's just that this in-law is a bit too formidable. This forced Su Yuan to re-examine the Jiang family, and also to re-examine the man in front of him. Junior Jiang Liyan greets Senior, Jiang Liyan said with a smile, cupping his hands towards Su Yuan, then explained, "I was just greeting Sovereign Su earlier, Senior, please don't mind it." Su Wu's mouth twitched. "Is that how you greet someone?" This was clearly a show of force. To think that I, the dignified ruler of a nation. Forget it, those 4 words, ruler of a nation, are better left unsaid. Su Wu suddenly felt a bit dull and uninteresting. He had thought that among the various sect leaders, he was one of the fastest to break through to the law realm, and he was secretly pleased with himself. Now he was utterly defeated. Never mind, at least I'm not the only one who's been defeated. Thinking of this, he felt much better. So that's how it is, Su Yuan nodded somewhat blankly. Su Wu wasn't the only one who suffered a setback. Even he was defeated. Could it be that the people of the Jiang family are all monsters? He couldn't help but think so. Jiang Xie was one, and Jiang Liyan was another. One after another. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Su Yuan left directly, not knowing if he was defeated, or just felt uncomfortable. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Su Wu's heart tensed up again. Why did old ancestor leave just like that? What should I do? This is too hard. He wanted to leave but didn't dare, truly scared. Junior Jai Wushwang greets Senior. Jai Wushwang, however, was quick-witted and immediately stepped forward to bow. Jiang Liyan nodded at him, not intending to say anything. But Jai Wushwang didn't want to miss this opportunity and continued, "Speaking of which, Junior and Senior can also be considered in-laws." Oh, Jiang Liyan raised an eyebrow, becoming interested in him, and asked curiously, "Tell me about it." Junior's daughter and Senior's grandson are a couple, Jai Wushwang said with a smile. Is that true? Jiang Liyan instantly appeared beside Jai Wushwang. This startled him. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sovereign Su. Ha ha ha, good. Jiang Liyan clapped his shoulder and laughed loudly. Little Jai is indeed discerning, I like it. I don't deserve such praise, I don't deserve such praise. Jai Wushwang waved his hands repeatedly, his expression incredibly humble, but he said, "Back then, the first time I saw Zier, I knew he was no ordinary person. He would definitely soar to great heights in the future, and even reaching the great emperor realm wouldn't be impossible. Therefore, at that time, I strongly advocated for the two of them to be together, and never obstructed them." By the end of his speech, Jai Wushwang was beaming with pride. This statement left Su Wu, who was standing beside him, dumbfounded. He stared at Jai Wushwang in astonishment, unable to recover for a long time. Good heavens! When did you develop such foresight? To say such insincere words, just to improve your standing in Jiang Lian's eyes. This emperor disdains to associate with you. Su Wu quietly complained in his heart. He had thought that he and Jai Wushwang were allies, but who would have thought that this guy would immediately defect? Simply a disgrace to the sect. The hint of disdain in Su Wu's eyes naturally didn't escape Jai Wushwang. He looked at Su Wu meaningfully and asked, Sovereign Su also knows, don't you, that I never opposed their relationship from the very beginning. Su Wu wanted to refute. But after thinking carefully, he realized that it really was as Jai Wushwang had said. This left his words stuck in his throat. Haha, surprised, aren't you? It's a good thing this sect master knows himself. Seeing Su Wu's expression, Jai Wushwang knew what he was thinking, and seeing him speechless, he couldn't help but find it amusing. He and Su Wu had never gotten along very well. Later, due to the relationship between Jai Yu and Jiang Xie, he was forced to become in-laws with Su Wu. The key was, his seniority was even lower than Su Wu's. They were originally equals, but suddenly he became a junior. Although Jai Wushwang showed no outward signs, he always felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart. Now that he finally had an opportunity to deal a blow to Su Wu, how could he let it go? Ha 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 ha, little Jai, I heard you're the sect leader of Haoran Sect. Not bad, not bad. I'll visit Haoran Sect another day. You won't be unwelcoming, will you? Jiang Ligun looked more and more satisfied. This Jai Wushwang was much more pleasing to the eye than Su Wu. Jai Wushwang's face darkened first. What kind of address is Little Jai? He had never been called Little Jai before. He just felt it was even worse than what Su Wu called him. Yet he didn't dare to refute. What Little Jai? I'm clearly Big Jai, the very big kind. You've reached the end of the book.